Chapter 1: The Peaceful Life Disrupted. Ding-ling. As the quaint wooden door was pushed open, a cool breeze blew into the store, and the wind chimes hanging on the door rustled. Welcome. As the owner of the store, Jiang Yan quickly put down his phone, stood up quickly and walked towards the new customer. It was early in the morning and the tea shop had just opened, so there were not many people. Pushing open the door, Yi Yunwan glanced at the decoration inside the store, and finally chose a seat by the window and sat down, putting the fan aside. Even Jiang Yan, who had no interest in women, couldn't help but be distracted for a moment when he saw this woman's appearance. The soft black long hair is braided into a princess braid, the beautiful face is matched with the exquisite black long dress. No words are enough to describe this ultimate beauty. Fortunately, Jiang Yan's concentration was far superior to that of an ordinary person. He walked to Yi Yunwan's desk and said with a polite smile, "What can I do for you?" Yi Yunwan kept looking out the window, with a hint of sadness in the corners of her eyes. Facing Jiang Yan's words, she said coldly, "I want to sit quietly for a while, don't disturb me." As she spoke, she took out a handful of $100 bills from her bag and placed them casually on the table, continuing to look out the window. Seeing this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "What a strange woman." However, he did not take the money on the table. Instead, he quietly returned to his seat, took out his mobile phone again and started looking at it, deliberately turning down the volume. It was early morning and there were many pedestrians taking a walk, talking and laughing along the way. Of course, there were also vendors setting up their stalls and shouting their wares. The location of Jiang Yan's store was not a prime location. After all, he was just a student. After learning all the university courses in advance, he applied for a leave of absence. Old 8's Secret Hamburger. Watching the funny video on a certain audio platform, Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud and almost forgot that there was another customer in the store. This laughter attracted Yi Yunwan's attention from the window. She looked at Jiang Yan, who was sitting behind the counter and laughing happily, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. Since they want to bring a man back with them, why not just find one? Although this man is a little delicate, he is still pleasing to the eye. Thinking of this, Yi Yunwan's mouth curled up. She picked up the fan beside her, stood up and walked towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, who was watching a certain audio app, heard footsteps, looked up, saw the strange woman walking towards him, and stood up. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Jiang Yan's words were very polite. After all, no matter what, they were still guests, and the customer was God. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunwan sat directly next to Jiang Yan, which scared him and he involuntarily took 2 steps to the side. "Why are you hiding?" Yi Yunwan's voice was very cold. Even though it was summer, Jiang Yan felt a chill in his heart. "Sit down," Yi Yunwan ordered. Jiang Yan was still in a daze at this time, and sat down subconsciously. Yi Yunwan moved closer again, and her nose moved slightly. "This guy smells quite nice. I don't know where he bought the perfume, but it has a natural floral scent." Jiang Yan looked at Yi Yunwan, who was so close to him, and then he realized, what the hell is going on? He wanted to stand up immediately. Men and women shouldn't be too close to each other. What if others misunderstood him if he was so close? But when Yi Yunwan saw Jiang Yan trying to escape, her face turned cold and she kicked Jiang Yan in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Cough, cough. Jiang Yan endured the pain in his abdomen and coughed violently a few times. He didn't care about his good temper and yelled directly at the crazy woman in front of him. "You are crazy." After the scolding, Yi Yunwan looked at Jiang Yan with an even colder gaze. She grabbed his collar and said word by word, "I just like the way you struggle. From today on, you are my man, do you understand?" Jiang Yan's collar was grabbed tightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. He struggled with all his might, but the woman was so strong that he couldn't get free at all. Seeing that Jiang Yan still wanted to struggle, Yi Yunwan held the fan in her right hand and directly scratched Jiang Yan's face. The sharp touch passed through Jiang Yan's pretty face, and a trace of blood flowed out. Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment. This fan was actually made of iron. Did this woman want to kill him? For a moment, Jiang Yan looked at the crazy woman in front of him with some fear, not daring to move, for fear that she would go crazy and hit him again. "Which mental hospital is this patient from? Don't let me know who let this crazy woman out, or I will report you to death." "Sister, what exactly do you want to do? If you want money, can I transfer it directly to you?" Jiang Yan tried to ask the purpose. Yi Yunwan frowned slightly, and kicked Jiang Yan's abdomen again with her high-heeled right foot, saying coldly, "Your memory seems to be a little bit bad. Ouch! Jian Yanru was hit hard and his body was bent. Cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. These 2 kicks must have been painful. The next second, Yi Yunwan actually sat on Jian Yan's body, lifted his chin with her hand, and their eyes met. I told you, from now on you are my man. After saying that, Yi Yunwan actually kissed Jian Yan directly on the mouth. The latter showed a look of resistance, and a faint fragrance came from his nose. Because he was struggling so hard, Jian Yan even saw some things he shouldn't have seen, and quickly looked away. The kiss lasted for 5 or 6 minutes before Yi Yunwan let go of Jian Yan and stood up from him contentedly. Looking at Yi Yunwan with a morbid smile, Jian Yan reacted quickly and took a few steps back, putting some distance between them. Yi Yunwan ignored him and took out her cell phone to make a call. She said calmly to the person on the other end of the phone, "Carry the man away." After hanging up the phone, Yi Yunwan walked straight out of the store and took a look at the decoration inside the store. It was not bad. Bang! As the shop door closed heavily, Jian Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up while enduring the pain in his abdomen. What a lunatic, I don't know which hospital he escaped from. But before Jian Yan could relax for long, the shop door was suddenly pushed open. He trembled with fear, thinking that the crazy woman had come back again. But this time, there were several bodyguards in professional suits, tall and strong. Their eyes quickly fell on Jian Yan, and they rushed up and carried Jian Yan on their shoulders. Jian Yan was not willing to be taken away, so he started to struggle. "What are you doing? Put me down." As if he was too noisy, a bodyguard hit Jian Yan on the neck with a knife. The latter rolled his eyes and fainted. Outside the tea shop, a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked on the side of the road. Several bodyguards in black carried Jian Yan and threw him into the back seat. After Yi Yunwan sent a text message, Jian Yan happened to be thrown into the back seat of the car. When she saw Jian Yan unconscious, her face immediately turned cold. She said coldly to the bodyguards, "Who told you to knock him out?" Several bodyguards were afraid to speak and lowered their heads. They couldn't help but feel a little scared. The young lady was actually angry. But fortunately, Jian Yan was not injured. Yi Yunwan ignored the bodyguards and closed the car window directly. Boom! The engine of the Rolls-Royce roared, and the next second it sped towards the city center. Pedestrians along the way stopped to watch. Oh my God, where did this luxury car come from? How could it appear in their remote urban area? The bodyguards did not dare to stay any longer and followed in a black Porsche. Chapter 2: Being fed by the eldest lady. It's another early morning. The warm summer makes people feel more annoyed, but the pedestrians walking on the street are still chatting and laughing as usual. In the Jiangnan Villa area, the price of any villa here is over 10 million yuan, and the price of a single number villa is even over 100 million yuan. In a bedroom in Villa Number 1, lying on the soft Simmons bed, Jian Yan opened his eyes in a daze and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling above his head. After being stunned for a moment, Jian Yan instantly sat up from the bed and looked around. This was not his room, so why was he here? In the 200 square meter bedroom, expensive portraits are placed on the surrounding walls, and a small green porcelain vase is placed at the head of the bed. Jian Yan wanted to get out of bed, but he suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen, which reminded him of what happened yesterday. It seemed that he was beaten by a group of strong men in black clothes. I woke up and ended up here. What happened in between? Fortunately, after a day, the abdominal pain had eased a lot. Jian Yan endured the pain and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Crash! He pulled open the curtains, and the whole bedroom instantly became much brighter. The dazzling sunlight shone into Jian Yan's eyes, and he squinted subconsciously. Just at this moment, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Yi Yunwan, wearing a bright white dress, walked in holding a bowl of steaming white porridge. Awake! Looking at Jian Yan, who was shining in the sunlight, Yi Yunwan said in a cold tone. Goo! Looking at the bowl of fragrant white porridge, Jian Yan, who had not eaten for a whole day, felt his stomach growling. A smile appeared on Yi Yunwan's lips. If the scene from yesterday had not been so vivid in her mind, Jian Yan might have really been moved. Don't be fooled by the good-looking appearance of this woman. There must be a devil living in her heart, a devil that specializes in torturing people. Walking to the bed and sitting down, Yi Yunwan patted the seat beside her, turned her back to Jian Yan, and said without turning her head, "Come over." As he said this, he picked up the spoon and gently scooped a spoonful, as if he was going to feed it to Jian Yan. Jian Yan frowned when he saw this. This woman's attitude was not like this yesterday. She kicked and beat him. How come she has become so virtuous now? Jiang Yan thought of a possibility. Could it be that the bowl of porridge was drugged? Thinking of this, Jiang Yan didn't dare to stay any longer, and said with an awkward smile, "No, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Jiang Yan didn't give Yi Yunwan time to react and rushed towards the bedroom door at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. He subconsciously looked back at Yi Yunwan, who was sitting beside the bed, thinking that she would catch up with him in a panic, but she didn't make any move at all. Just as Jiang Yan pushed open the door with doubts in his heart, before he could turn his head, he was thrown backwards as if he had hit a solid wall. Jiang Yan, who was knocked away, covered his nose and was about to swear, but when he saw 4 burly men in black standing outside the door, he forced himself to swallow his words. Forget it, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him, so I'll just bear with it for now. At this moment, a white and clean little hand rested on Jiang Yan's shoulder, and he turned his head away somewhat stiffly. Turning around, he saw a beautiful face that was as cold as ice. The chill emanating from the face made Jiang Yan shiver uncontrollably. Sure enough, the next second, the bowl of steaming white porridge was poured directly on Jiang Yan's head by Yi Yunwan. Since it is summer now, the temperature of the porridge has not dropped much compared to when it was just out of the pot. Ah, so hot, so hot. Jiang Yan stood up from the ground and kept walking back and forth, trying to shake off the boiling porridge. Yi Yunwan stood up and sat back on the bed, looking at her masterpiece with satisfaction. The disobedient pet needed to be punished. A few minutes later, Jiang Yan lay helplessly on the bedroom floor. The skin on his collarbone was burned red, but his face was not burned yet. Yi Yunwan glanced at the bodyguards outside the door, who immediately understood and quickly closed the bedroom door. As the door closed, Yi Yunwan walked to Jiang Yan and squatted down. Bai Jie lifted his chin with her little hand and said calmly, "This is what will happen if you don't obey me in the future. Do you understand?" Jiang Yan didn't have the energy to answer her at this moment. He hadn't eaten for a whole day, and coupled with the intense exercise just now, his physical strength was almost exhausted. Soon, there was another knock on the door. Yi Yunwan said coldly, "Come in." The bedroom door was pushed open, and the bodyguard in black came in with a bowl of steaming porridge and handed it respectfully to his eldest daughter. "Go down." Yi Yunwan shook the spoon in her hand, her expression not changing at all. "Yes, miss." The bodyguard turned around and left. When he passed by Jiang Yan lying on the ground, he looked at him with some pity. Bang! The door closed and there were only 2 people left in the bedroom. "Come sit here." Yi Yunwan held the bowl of white porridge and spoke to Jiang Yan again, just like she did 10 minutes ago. Jiang Yan closed his eyes and lay on the ground, as if he was asleep, and did not hear what Yi Yunwan said. Yi Yunwan frowned slightly, stood up, walked to Jiang Yan, squatted down, scooped up a small spoonful of porridge, put it to her mouth and blew it. Jiang Yan was lying on the floor with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his lips seemed to touch something. He opened his lips subconsciously and swallowed a mouthful of porridge. Jiang Yan opened his eyes, and another spoonful of porridge was handed to his mouth. Of course, he accepted it as he was hungry and opened his mouth. Yi Yunwan looked at Jiang Yan, who was drinking porridge obediently, and smiled. Her already fairy-like face was further sublimated. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan had finished the whole bowl of porridge. He sat up and said to Yi Yunwan, who was sitting beside the bed, "Tell me, what's the matter that brought me to this damn place?" Yi Yunwan stretched her arms and said coldly, "Come here and massage my shoulders." Her arms were a little sore from feeding Jiang Yan porridge just now. From childhood to adulthood, she, the eldest daughter of the wealthy Yi family, had never done such a thing. Jiang Yan originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw Yi Yunwan, who was a little impatient, he walked over obediently. Yi Yunwan turned her body sideways to make it easier for Jiang Yan to massage her shoulders. Soon she felt a touch, but she didn't feel any discomfort at all. From birth to now, no man has ever been able to get so close to her, let alone have physical contact with her. "My parents are urging me to get married, so you are my man from now on. Do your best. I like you very much." When facing Jiang Yan, Yi Yunwan did not have the disgust she felt towards other men. On the contrary, she wanted to play with him. "I refuse." Jiang Yan didn't hesitate at all. "Are you kidding? Who would dare to marry such a violent wife? She dares to do that before the relationship is confirmed. Once she really becomes my wife, I guess she will be thrown into the sea the next day." Hearing this, Yi Yunwan closed her eyes and enjoyed Jiang Yan's shoulder massage. She took out the fan she carried with her and patted it on her palms. Jiang Yan subconsciously thought of the wound on his face that had already healed, and changed his words. Let me think about it carefully. This time, Yi Yunwan did not force him. She nodded and said without question. Okay, in that case, you're my boyfriend from now on. Jiang Yan. Chapter 3, Give Me a Try. By the way, I still don't know your name? On the balcony of the villa, Jiang Yan sat happily on a recliner with various fruits beside him, living a very happy life. Yi Yunwan. Yi Yunwan's voice was still as cold as ever. She lay on another lounge chair, looking at Jiang Yan's comfortable appearance. Is this man so adaptable? He seemed to be on the verge of death just now, but now he seems like a different person. At this time, the cell phone rang. Jiang Yan took out his phone and clicked the dial button directly. Hello, who is this? A gentle female voice immediately came from the other end of the phone, making Yi Yunwan's face turn cold. Brother Yan, where are you? I went to your store and it was a mess, like a thief had broken in. Jiang Yan then remembered that his tea shop was still open. After thinking for a while, he replied indifferently. Yeah, never mind. What's going on? Yang Shuawei on the other end of the phone said softly, there is an important meeting at the college that requires you to go. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. Hearing this, Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly and replied, no need, I'll go there this afternoon. After saying that, he hung up the phone and couldn't help complaining. There are so many things going on in this broken academy every day. At this moment, a faint fragrance came, and Jiang Yan's body suddenly felt heavy. Yi Yunwan sat on him without him knowing when. That soft and delicate body made Jiang Yan imagine a lot, but the next second, Yi Yunwan's cold voice pulled him out of his fantasy. Who was that woman who just called? Yi Yunwan moved closer and stared at Jiang Yan's eyes with a cold gaze. If there was any unusual movement, she would definitely use violence. Jiang Yan swallowed subconsciously, looked at Yi Yunwan, whose temperament had changed drastically, and smiled awkwardly. No one, just one of my classmates. Yi Yunwan stared into Jiang Yan's eyes, her pupils not dodging at all, so he should not be lying. Just when Jiang Yan thought he had escaped, his lips were covered by something soft, and something reached in. Woo woo. Jiang Yan was a little breathless after the sudden attack. He wanted to push Yi Yunwan away, but his hands were placed in the wrong places. Feeling the touch in his hand, his face turned red and he quickly withdrew his hand, not daring to move. On the contrary, Yi Yunwan didn't mind at all. She kissed Jiang Yan wildly and wantonly, with that morbid smile on her face again. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan, who was blushing, was finally released. Yi Yunwan lifted his chin with her hand and said in a commanding tone. I don't want you to have any improper relationships with women other than me, otherwise you know the consequences. The tone was so overbearing that it made people have no desire to resist. After giving this warning, Yi Yunwan stood up and left the balcony, walking towards the third floor of the villa, leaving Jiang Yan with a beautiful back view. After a moment's pause, Jiang Yan licked his lips with some aftertaste, but he still shuddered when he thought of the crazy look of that woman. Forget it, forget it. If we can't beat them, we can't hide away either. Let us just run away now. When Jiang Yan walked downstairs of the villa, a black Rolls-Royce was already waiting nearby. The old butler said respectfully to Jiang Yan. Master Jiang, the young lady asked me to take you back. Jiang Yan did not refuse and got into the car directly. He just wanted to leave this damn place as soon as possible and get rid of that crazy woman. The car started quickly and drove out of the villa. In front of the window on the third floor of the villa, Yi Yunwan looked at the car getting farther and farther away and then withdrew her gaze. The bodyguard reported, Jiang Yan, 20 years old, a native of Jiang City, studying at Jiang City Computer University, from an ordinary family. After listening to the report, Yi Yunwan's eyes turned cold and she said in a cold voice. A college student from an ordinary family can open a tea shop in Jiang City before graduation. Do you believe it? It is not easy to open a tea shop. Yi Yunwan clearly noticed yesterday that there were several kinds of precious teas on Jiang Yan's counter. The bodyguard heard this and realized his mistake. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and said quickly. Then miss, I will check it carefully again. Yeah. Yi Yunwan turned and walked towards her own bedroom. After being tired for a whole morning, she needed a good rest. It was noon, time for lunch, so there were still many people on the street. At this time, a majestic Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a tea shop. Jiang Yan got out of the car, and the old butler drove away directly, leaving the handsome taillights for the pedestrians on foot. Oh, Xiao Jiang has become rich. That car doesn't look cheap. A familiar voice sounded in Jiang Yan's ears. He turned around and saw that it was his neighbor, who was also a businessman. A family of 3 opened a restaurant in the city. Although it is not big, it is definitely enough to support the family. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle Fatty, please stop teasing me." The uncle, with a big belly, laughed boldly. "You kid, in this Donghua street, who doesn't know your ability, Xiao Jian? We are all envious of you." Jiang Yan chatted briefly with Uncle Fat, then quickly returned to his tea shop and took a look. Fortunately, there was no thief entering. "My tea is all top quality, one bag costs thousands or even tens of thousands, I can't afford the loss." However, Jiang Yan was not too worried. No one in Donghua Street dared to touch his things, and the neighbors would also help keep an eye on them. After a simple tidying up, Jiang Yan took the key to his electric scooter and locked the tea shop. He walked calmly towards a secret subway line in Zhang City, not knowing that all this was seen by a bodyguard. Dasha College. This college is only known by those who are at the pinnacle of power in the whole of China. It is a college dedicated to serving high-ranking officials and aristocratic families. It is said that any student who graduates from Dasha College will either become a high-ranking official ruling a region or a billionaire, becoming the richest person in the region. In short, this college has many legendary aspects, so the admission requirements are extremely strict and not everyone can get in. This college is located near Zhang City and covers a vast area, almost 10 times the size of an ordinary university. As an underground train slowly stopped, 5 young men and women were already waiting in front of the subway station. The train door slowly opened, and Jiang Yan, dressed in a black school uniform with gold patterns, walked out with his hands in his pockets, looking nonchalant. "President." 5 student union members bowed their heads respectfully. Jiang Yan nodded and walked towards the stairs at the side. Right above him was the most mysterious Dasha College in all of China. "Tell me, what troubles are those old guys in?" Jiang Yan asked as he walked. Yang Shuawei walked out from behind, a slightly embarrassed expression on her face, and whispered a few words into Jiang Yan's ear. "What?" Jiang Yan stopped suddenly, not knowing what big news he heard. The next second, he turned around and ran towards the train station without any hesitation. But unfortunately, it's too late. "Jiang Yan, if you dare, try to run away from me." A noble lady with a white veil on her shoulders came from the stairs. When Jiang Yan heard the voice, his body froze instantly. He turned around and smiled awkwardly. "My dear mother, why are you here?" Chapter 4: The Pressure from My Mother. In Jiang Yan's single apartment at Dasha College, mother and son sat facing each other. "Mom, why did you suddenly come to the college?" Jiang Yan diligently poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to his mother. Yi Qiuqing took the tea, took a sip, and said lightly, "What did you promise me when you enrolled?" "You promised me that you would choose a girl as your fiancée when you reach your junior year. What happened now?" With a bang, Ye's mother slapped the table hard, put down the tea, reached out and pinched Jiang Yan's face. "My dear son, don't tell me you have forgotten this." Even a fool could hear the unhappiness in his tone. Jiang Yan knew that if he didn't give an explanation, he might not be able to leave the academy safely today. Jiang Yan stood up and walked directly behind Ye's mother. He patted her back very skillfully and said with a chuckle, "Mom, look, I'm only 20 years old and I haven't even graduated from college yet, isn't it a bit too early?" Yi Qiuqing closed her eyes and began to enjoy it, but her tone did not warm up at all, and she said lightly, "Don't give me that. You are the only one in our Zheng family. I tell you, you have to choose one for me today." As he said that, he took out a handful of photos and threw them on the table. The girls in the photos were all beauties picked out of a million, not to mention their family backgrounds. The families that can be married into by the Zhang family are at least wealthy families with assets worth tens of billions. Jiang Yan didn't even look at the photos. He had no interest in them and could only act coquettishly. "Mom, you." Before Jiang Yan could finish his words, Ye's mother glared at him fiercely and pointed her head towards the table, indicating that he had to pick one today. Jiang Yan stood there with a conflicted expression. It was not a good idea to choose, nor was it a good idea not to choose. What should he do? Seeing her son's conflicted look, Ye's mother curled her lips and took out a photo from her pocket. The photo showed a girl with a sweet smile. "What do you think of this? This is the eldest daughter of the wealthy Shin family. You two played together when you were young. She just came back from abroad a while ago. Shinru is so pretty now, how about taking some time to go see her? The Shin family of Southern Province is one of the most prominent families in all of China. Although their status is far from that of the Zheng family, their status is still not bad. In order to deal with his mother's departure as quickly as possible, Jiang Yan had no choice but to say, Okay, I'll take some time to go and have a look. Hearing this answer, Ye's mother smiled even more brightly and stood up from her chair. Then Mom won't stay any longer. Remember to go back more often when you have time. Your sister said she missed you these days. Jiang Yan's family consists of 4. He has a 15-year-old sister who is currently attending high school in Shanghai. It is estimated that in a few years, she will go to Daxia College like Jiang Yan. However, Jiang Yan is not usually in the college. Although he holds the title of Student Union President, he basically just does nothing about it. After bidding farewell to Ye's mother, Yang Shuowei appeared from nowhere, stood behind Jiang Yan, and said silently, Brother Yan, there is only 1 month left until the junior year points competition. Jiang Yan nodded, Yeah, I know. Daxia College does not rank students based on grades, but instead uses a point system. The competition is not as simple as a defense, and is usually held on a deserted island. Many people are eyeing the position of Student Union President, although Jiang Yan has been occupying this position since entering the academy. But it is still inevitable to be targeted, which is very troublesome. At this moment, Li Zhong, the vice president of the Student Union and Jiang Yan's right-hand man, walked in. Brother Yan, there are 2 newcomers causing trouble, and I have them under control. The management system of Daxia College is extremely strict. Points are everything here. Without points, even survival is a problem. The most difficult thing for new students to obtain is points, so every year there are many troublemakers who rely on their family background to act recklessly. Jiang Yan's eyes turned cold and he walked towards the confinement room. Yang Shuowei and Li Chong looked at each other, and the latter followed him. As for Yang Shuowei, the scene might be a bit bloody, so she decided not to go. When we arrived at the detention room, 2 brothers who were obviously twins were quarreling loudly with arrogant looks on their faces. Let me out now. My dad is the chairman of Jiangbei Tiangong Group. Be careful or I'll see you to death. When you first arrive, you will always break some rules. Open the door. Li Zhong took out the key, walked to the confinement room and opened the door. Jiang Yan went in alone. Soon, the screams of the twins were heard from inside. In the dim confinement room, Jiang Yan's hands were stained with blood, and the twins who were once so arrogant were lying on the ground, trembling. They looked at Jiang Yan with fear in their eyes. This guy actually dared to attack them. This is Daxia College. Jiang Yan looked at the 2 of them with contempt, took out a tissue to wipe the blood off his hands, and said lightly, You still have a lot to learn in Daxia College. You don't even understand the rules here, and you dare to cause trouble. Remember, in the entire Daxia Academy, the student union is the law enforcement agency. This is not a place where you can do whatever you want. After admonishing him about some rules, Jiang Yan turned and walked out of the confinement room. Li Zhong said helplessly, Brother Yan, if you do this, you will probably be criticized by the principal again. You should be more patient next time. Jiang Yan waved his hand indifferently, Come on, I'm doing this for their own good. If it were those guys, they would be even more ruthless. Li Zhong looked at the twins in the confinement room, shook his head, left a points card, and turned to leave. In the evening, the sky had completely darkened and Donghua Street was pitch black, with only the street lights flickering from time to time. Jiang Yan stopped in front of the tea shop on his electric scooter, holding a lollipop in his mouth, and opened the door lazily. He remembered clearly what happened this morning. That crazy woman would definitely come again. He had to pack up and run away quickly. When the lights were turned on, the store was suddenly brightly lit, but Jiang Yan's expression was stunned for a moment, because there was a tall figure sitting in front of the counter. Because it was too dark just now, he didn't notice it until now. Jiang Yan's expression was stiff. Why, are you here? Yi Yunwan lifted her pair of long white legs and said coldly. You came back so late. Tell me, where have you been? Jiang Yan couldn't stand it anymore. Adhering to the principle of not fighting with women, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and said silently. Does it have anything to do with you? Yi Yunwan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Yan to speak to her in this tone. Immediately afterwards, she became furious. This man needs to be punished. Yi Yunwan stared at Jiang Yan dangerously, and the next second, she rushed directly towards him. Obviously, this is going to be a violent one. Fuck, do you really think I can't beat you? Jiang Yan couldn't bear it any longer, and took a military boxing stance, facing Yi Yunwan's attack. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yan was lying on the ground with a bruised face and nose. He sighed silently, and felt a burning pain in his wounds. What's wrong with this woman? I have practiced military boxing for several years, but I couldn't even last 5 minutes in her hands. This is too outrageous. Yi Yunwan grabbed Jiang Yan's collar with one hand, lifted him up from the ground, and said with murderous intent, "It seems that you are very disobedient. I need to spend some time to discipline you." After saying that, Yi Yunwan just carried Jiang Yan in one hand and walked out of the store. As for the snacks, whoever wanted them could have them. Soon, a Rolls-Royce drove over from a distance. Yi Yunwan threw Jiang Yan directly to the back seat and sat in herself. Drive back to Villa Number 1. Chapter 5. Jiang Yan is fed again. In the morning, Jiang Yan woke up in a familiar room. His waist seemed to be entangled by something, and he looked around in a daze. The next second, he woke up instantly, sat up from the bed, and looked at Yi Yunwan lying in the quilt in disbelief. Are you crazy? Jiang Yan never thought that this crazy woman would actually dare to sleep in the same bed with him. Doesn't she know what chastity is? Such a big commotion naturally woke up Yi Yunwan. Looking at Jiang Yan, who was curled up on the bed, she said in a dissatisfied tone, "Why, am I so unpopular with you?" At this time, Jiang Yan was looking at the clothes he was wearing carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he probably didn't do that kind of thing. Little did she know that this scene made Yi Yunwan feel even more uncomfortable. Her face became visibly gloomy, and her tone was cold. "I think you need a lesson." Yi Yunwan stood up directly. As she was only wearing a nightgown, her private parts were exposed as soon as she stood up, but she didn't care about that. The snow-white feet kicked directly towards Jiang Yan's face. Before the latter could react, his face came into close contact with the snow-white feet. Ouch! Jiang Yan was kicked under the bed. He covered his red nose with his hands, tears about to flow out. "This is intolerable. I will fight you today." Jiang Yan rushed towards Yi Yunwan regardless of everything, but unfortunately his speed was too slow, and Yi Yunwan directly controlled him with a grappling hand. Jiang Yan was captured and tried to break free, but Yi Yunwan punched him in the abdomen several times, causing him to scream in pain. Damn, I really don't know what this woman ate to grow up. She is so ridiculously strong. Jiang Yan was confident that he could fight against more than a dozen strong men alone, but he was defeated every time in front of Yi Yunwan. After struggling for a while, Jiang Yan gave up again, lying powerlessly on the bed with beads of sweat on his forehead. Looking at the powerless Jiang Yan, Yi Yunwan would not let him go so easily. After a cold snort, she stepped on Jiang Yan's face with her snow-white feet. While stepping on it, he said viciously, "Remember, you belong to me. My patience with you is limited. Don't try to challenge my limit again." Jiang Yan turned his head and let the little foot step on the side of his cheek. It was better than getting the foot on his face. After venting for a while, Yi Yunwan looked at Jiang Yan, who was not struggling, and she began to think about playing with him again. Morning was the time when desire was the strongest. A sick smile appeared on her face. She squatted down, held Jiang Yan's head with both hands, and said gently in his ear, "As long as you behave, I will give you whatever you want." In the dim bedroom, the air conditioner was set to 21, and Yi Yunwan hugged Jiang Yan tightly, her delicate body constantly pressing against his. The two bodies overlapped perfectly. Yi Yunwan felt the touch and closed her eyes with satisfaction. The sun was high in the sky, and the scorching temperature made people not want to go out. The sound of cicadas faintly echoed in their ears, and then only the sound of cicadas was left. Yi Yunwan walked to the dining table and sat down. The servants had already prepared sumptuous dishes. The old butler stood respectfully beside her, holding a bottle of red wine in both hands. Jiang Yan also came down after a few minutes, because he found that the more he resisted this woman, the more she wanted to play with him, so he decided to give in to her for the time being. "Wait until I escape from this damn place this time and leave Jiang City directly, and see how she can find me." The dining table is made in Western style and can accommodate many people eating together, so there are plenty of seats. Yi Yunwan was sitting in the main seat, holding a pair of knife and fork, and a delicious steak was placed on the expensive plate. Jiang Yan took his steak and sat at the end of the table, which was farthest away from the crazy woman. The old butler walked over with a calm expression, placed a goblet in front of Jiang Yan, and poured some red wine into it. Please. Jiang Yan nodded silently. After cutting a piece of beef, his eyes suddenly lit up. It tasted pretty good. He picked up the red wine beside him and took a sip. At this moment, Yi Yunwan, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke in a calm tone. My mother is coming this afternoon, so you can go with me to pick her up at the airport. The tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter, but Jiang Yan's eyes widened. Puff. He spat out all the red wine that he hadn't swallowed yet, and Jiang Yan's throat was irritated, and he started coughing violently. Ahem, what did you say? Seeing this, the old butler standing by took out a towel and handed it over, and wiped Jiang Yan's face considerately. Seeing Jiang Yan's reaction, Yi Yunwan said impatiently. I said my mother is coming over this afternoon, you should come with me then. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Yan dangerously, meaning, if you dare to refuse, I guarantee that you will not see the sun tomorrow. Jiang Yan said with some embarrassment, but I have something else to do this afternoon. Yi Yunwan said calmly, Jiang Yan, you are the eldest son of the Yi family, the richest family in Magic City. You have a younger sister. Although I can't find out the school you are in, if I am not mistaken, it should be Daxia College. Jiang Yan was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Yi Yunwan to be able to find out his identity. It seems that this woman is not simple either. Seeing Jiang Yan's surprised expression, Yi Yunwan smiled with satisfaction and became more and more satisfied with Jiang Yan as a man. I never thought that the man I fell in love with was actually the eldest son of the Yi family in Magic City. This is really our fate. Hearing this, Jiang Yan complained in his heart, fate, it's almost a bad fate. Seeing that Jiang Yan did not respond, Yi Yunwan frowned and said, if you dare not respond to my words in the future, don't blame me for using family rules. The cold voice echoed in Jiang Yan's ears. He shuddered immediately and smiled at the crazy woman. Okay, I'll go. Well, you are sensible. Yi Yunwan nodded in satisfaction and looked at Jiang Yan, who had only eaten a little of the steak, and ordered. Come sit here. Jiang Yan was stunned and wanted to sit over there. What did he want to do? Did he do something to make her unhappy again? Jiang Yan still sat down obediently, only to see Yi Yunwan directly took the steak, cut it into a suitable size, and handed it to Jiang Yan's mouth. Open your mouth. Jiang Yan felt a little awkward being treated like this, and whispered. This is not good. Yi Yunwan's eyes became dangerous, and Jiang Yan was frightened so much that he quickly put the piece of beef into his mouth. The next second, Yi Yunwan gently pinched Jiang Yan's face, leaned closer, and whispered in his ear. Who allowed you to eat it? Did I let you eat it? To Jiang Yan, these words were like the whisper of a devil, and he forced a smile. I won't dare to do that next time. Yi Yunwan nodded, cut off another piece and handed it to Jiang Yan's mouth, saying softly. Eat it. Jiang Yan ate it obediently and didn't dare to make any other moves, for fear of upsetting the person in front of him. Yi Yunwan also enjoyed the feeling of feeding Jiang Yan very much. She handed the food to Jiang Yan's mouth again and again without any boredom. Chapter 6: The Future Man of the Yi Family. On June 4th, the summer temperature is still high and the long legs on the streets are clearly visible. This may be some people's favorite season. In the afternoon, at Jiang City Airport, Jiang Yan was reluctantly dragged by Yi Yunwan to pick him up at the airport, and was forced to change into a set of branded casual clothes that cost over $1 million. To be honest, what do you like about me? I think it can be changed. At the airport exit, Jiang Yan's hand was held by Yi Yunwan. Feeling the soft touch, he probed. I'm not that outstanding. It's just that my family is a little richer and I'm a little smarter. Hearing this, Yi Yunwan turned her beautiful face and whispered charmingly in Jiang Yan's ear. As long as it's you, I like you. I won't let you go unless you die. Jiang Yan felt like crying but had no tears after hearing these words. Yi Yunwan saw this scene and smiled. Just at this moment, a group of people came towards the side not far away. Since it was an exclusive pickup point, there were not many people there. Here she comes. Yi Yunwan said softly, looking at a middle-aged woman in the front with very well-maintained skin. Because Yi Yunwan's father married into the Yi family, Yi Yunwan took her mother's surname. Hearing this, Jiang Yan also looked over and noticed the woman with outstanding temperament at a glance. She looked to be in her 30s. This is Yi Yunwan's mother. She looks quite young. Could this woman be my stepdaughter? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of high heels echoed in the hall, and Yi Yunshu walked directly in front of Jiang Yan, wearing a pair of sunglasses on her head. You must be Yunwan's boyfriend. You look handsome. You must be a hired help. This guess was too right. Jiang Yan just wanted to speak, but Yi Yunwan covered his mouth with her hand. What are you doing? Jiang Yan directly reached out and knocked away the jade hand that was covering him, and looked at Yi Yunwan who was standing beside him. Ignoring Jiang Yan, Yi Yunwan turned directly to her mother and said calmly. Man, you've seen it too, you can go back now. There was no emotion in these words, as if this was a normal conversation between mother and daughter. There's something fishy going on. Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was obvious that there was a conflict between the mother and daughter. This was a good opportunity. If I do something at this time, this crazy woman will kick me away. Having said that, Jiang Yan wanted to give it a try, but unfortunately, before he could open his mouth, he was locked into a pair of sharp eyes. On the side, Yi Yunwan's cold eyes were like two sharp arrows, piercing deep into Jiang Yan's heart, as if to say, if you dare to talk nonsense, I will make you live a life worse than death when you go back. Looking at the two of them, Yi Yunshu revealed a meaningful smile. It seems that this trip was not in vain. I heard that my daughter finally found a boyfriend, so I flew over to see and take a look. Now it seems that the relationship between these two people seems to be unusual. Okay, I flew here specially, not to watch you two stare at each other. A moment later, the group walked out in a mighty procession. An extended luxury car had been waiting there for a long time. The old butler sitting in the driver's seat said respectfully, Madam, where are we going? It is obvious that after Yi Yunshu, the wife of the Yi family, came, the decision-making body is no longer made by Yi Yunwan, the eldest daughter. After thinking for a while, Yi Yunshu said directly, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. What? Jiang Yan, who had been sitting quietly in the back, stood up immediately when he heard that they were going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Auntie, this is not good. Yunwan and I have only known each other for a short time. Isn't it a bit too hasty? Jiang Yan originally wanted to talk directly to this woman, but a hand pinched his waist, so he had no choice but to change his words. But he had no choice here, Yi Yunshu directly ordered. Drive. In the driver's seat, the old butler looked at Jiang Yan pitifully, quickly started the car, and drove towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yimu was trimming her nails and asked Jiang Yan who was sitting in the back. I heard from Yunwan that you are the eldest son of the Zhang family in Magic City. Doesn't that mean Yi Qiuqing is your mother? Jiang Yan nodded with a helpless look on his face. This was not something that could be hidden. Seeing Jiang Yan nod, Yimu smiled. She picked up the phone in her bag and made a call. The call was quickly connected, and an impatient voice came from the other end, which Jiang Yan was extremely familiar with. It's strange that you, a night tiger, would actually call me. You don't want to ask me for something, do you? Jiang Yan's eyelids twitched. The voice sounded like his mother's. Did these two people know each other? If it were any other time, Yimu would have already started to use her power, but today her face was full of smiles. Mr. Yi, I heard that you have a son who is pretty good looking. Does he have a girlfriend? Yi Qiuqing on the other end of the phone was stunned, realizing that something was wrong, and asked in confusion. No, what's wrong? Hearing this, Ye's mother smiled and handed the phone to Jiang Yan, then winked at her obedient daughter beside her. The latter immediately understood and pinched Jiang Yan's waist hard, and he immediately screamed. Ah, what on earth can I do with you? Jiang Yan covered his waist and took a breath. This crazy woman was going crazy again. But the scream startled Yi Qiuqing on the other end of the phone. She still recognized her son's voice. Where is Jiang Yan with you? What did you do to my son? Yimu put the phone back to her ear and said with a smug smile. Nothing, it's just that my precious daughter has fallen in love with your son and is on her way to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Hearing this, Yi Qiuqing on the other end of the phone became excited instantly and shouted. I warn you, Mr. Yi, don't have any evil ideas about my son. He can't marry into your Yi family. Yi Qiuqing wanted to say something else, but Yimu just lightly tapped her finger and the call was hung up instantly. She turned around and smiled at Yi Yunwan. My dear daughter, you have made me proud this time. I actually captured that woman's son. Let's see if she dares to brag to me about how powerful her son is in the future. Yi Yunwan had not spoken a word until she got on the bus, and then she slowly said. I didn't expect to find such a good man, don't you think? These words were said to Jiang Yan, who had a look of despair on his face. Yi Yunwan smiled and kissed him on the face. It smells so good. Faced with such intimate actions, Jiang Yan resisted at first, but now he has become accustomed to it. At Dasha College, Ye's mother, who was drinking tea in the principal's office, left in a hurry and said angrily, "Mr. Yi, if you dare to touch my precious son, I will never forgive you." At this time, at the Civil Affairs Bureau of Jiang City, an extended luxury car slowly stopped. Jiang Yan, who was sitting in the car, knew that this was his last chance. Both mother and daughter are serious. Once they get the certificate, their wonderful life for the rest of their lives will be over. As soon as the car door opened, since there were only two people in the back seat, Jiang Yan quickly opened the right door and ran out while Yi Yunwan pushed open the left door. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yimu was stunned. She didn't expect that this kid would dare to run away. She quickly ordered the bodyguards in the last row. "What are you still standing there for? Go after him. He's your young lady's future man. Where are you going to find him if you lose him?" Chapter 7. Do you also play high jump? Hurry up and find him, or the lady will be furious. Outside the Jiangxi Civil Affairs Bureau, dozens of bodyguards were searching everywhere, causing passers-by to look at them strangely. On the first floor of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yi Yunwan exuded a cold aura that kept strangers away, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. "It's better not to let me find you, otherwise I will let you know what the consequences are for disobeying." Ye's mother sat aside without any worries and was showing off in her circle of friends. Anyway, she had already cordoned off the area around the Civil Affairs Bureau and would be able to find it sooner or later. Jiang Yan, a key figure, was currently in the director's office on the third floor of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Jinan stood by the window, looked at the bodyguards who were searching below, and turned around. "If you ask me, you should just give in to her. She is the eldest daughter of the Yi family after all, and she won't suffer any loss." Jiang Yan, who was sitting comfortably in his office chair, was unhappy and muttered, "Then you don't know how crazy that woman is. If she knew I was on the third floor, she would probably come up and tear me to pieces." Fortunately, because of his family connections, Jiang Yan knew Uncle Lu, who was the director of Jiang City, otherwise it would be all over. Hearing this, Lu Jinan looked doubtful and said, "No way. I think the eldest daughter of the Yi family is quite dignified. How could she have violent tendencies? If you don't know the suffering of others, don't advise them to do good." Jiang Yan was too lazy to argue with him. The most urgent thing was to find a way to escape. He couldn't hide here forever. "Uncle Lu, do you have any secret passages here? Lend it to me. You are so bold." Lu Jinan rolled his eyes at Jiang Yan and said speechlessly, "You think this is wartime? There are secret passages everywhere. If you come to get married, I can give you a backdoor. Do you need it?" Seeing that there was really no secret passage, Jiang Yan had no choice but to take out his cell phone and call his mother. The call was connected almost instantly, and Ye's mother's anxious voice came from the other end. "Son, are you okay? Did that woman give you any trouble? Mom will be here soon, you must hold on." "What the hell is going on?" Jiang Yan was speechless. "Your precious son is trapped in the Civil Affairs Bureau. Please think of a solution quickly, or I will really have to marry into your family." When Lu Jinan, who was standing by, heard the word marrying into the wife's family, his ears immediately pricked up. Hey, rich people really play around. Hearing that her son was fine, Ye's mother breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'm glad you're okay. Just wait. Mom will be here in an hour. Hang in there." Hearing that it would take another hour, Jiang Yan hung up the phone decisively. "By the time you arrive, all the certificates will have been collected. It seems that I can't rely on my mother anymore, so I should think of other ways." Jiang Yan couldn't help but shiver when he thought about what would happen if he was caught by that woman Yi Yunwan. "But how else can I escape? The place is surrounded by bodyguards and I am completely blocked." Thinking of this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but complain. "Uncle Lu, the public security here is too bad. They are blocking the road openly, and you don't do anything about it?" Lu Jinan, who was sitting on the soft sofa nearby, waved his hand and said with a faint smile, "What can I do? The bodyguards will give money to anyone who passes through here. Honestly, if I wasn't afraid that you would mess with me later, I would have wanted to go and collect the money. I can only say that the Yi family is worthy of its name, it is truly a wealthy and powerful family." After thinking for a long time, Jiang Yan took out his mobile phone and sent a message in his student union group. Jiangyan President, brothers, who has connections in Jiang City. I'm trapped in the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Chong Vice President, I can't help you. Yang Shuowei Secretary, there is nothing I can do. Wan Shaoshi Lawyer, Brother Yan, we have all heard about the incident. In my opinion, you should just do it. And Ming Yuan Standing Committee Member, yes, President, otherwise we can only go to your house for the banquet. Li Zhong, Yang Shuowei, Wan Shaoshi, same as above. Looking at these messages, Jiang Yan turned off his phone in anger. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Take a look around here, don't miss any place. Hearing the voice, Jiang Yan immediately stood up from his office chair. Oh no, bad, he actually came here. Lu Jinan, who was sitting on the sofa, did not forget to make sarcastic remarks and said with a smile. In my opinion, you should just give in. She's so pretty, you won't lose out. Jiang Yan simply ignored him and glanced towards the corridor on the third floor. There were several bodyguards checking the rooms outside. Damn, they checked a house and found a box of cash left behind. What a damn rich guy. Jiang Yan simply locked the door and pulled the curtains on the side to ensure that the situation inside could not be seen from the outside. Then he quickly walked to the window. Because Jiang City rains a lot, there is usually a narrow water filtering channel on the top floor. Looking at the narrow road of only 70 or 80 centimeters, Jiang Yan swallowed his saliva and resolutely climbed out of the window. Seeing this, Lu Jinan, who was lying on the sofa, widened his eyes, stood up excitedly, and ran to the window. You're crazy. This is the third floor. If you fall down, you'll be crippled if not dead. Since it was at the back of the building, no one noticed Jiang Yan's actions. He smiled confidently. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. I have been in the military before, so this level of difficulty won't be a problem for me. Jiang Yan started to move as he spoke. He leaned against the wall and slowly moved towards the edge of the building. There is a white water pipe over there. Although it is made of plastic, it should be fine for temporary use. Lu Jinan could only watch anxiously, hoping that Jiang Yan would succeed, otherwise. If the woman from the Jiang family knew that her son had jumped off a building in front of him, the director, she would probably tear down the Civil Affairs Bureau. Soon, Jiang Yan reached the white pipe. He took a deep breath, hugged the pipe with his arms and slid down. The plastic pipe immediately made a rumbling sound, as if it would collapse in the next second. Fortunately, Jiang Yan succeeded. He looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he quickly ran towards the fence not far away. As long as you get out of the fence and hide somewhere, nothing should happen. Jiang Yan easily jumped over the nearly 2-meter-long iron fence with a few jumps and landed steadily outside the fence. Ah, I'm such a genius. If I participate in the high jump, I will definitely win glory for my country. Just when Jiang Yan was looking very proud, he didn't notice at all that there was a person squatting at the corner of the fence. Really? What if I break your legs? A sudden voice sounded in Jiang Yan's ears, and the familiar voice made him tremble all over. Jiang Yan looked to the left with a somewhat stiff expression, and the person he least wanted to see appeared. What a coincidence! Are you also doing high jump? Jiang Yan looked at Yi Yunwan, who was walking towards him, and gave a smile that was uglier than crying. Chapter 8. Yi Yunwan, can you escape? 2:30 p.m., Jiang City Civil Affairs Bureau. Outside the iron fence, Yi Yunwan looked at Jiang Yan, who was retreating continuously with a gloomy face, her tone extremely cold. Try running for me again today. Do you feel wrong to be my man? Gurgle. Jiang Yan swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. You think too much. Actually, I was just a little bored, so I played a game with you guys. But Yi Yunwan's mood at this moment was extremely bad, and she wanted to rush up immediately. Jiang Yan understood that if he was caught by this woman here, he would be living a life worse than death if he went back. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yan turned around and ran at the fastest speed in his life. Very good. Yi Yunwan was not in a hurry to catch up. She looked at Jiang Yan's fleeing back, as if she was looking at a dead person, with only coldness in her eyes. Taking out her cell phone and making a call, Yi Yunwan said coldly. Catch him for me. On the street ahead, after Yi Yunwan finished making the call, several plainclothes bodyguards immediately rushed out from the crowd. Jiang Yan, who was running for his life, was startled. It was too late to change direction now, so he could only rush forward. Master Jiang, you'd better listen to our young lady. Yeah, we didn't know how to control our strength. It would be bad if we hurt you. Four plainclothes bodyguards blocked Jiang Yan's path, but the latter's speed did not slow down at all. When Jiang Yan was 1 meter away from the 4 people, he jumped up with his knees forward. Seeing this, the bodyguard in front immediately tried to dodge, but the distance was too close and it was too late. Cough. The bodyguard in flowery clothes was hit in the face by Jiang Yan's knee and fainted. Jiang Yan smiled. Humph, do you really think I'm a vegetarian? The 3 bodyguards looked at each other, then rushed towards Jiang Yan together, trying to control him. But Jiang Yan had been in a military camp after all, and his reaction speed was unmatched by these bodyguards. Jiang Yan dodged it easily by taking a step back, and the 3 men missed and fell to the ground. After getting rid of several bodyguards, Jiang Yan stepped on their heads and ran quickly towards the alley. It's not that Jiang Yan is very powerful, it's mainly because Yi Yunwan knows some martial arts, so her requirements for bodyguards are not high. In addition, these 4 bodyguards did not really want to fight with Jiang Yan, so they were easily subdued. The bodyguard, who was knocked unconscious by an E, secretly opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jiang Yan had really left. It's not easy to be a bodyguard these days. What's most tested is emotional intelligence. On the other side, Jiang Yan, who had already run into the alley, breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was summer after all, and after just a quick soak, the sweat dripped down like rain. It took so much effort, and although there were some accidents, I finally escaped. Thinking that he wouldn't have to worry about being tortured by Yi Yunwan in the future, Jiang Yan's mood suddenly improved a lot. My hometown is in the northeast. Humming a ballad all the way, Jiang Yan walked leisurely towards the exit of the alley with a smug smile on his face. The alley was very narrow, so there were not many people. Jiang Yan didn't care and continued walking forward. As he was about to walk out of the dim alley, Jiang Yan took a breath of free air and opened his arms as if to embrace a bright future. But the next second, his smile stopped instantly, his outstretched arms were retracted, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Outside the alley, 3 black cars blocked the surrounding roads, and more than a dozen bodyguards stared at Jiang Yan, who walked out of the alley. The car door opened and Yi Yunwan got out of the car. Her cool and elegant temperament was particularly special. I have already given you the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it. Yi Yunwan's emotionless eyes met Jiang Yan's, and the latter fell to the ground. Why is this happening? How does she know my location? This shouldn't be possible. The plot didn't develop like this. It was said that they would embrace a brand new future, but Jiang Yan only saw hell. Yi Yunwan walked up to Jiang Yan, squatted down, and touched his face with her hand. Jiang Yan only felt that the soft hand was very cold, and his eyes met Yi Yunwan's. Are you confused as to why I was able to find you and even pinpoint your location? Yi Yunwan reached out and touched Jiang Yan's collar, and a miniature locator appeared in her hand. Seeing the locator, Jiang Yan was shocked. You put this thing on me. But at this moment, Yi Yunwan didn't have the patience to talk nonsense with him, and directly ordered several bodyguards to tie Jiang Yan up. Jiang Yan did not struggle during this process, after all, it was useless. Soon, 3 black cars drove away quickly, but not towards the Civil Affairs Bureau, but towards Villa Number 1. In the car, Jiang Yan, who was tied up tightly, felt hopeless. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. But he was tied up and couldn't move. Seeing this, Yi Yunwan took the phone from him, opened the car window and threw it out. She will not allow anyone to disturb her today, and no one can see her until Jiang Yan is completely obedient. The person who called was Ye's mother. Shortly after Jiang Yan was taken away, she immediately rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. But it was too late. Jiang Yan had already been taken away by Yi Yunwan, leaving only Ye's mother sitting in the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as Yi Qiuqing entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, she yelled, Yi Yinshu, where did you take my precious son? Faced with such a big commotion, Yi Yinshu stood up slowly and said with a smile, Hey, isn't this my mother-in-law? Long time no see. Your baby son has been taken away by my daughter. The child is rather wild and I can't stop him. How could Yi Qiuqing not understand what this meant? There was no way they could stop it. It was obvious that they wanted to make the matter a fait accompli. I'm telling you, Yi Yinshu, my son will never marry your daughter, so just give up on this idea. Even after being told this, Yi Yinshu remained not angry. He took out a photo from his arms and threw it over. This is a selfie of my daughter. So what if I take a selfie? I tell you, no matter how pretty your daughter is. When Yi Qiuqing saw the cold and beautiful face in the photo, her words stopped abruptly. This girl is pretty. I didn't expect this old woman's daughter to be so beautiful. This isn't a photoshopped photo of you, is it? Yi Qiuqing asked doubtfully. Yi Yunwan's appearance in the photo was simply stunning, almost crushing the fiancé she introduced to her son. Hearing this, Yi Yunshu said disdainfully, "My daughter, do you still need pee? My daughter has taken a fancy to your son. Believe me, you won't lose out." "Humph, who knows if you were lying to me?" Yi Qiuqing snorted coldly. But she still put the photo into her bag. If it was true, it didn't seem impossible. When Yi Yunshu saw the scene, he knew that this matter was promising and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "I originally thought that with my daughter's personality, she would probably be single for the rest of her life, but I didn't expect that she would actually fall in love with someone. Moreover, he is the genius young master of the Zheng family. It was simply effortless for him to get it." At this time, Villa number 1. As the bedroom curtains were drawn, Jiang Yan was tied to a chair again, and the sound of a shower came from the bathroom. Chapter 9 Forced to Stop Suspension of Study. Villa number 1, second floor bedroom. In the dim room, Jiang Yan was tied up and sitting on a chair, looking powerless. With a click, the bathroom door opened, and a puff of white steam floated out, along with a faint fragrance. A proud and delicate body walked out from it. Yi Yunwan was wearing a black nightgown. Seeing such a hot scene, Jiang Yan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He hated this crazy woman, but that didn't mean he was asexual. "You come out in just a nightgown, who can stand that?" Jiang Yan couldn't help but lower his head subconsciously, forcing himself not to look at her. Seeing Jiang Yan's behavior, Yi Yunwan curled up the corners of her mouth. "It seems that she is still charming. Tell me, how do you want to spend this evening?" Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yi Yunwan raised her snow-white thighs and faced Jiang Yan. Hearing this, Jiang Yan said with some anticipation, "How about, you let me go?" In an instant, Yi Yunwan kicked Jiang Yan directly, knocking him to the ground. Jiang Yan suddenly felt dizzy, and when he came to his senses, he was lying on the ground. Seeing Yi Yunwan walking towards him, he couldn't help but say, "Sister, don't do it, we can talk it over." "Discuss?" Yi Yunwan laughed angrily, took out her iron fan, put it on Jiang Yan's face, and said with a sick smile, "If I can't have you, then I will destroy you. Do you think this is a good deal?" Feeling the cold edge of the iron fan, Jiang Yan was sure that this woman really dared to take action. "Don't worry, sister, put this thing down first, okay? What if your hand slips? Will you still hide from me?" "I don't dare anymore." Another kick hit Jiang Yan's abdomen. He screamed "ah" and felt like he was going to vomit the food he had eaten the night before. Jiang Yan felt a little aggrieved. "I told you I wouldn't dare, why did you move your feet?" Yi Yunwan squatted down again and said calmly, "Because you can't believe what you say, unless..." "Jiang Yan, unless what?" With a smile on her lips, Yi Yunwan whispered in Jiang Yan's ear, "You are already a junior now, and it is time for you to go out for internship." Jiang Yan frowned immediately. "You want me to go to your company?" The internship company at Daxia College has very high requirements, and ordinary people don't have the qualifications. "Don't worry about that." Before Jiang Yan could finish his words, Yi Yunwan interrupted him directly, her tone full of confidence. "As long as you agree to come to my company for an internship, I'll let you off this time." Jiang Yan suddenly became curious, because Daxia College is a special college. The employment rate of all students who can graduate is 100%, and they are all specially hired by major groups. Of course, the companies where graduates do internships also have strict requirements. In order to prevent people from relying on their background to get certificates, strict screening is usually carried out. What on earth does this woman do? She is so confident that she can make it into the list of powerful companies of Daxia College. "Well, if you can really do it, then I'll go. No matter what, let's get through this hurdle first." Hearing the answer, a cunning look flashed in Yi Yunwan's eyes, and she helped Jiang Yan untie the rope. "Since everything is fine, I'll leave first." As soon as he was untied, Jiang Yan wanted to run away immediately. He didn't want to stay in this place any longer. "Stop, who told you to leave?" Seeing Jiang Yan wanted to run away the first time, Yi Yunwan's face turned cold. Jiang Yan, who had already run to the door, paused and turned around with a distressed look on his face. "Sister, you don't want to regret it, do you? People should be honest." Yi Yunwan walked back to the bed and sat down, patting the quilt beside her. The meaning was self-evident. Jiang Yan understood it instantly and scratched his head. "This isn't good. Damn, this is the rhythm of keeping me overnight, no way." Yi Yunwan did not answer, but just sat there quietly, staring at Jiang Yan. After a while, Jiang Yan couldn't stand the pressure anymore and walked over. A minute later, Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan were lying on the same bed, hugging each other tightly. Yi Yunwan held Jiang Yan's waist tightly, feeling the soft touch on his back. He dared not move. The next morning, after Jiang Yan had breakfast, he was sent back by the old housekeeper. It was Leng who tempted me. I started singing a love song. In the car, Jiang Yan's phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was Yang Shuawei calling. Hey, what's up? Yang Shuawei on the other end of the phone paused for a moment and said slowly. Brother Yan, the principal knows about your beating, and he's going to assign you to Class D. Students at Dasha College are divided into classes according to their ranking, from the lowest level Class D to the highest level Class S. Due to different class rankings, the points each student can receive each month are also different, but it doesn't mean much to Jiang Yan. After all, he has dropped out of school now, and the points are of no use to him. Jiang Yan said indifferently, it's okay if we split up. What's the big deal? Could it be that I am still short of those few points? Yang Shuawei on the other end of the phone said silently. But Auntie seems to have talked to the college's top management about something, and now the college plans to stop your leave of absence. It can be said that once Jiang Yan stops taking a leave of absence, his free life will come to an end, and his treatment in the academy will plummet. Because he was assigned to Class D, Jiang Yan's original single dormitory would be taken back by the college. Not only that, the things sold in the academy are divided into different grades, so it can be said that even if you have points, you cannot buy them. Originally, even if Jiang Yan went back, in addition to attending classes every day, he could still enjoy delicious food. If I go back now, I will probably only be able to eat low-nutrition meal every day, and I will hardly see meat. Upon hearing that his suspension from school was going to be suspended, Jiang Yan suddenly became agitated, and even his voice became a lot louder. What? Stop taking a leave of absence? Without hesitation, Jiang Yan quickly hung up the phone and called his mother. Beep, the user you dialed is on the phone. The call was hung up instantly, and Jiang Yan realized that he had been blacklisted. It was over. Jiang Yan's eyes lost their luster in an instant and he lay down on the back seat. At the same time, Villa number 1. My dear daughter, I have prepared the opportunity for you. The rest is up to you. Yi Yunwan, who was still lying in the arms of love, hung up the phone, closed her eyes again, but a smile appeared on her lips. Jiang Yan, there will be plenty of time in the future, let us have fun slowly. Many students at Dasha College also knew about these things, and messages were posted everywhere at once. Some said that Jiang Yan had fallen and the position of student union president should be moved. More people were excited. Jiang Yan was assigned to Class D. Such a good opportunity to laugh at him could not be missed. Chapter 10 Yi Yunwan is on a business trip. Jiang Yan has a brief period of freedom. Dasha College. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Yan. In Class D classroom, Jiang Yan briefly introduced himself and sat down in a window seat in the back row. The 30 or so students in the classroom all looked at Jiang Yan secretly, their hearts full of curiosity. This is the legendary President Zheng. He was actually assigned to their Class D. This is something we have never seen before. Faced with these gazes, Jiang Yan simply lay down on the table, closed his eyes and began to rest. The female teacher at the podium did not dare to disturb him, and Jiang Yan's academic level was obvious to everyone. Even if he sleeps every day, he will always be the top student in the grade. At the same time, in the principal's office. Then Principal Wang, this matter is settled. Yi Yunwan smiled and stood up from her chair, and Principal Wang nodded calmly. It was almost noon and half of the day had passed. As the half-day class came to an end, Jiang Yan walked towards the dormitory with a listless look on his face. The students passing by looked at him curiously, and many of them pointed and talked in low voices. It's been such a short time since we last met, and you look so haggard already. A sudden voice sounded behind Jiang Yan, and a beautiful figure stood behind him. Hearing this, Jiang Yan turned around and was slightly surprised. Why are you here? Yi Yunwan was seen wearing a black women's suit and a pair of black high heels. Seeing Yi Yunwan dressed so formally, Jiang Yan couldn't help but marvel. This woman really looks good in anything she wears. Come with me. Yi Yunwan walked up to Jiang Yan, took his hand, and pulled him towards the apartment building. This scene shocked everyone around. The college prohibits premature love, but these two people are so bold in broad daylight. What are you doing here? In front of the apartment building, Jiang Yan felt the softness in his hand and felt a little confused. Yi Yunwan took out an apartment key and said softly, "I happen to have an apartment in the college. From today on, you can live with me." The two took the elevator to the top floor of the apartment. There was only one room on the entire floor, so they would not be disturbed by anyone. Looking at the exquisite decorations around him, Jiang Yan said in surprise, "I asked Mr. Wang for this penthouse before, but he didn't give it to me. How do you have the key?" The next second, Jiang Yan regretted asking the question. "This entire academy was built by my Yi family. Is it weird that I have a penthouse?" Jiang Yan had nothing to say about this. There was nothing he could do as it was to Versailles. Suddenly, Yi Yunwan turned around, and she lifted Jiang Yan's chin with her hand and said with a smile, "I told you, as long as you obey me, you can have whatever you want." To be honest, Yi Yunwan was also surprised at this moment, but she was not surprised by Jiang Yan's identity as the student union president. Yi Yunwan was a student of the previous class of Daxia College and also one of the student union presidents. She graduated with the highest score in the history of the college. After graduation, in just 2 years, without relying on the Yi family's connections, he built his own business empire in Jiang City. It can be said that the current Jiang City has basically been monopolized by Feiyin Group, forming a closed circle. As long as you are in Jiang City. So no matter how Yi Yunwan spends the money will eventually come back to her. But I really didn't expect that you could break my points record. In the living room, Yi Yunwan suddenly hugged Jiang Yan, smelling the masculine scent on his body with a look of enjoyment on her face. When she graduated that year, Yi Yunwan set a record of 100,000 points on her own, almost double the points of the previous class. Jiang Yan became the student union president as soon as he entered school and created his own team. In just 2 years, he broke the record set by Yi Yunwan. It can be said that Jiang Yan's talent definitely surpasses that of Yi Yunwan, who is known as a business genius. Hearing the praise, Jiang Yan smiled modestly. "It's okay, but I'm still not as good as you." Hearing the title sister, Yi Yunwan frowned slightly, leaned forward, and whispered softly in Jiang Yan's ear, "I don't like this name. From now on, when no one is around, you have to call me wife, and when someone is around, you have to call me Yunwan. Do you understand?" Already accustomed to these intimate actions, Jiang Yan hesitated and finally nodded. Yi Yunwan hugged Jiang Yan's neck with her 2 jade-white arms and said softly, "Call me wife, let me hear it." Between rejection and obedience, Jiang Yan chose the latter and shouted obediently, "Wife." Hearing the word wife, Yi Yunwan felt extremely satisfied and let go of Jiang Yan. The next second, their lips touched each other directly, and Jiang Yan's eyes widened. A minute later, Yi Yunwan licked her soft lips and said, "This is a reward for you. I have to go on a business trip recently. I hope you will still be so obedient when I come back." When he heard the word business trip, Jiang Yan admitted that he was indeed happy. "Okay, don't worry." Seeing Jiang Yan's confident look, Yi Yunwan took advantage of his inattention and bit Jiang Yan's neck. Hiss, Jiang Yan took a breath of cold air, and his whole mind was immediately tense. "What are you doing?" After a moment, Yi Yunwan opened her mouth and looked at the mark on Jiang Yan's neck with pride. "This is the mark I carved on you. From now on, you can only be mine." After saying that, Yi Yunwan didn't stay any longer and left the apartment directly. Jiang Yan was the only one left there, covering his neck in pain. This woman's possessiveness was too strong. I took a look at the layout of the apartment. The 3 rooms are all quite large, worthy of being a top-notch penthouse. The decoration in the master bedroom was obviously different. Looking at the pink doll on the bedside, Jiang Yan smiled. Unexpectedly, she still has a cute side. If Yi Yunwan saw the smile, she would probably not be able to resist making a sudden counterattack. The next morning, Jiang Yan was still lying listlessly at the back of the classroom, unaware that his peaceful life was about to be disrupted. Today we have a new student who transferred from abroad. Please welcome him with applause. The students in Class D, who had already gotten used to Jiang Yan's presence, applauded. They were also a little curious. It's already my junior year, and there are still people transferring here at this critical juncture. Let us welcome our new classmate, Shin Shinru. The teacher, dressed in professional attire, walked to the blackboard and gave up the center seat on the podium. The classroom door was pushed open, and the simple yet elegant light white dress attracted everyone's attention. When everyone in Class D except Jiang Yan saw the appearance of the new classmate, they were suddenly excited. "Fuck, what a beautiful girl. Is she really going to transfer to our class? I declare that from today on, the title of campus beauty will be changed. Chen Shinru, my goddess. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. The men looked excited while the women looked a little dissatisfied. TSK, she's just a little prettier, what's so great about that? Under the gaze of everyone, Shin Shinru walked to the center of the podium and smiled gently and politely. Hello everyone, my name is Shin Shinru, and I hope that in the coming time, I can live in harmony with everyone. The male students in the audience were immediately excited. The voice was so nice. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost settled, the teacher came over and said with a faint smile, just find an empty seat and sit down. If you need anything, you can go find the monitor. As for the class monitor, he is a boy sitting in the front row. It is said that his family is extremely wealthy. There are a lot of empty seats in the class, so except for friends who get along well with each other, everyone basically sits alone. Hearing this, Shin Shinru glanced around the classroom, and her gaze finally fixed on the person lying on the ground. Finally found you. The next second, Shin Shinru walked directly to the back row of the classroom, which puzzled many people. Jiang Yan, who was lying down to rest, suddenly felt his eyelids go dark. Excuse me, can I sit next to you? Chapter 11: The Arrival of Childhood Sweetheart. In the last row of Class D classroom, Jiang Yan looked up in confusion when he heard the familiar voice. Shin Shinru standing in front of him was dignified and beautiful, and she was like the most beautiful scenery standing there. Brother Jiang Yan, long time no see. Shin Shinru's sweet voice brought Jiang Yan back to his senses. He looked at the girl who seemed familiar yet strange, and said in surprise, You are Shinru? Although I had heard from my mother before that my childhood sweetheart was going back to China, I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Of course. So, under the gaze of the teacher and all the students in Class D, Shin Shinru sat next to Jiang Yan, right next to him. The male students in the class were almost devastated. They finally got a beauty as beautiful as the school belle, but she was gone just like that. But if they were asked to argue with Jiang Yan, they still didn't have the courage to do so. Don't forget that although Jiang Yan was transferred to Class D, he is still the president of the student union. The reputation of the Dasha College Student Union is so great that even the teachers in the entire college have to give them some respect and dare not put on airs. As the student union president, Jiang Yan has many bad rumors, so no one wants to get close to him. As the class continued, the students in the class regained their focus and began to get into the state. At the end of the classroom, Jiang Yan looked at the girl next to him curiously and exclaimed, I didn't expect that you would be so beautiful, Nizi. Shin Shinru, who was standing next to him, blushed when she heard Jiang Yan's praise and smiled softly. Brother Jiang Yan, you are very handsome now, aren't you? When I came here, I heard a lot of rumors about you. Because there were several rows of empty seats in the middle of the classroom, even if the two of them didn't deliberately lower their voices, no teacher or classmates could hear them. I remembered that you were recuperating abroad. Why did you suddenly transfer back? Jiang Yan asked puzzledly. Because of some congenital deficiencies, Shin Shinru has always been in poor physical condition and would become out of breath after walking a few steps. So when she was a child, no one wanted to play with her, only Jiang Yan didn't care about it. Shin Shinru smiled sweetly, I am in much better shape now than before. Besides, it was too boring abroad and there was no one to accompany me, so I switched back. In fact, in foreign schools, Shin Shinru was treated like a princess because of her beautiful appearance, and no one dared to approach her. So that's how it is. Jiang Yan nodded, lay down on the table again, closed his eyes and rested. These days, because Yi Yunwan is away, he has become particularly relaxed and is now living a completely American lifestyle. I play games at night and sleep in the classroom during the day. Life is so uncomfortable. Shin Shinru, who was standing aside, looked at Jiang Yan who had fallen asleep, staring at his profile, unwilling to move her eyes away. Ring. As the lunch bell rang, the half-day class ended and a large group of students walked towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria of Dasha College is large enough to accommodate 10,000 people dining at the same time, so there is no need to worry about crowding. Jiang Yan opened his eyes drowsily only after all the students had left the classroom. Brother Jiang Yan, you're awake. Shin Shinru walked into the classroom carrying a thermos bucket and just saw Jiang Yan getting up from his seat. Jiang Yan asked doubtfully, aren't you going to eat? Hearing this, Shin Shinru raised the thermos in her hand and smiled virtuously. I always have to pay attention to my body's nutrition, so my family always brings me food. Brother Jiang Yan, do you want to eat with me? Jiang Yan quickly waved his hands, forget it, you're not in good health, eat more. After saying that, Jiang Yan planned to walk towards the cafeteria. It would be perfect to have a good sleep after lunch. But Shen Xinru directly grabbed Jiang Yan's arm and said with a pitiful look, "Brother Jiang Yan, do you hate eating with Xinru?" Jiang Yan was stunned and smiled bitterly. "How could I hate you? Given our relationship, even if I hate my own mother, I can't possibly hate you." A mother who was shopping in a mall sneezed several times and looked confused. "Then you can eat with me. I specially asked them to make 2 servings this morning." Seeing this, Jiang Yan really couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to say, Okay, let's eat together." Shen Xinru, who was carrying the thermos, finally smiled, and the 2 of them walked towards the student union office upstairs together. Because Jiang Yan was lazy, he managed to get himself the benefit of only attending classes half a day, while Shen Xinru also only attended classes half a day due to health reasons. The courses at Daxia College are different from those at ordinary universities. Except for the necessary weekends, the courses are basically maintained for 8 hours on other days. In the student union office on the 3rd floor, the other 4 members were chatting. Wan Xiaoshi sat in his seat and said excitedly, "I really don't know if Brother Yan was taken down by that woman, huh?" Sitting next to him, and Ming Yuan, who was wearing black framed glasses, joked, "If Brother Yan hears what you said, he will definitely punish you severely." As for Yang Xuewei and Li Chong, they were sorting out the information on the side. They were both usually quite busy. One is the secretary, who has to deal with many complicated affairs in the college, while Li Chong, as the vice president, should not be so busy. But thanks to a certain hands-off manager, his workload increased greatly. Seeing in Ming Yuan teasing him, Wan Xiaoshi pretended to be disdainful and said in a cold and arrogant manner, "Humph, you are just a little girl, I can easily control you. Back then, I put my hands in my pockets." Before Wan Xiaoshi finished speaking, and Ming Yuan, who was standing beside him, seemed to have seen something and his expression suddenly changed. I saw a hand placed on Wan Xiaoshi's shoulder, and a familiar voice came from behind him. "Really? It's very impressive to put your hands in your pockets." How could Wan Xiaoshi not tell who the owner of this voice was? His body stiffened instantly and he slowly turned his head. Jiang Yan appeared behind him at some point, followed by a beautiful woman. "Yan, Brother Yan, why are you here?" Wan Xiaoshi's heart suddenly tightened. Yang Xuewei and Li Chong, who were standing by, noticed that the president had arrived and immediately knew that something interesting was about to happen. Jiang Yan had just raised his hand and hadn't made any movement yet, but Wan Xiaoshi acted as if he had seen a ghost. "Brother Yan, I want to die and leave first." Wan Xiaoshi bypassed Jiang Yan almost instantly and ran out of the student union classroom like a flash. Jiang Yan then looked at the other 3 people, then at the documents on the table, and said helplessly, "I remember I told you guys, no matter how busy you are, don't forget to eat." Because Jiang Yan is extremely demanding of his companions, the number of student union members in his class is far smaller than in previous years. Moreover, the points competition will be held soon, and the student union will have a heavy burden. Yang Xuewei and the others looked at each other, stood up quickly, and walked towards the cafeteria. Soon, Jiang Yan and Shen Xinru were the only ones left in the empty office. "Then Brother Jiang Yan, let's have dinner." Chapter 12, Watching Fireworks by the River. Daxia College, inside the student union office. "Brother Jiang Yan, come and have some soup. I made this specially before I left this morning." Shen Xinru pushed the fragrant soup in front of her to Jiang Yan with a look of anticipation on her face. Looking at the expectant eyes, Jiang Yan couldn't refuse, so he picked up the cup and took a sip. Well, it has a rich flavor with a hint of sweetness. "How is it, Brother Jiang Yan? Is it delicious?" Shen Xinru looked at Jiang Yan expectantly. Jiang Yan nodded. "It tastes great, much better than what the chef at the academy makes." Being praised, Shen Xinru sat there contentedly, enjoying the present time very much. She looked at Jiang Yan's profile while he was eating and couldn't help thinking, if only time could stay at this moment. Since Jiang Yan ate very quickly, he had finished eating when Shen Xinru was halfway through. "Take your time eating. I'll go look at the documents." After instructing Shen Xinru, Jiang Yan walked to the desk and took all the documents from Yang Xuewei and Li Zhong's desks. These are basically all about points competitions, so they are troublesome to deal with, but for Jiang Yan it is not a problem at all. Just like that, while Jiang Yan was working seriously, Shen Xinru was also secretly looking at him. He seems to become more charming when he is serious. Half an hour later, Shen Xinru's phone rang and she looked a little disappointed. "Brother Jiang Yan, I have to go to the hospital for a physical examination, so I'll leave first." Jiang Yan just happened to have finished processing all the documents at this time, so he stood up and said with a smile, "Let me take you there." Shinru nodded happily, holding Jiang Yan's arm and walked downstairs. Jiang Yan had no objection to this. After all, they had done more intimate things than this when they were children. Naturally, he was pointed at and criticized by students passing by along the way, but Jiang Yan didn't care. Shinru, who was standing by, wished that the whole school knew about this, and she hugged Jiang Yan's arm tightly. At the college's underground subway station, a female bodyguard had been waiting for a long time and hurried to greet them. "Miss." When it was time to say goodbye, Shinru reluctantly let go of my hand and said with some reluctance, "Then brother Jiang Yan, I will leave first?" Jiang Yan waved at her, then turned and walked back the way he came. "Miss, is that the young master Jiang Yan you kept talking about when you were abroad?" The female bodyguard asked curiously. Shinru nodded, and looked at Jiang Yan's back as he left, and secretly made up her mind. "Brother Jiang Yan, you must be mine." Walking aimlessly in the college, Jiang Yan found a pavilion and sat for a while, then his cell phone rang. He picked up the phone, took a look, then decisively hung up and closed his eyes as if nothing had happened. The breath of freedom is so wonderful. At this time, the phone rang again, and Jiang Yan had no choice but to answer it. As soon as the call was connected, a cold voice came from the other end of the line. "You dare to hang up on me? Do you want to die?" If it were any other time, facing such a threat, Jiang Yan would have admitted his mistake long ago, but it was different now. That woman is on a business trip now, and it's even a question whether she is in the country or not, let alone coming to deal with Jiang Yan. In the water pavilion, Jiang Yan said fearlessly, "I accidentally pressed the wrong button, no big deal." In the Magic City, in the top floor office of Yi Group, Yi Yunwan sat in the office chair with an indifferent expression. She felt a chill in her heart as she listened to Jiang Yan's tone on the other end of the phone. But after a moment, she continued, "How are you doing in the academy lately? You shouldn't be messing around outside." These words struck Jiang Yan's heart directly, and he shuddered all over. He quickly looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no one there. How could that be? "I, Jiang Yan, am the most affectionate." Jiang Yan laughed. "It's better this way." On the other end of the phone, Yi Yunwan's voice suddenly became charming, and she said softly, "My dear husband, if I come back and find that you have someone else outside, I promise you will regret it for the rest of your life." After leaving these words, Yi Yunwan hung up the phone directly, and at this moment her secretary walked in. "Boss, this is the process of this business activity. Please check it out." Yi Yunwan glanced at it casually and directly ordered, "Speed up the process. I want to return to Jiang City within 3 days." "Okay." The secretary retreated respectfully. At this time, Jiang Yan on the other side did not have the slightest worry. "Are you kidding me? I am a man of 7 feet tall. How can I be afraid of a threat from a woman like you? How funny." In the next few days, Jiang Yan lived his usual life and welcomed the double weekend. "Brother Jiang Yan, can you accompany me to the riverside to watch the fireworks tomorrow?" During lunch break, Jiang Yan and Shinru were the only ones left in the empty classroom. "Watch the fireworks?" Jiang Yan asked doubtfully. "It seems there aren't any important festivals recently. The riverside is a famous landscape in Jiang City. During every festival, people would fund the fireworks display for people all over the city to enjoy." Shinru at the side said with a smile, "Brother Jiang Yan, you forgot that tomorrow is your birthday. I've asked my dad to inform the person in charge of Jiangpan. There will be a fireworks show tomorrow night." "My birthday?" Jiang Yan remembered that he never took birthdays seriously. "I didn't expect that after so much time, this girl still remembered her birthday." "Thank you then." Jiang Yan smiled. Shinru shook her head, a lovely smile appeared on her face, and she said with a faint smile, "When did brother Jiang Yan become so distant?" The two chatted for a while and then went their separate ways. Shinru was going to go for a follow-up checkup, while Jiang Yan was going to the student union to help out. Although he is a hands-off boss, Jiang Yan is still the president after all, so it is impossible for him to leave all the things to his subordinates. So he has been helping out in the student union these days and has basically been busy. The next day, most students took advantage of the weekend to relax, so they left home early. Jiang Yan was no exception. He finally had the chance to go out and rest for 2 days, so he rested up enough. Downstairs of the girl's apartment, Jiang Yan changed his clothes and got his hair done in order to look more refined. The hairstyle is based on a 3:7 short hairstyle, and the hair around the ears is shaved short, which looks very refreshing and capable. After a while, Shinru came out wearing a pink floral dress and a flower-shaped headdress on her head. Jiang Yan also found a small 4-leaf clover earring hanging on her left ear and said in surprise, "You also got your ears pierced?" Shinru, who was dressed up carefully, nodded slightly and put on some light makeup on her face, making her overall temperament more prominent. Brother Jiang Yan, am I beautiful? Chapter 13, Jiang Yan's Shura Field. Magic City. Yeshur Group. Boss Yi, I have booked a flight for you to Jiang City. You will probably arrive tonight. Yi Yunwan nodded, but her mind was no longer on the document in front of her. Her mind was already wandering in the sky. I wonder if he will be happy when he sees my gift. Jiang City, Tianhua Shopping Mall. Jiang Yan was carrying various gift boxes in large and small bags, following Shinru with a look of despair. Shinru walked around the shops with a joyful look on her face, looking very happy. When she was abroad, her food, clothing, housing and transportation were all arranged for her, and she seldom had the opportunity to go out for a walk. Looking at Brother Jiang Yan's expression, Shinru covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother Jiang Yan, let's find a place to rest first. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good idea. Long live rest. If God gave him another chance, he would never choose to go shopping in a mall with a woman again. This is not just shopping in a mall, it is clearly a life-threatening situation. Soon the two found an empty seat and sat down. Shinru talked about her life abroad, and Jiang Yan listened quietly beside her. In the middle of the call, Ye's mother also called, which made Jiang Yan a little unbelievable that this woman knew that she had a son. Ever since the last time at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ye's mother never urged Jiang Yan about his fiancée again. Not to mention urging him, she didn't even make a phone call. Shinru also said with some nostalgia, I haven't seen Aunt Yi for a long time. Let's go back to the Magic City together next time we have a break, okay? Hearing this, Jiang Yan smiled indifferently and said, You don't understand my mother's personality yet. If she heard that I was hanging out with you, she would probably fly to the sky. Poochie. Shinru couldn't help but laugh when she heard this strange metaphor. After a rest, Jiang Yan began his hellish life again, and was not finally liberated until the evening. The artificial beach by the river was already crowded with people who came to watch the fireworks, and the scene was very lively. On the small hill nearby, Jiang Yan was climbing the slope with Shinru on his back, holding a pair of high heels in his hands. There were too many people on the beach, and it would be bad if they got lost, so Jiang Yan suggested going up the hill. There is a temple on this hill. Usually, few people come here, but if you stand on the top of the hill, you can clearly see the scene below. In the dark night, Jiang Yan was climbing the stairs one step at a time, and the sound of cicadas could be heard from time to time. The river water below rolls from time to time, and listening to the sound of the waves makes people feel particularly comfortable. After climbing for nearly half an hour carrying Shinru on their backs, Jiang Yan and his companion finally reached the top of the mountain. Sitting on the stone chair, Shinru gently took out her handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Jiang Yan's forehead. Jiang Yan leaned back in his seat tiredly, not wanting to move at all. If he hadn't had some experience in the military camp before, his physical strength would have been much better than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, I would definitely make a fool of myself today. In the deep night, the riverside is brightly lit and bustling, while the hill is quiet and only the sound of cicadas can be clearly heard. Brother Jiang Yan, do you still remember the first time we watched fireworks? Shinru suddenly said. Jiang Yan said without hesitation, Of course I remember. We were still young at that time. One night, I took you to the back hill of the Magic City Hospital and watched the fireworks together. Somehow, Shinru leaned on Jiang Yan's shoulder subconsciously, her voice delicate and gentle. Yes, that was the most beautiful fireworks I have ever seen in my life. As the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening, the stars twinkled in the dark sky, and the moon brought a ray of light to the world. The staff below had already made preparations. After evacuating the crowd, they lit rows of fireworks at the same time. In an instant, colorful fireworks rushed into the sky, and then exploded instantly. The gorgeous fireworks bloomed like flowers in the dark night sky. Looking around, the night sky was illuminated and the fireworks occupied the entire sky. Looking up at the sky, watching the fireworks of various shapes and colors, the blooming flowers fall like a meteor shower, bringing a moment of brilliance. Brother Jiang Yan, this is my birthday present for you. Shinru took out a small box from behind her and handed it to Jiang Yan with a happy smile on her face. Jiang Yan took it and whispered, "Can I open it now?" "Of course." Shinru nodded gently and lowered her little head, seeming a little shy. Under the illumination of fireworks, Jiang Yan slowly opened the gift box in his hand and was slightly stunned when he saw the gift inside. In the exquisitely packaged gift box, there was a bracelet lying quietly. Jiang Yan picked it up and found that it was actually made of hair. "This is?" Jiang Yan looked at Shinru uncertainly, and the latter nodded. "I braided this with my own hair, I hope you like it." A woman gave a bracelet to a man. Jiang Yan didn't believe that Shinru didn't know what it meant. But seeing her expectant look, Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment and finally put it on his hand. Seeing this, Shinru smiled happily and enjoyed this moment very much. But the two of them didn't know that the whole scene was seen by someone, and she also had a gift box in her hand. Under the night sky illuminated by fireworks, Yi Yunwan gritted her teeth and walked down the mountain, throwing the gift box in her hand aside. She couldn't help but laugh at herself in her heart. It turns out that in his heart, I am so insignificant. After a while, the fireworks ceremony ended. In order to prevent Jiang Yan from overworked, Shinru called her bodyguards. Watching the short-haired female bodyguard carrying Shinru down the mountain, Jiang Yan did not stay any longer and walked down the mountain. But before he had walked for long, he suddenly found an unopened white gift box not far away, and out of curiosity he walked over. Picking up the stained gift box, Jiang Yan's nose moved slightly, and a familiar fragrance came. "This scent is..." A bad guess emerged in Jiang Yan's mind, and he quickly opened the gift box, only to see a bracelet lying quietly inside. There was also a pitch-black gem on the bracelet. Jiang Yan looked closely and saw a small word "Knight" engraved inside the black gem. There is no doubt about it. Jiang Yan now dares to conclude that Yi Yunwan must have been here just now. She must have seen the intimate scene between him and Shinru, so she left. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan subconsciously wanted to chase after him for some reason, but he stopped instantly. How should he face her, boyfriend? Or friend? Chapter 14 Beautiful Lies. Zhang City, 3rd floor of Villa Number 1. Looking at the night sky outside the window, Yi Yunwan looked a little depressed. After hesitating for a long time, she picked up her cell phone and made a call. The call was quickly connected, and the voice of Mother Yi Yunshu came from the other end. "Hey, baby girl, why did you think of calling Mom?" In the old house of the Yi family, a middle-aged man was massaging Yi Yunshu's feet, while Yi Yunshu was lying on the sofa with a mask on his face. Yi Yunwan on the other side of the phone said in a depressed mood, "I have agreed to the matter of Yes Group. I will move the company to the Magic City in a few days." Yi Yunshu, who was applying a facial mask, was obviously stunned. Hearing that his daughter was in a bad mood, he immediately sat up from the sofa. "Why so sudden? Weren't you very resistant before?" Yi Chongshan also raised his head and stopped what he was doing. "Nothing." Yi Yunwan didn't want to say more, so she hung up the phone and lay on the bed alone. Yi Yunshu suddenly lost interest in applying the mask and said to her man, "Your daughter is not in a good mood. Please fly to Zhang City right now. I have something to do in the company and cannot leave." Yi Chongshan loves his daughter the most, even though she is somewhat cold towards him as a father. He immediately became furious. "Who the hell dares to bully my daughter, Yi Chongshan? I'll break his hands and feet." Half an hour later, a special plane took off from the Magic City airport and flew towards Zhang City. The next morning, Jiang Yan came to the tea shop he had not taken care of for a long time, and felt that everything seemed to have returned to its original state. After seeing what happened last night, Yi Yunwan probably won tea come to see me again. But for some reason, Jiang Yan felt a little empty and uncomfortable inside. But he just thought that he had been abused for a long time and suddenly returned to his original state, so he was a little uncomfortable. The fat uncle next door saw Jiang Yan coming back and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Xiao Yanzi is back. Where have you been all this time?" Jiang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "The suspension has ended, so I'm back to school." Uncle Fat saw Jiang Yan's miserable look, laughed, and continued to do his own thing. In the morning, everyone is busy opening shops and doing business, and all kinds of things need to be prepared. Jiang Yan opened the door of the tea shop skillfully. As no one had taken care of it for nearly a month, most of the tables and chairs were covered in dust. Jiang Yan had already informed the school in the morning and asked for a month's leave, which happened to be the day of the points competition. "It's a pity that I can't seem to do what I promised her." Pushing open the shop door, Jiang Yan went to the kitchen to get a bucket of water, and began to carefully wipe the tables and chairs to wash away the dust. Near noon, after Jiang Yan's wiping, the entire tea shop was refreshed and reopened for business. Jiang Yan sat back in his own seat, took out his cell phone and started browsing TikTok. It's nice to have a quiet day like this without being disturbed by anyone. Suddenly, Jiang Yan saw a piece of news released locally in Jiang City. When he saw the content, he was stunned. According to reliable information, Feiyan Group, the largest local enterprise in Jiang City, is about to move to Modu, and its chairman, Ms. Yi Yunwan. Jiang Yan was stunned when he saw this message. Feiyan Group was her business? Now it was moving to the Magic City. Jiang Yan took out the bracelet from his pocket, which still had her scent on it. After thinking about it, Jiang Yan put it away. He didn't want to think about it anymore. The past was over. At this time, a phone call came in. It was from Ms. Yi. Hello? Jiang Yan answered the phone. Yi Chouqing on the other end of the phone said anxiously, "Son, what's wrong with you? Aren't you in love with that woman named Yi? Why is she leaving Jiang City now?" Jiang Yan was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that his own mother was quite well informed in this regard. He explained helplessly. "Mom, who told you that she and I are in a relationship? We are just ordinary friends." Jiang Yan couldn't help but think of the two of them sleeping in the same bed in the scene where he was forcibly kissed. It seemed that these were not just ordinary friends. Yi Chouqing on the other end of the phone was stunned and asked in confusion. "That's not right. This is what the guy named Yi told me." Beep, beep, beep. Listening to Yi's mother's chattering, Jiang Yan hung up the phone directly and lay down on the counter in a depressed mood. As soon as Jiang Yan closed his eyes, the image of that woman could not help but appear in his mind, and he could not get rid of it no matter what. At this time, the phone rang again. It was Shin Xinru calling. The call was connected. "Excuse me, is this Master Jiang Yan?" "Ha?" Jiang Yan was a little confused. "Isn't this Shin Xinru's phone number? How could it be a strange woman? What is wrong with me?" The other end quickly replied, "I am Miss Xinru's bodyguard. She has some health problems and wants to see you, so..." Jiang Yan was stunned and stood up quickly and asked in panic, "What's wrong with her body?" Just then, a black car stopped outside the tea shop, with the female bodyguard sitting in the driver's seat. "Please get in the car and talk later." Jiang Yan did not dare to hesitate, and did not even have time to lock the door. He got into the back seat of the black car and asked hurriedly, "What happened to Xinru? Wasn't she fine yesterday? How could something happen to her all of a sudden?" The female bodyguard drove the car quickly towards the top hospital in Jiang City, and she ran through countless red lights along the way. "I won't hide it from you now. Mrs. Health has not been very good in the past few years abroad. Originally, the master wanted to arrange surgery for the young lady. If everything goes well, the young lady's body will be able to recover, but there is also a chance of failure. So the young lady hopes to return home for 7 days, and the master agreed, so he arranged for me to follow her closely. But now the lady's body can no longer hold on. The situation is urgent and she will fly abroad for treatment soon. So before she leaves, she wants to see you one last time." After hearing this, Jiang Yan sat in disbelief, his eyes a little confused. If this was really the case, then wouldn't she? In an urgent situation, Jiang Yan finally arrived at the hospital within 10 minutes. He ran into the hospital as fast as a wild horse. On the 3rd floor of the hospital, in a ward. The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open and Jiang Yan rushed in. He couldn't believe what he saw. On the snow-white hospital bed, Shin Xinru's lips were as pale as paper. Compared to yesterday, she looked much more haggard, like two different people. Hearing the noise, Shin Xinru, who was lying on the hospital bed, turned her head and revealed a pale smile. "Brother Jiang Yan, you are here." Around the bed, several doctors were checking her condition. They were all sweating profusely, but they did not dare to stop. Jiang Yan quickly walked to the bedside, held her cold little hand, his eyes slightly red. "Why didn't you tell me?" Shen Xian was very weak at this time. Facing Jiang Yan's question, he could only shake his head. After a while, she spoke weakly. "Brother Jiang Yan, you have a girlfriend, right?" As she spoke, Shin Xinru revealed a heartwarming smile. Jiang Yan was stunned, not understanding why she said that. Shin Xinru said weakly, "Unlike before, Brother Jiang Yan has changed a lot now. The brother Jiang Yan in the past would not have smiled like he did yesterday. Jiang Yan was stunned and vaguely understood something. Since childhood, Jiang Yan has been very cold to others because of his family background. Chapter 15, Rebirth After Farewell. Jiang City Hospital, inside the ward. Brother Jiang Yan, do you think I can see you again in the future? Visibly weak, Shin Shinru's eyes revealed fear. Jiang Yan beside her hurriedly comforted her. Of course I can. Don't think about those messy things. I will always be by your side. Jiang Yan's comfort ignited a little hope in Shin Shinru's heart, and she didn't want to leave this world yet. Her life had just begun and could not end in this cold ward. At this time, the doctor beside him whispered in Jiang Yan's ear. We need to perform a simple operation before Miss Shin leaves, so please, hurry up. Jiang Yan was stunned and tried hard to hold back his tears. He held her cold little hand tightly and forced a smile. Don't worry, after your surgery is over, we can go to a lot of fun places together. I'm waiting for you. Shin Shinru also understood that the time was up, and she closed her eyes with a pale smile on her face. Jiang Yan stood up and walked out of the ward. Soon the bed was pulled out and pushed towards the operating room. As the red light came on, there was a long silence. Jiang Yan turned and walked downstairs. Walking up these few flights of stairs seemed like an epic in his mind. I could faintly hear the sounds of children playing and laughing, and their cheerful laughter reached my ears. Downstairs in the hospital, two children in school uniforms were playing and fighting. Jiang Yan looked at their happy faces and couldn't help but think of him and Shin Shinru when they were children. They used to play like this. A trace of moisture slid down from the corner of his eyes, and 2 lines of tears fell uncontrollably. Jiang Yan finally couldn't help crying. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. The people around looked at Jiang Yan, guessed something, and their mood became gloomy. Jiang Yan walked out of the hospital gate with tears on his face. All he wanted now was to find a place where no one was around and cry his heart out. A familiar black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Jiang Yan, the roar of the engine stopped, and the car window opened. Yi Yunwan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was stunned when she saw Jiang Yan's current appearance. Her heart seemed to be twisted into a ball. She had just returned from the company and passed by the hospital when she saw a figure that looked like Jiang Yan. When she got closer, she realized that it was really him. The car door opened, Yi Yunwan silently pulled Jiang Yan to sit on the passenger seat, and then drove away. Jiang Yan sat in the passenger seat, his eyes red as he watched the street scenes flashing by quickly, his expression full of sadness. Yi Yunwan, who was driving, felt a pain in her heart when she saw him like this. At this moment, her cell phone rang. Boss, the ticket has been. Cancel it. Before the person on the other end could finish speaking, Yi Yunwan hung up the phone without hesitation and threw the phone aside. Soon, the car arrived at Villa Number 1. The old butler was now accompanied by bodyguards, loading suitcases into the car. Seeing his young lady suddenly come back, the old butler walked forward puzzledly, but when he saw the person sitting in the passenger seat, the old butler stepped back and did not go forward to disturb the two. The car stopped, Yi Yunwan walked directly to the passenger seat and pulled Jiang Yan upstairs. This time it was no longer the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Yi Yunwan took Jiang Yan directly to the 3rd floor of the villa, and Jiang Yan sat on the sofa. At this time, several bodyguards in the villa asked in confusion, "Butler, do you still want to move?" The old butler shook his head and said calmly, "Let's stop here today. I'll give you a day off. Don't disturb Miss and Master Jiang." The bodyguards were stunned and confused, so they had to do as they were told. At this time, in the living room on the 3rd floor, Jiang Yan sat on the sofa with a lost look on his face. Yi Yunwan had never seen him like this before. What happened? Yi Yunwan's voice became gentle. She sat next to Jiang Yan and said softly. Jiang Yan's tears had stopped flowing at this time, but the corners of his eyes were red. He didn't say a word and sat there as if he had lost his soul. After waiting for a long time without any response, Yi Yunwan directly pulled Jiang Yan over and wanted him to face her. Because of the large movement, something fell out of Jiang Yan's pocket and landed on the sofa. Seeing the fallen bracelet, Yi Yunwan was stunned, loosened her hand that was holding Jiang Yan's shoulder, and picked up the bracelet. She threw this away yesterday. Why? For a moment, Yi Yunwan's heart was in turmoil. She directly pulled Jiang Yan's hand over, and there was nothing on his wrist. Isn't wearing that woman's bracelet? Did I misunderstand? After a moment's silence, Yi Yunwan's heart was filled with love, and she carried Jiang Yan directly into the bedroom. This is her exclusive bedroom. Ordinary people cannot enter. Even Jiang Yan before could only go to the bedroom on the second floor. The room was filled with Yi Yunwan's scent, which smelled particularly comfortable. She threw Jiang Yan directly onto the bed, took off his shoes, turned on the air conditioner, pulled the quilt over him, and hugged Jiang Yan tightly. I pressed the button and the curtains on the side closed automatically, and the room suddenly became dim. Yi Yunwan hugged Jiang Yan and whispered in his ear, "Go to sleep. All the sadness will pass after you wake up." Jiang Yan might have thought so too, and slowly closed his eyes, stopping himself from thinking about it. Magic City, Jiang family. Jiang Zhangfeng just returned home and saw his wife walking towards him quickly, saying anxiously, "Mr. Jiang, your son is in danger, go to Jiang City and check on him." Jiang Zhangfeng was puzzled when he heard this, but he said indifferently, "What can possibly happen to our son? With me as his father, I can handle anything for him." The anxiety on Yi Qiuqing's face did not diminish at all, and she said worriedly, "It seems that something happened between our son and the young lady of the Yi family. I received news that Yi Chongshan flew to Jiang City last night." "What?" Jiang Feng was stunned. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly put on the shoes he had just taken off and ran outside quickly. The guy named Yi used to be a gangster. Although he has been cleaned up now, who knows what he will do? Jiang Feng only has this one son. It would be disastrous if something bad happened to him. The next morning, Villa number 1. In the comfortable room, Jiang Yan woke up slowly, and when he opened his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling. He subconsciously looked to the side and saw Yi Yunwan in her nightgown, lying beside him, supporting herself with her hands and looking at him. She didn't care about the spring light that was accidentally revealed, and just looked at Jiang Yan wholeheartedly. "You're awake." Jiang Yan instantly remembered what happened yesterday. Just as he was about to get up, he was pressed down by an arm as white as jade. Yi Yunwan came forward and hugged Jiang Yan. Her body fragrance filled Jiang Yan's nose. She smiled softly and said, "Are you feeling better?" Thank you for yesterday." Jiang Yan still said thank you first. If it hadn't been Yi Yunwan yesterday, anything could have happened given Jiang Yan's condition at the time. But, the next second Yi Yunwan kissed Jiang Yan on the face and took out the bracelet from the side. "It seems that you still can't bear to part with me, and you even left this thing behind." Lying on the bed, Jiang Yan was shocked when he saw the bracelet. He quickly reached into his pocket, but it was empty. "Tell me, what is your relationship with that woman? If your answer doesn't satisfy me." Chapter 16: The Domineering Rich Woman. In the cold and dim bedroom, Yi Yunwan and Jiang Yan hugged each other face to face, feeling each other's body temperature. "That's my childhood sweetheart, not what you think," Jiang Yan explained. Yi Yunwan didn't care about that. She hugged Jiang Yan's neck greedily and whispered in his ear with her red lips, "But you took her bracelet. Don't tell me you don't know what it means." "But I'm still very generous. Since you cried so hard yesterday, I'll let you go this time." "But how are you going to make it up to me?" Compensation. Jiang Yan was in a dilemma. Was he going to have to do something again? While Jiang Yan was in trouble, Yi Yunwan's white legs restlessly clamped Jiang Yan's legs. Feeling the dishonest hands on his waist, Jiang Yan swallowed and tried to break free. But he was held tightly by Yi Yunwan and couldn't resist at all. "Kiss me," Yi Yunwan suddenly said. She loosened her arms around Jiang Yan, met his gaze, and said with a smile, "Every time I kiss you, this time it's your turn." How could Jiang Yan dare to do such an outrageous thing? Besides, he was forced before, so he quickly shook his head to refuse. No, I. Before he finished speaking, Yi Yunwan said in a strong tone, "I said, kiss me." That aggressive look stared straight into Jiang Yan's eyes, and she said coldly, "If you don't do what I say, I'll kill you right here and now." On the soft big bed, looking at Yi Yunwan's red lips, Jiang Yan slowly leaned over. Their lips touched each other, and the next second, Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly widened and his body wanted to retreat. But it was too late. Yi Yunwan locked Jiang Yan in a domineering manner, and her delicate body was wrapped around him like an octopus. The sweet tongue kept stirring in Jiang Yan's mouth, and the breathing of both of them gradually became rapid, but Yi Yunwan still refused to let go. Under such circumstances, and since it was already morning, Jiang Yan's desires were quickly aroused. The two of them were hot in body. Jiang Yan started to take the initiative. Yi Yunwan became even more excited when she saw this, their tongues kept intertwining. A full 10 minutes passed before Yi Yunwan reluctantly let go of Jiang Yan and licked her lips with satisfaction. She came up and gently hugged Jiang Yan, saying softly, "Man, I'm very satisfied with your performance just now. I'll let you go this time." After saying that, she touched Jiang Yan's lips gently in a charming manner, then got up and began to tidy up her messy nightgown. Jiang Yan was lying on the bed with a dazed look in his eyes. He didn't know what had happened to him just now, but there was only one thing he was sure of. He seems to have become inseparable from this woman without realizing it. Soon, Yi Yunwan, neatly dressed, walked downstairs, followed closely by Jiang Yan, still wearing the same black short-sleeved shirt. "After dinner, come with me to the mall. I haven't been there in a long time." At the dining table, Yi Yunwan glanced at Jiang Yan's unremarkable black short-sleeved shirt and found it a bit dazzling. When Jiang Yan heard that they were going to the mall, he suddenly felt his legs go weak and said in embarrassment, Why don't you go by yourself? I still have to look after the store, so I won't go." Jiang Yan has defined accompanying a woman shopping in a mall as one of the most terrifying things in the world. The old butler standing beside the dining table, holding a bottle of precious red wine in his hand, shook his head, wondering why this kid was so depressed. Sure enough, almost at the moment Jiang Yan finished speaking, a dinner knife suddenly flew out of Yi Yunwan's hand. The dinner knife almost scratched Jiang Yan's head and was firmly stuck in the wall, which shows how great the force was. A few strands of hair fell from Jiang Yan's head and landed on the delicious food in front of him. Yi Yunwan took a sip of red wine as if nothing had happened, shaking the scarlet liquid in the glass. Through the glass, her eyes seemed to have turned blood red. "I'm informing you, not discussing it with you." Jiang Yan looked at the pretty face that suddenly turned cold and smiled manly. "I love shopping malls the most. Please let me go with you." "Well, you?" Yi Yunwan was a little unhappy to hear this address. Driven by a strong desire to survive, Jiang Yan quickly changed his words. "Wife, wife." Hearing this title, Yi Yunwan nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this, Jiang Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he escaped. A few minutes later, a latest limited edition Porsche drove towards the most luxurious shopping mall in Jiang City. At Jiangshi Airport, on a temporarily vacated space, two exclusive aircraft landed almost simultaneously. Yi Chongshan exuded a coldness as he looked at the man standing in front of him. "Jiang Zhangfeng? I didn't expect you to be faster than me." You should know that after Yi Chongshan knew that something was wrong with his daughter, he flew to Jiang City as soon as possible, but now he is the latecomer. Jiang Zhangfeng was wearing a blue suit and had a weathered face, but he looked energetic. He just waved his hands innocently. "Alas, there's nothing I can do. Who said my plane is the latest model? It was just developed by our group. Its speed is definitely not comparable to that of your old-fashioned plane." Jiang Group, this corporate name has a huge influence no matter where it is located in China. It is a top group that controls almost half of the domestic high-end technology industry and has a considerable reputation even abroad. A few black lines appeared on Yi Chongshan's forehead. Why did these words sound so Versailles? He really wanted to beat this bastard to death. He said coldly, "You know why I came to Jiang City? As long as anyone dares to bully my precious daughter, I, Yi Chongshan, will never let him have an easy time. Even if that boy is your son." Jiang Zhangfeng smiled amiably, walked forward, hooked his arm around Yi Chongshan's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't be so angry. I know you love your daughter, but things haven't been sorted out yet. What if this is just a misunderstanding? Please don't let it affect the relationship between our two families." Hearing this, Yi Chongshan snorted coldly and walked out of the airport. "You ended up praying it was a misunderstanding." Jiang Zhangfeng sighed helplessly. As an old father, he was really worried about his son. Feiyun Shopping Mall, as the shopping mall with the largest flow of people in the entire Jiang City, has almost astronomical sales every day. Moreover, Feiyun Mall is backed by Feiyun Group, the largest company in Jiang City, and countless businesses are eager to move in. But today, the shopping mall, which was usually bustling with people, was completely quiet, which surprised passers-by. At each entrance of the shopping mall, there is a team of security guards who are determined not to let anyone in. A Porsche slowly stopped at the entrance of the mall, and Jiang Yan got out from the passenger seat. It's not good to park randomly like this. What if someone issues a fine? The driver's door opened, and Yi Yunwan, who had a unique temperament, walked down and said calmly, This entire mall belongs to me, who dares to post it? Well, Jiang Yan was speechless after hearing these words. Rich people are just amazing. Chairman, you are here. The mall manager and the security captain trotted out of the mall, their attitudes extremely respectful. Jiang Yan looked at the luxurious shopping mall and saw that it was empty, wondering. Strange, why don't I see anyone else coming? Yi Yunwan pulled Jiang Yan's arm in a domineering manner and walked towards the inside of the mall. I don't like to be in crowded places, so I booked the whole place. Jiang Yan looked at the shopping mall that was more than 10 stories high, and couldn't help but smacked his lips and complained. How much money will be lost in this day? Yi Yunwan, as long as you want, I will transfer all the shares of the mall to you tomorrow. You are mine anyway, there is nothing I can't give you. Jiang Yan. Chapter 17 Handsome Guy Jiang Yan. Jiang City, Feiyun Shopping Mall. Find him some suitable clothes. O'Neill Clothing is a top clothing store from Italy, with branches in almost every developed country. The price is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Usually a specially customized piece of clothing ranges from 1 million to tens of millions. The beautiful saleswoman said respectfully, Okay, Miss Yi. A truly top-notch clothing salesperson can tell a customer's approximate size just by looking at the item. Soon, several black and gold suits were brought up and placed in front of Jiang Yan. Yi Yunwan looked at the suits and nodded. The quality of the clothing store was quite acceptable. Let's try it. Looking at those expensive suits, Jiang Yan said speechlessly. But it's still summer, why are you wearing a suit? Isn't it hot? Oh. Yi Yunwan sighed, picked up one of the clothes and started to take off Jiang Yan's clothes. I'm going to attend a business party in a couple of days. You can come with me. Hey, don't pick it, I'll do it myself. Seeing Yi Yunwan actually coming up to him and taking off his clothes, Jiang Yan hurriedly stopped her. Are you kidding? There are people watching here and he can't afford to lose face. Picking up one of the suits, Jiang Yan walked directly into the fitting room and carefully locked the door. In the fitting room, Jiang Yan looked at the suit in front of him, shook his head and started changing. To be honest, he doesn't really like wearing this kind of formal attire. He always feels that it's a bit oppressive and goes against his concept of freedom. It is also for this reason that Jiang Yan has almost never attended any business gatherings since he was a child. Outside the fitting room, Yi Yunwan was choosing daily clothes for Jiang Yan, when Jiang Yan walked out of the fitting room. Hearing the sound, Yi Yunwan's eyes revealed an expression of surprise, and the salesperson next to her even covered her mouth. Jiang Yan, who originally looked a little lazy and a little handsome, is now like a completely different person. His already tall stature, set off by the suit, makes him look even more majestic, and he exudes a gentle and elegant temperament. Those beautiful saleswomen had little hearts in their eyes, and they couldn't bear to take their eyes off Jiang Yan. They said infatuatedly. So handsome. Yi Yunwan also came back to her senses and looked at the changed Jiang Yan with a faint smile on her lips. This is what's right. My man should be this handsome. I'll go change it back. Jiang Yan felt very uncomfortable being stared at by them and immediately wanted to run back to the fitting room to change his clothes. But Yi Yunwan hadn't seen enough. How could she bear to let Jiang Yan slip away like that? She walked up to him and grabbed his hand. Observing Jiang Yan closely, Yi Yunwan's eyes kept scanning his body, nodding from time to time. In this way, for the whole morning, Jiang Yan was either changing clothes or on the way to changing clothes. Yi Yunwan became more and more satisfied the more she looked. She took out her cell phone and kept taking pictures of Jiang Yan, and bought all the clothes by the way. Walking out of the mall, Jiang Yan's lips twitched as he looked at the mountain of clothing boxes behind him. Is it necessary? I don't think I can wear all these clothes in my lifetime. Yi Yunwan didn't care about that. She hugged Jiang Yan's arm intimately and said in a very domineering manner. I have money, I am willful. On this day, Yi Yunwan found the first meaning of making money in her life. Under the sunshine, the two got into the Porsche and sped towards home, yes, home. Early this morning, Yi Yunwan directly instructed the housekeeper to move all of Jiang Yan's things to her villa. As for the tea shop, whoever wants it can have it. Jiang Yan sat in the passenger seat of the speeding Porsche. After a whole morning of experience, his mood calmed down. He turned on his cell phone and looked at a number but was hesitant to dial it. It was Shin Shinru's cell phone number. She should be abroad now, and I don't know what the result of the operation was. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Yan still dialed the number and the phone rang. Seeing this, Yi Yunwan, who was driving, slowed down and did not disturb Jiang Yan. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered it. Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Oh, I hope it will succeed. At this time, Yi Yunwan was a little unhappy. Although she knew that the owner of the phone was very important to Jiang Yan, she still couldn't help feeling jealous. How are you going to make it up to me for calling another woman right in front of me? This is me. Jiang Yan wanted to explain after hearing this, but was interrupted by Yi Yunwan. I don't care. I just want to make it up to you. You can do it yourself. Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward and gently touched Yi Yunwan's cheek. Is this okay? If Yi Yunwan wasn't driving, she would probably have knocked Jiang Yan to the ground and executed him on the spot. Just when Yi Yunwan and Jiang Yan were returning to the villa, two people were already waiting there. Master, this is what happened. As for the young lady and Master Jiang, they went out hand in hand early in the morning. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Yi Chongshan suddenly became furious as he listened to the housekeeper talking about what had happened to his daughter over the past 2 days. Bang! The big hand fell on the table. Yi Chongshan suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Zhang Zhengfeng, who was sitting opposite him with gritted teeth. How dare you seduce my daughter? Jiang, you really raised a good son. When he comes back, I'll skin him alive. Zhang Zhengfeng, who was sitting aside with his legs crossed, didn't care at all and felt secretly proud in his heart. TNND, you are worthy of being my kind. If I want to pick up a girl, I will pick up the best one. Seeing this, Yi Chongshan became even more angry and ordered the butler beside him. Go get me some good wine, I want to relieve my sorrow. Yes, sir. The old butler responded and stepped back. Zhang Zhengfeng said with a smile, Brother Chongshan, you should not be so angry when you are old. It is harmful to your health. Look, isn't it good for two children to be together? We should always respect the children's wishes. Hearing this, a gleam of light flashed in Yi Chongshan's eyes, and he said in a deep voice. Don't tell me you don't know what it means once these two children get married. Although Yi Chongshan is the son-in-law of the Yi family, in the future, Yi Yunwan, as his daughter, will definitely inherit the Yi group. Needless to say, Jiang Yan is the future heir to the Jiang group. Zhang Zhengfeng, who was sitting with his legs crossed, looked serious, narrowed his eyes and said slowly. You and I know the current domestic situation better than anyone else. Do you think I'm kidding? In China, the Jiang family controls the high-end technology industry and is the absolute dominant force in the country. Although they are called overlords, they are actually far from that level. Rather, the Jiang family's development in the country has reached its limit. The Yi family is similar. Although they are not engaged in high-end industries like the Jiang family, they have almost taken control of most of the mid-range industries in the country. Soon, the old butler came over with 2 bottles of expensive foreign wine and poured a glass for each of them. Yi Chongshan directly picked up the glass of liquor, drank it all, then leaned back on the sofa and said in a deep voice. You know, those guys will never allow our two companies to merge. Once the Jiang family, which focuses on the high-end technology market, and the Yi family, which focuses on various physical industries, unite together, their influence will definitely be further increased. It can be said that once the two companies merge, they will be almost invincible in the country. It is for this reason that many people do not want to see this scene and will certainly obstruct or even forcibly interfere with the marriage. Of course I know. Zhang Zhengfeng shook the wine glass in his hand, then drank it all in one gulp. After drinking the glass of wine, his expression did not change at all. But now, whether it's your Yi family or my Jiang family, they have been secretly targeted by those groups in recent years. Can't you see clearly? Zhang Zhengfeng suddenly sneered, his voice without any emotion. They want to swallow up our two leading forces and replace them. In their eyes, the Jiang family and the Yi family are just tang monk meat. Yi Chongshan frowned, as if he was thinking about something and weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Just then, the roar of an engine was heard outside the villa. Jiang Yan and the others had returned. Chapter 18 Yi Yunwan is my woman. Jiang City. Villa number 1. My dear daughter, Daddy misses you so much. As soon as the door of the villa opened, Yi Chongshan ran over excitedly and hugged his daughter intimately. Yi Chongshan suddenly felt something was wrong, and subconsciously touched it with his hand, and why did he feel a little uneasy? Zhang Zhengfeng, who was walking behind him, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He coughed lightly and said speechlessly. Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to like this. Yi Chongshan quickly let go and took a few steps back. Only then did he realize that the person he was holding was not his beloved daughter, but a man. And beside me, what was wrong with the way my daughter looked at me? Why did she feel as if she was suffocating to death? Jiang Yan was extremely embarrassed at the moment. As soon as he entered the door, a big man rushed up to him and hugged him. "Ha ha, I really regret not taking a photo just now to keep it for you." Zhang Zhengfeng patted Yi Chongshan's shoulder while trying to hold back his laughter, adding fuel to the fire. Yi Chongshan reacted, shook off the stinky hand on his shoulder, and stared at Jiang Yan at the door with a gloomy face. At this time, Yi Yunwan stood in front of Jiang Yan and looked at her father with a somewhat cold look. "Dad, why are you here?" Looking at his daughter, Yi Chongshan's heart softened immediately and his tone became extremely gentle. "I was a little worried about you, so I came to check on you." Yi Chongshan approached his good daughter with an attentive look on his face, glanced at Jiang Yan, and then pushed him away. "My dear daughter, how are you doing in Jiang City recently? No one is bullying you, right? If anyone bullies you, you must tell Dad." In response, Yi Yunwan simply replied with an "oh" and walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Jiang Yan was pushed aside, his face full of innocence. What was this all about? Zhang Zhengfeng walked to his son, hooked his neck, and whispered in his ear. "Hee, my son is really good. He managed to win the eldest daughter of the Yi family without making any noise. He has the same demeanor as me back then." Jiang Yan replied expressionlessly, "Guess what will happen to you when you go back if I tell my mother this?" Zhang Jingfeng's expression froze for a moment, then he let go of his son awkwardly and whispered. "Don't say that. If your mother knew, she would kill me with a knife." In the living room, the father and son and the father and daughter formed a sharp contrast. On the sofa, the two fathers sat on one sofa, while Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan sat on the other side, holding hands intimately. Seeing his daughter's hand being held by a brat, Yi Chongshan gritted his teeth and said to Jiang Yan, "Let go of my hand. I have raised this little girl for so long and you actually want to snatch her away from me? Who can tolerate this?" Yi Yunwan glanced at her father indifferently, and the latter immediately sat up straight and didn't dare to say anything. Yi Yunwan said calmly, "Tell me, why did you come here?" Hearing this, the smile on Yi Chongshan's face disappeared. He looked at his daughter seriously and said in a deep voice, "You two can't be together. It is obvious that this is meant to break up Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan." Zhang Zhengfeng, who was sitting nearby, watched the scene without saying a word and just sat there quietly. "Impossible." Yi Yunwan replied without hesitation. "What a joke. I finally found the man, how could I let him go like this?" Hearing the determination in his daughter's voice, Yi Chongshan became anxious and spoke in a hurried tone. "But." "No buts." Yi Yunwan interrupted directly, her eyes turning cold instantly. Jiang Yan, who was sitting next to him, also felt a chill in his heart. With this familiar feeling, he was sure that Yi Yunwan was really angry. After saying this, Yi Yunwan stood up and walked upstairs. Jiang Yan hesitated and didn't follow her. Looking at his daughter's back as she went upstairs, Yi Chongshan knew that it was useless to persuade her, so he had to look at Jiang Yan. "Jiang family boy, I just have one word, leave my daughter." "Impossible." Jiang Yan refused mercilessly. He was sure that he loved Yi Yunwan now, and there was no way he could leave her no matter what. Yi Chongshan's gaze suddenly became sharp, but Jiang Yan looked at him fearlessly and did not fall into a disadvantage. "You are still too young. You don't know what it means once the Jiang family and the Yi family merge. It is impossible for you to be together. Is it possible that you don't have the final say?" Jiang Yan's eyes became serious. "Yi Yunwan is my woman. If anyone dares to mess with me." There was a rare hint of murderous intent in Jiang Yan's eyes, and an invisible aura emanated from his body. Seeing this, Zhang Zhengfeng showed a smile. He hadn't seen a serious Jiang Yan for a long time. Yi Chongshan and Jiang Yan looked at each other for a long time, and finally, he sighed. "Well, it's up to you. After all, this is indeed a matter between two children, and adult matters should be left to adults to resolve." Seeing this attitude, Jiang Yan also smiled, stood up and walked upstairs. "Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier?" Zhang Feng patted Yi Chongshan's shoulder. Going up to the third floor, as soon as Jiang Yan opened the door, a faint fragrance came out and Yi Yunwan hugged him tightly. The two of them hugged each other, feeling each other's body temperature, unwilling to let go. "What you just said was so domineering," Yi Yunwan whispered. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's face showed embarrassment. "You can hear this?" After waiting for a long time without any answer, Yi Yunwan just hugged Jiang Yan, and it was obvious that she was not in a good mood. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Yan picked up Princess Yi Yunwan and walked towards the bed. Yi Yunwan was obviously startled by this sudden princess hug, but she did not struggle and just let Jiang Yan hold her like this. He gently placed Yi Yunwan on the bed, the two of them, one on top and one on the bottom, looking into each other's eyes. He lowered his head and kissed her. Feeling the softness, Jiang Yan whispered, "You were the first to break into my world. Are you prepared to never get rid of me?" But the next second, Yi Yunwan hugged Jiang Yan, turned over quickly, and the two switched positions. Yi Yunwan's tone was filled with dominance. "You are mine, and no one can take you away without my permission." Chapter 19. I heard that men like. The next morning, Jiang City Airport. "You better remember this, little brat. If I find out that you have wronged my daughter, I will not let you go even if you run to the ends of the earth." Before leaving, Yi Chongshan waved goodbye to his daughter with reluctance on his face, and he was almost crying. I have to say, he is really a qualified daughter slave. Jiang Zhangfeng also reminded him, "There are some things that you don't need me to say, just do your best. Remember, don't force yourself when you encounter trouble. As long as I'm not dead, no one dares to mess with me." Soon, the two old fathers boarded the same plane together, and Jiang Yan waved goodbye. "Let's go, I have something to do in the company, you come with me," Yi Yunwan said softly. Hearing this, Jiang Yan was stunned. "Why did you bring me to the company?" But he didn't say this, and it was definitely not because he was afraid of being beaten. Feiyan Group, as a group spanning multiple industries, may not have much influence in other places, but in the entire Jiang City, it is definitely like an emperor. The company's headquarters is located in the most prosperous area of Jiang City. It owns the city's top office building and is a place where countless people dream of working. Downstairs in the luxurious company, the secretary had already received the news and came downstairs to wait. Soon, the automated glass door opened and Yi Yunwan, dressed in a professional suit, walked in, followed by the nonchalant Jiang Yan. The black suit gives people a sense of efficiency, and the originally loose hair is tied up, making the whole person look more refreshing. "Mr. Yi, you're here." Secretary Shiro came to greet him. She looked curiously at the young man walking behind the nightclub, but out of politeness, she did not look at him too much. "How is the company doing these past 2 days?" Under the gaze of everyone, the three of them walked into the elevator together. The elevator door slowly closed and went to the top floor. "Boss Yi, everything is going well for the company, except that some documents require your personal signature," Shiro reported. Soon, the elevator dinged and successfully arrived at the top floor of the company, which is the core working area of Feiyan Group. In the office of the chairman and president, Yi Yunwan sat skillfully in the office chair. On the table was a stack of sorted documents. Jiang Yan walked into the office, looked at the layout curiously, and sat casually on the sofa nearby. Unlike what he expected, the office was not too luxurious. It was simply decorated with only some simple decorations. Feeling a little thirsty, Jiang Yan walked directly to Yi Yunwan's desk under the surprised gaze of his secretary Shiro. He simply picked up the water cup on the table, walked to the water dispenser nearby to get some water, and drank it all in a few gulps. Secretary Shiro, who was standing nearby, couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. Who on earth was this guy to Mr. Yi? You know, the nightclub is a germaphobe and almost never uses things that have been touched by others. Now a man actually drank water directly from her cup. In response to this, Yi Yunwan just glanced at it lightly, not caring about it, but said softly, "I'm a little thirsty too." Jiang Yan said oh, picked up the cup again and filled it with water, then walked to the desk and handed it over. Yi Yunwan took it directly and drank it all in one gulp under the secretary's incredulous gaze, and she drank the water almost at the same side as Jiang Yan. This was already an indirect kiss, and the amount of information contained in it was too huge. Secretary Shiro was already a little dazed. After a brief moment of daze, she reacted quickly and had a bold guess in her mind. Could this be the nightclub's boyfriend? For a whole day, Jiang Yan sat with Yi Yunwan in the office board, which surprised many of the company's veteran managers. In a very short period of time, all the discussions in the company were about Jiang Yan. Some said he was the nightclub's kept gigolo, while others said he was her boyfriend. Jiang Yan himself didn't care about these things. He found a computer from somewhere and started playing games. As one of the famous games in my country, Genshin Impact has gained considerable popularity abroad. The MiHoYo company behind it is one of the domestic gaming giants, and its future is bright. The little hand holding the mouse clicked lightly, and the card drawing picture suddenly appeared on the computer screen, and a dazzling golden light appeared. Jiang Yan was extremely surprised when he saw the golden light. He had not won a single prize in this prize pool, but he did not expect to get gold. The next second, a figure with long dark purple hair, wearing a purple kimono with a gentian flower tattoo on it, black stockings on her legs, and brown herringbone high heels appeared on the screen. Looking at that majestic yet beautiful face, if he wasn't in the office right now, Jiang Yan really wanted to yell. "Ing, I'm your dog." Jiang Yan, who had been so overwhelmed by the general, did not notice that there was another person behind him, staring at him with a cold gaze. "Does it look good?" A sudden voice sounded behind Jiang Yan. "Of course it looks good." Jiang Yan replied subconsciously, unwilling to look away from the screen. But the next second he felt something was wrong. He was suddenly stunned, his face froze, and he looked back. A gloomy face appeared in Jiang Yan's eyes. He swallowed and smiled awkwardly. "This is just a game, no. Not that serious." Soon, screams like a pig being slaughtered were heard in the office, causing many people to look over curiously, and then quickly look away. A few minutes later, Jiang Yan, with a slap mark on his face, sat obediently beside Yi Yunwan. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "This woman's possessiveness is too strong. She is even jealous of the game characters." Noticing Jiang Yan's gaze, Yi Yunwan sneered, then suddenly thought of something. She turned around with interest and faced Jiang Yan. Faced with this sudden change, Jiang Yan was stunned and couldn't help but sit up straighter. What are you doing?" "Pa." A document was thrown into Jiang Yan's hand, and Yi Yunwan ordered. "My mom said you're a business genius, right?" Hearing this, Jiang Yan had a bad idea in his mind and waved his hand quickly. "Don't listen to them, they are all liars. I haven't even graduated from college yet." Leaning forward, Yi Yunwan blew a breath of fragrance into Jiang Yan's ear and whispered softly in his ear. "I heard that you men like to see women wearing stockings. I remember I have a few pairs." Gurgle. Jiang Yan's Adam's apple rolled. He seemed to have never seen Yi Yunwan wearing stockings. She has such a good figure, if she wears stockings. Jiang Yan couldn't imagine that scene anymore, and replied with some excitement. "Really?" Yi Yunwan laughed, "Of course it's true." So, when Secretary Shiro walked into the office, she showed a surprised expression again. Yi Yunwan and Jiang Yan swapped positions at this time. Jiang Yan, who was supposed to be playing games leisurely, sat at the desk and was writing furiously. This feeling is like being fed some kind of magic potion, full of energy. Mr. Yi was sitting half lying on the sofa, supporting himself with his hands and looking at Jiang Yan, who was working diligently at his desk, with a faint smile on his lips. "Ha, man." Chapter 20: The Domineering CEO in Black Silk Stockings. In the evening, the setting sun shines on the earth, dyeing the sky into the beautiful color of maple leaves, which also means that a beautiful day is about to end. Workers began to get off work one after another, and the originally spacious streets were now crowded with people and cars. As the largest enterprise in Jiang City, Feiyan Group naturally has extremely strict working hours. At this time, there are basically no people in the company. On the top floor, the lights in the president's office were brightly on, and Jiang Yan was reviewing the last document. In fact, these documents are not that difficult. With Jiang Yan's current knowledge, it will take no more than 10 minutes to finish one document. Finally finished. As the last word fell, Jiang Yan stretched and rubbed his eyes in relaxation. He looked at the sofa in the office and was slightly stunned. Fell asleep? At this moment, Yi Yunwan was like a kitten, curled up quietly on the sofa, with steady breathing coming from her nose. I didn't expect that someone as domineering as Yi Yunwan could be so cute when she was sleeping. Jiang Yan stood up, picked up the black coat hanging beside him, walked over lightly, and spread the coat on her. It was the first time that Jiang Yan saw Yi Yunwan so quiet. He couldn't help but look at her beautiful profile carefully. "You're the cutest when you don't talk." As he spoke, Jiang Yan reached out and pinched Yi Yunwan's face. The soft touch was really nice. Just when Jiang Yan wanted to let go, Yi Yunwan, who was originally sleeping quietly, suddenly opened her eyes, and her sharp eyes instantly noticed Jiang Yan in front of her. Oh, damn. Jiang Yan was so frightened by the sudden look that he fell backwards to the ground. Sitting up, Yi Yunwan stretched lazily with a comfortable expression and moved her arms. "I haven't had such a comfortable sleep in a long time. Tell me, what were you doing just now?" Looking at Jiang Yan sitting on the ground in a mess, Yi Yunwan crossed her legs, supported her chin with her hands, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yan, who was still frightened, showed a trace of embarrassment on his face and muttered. I saw you fell asleep and was afraid you would catch a cold, so I thought of putting a coat on you. Oh, really? Yi Yunwan supported her chin with her right hand and tapped the table with her left hand. You won't take advantage of me while I'm sleeping. Haha, how could that be? Jiang Yan would definitely not admit it. Seeing this, Yi Yunwan shook her head helplessly. He pinched her, but she didn't admit it. But she was too lazy to pursue the matter. She stood up, walked to the desk, picked up a document casually and took a look at it. She was stunned when she saw it. There was a hint of surprise in her dark eyes, and she picked up a few documents on the table and took a look. Now she finally understood the importance of the business genius that Yi Mu mentioned. To be frank, even if she did it herself, it would be difficult for her to do better than Jiang Yan. What do you think? Am I awesome? You can't go back on your promise to me. Jiang Yan said with a chuckle. Certainly. Southern Province, Shin Family Mansion. Okay, I understand. Let Miss have a good rest. Looking at the starry sky above his head, Shin Zhongtian sat in the courtyard and hung up the phone with a happy expression on his face. Gurgle. In the bright bedroom, Jiang Yan looked at Yi Yunwan, who was wearing a layer of black stockings on her thighs. This extremely tempting scene made him swallow his saliva. Does it look good? Yi Yunwan walked forward, pushed Jiang Yan down on the bed, leaned over and blew into his ear. It's okay. Jiang Yan turned his head stubbornly and didn't look at her. His words were harder than iron. Yi Yunwan pulled the quilt over, and the two of them slept together with their bodies tightly pressed together. The lights were turned off, and the faint moonlight shone in through the gaps in the window, spilling into the bedroom. Jiang Yan forced himself to close his eyes, feeling the body temperature beside him, trying to dispel the evil thoughts in his heart. But inside the quilt, two restless legs kept wandering on Jiang Yan's body, and the silky touch made him unable to help but have wild thoughts. Yi Yunwan crawled out from under the quilt, looked at Jiang Yan's expression of doubt about life, and had the urge to tease him. Although I can't give it to you now, I can still help you in an emergency. Yi Yunwan said seductively. Really? Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Yunwan crawled into the bed, and soon a nightgown was thrown beside the bed. Jiang Yan showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. Early in the morning, the sunlight shone on Jiang Yan's face. He opened his eyes drowsily, and the person beside him had disappeared. There was a note beside the bed with a faint fragrance on it. Jiang Yan took it and started reading. I'll give you a day off. Don't forget there's a party tonight. Yi Yunwan had no worries at all about whether Jiang Yan would have an affair outside. This was her confidence as a woman. After a simple wash, Jiang Yan went downstairs to have breakfast, picked a luxury car at random in the villa's garage, and drove outside. You are my little apple, I can never love you enough. The cell phone rang, and Jiang Yan answered the call while driving the sports car with one hand. Hello, who is this? A steady voice came from the other end of the phone, belonging to a middle-aged man. Shen Zhongtian. Hearing this familiar name, Jiang Yan was stunned. Shen Zhongtian? Isn't that Shen Xinru's father? Could it be that the operation was successful? Without caring about anything else, Jiang Yan slammed on the brakes and parked the car on the side of the road. Fortunately, there were not many cars in this area, otherwise something would have happened. Xinru, how is she? As soon as he stopped the car, Jiang Yan couldn't wait to ask, feeling both happy and worried. I am happy that there is finally news about Xinru, but as for my worries. Shin Zhongtian listened to the friction sound on the other end of Jiang Yan's phone and guessed something. He smiled and said, Don't worry, the operation was successful. You just need to rest there for a few more days before you can return home. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's worries over the past few days finally dissipated, and he felt happy for Shin Xinru. Since the operation was successful, it means that Xinru will be able to live like a normal person in the future. Jiang Yan is really happy for her. I'm glad you're okay. Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gently. Yeah. Shin Zhongtian responded and then hung up the phone. Jiang Yan didn't care about it. Because of the special situation in Southern Province, Uncle Shin developed a decisive and resolute character, and Jiang Yan had long been accustomed to it. The engine of the sports car started again. Jiang Yan looked at the scenery outside the window and felt particularly relaxed at the moment. I haven't been to the black market for a long time. I happen to be free today, so I might as well go and have some fun. Chapter 21: The Strange Stall Owner in the Black Market. The black market is a place that specializes in selling goods that are banned in the market. More often than not, it is used by wealthy people to launder money. Due to various reasons, although the black market is an illegal area, no one can shake its status. In front of a dilapidated residential complex, a dozen bodyguards in black were guarding the gate to prevent anyone from sneaking in. John Yen, dressed in a black suit, walked slowly towards them. He was wearing a mask with gold patterns on his face, hiding his appearance. John Yen took out a pure black card with a small golden crown engraved on one corner and handed it over. The guard took the card, checked it, and returned it to John Yen, saying to his companions behind him, "Identity is fine." Several guards made way for him. John Yen put away the black card and walked towards the dilapidated neighborhood. Not everyone can enter the black market. First of all, the assets must be verified. Only when the assets reach a certain amount will an identity card of the same level be issued. Just like John Yen's black card, it is the lowest level identity card, and anyone with a net worth of at least 100,000 can apply for it. As for why he only had an ordinary black card, it was mainly because John Yen seldom asked his family for money and he didn't have much expenses. Before he met Yi Yunwan, his daily routine was either to look after the store or to go out for a stroll occasionally, and he didn't have any big expenses at all. There was nothing special about this dilapidated community. John Yen walked straight through the community and came to a black door at the back. Pushing open the black iron door, I heard noisy sounds from inside, and what came into view was an ordinary street. The burial objects that were just unearthed today were dug out from a general's tomb. Now they only cost 10,000 yuan. The top-grade jade has been verified by a specialist. Are there any interested bosses who would like to take a look? John Yen has become accustomed to this scene. He visits the black market several times every month, so he is very familiar with this place. Looking at the brightly colored jades on the roadside, John Yen couldn't muster up any interest at all. Jade stalls like these were most likely selling fake goods. It's still daytime, so there are not many customers coming to the black market, and most of them are vendors shouting. John Yen looked at those stalls and shook his head in disappointment. There was nothing new or interesting there. This black market was getting worse and worse. After walking forward for a while, John Yen had arrived at the end of the black market and was about to go back with some disappointment. Turning around, John Yen saw a small stall in the corner of the dim street, and the owner of the stall successfully attracted his attention. He was a man who was about 30 years old. The muscles on his arms were bigger than John Yen's legs. It was obvious that he had been well trained. Out of curiosity, John Yen walked over and found that it was a small stall selling women's accessories. "You're a grown man, and you actually go to the black market to sell these?" John Yen asked curiously. Wu Tai raised his head and realized that a guest had arrived, so he quickly stood up from the small stool. "Boss, would you like to buy some jewelry? I brought these from home. They are absolutely authentic. I brought it from home." John Yen looked at the accessories on the stall with interest and could tell at a glance that the guy was lying. These necklaces, rings, etc., are obviously brand new, and the craftsmanship is clearly not something that ordinary people can do. "Is this your first time setting up a stall in the black market?" John Yen looked at the burly man in front of him again and found a familiar feeling about him. Although he was wearing long sleeves, it still couldn't hide the scars on his body. Wu Tai didn't expect John Yen to know at a glance that this was his first time here. He scratched his head and smiled. "Boss, you have a keen eye. This is indeed my first time setting up a stall in the black market." John Yen said again, "You are a soldier, right? Why are you here?" That's right, John Yen had seen the feeling from Wu Tai in the military camp before. This was definitely not an ordinary soldier, he was at least a squad leader. When the truth was revealed, Wu Tai's face changed, but he still nodded without hiding it. "Yes, I used to be, but I'm retired now." John Yen shifted his gaze away from Wu Tai and began to study the jewelry on the stall, which were basically necklaces or earrings. "It just so happened that Yi Yunwan gave me a bracelet last time, so I had to return the gift." After some careful selection, John Yen finally settled on a necklace that he thought was quite suitable for Yi Yunwan. The heart-shaped necklace is made of sterling silver, with a blue diamond delicately inlaid in the crossed hearts. "How much is this necklace?" John Yen began to ask the price. "You really know what you are talking about. You picked out the best one in my stall at first sight. I'll charge you 30,000 yuan for this necklace." "What?" John Yen was stunned, a little bit unbelievable about the price. It's not that it's too high, on the contrary, it's too low. $30,000. The diamond on the necklace alone is worth more than that, at least 10 times more. Seeing Jiang Yan's expression, Wu Tai thought the price was too high, and quickly lowered the price. If that doesn't work, 15,000 will do. Jiang Yan held his forehead helplessly, took out a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the stall. There is 500,000 yuan in this card. Consider it as the money to buy this necklace. You should learn more about prices before selling things in the future, so as not to be cheated. After Jiang Yan said this, he picked up the necklace and walked back the way he came. Wu Tai behind him had a dazed look on his face. He picked up the POS machine beside him in disbelief and gently swiped the card given by Jiang Yan. There are actually 500,000. Holding the bank card in his hand, Wu Tai looked at Jiang Yan's back with gratitude. As if he thought of something, he hurriedly packed up the necklaces on the stall. Jiang Yan was about to walk out of the black market when he suddenly heard a shout from behind him and he subconsciously stopped. "Brother, wait a minute." Jiang Yan turned around and saw that it was Wu Tai running towards him with a wooden box in his arms. Seeing Jiang Yan stop, Wu Tai hurried over, stuffed the wooden box in his arms over, and said gratefully, "Brother, I am so grateful to you. These things are of no use to me as a grown man, so I will give them all to you." After saying this, without waiting for Jiang Yan to react, Wu Tai ran back. He hadn't closed his stall yet, so he couldn't leave for too long. Jiang Yan looked at the heavy wooden box in his hand, guessed something, and opened it. Sure enough, the wooden box was full of things like necklaces. Shaking his head, Jiang Yan accepted the gift and thought, "There are so many good people these days." Not only did he spend 500,000 to buy a necklace worth at least 10 million, but he also got so many good things for free. It's true that things in this world are unpredictable, and the big constants encompass the small constants. Chapter 22 Official Business Party. Where are you? In the evening, Jiang Yan, who had been hanging out outside all day, received a call from Yi Yunwan, asking about his current location. On the empty street, Jiang Yan casually said, "Huaxin Road." After knowing Jiang Yan's address, Yi Yunwan hung up the phone and drove quickly towards Huaxin Road. Jiang Yan continued walking forward for a while, then he heard the sound of a speeding sports car behind him, and he turned around to look. A black Lamborghini rushed towards Jiang Yan, and when it got close to him, it did a beautiful drift. Jiang Yan opened the car door and walked in. He immediately saw Yi Yunwan in the driver's seat. She was wearing a black dress. "Where have you been today?" After waiting for Jiang Yan to get in the car, Yi Yunwan did not drive immediately, but asked him what he had been doing today. Jiang Yan took out a small white box from somewhere and smiled very brightly. "I'm going to find a gift for you." "Gift?" Yi Yunwan took the small white box and opened it, revealing a heart-shaped necklace. That is right, this is exactly the high-end necklace that Jiang Yan bought at a low price on the black market today. Looking at the necklace in the box, Yi Yunwan's mouth curled up slightly. This guy still has some conscience. "How about it? Do you like it?" Jiang Yan asked confidently. He was very confident in his aesthetic taste. "As long as it's from you, I like it." After receiving the necklace, Yi Yunwan hooked her finger at Jiang Yan, motioning him to come closer. How could Jiang Yan dare to disobey? He leaned forward and moved closer. Because they were so close, they could hear each other's breathing. The next second, Yi Yunwan hugged Jiang Yan's head with both hands and kissed him with her sweet lips. With a pop, Jiang Yan's lips were covered with something soft, fragrant and sweet, with a unique taste. After a moment, the engine started and the whole car drove away at a high speed, leaving a beautiful taillight for passers-by. This party was hosted by Jiang City officials. In order to promote the economic development of Jiang City, they decided to build a new commercial development zone. In the car, Yi Yunwan was driving while introducing the purpose of this business evening to Jiang Yan. A new commercial development zone? Jiang Yan was stunned. Jiang City is so small. If a development zone is really to be built, an area will definitely have to be demolished. Yes. Yi Yunwan nodded and continued, "Isn't there an old residential area in the south of the city?" Jiang Yan knew that in the entire Jiang City, the southern part of the city was the slowest developing because it was called the slum by many people. I didn't expect that the authorities actually wanted to demolish it. This is not a small amount of money, at least a project worth hundreds of billions. They are so rich that they can demolish such a large area without any hesitation. Jiang Yan leaned back on the leather seat, stretched lazily, and looked tired. You know what, after walking around outside all day, I'm actually a little tired now. After a while, there was no movement in the back seat. Yi Yunwan looked up, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a beautiful smile. Jiang Yan was seen lying on the back seat with his eyes closed, and it was obvious that he had fallen asleep. The starry sky at night is exceptionally bright, the moonlight shines on the earth, and the steel-like city is brightly lit. Outside the Yunjian Hotel, many business leaders had already arrived, chatting and laughing as they walked into the hotel. The organizer of this party is an official, so all the important people in Jiang City are present. There are many security personnel around the hotel to prevent any unauthorized persons from entering the hotel. In the corners where no one noticed, there were even many plainclothes policemen secretly observing the scenes inside and outside the hotel. All the big shots in Jiang City are present. If something unexpected happens, not to mention them, even the mayor would not be able to bear it. In the distance, a black Lamborghini was speeding towards us. Its domineering appearance made people want to take a second look. Many powerful people from large companies outside the hotel looked over, and many of them recognized whose car it was. In just 2 years, he managed to turn a company into the top group in Jiang City, and even used many established companies as stepping stones to reach the top step by step. A business talent, or perhaps the recognized queen of business. With the appearance of this Lamborghini, the originally noisy scene outside the hotel suddenly became quiet. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, and as they watched, the car door slowly opened. Yi Yunwan, dressed in a beautiful black dress, appeared in everyone's eyes. The noble temperament emanating from the inside out was domineering yet beautiful. On by Jez's neck, a heart-shaped necklace inlaid with blue diamonds is particularly eye-catching. That's the chairman of Feiyan Group. Can such a young woman really develop a company to its current level? This is a question in many people's minds, but most of them are midstream business owners. As for the top rich people, none of them would look down on that woman. Each of them has witnessed the ruthless nature of their business practices, and some have even been ruthlessly trampled upon, but they can only swallow their anger. There is no way, they are really scared of being beaten. In the whole Jiang City, Feiyan Group can be said to have truly achieved. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. But the next scene shocked everyone present, to the point where they began to doubt their lives. Yi Yunwan got out of the car and opened the back door directly. A young man was lying inside, sleeping soundly. "Be good, we're here, get up." Looking at the sleeping Jiang Yan, Yi Yunwan leaned forward and spoke softly in his ear. Her voice was so delicate that people could not help but let their imagination run wild. But even so, Jiang Yan did not wake up. He slept like a dead pig and no one could wake him up. Yi Yunwan tried a few more times very gently, but Jiang Yan still didn't respond. Her patience finally reached its limit. The next second, there was a pop sound and a scream that was particularly harsh in the ears of everyone in the venue. Ouch! Under Yi Yunwan's cold gaze, Jiang Yan covered his red left cheek, on which a slap mark could be vaguely seen. "Man, I think you're pushing it a little too far." A cold voice rang in Jiang Yan's ears. He quickly came to his senses and gave a dry laugh. Isn't this because I played too hard today?" He would never admit that he was pretending to sleep, never. Jiang Yan originally thought of it after the car stopped, but someone's voice was too soft, and he couldn't help teasing him. Just like that, under the gaze of many business leaders, Yi Yunwan took Jiang Yan's arm and walked towards the hotel. Chapter 23, 50 million reserve price. Wife Jiang Yan lowered his voice in the meeting room. "Yeah." Yi Yunwan felt extremely happy when she heard the word wife and said calmly, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yan felt a little uncomfortable as everyone in the hotel conference room looked at him. "You must be unpopular in Jiang City. Look at the way those people look at us. They must have bad intentions." However, Yi Yunwan seemed to have gotten used to it and replied expressionlessly. "So what?" She exudes a cool and elegant temperament from the inside out, and seems to look down on everyone. This is Yi Yunwan. Hearing this, Jiang Yan was speechless. He didn't want to attract so much attention. Just as he was about to walk towards the corner where there were the least people, he was pulled back. "Where do you want to go?" Yi Yunwan's eyes met Jiang Yan's. Jiang Yan scratched his head awkwardly and laughed dryly. "There are too many people here, so I'm thinking of finding a place with fewer people." But Yi Yunwan was not happy about it. She put her little hand on Jiang Yan's waist and made a 360-degree rotation. Hiss! Jiang Yan took a breath of cold air. The pain in his waist made him almost unable to hold back his tears. Afterwards, Yi Yunwan pulled Jiang Yan towards the center of the venue in an extremely domineering manner. This man always wants to keep a low profile. How can this be acceptable? Today, he must change this habit. You don't want to be the focus, but I want you to be the focus. Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan are simply two extremes. One is flattering and low-key, the type who won't take the initiative to cause trouble, while the other, to put it simply, when she is angry, even a dog will be slapped twice before leaving. Soon, the two of them walked arm in arm to the center of the venue, where most people had already arrived. Although they were pretending to be talking about business, their eyes would glance over here from time to time, and it was obvious that they cared about Jiang Yan and the others. You really are unpopular at all. No one talks to you. Jiang Yan whispered in Yi Yunwan's ear with a laugh. The next second, a cold gaze fell on Jiang Yan, making him shudder and dare not speak anymore. As he was too bored, Jiang Yan walked directly to the dining table, sat down, and started eating like everyone else. This scene immediately made many people frown secretly. The organizer hadn't even arrived yet, but they had already started eating. How uncultured. On the contrary, Yi Yunwan was quite satisfied with Jiang Yan's action. She even sat next to him and peeled shrimp for him personally. After peeling the shrimps, he very considerately handed the shrimp meat to Jiang Yan's mouth. This scene surprised many people. Is this really the devil in the business world? She can be so gentle at times. I've never seen such a thing before. Be good and eat slowly. Yi Yunwan supported her stunningly beautiful face with one hand and touched Jiang Yan's head lovingly with the other hand. Jiang Yan was at a loss now. Why did he feel like this woman treated him like a pet, even though it was very comfortable? Soon, the organizer of this business evening finally appeared, and a group of 5 people walked towards the hall in a mighty manner. The mayor of Jiang City, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s with a big belly, came towards them in a mighty procession with the deputy mayor and others, with a big smile on his face. No one was in a hurry to come forward and talk to them. Now was not the right time, and it would only arouse others' disgust. Under the gaze of the crowd, Mayor Dong Zhensheng walked to the podium at the front of the venue with a microphone in his hand. In an instant, the lights in the conference hall were turned off, leaving only 3 dazzling white lights directly above the podium. Jiang Yan also looked over curiously and was surprised to find that Lu Jinan from the marriage agency was also there. It seems that Director Lu is quite capable in Jiang City, as he can actually appear on such an occasion. Jiang Yan had thought that he was a slacking director with little authority, but now it seems to be completely the opposite. At this time, Dong Zhensheng began to speak on the podium. The whole audience was silent, which was a great respect. First of all, I, Dong Zhensheng, would like to thank everyone for giving me this honor to attend this business party. I would also like to thank everyone for gathering here for the future of Jiang City. I believe everyone knows the purpose of my visit to this evening party, so I won't beat around the bush. This evening party can also be regarded as an auction, and the bidder can obtain a piece of land in the core area of the South City. I believe everyone knows what this means. Dong Zhensheng briefly introduced the evening party and then left. After he walked down, all the lights in the venue came on, illuminating the entire hall. After Dong Zhensheng stepped down from the stage, everyone found a table and sat down. Then came the most important moment of the entire evening. Everyone took their seats, except for 2 people at the table in the center, where no one else dared to sit. Dong Zhensheng had also had many interactions with Fei Yin Group, so he naturally knew Yi Yunwan's character. Therefore, he did not step forward to say hello, but just smiled at them politely. Lu Jinan followed the mayor and naturally saw Jiang Yan. When he saw Yi Yunwan sitting intimately next to Jiang Yan, he was secretly envious. This brat was so resistant before, but now he seems to be enjoying it. The hotel manager walked up to the podium, holding a small wooden hammer in his hand, and spoke stiffly with the microphone. Then we will start bidding. Each bid increase must not be less than 10 million. The reserve price is 50 million. As soon as he finished speaking, many group leaders began bidding with full confidence, and the amounts quoted were higher each time. I am Shanjian Group, offering 200 million. Honglong Group, offer 300 million. The price kept rising, which made Jiang Yan smack his lips. He curiously asked Yi Yunwan beside him. You're not bidding? Yi Yunwan, who was peeling crab meat for Jiang Yan, shook her head and said softly. Forget bidding. If I want, the mayor will be happy to give me more land. Such is the status of Fei Yin Group in Jiang City that even if the mayor comes, one has to be careful with what he says. Open your mouth. Oh. The people bidding at this party had basically nothing to do with the lower and middle-level businessmen, so they were basically talking about their own business. Mayor Dong Zhensheng was also constantly toasted. He accepted all the toasts and drank one glass after another with a smile. Soon his face was flushed from drinking. Lu Jinan also reminded at the right time. "Mayor, you can't drink anymore." Dong Zhensheng, who was already drunk, uttered a soft "hmm." He also knew that drinking too much would do bad things, so he put down his glass. Little did he know that he was not far from death. Chapter 24. The mayor was assassinated and Jiang Yan was in danger. Under the dark moonlight, the sky was shrouded in clouds. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the day, the city shrouded in darkness is extremely quiet and it is rare to see people walking on the streets. In such an environment, the most famous Yunjian Hotel in Jiang City was brightly lit. No one could have imagined that all the dignitaries in Jiang City were gathered in a hotel tonight. Inside the banquet hall on the first floor of the hotel, the bidding sounds became less and less, but the amount had already reached a terrifying number that was almost unimaginable for ordinary people. "My Tiannan group will offer 5 billion. Humph, this piece of land must belong to our Fei Hong group. I'll pay 5.5 billion. Brother Fei, don't be too confident. My Wanbing group will offer 6 billion. In the spacious banquet hall on the first floor, the only ones still bidding were those large groups that played an important role in the entire Jiang City. It's so boring. In the center of the hall, Jiang Yan sat at the dining table with some boredom. In front of him were food remnants. Instead of fighting so hard just for a piece of land, you might as well think about how to improve the quality of your products. However, Yi Yunwan on the side had already gotten used to such occasions and did not feel uncomfortable at all. She casually picked up the bottle of high-end red wine on the table, placed 2 clean goblets in front of her, and started pouring the wine. The scarlet liquid entered the wine glass, and a rich aroma of wine spread out, making the people around them smell the aroma, but they could only watch with envy. This bottle of red wine is only on the most important dining table in the entire banquet hall. It is specially prepared for top figures like Yi Yunwan. Ordinary people are not qualified to enjoy it. If this bottle of red wine were sold outside, its price would be at least 5 million, which is unaffordable for ordinary wealthy people. "I can't drink," Jiang Yan said subconsciously as he looked at the red wine in front of him. "It's okay." Yi Yunwan picked up the red wine in her hand and took a sip, her voice gentle and delicate. "You can learn if you don't know how to drink. What man doesn't drink?" Seeing this, Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, but still tentatively picked up the wine glass and took a sip. "Well, it doesn't seem so good." At this time, at the mayor's table not far away, Lu Jinan greeted the mayor and walked towards Jiang Yan's table. When Lu Jinan saw the red wine Jiang Yan was drinking, he said enviously, "You can drink now, kid." Jiang Yan smiled, patted the empty chair next to him, and motioned for the other person to sit down. Lu Jinan was not in a hurry, but smiled modestly at Yi Yunwan who was looking at him. "Miss Yi, the mayor knows that you don't like to be disturbed, so he asked me to bring you a message. After a few days, when the area in the south of the city is divided, you can pick a few plots of land at will. The mayor will give them to you as a reward for Fei Yin Group's contribution to Jiang City in the past few years." Hearing this, Yi Yunwan nodded slightly and didn't say much, as if this was how it should be. Jiang Yan beside him curled his lips. "It is said that comparing yourself with others will make you feel terribly frustrated. The gap between them is really huge. Others spend billions just to grab a piece of land, but Yi Yunwan can pick anyone she wants without paying. Come on, Uncle Lu, have a drink." After Lu Jinan sat down, Jiang Yan directly picked up the red wine beside him and poured him a large glass, not caring at all about the preciousness of the wine. This was not the first day Lu Jinan had been with Jiang Yan, so naturally he did not have any psychological burden and smiled readily. "Okay, I know I didn't help you in vain before." After these words were spoken, Yi Yunwan's eyes moved slightly, but soon calmed down and continued to focus her eyes on Jiang Yan. "I really can't get enough of it. No matter how fierce the competition is, it will eventually come to an end." Soon, the bidding for the land in the south of the city finally came to an end. The hotel manager stood on the podium in front with a happy face, holding the microphone and loudly announced, "Let us congratulate Wanbing Group for winning this piece of land at a high price of 9 billion. Let us applaud and congratulate them." Under the light, the manager's face was smiling particularly brightly. "You know, the higher the auction price, the higher his commission will be. It's a great job to make money just by saying a few words." As the bidding came to an end, the audience burst into warm applause and everyone's face was filled with smiles. Many companies took advantage of this business gala to establish many personal connections and even attract investments. It can be said that this group of people got a lot of benefits without almost any effort. The party was over and everyone started to leave the venue one after another, walking out of the hotel, smiling all the way. "Boss Zhang, I've already booked a private room at Paradise on Earth. We're not going home until we're drunk tonight." "Well, thank you for your hard work, Xiaolia. Don't worry, I will keep my promise to invest in your company." Because there were too many people at the hotel entrance, Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan did not get up immediately, but wanted to wait for all these people to leave. Lu Jinan also walked back to his table and started to work with several other people to help the mayor leave. "I'm going to the bathroom." Jiang Yan stood up and said casually. Yi Yunwan nodded, without paying too much attention, and watched Jiang Yan's back as he left. There were not many people in the hotel lobby at this time, and almost all of them had moved outside the hotel. Most of the service staff went out to arrange shuttle buses, so there were even fewer people in the hotel. A security guard with a slightly muscular build walked into the hall, trotted towards the mayor, and helped support him. "Thanks, brother." With one more person, Lu Jinan, who was originally struggling, was immediately relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, his eyes were covered with blood red and a look of fear appeared on his face. I saw that a hand originally grasped Dong Genxing's security guard, took out a dagger from somewhere, and stabbed it into his heart. With a puff, a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound, staining the originally smooth ground red. After being stabbed, Dong Genxing's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly widened, blood flowed out of his mouth, but he could not make any sound. Lu Jinan, who was standing by, was so frightened by this scene that he stood there in a daze, with the splattered blood staining his face red. The smell of blood lingered in his nose, and the strong smell made his brain go blank in an instant. The killer in security uniform quickly abandoned Dong Genxing's body and ran towards the toilet. Yi Yunwan, who was sitting not far away, was also shocked when she saw this scene, and then she quickly stood up and shouted outside the hotel. "Someone come quickly, someone is trying to assassinate the mayor." Upon hearing this, the wealthy people who were about to leave the hotel were stunned and ran back to the hotel in disbelief. When they saw the fallen body, their faces were filled with shock and fear. "There is a killer in the hotel." After a brief silence, there was a roar like a wave. "Someone, come quickly. There is a killer in the hotel. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and drive my car over here." The scene suddenly fell into chaos. Most of them chose to leave the hotel in a panic, while a few stayed. It was at this moment that a group of waiters and security guards rushed in. To be more precise, they should be plainclothes police officers. Inside the hotel, Yi Yunwan ran towards the restroom like crazy, her beautiful face filled with worry and fear. The killer ran towards the toilet, and her man was still in the toilet. Chapter 25: The Darkness of Human Nature. At night, the stars are shining brightly and the moonlight covers the earth, giving it a mysterious veil. But at this time, the Yunjiang Hotel was not peaceful. There was chaos outside the hotel, and many plainclothes policemen were trying to control the situation. "You, who are you?" In the hotel bathroom, Jiang Yan, who had just pulled up his pants, suddenly felt a chill on his neck and a pungent smell of blood. When he came to his senses, he found a bloody dagger pressed against his neck. Feeling the cold touch, he dared not move. Wu Tai was holding Jiang Yan hostage, and was stunned when he heard his voice. Why did this voice sound so familiar? But the situation was urgent and he couldn't afford to think too much. He could only hold the dagger tightly in his hand and threaten Jiang Yan. "From now on you are my hostage. If you dare to move." As he spoke, the dagger against Jiang Yan's neck accurately cut through a layer of skin, and his technique was extremely exquisite. Out of desperation, Jiang Yan had to raise his hands in surrender, lamenting the injustice of the world. "Why do I always encounter such bad things? I must not have checked the almanac before going out today. Let's climb out the window together. As long as you take me away from here safely, I promise that nothing will happen to you." Wu Tai said coldly. Jiang Yan nodded, indicating that it was okay, so he walked to the bathroom window, opened the glass window, and jumped out swiftly. Wu Tai jumped out lightly, not giving Jiang Yan any chance to escape, and followed him closely. The hotel parking lot was empty at this moment, with only a few luxury cars left. When they heard that an assassin had tried to kill the mayor, the chairman ran away, so they didn't even have time to stay here for long. Walking up to the black Lamborghini, Jiang Yan opened the door and got in. Wu Tai followed closely behind him and sat in the passenger seat. "It's you. Jiang Yan, who only saw Wu Tai's appearance at this time, was surprised. Isn't this the small stall owner in the black market? Since Wu Tai helped Jiang Yan make a lot of money, he still has a clear impression of him. Wu Tai was also stunned at this time. He didn't expect that the hostage he took would be an acquaintance. This would be a difficult situation. Combining the police officers he met along the way, Jiang Yan quickly guessed the culprit, who was probably Wu Tai. What did you do to attract so many policemen? Jiang Yan asked curiously. After learning that it was Wu Tai, Jiang Yan felt relieved. If nothing else, the other party should not make things difficult for him just for the 500,000. The most important thing is to trust the Chinese soldiers. Wu Tai was facing Jiang Yan, a nobleman, so he couldn't threaten him coldly. He could only smile bitterly and said, "The matter is rather complicated and it will take some time to explain it clearly. Could you help me one more time?" Hearing this, Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, but still started the engine and drove the Lamborghini out of the hotel. Under the dark moonlight, all the police rushed into the hotel, and no one noticed a Lamborghini that quietly left. But even if you meet him, he will just be a rich man who ran away. Just as Jiang Yan drove out of the hotel, Yi Yunwan rushed into the bathroom like crazy inside the hotel. But when she saw the empty toilet, she froze in her tracks. It was gone. She soon realized something was wrong. The toilet window was open, so Jiang Yan must have been taken away by the killer. Afterwards, a large number of police officers rushed in, holding loaded guns and looking around the toilet vigilantly. A middle-aged man in police uniform walked out from among the policemen. His position was obviously much higher than those ordinary policemen. As the deputy director of the Jiang City Police Department, Huan Wei had naturally met Yi Yunwan before, and he immediately stepped forward and asked seriously, "Miss Yi, where is the killer?" But what answered him was Yi Yunwan's murderous eyes, and her tone was full of suppressed anger, with a hint of ferocity. "My man has been captured by that killer. Find him for me at all costs." Huang Wei's eyes suddenly flashed with fear, and he did not dare to hesitate, and quickly assured, "Don't worry, Miss Yi, I will definitely bring the person back to you." Although Yi Yunwan is just a businessman, the Feiyan group she represents has a pivotal position in Jiang City. In some ways, her words are even more effective than the mayor's orders. In just a few minutes, the entire hotel was cordoned off and no one was allowed to enter or leave. The alarm sounded late at night and woke up the people living nearby. When they opened the windows with dissatisfaction and looked in the direction of the sound, surprise appeared on their faces. What happened? Why did so many policemen show up? Hundreds of police officers surrounded the entire hotel, with police cars parked all around and all nearby roads blocked. In the south of the city, as a Lamborghini stopped in the middle of the bridge, the two lights were extremely conspicuous under the dark moonlight. "Ah, I'm finally free." After getting off the car, Jiang Yan stretched out with a look of relief, and lay down on the edge of the bridge. He seemed to have completely forgotten that he had been held hostage with a knife more than 10 minutes ago. Looking at the surging river under the tranquil moonlight, the sound of the waves lapping is extremely pleasant to the ears. Wu Tai got down from the passenger seat, slowly walked to Jiang Yan's side, and casually threw the bloody knife in and threw it down. There was a splash sound, and the tools used to commit the crime disappeared. Wu Tai looked at the river and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for helping me." Seeing his heavy expression, Jiang Yan could no longer suppress his curiosity and said, "Tell me, what did you do just now to attract so many police officers?" "I killed the mayor." Wu Tai's voice was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows, stared at Wu Tai in silence for a while, and said expressionlessly, "Reason?" He really couldn't imagine that Wu Tai, who came from a military background, would actually assassinate the mayor, especially at a party where all the powerful people in Jiang City were present. This action is tantamount to trampling on the law as garbage. "Since I was a child." Wu Tai explained the whole story with a complicated expression, perhaps intending to treat Jiang Yan as a listener. "Some things might feel better if you talk them out." After listening to Wu Tai's story, Jiang Yan finally understood. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen in Jiang City. It turned out that Mayor Dong Zhensheng planned to develop the southern area of the city for a better future, but such a project was too huge. So in order to save costs as much as possible, Dong Zhensheng found some local thugs to constantly harass the residents in the south of the city, hoping to take over the entire east of the city at the lowest cost. What happened next was even more infuriating. It is no exaggeration to say that it was outrageous to both humans and gods. The amount of money offered by the mayor for the demolition was almost robbery. How could the residents living in the south of the city agree to it? So they planned to unite to fight against those hooligans who were causing trouble. Wu Tai's mother and sister were admitted to the hospital and were placed in the intensive care unit because of the beating by this group of thugs. Chapter 26 Worried Yi Yunwan. In the deep darkness, the faint chirping of cicadas echoes in my ears, and everything seems so peaceful. So you used the 500,000 to save your sister and mother? Listening to Wu Tai telling his sad story, Jiang Yan didn't know what to say. No. Wu Tai shook his head, as if he was thinking of something sad. He felt particularly heavy-hearted, and his voice suddenly became a little hoarse. I came back too late because I had no money to pay for the medicine. My mother and my sister. I used all the 500,000 yuan to prepare for their funerals. After hearing these words, Jiang Yan felt a sudden shock in his heart. He didn't know how to comfort him, and finally he could only sigh silently. After a moment, Wu Tai took out a pack of cigarettes from his bag, handed one to Jiang Yan, and then lit one for himself. Under the lapping of the river water, the surroundings seemed extremely quiet. Jiang Yan looked at Wu Tai's melancholy expression and thought, perhaps this was his fate. What are you going to do next? Wu Tai understood without Jiang Yan saying much that he was now the murderer of the mayor. Without any background, he had no place to stay in the country. Wu Tai quickly finished a cigarette. He adjusted his mood and made himself look a little better. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, the police won't be able to find me for a while. Hearing this, Jiang Yan suddenly had an idea in his mind and said, how about we cooperate? Cooperation? Wu Tai was stunned, not quite understanding what Jiang Yan meant. Yes, cooperation. Jiang Yan nodded with a smile on his face. I will help you stay in the country incognito and survive, and you will be my little brother from now on. To be honest, Jiang Yan was not without selfish motives, but the most important thing was that he was impressed by Wu Tai's abilities. Being able to sneak into the hotel despite being surrounded by police and even successfully assassinating the mayor, this series of events undoubtedly proves one thing. That is, Wu Tai is very capable. Listening to Jiang Yan's words, Wu Tai thought he was pitying him and said with a wry smile, no need, that's the mayor, the police won't let me go. That may not be the case. Jiang Yan showed a mysterious smile and said, if you kill a mayor who has made outstanding contributions, it will be a very troublesome matter, but if it is a criminal who has committed many crimes, the situation will be very different. If you trust me, I can put this matter to rest within a month. Wu Tai was moved when he heard this. He had lived on this land for more than 10 years, so how could he bear to leave? In a trance, he seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and his eyes lit up again. Okay, I'll believe you this time. As he said this, Wu Tai was about to kneel down and kowtow to Jiang Yan to prove his determination, but Jiang Yan hurriedly stopped him. Hey, forget about kneeling down and kowtowing. It will shorten my lifespan. I don't want to die yet. Just come back with me and stay out of the spotlight first, and then come out after this matter is resolved. Jiang Yan said with a smile. Wu Tai nodded solemnly, yes, brother. Jiang Yan was a little surprised to be called Big Brother. He waved his hand and said, my name is Jiang Yan. You can call me Brother Yan from now on. Wu Tai, okay, Brother Yan. As the two were talking, the sound of speeding vehicles was heard in the distance. The friction of the wheels seemed extremely harsh in the silent night. The two looked at the sound and saw two lights appearing in the distance. A black Rolls-Royce was driving towards them rapidly. Oh no. When Wu Tai saw the Rolls-Royce suddenly appear, he thought it was the police driving after them and tried to escape quickly. Oh, no need. Jiang Yan stopped him and said calmly, he's one of us. The emergency brake left two deep black tire marks on the ground, and the driver's door was slammed open. Yi Yunwan, with an anxious look on her face, was holding a mobile phone in her hand, on which were two small red dots, which were Jiang Yan's real-time location. When she saw Jiang Yan lying leisurely on the bridge smoking, she felt relieved but also angry. I was so worried about you, and you're smoking here in front of me. Without hesitation, Yi Yunwan stepped on her high heels and rushed towards Jiang Yan, with tears even flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Yan threw away the cigarette but faced his wife who was jogging towards him, and opened his arms with a bright smile. The crisp sound of pop was particularly clear in the dark night. Wu Tai, who was standing aside, was stunned, his mouth wide open in surprise, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Jiang Yan, who had originally spread out his arms, was slapped away. What a terrifying arm strength that must have been. Fuck, what are you doing? Jiang Yan covered his red right cheek with his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. He endured the burning pain and grimaced. Why doesn't this woman follow the routine? At this time, in this atmosphere, shouldn't she give myself a big hug? The next second, Yi Yunwan pounced towards Jiang Yan again, scaring him so much that he closed his eyes. But what followed was a pair of warm hands that took him into their arms and held him tightly. A faint fragrance wafted into Jiang Yan's nose, and his face was squeezed in the softness, almost suffocating him. This intimate scene made it impossible for a man like Wu Tai to watch it directly, so he turned around and stopped looking. After a while, Jiang Yan was finally freed. His face flushed a little. He now felt that his whole face was fragrant. A drop of moisture fell on Jiang Yan's forehead, slid down his face to the corner of his mouth. It was the bitter taste of tears. Jiang Yan then realized that Yi Yunwan was crying bitterly. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only hug Yi Yunwan. Stop crying. But Yi Yunwan continued to sob slightly regardless. When she found out that Jiang Yan was taken away by the killer, she felt like the whole world was about to collapse. Jiang Yan touched her smooth black hair, and their faces were close together, feeling each other's body temperature and resonating with each other's joys and sorrows. After half an hour, the two slowly separated, and then... Ah! Jiang Yan screamed. He looked at Yi Yunwan, who had returned to normal, and stood up with a sense of grievance, saying unhappily, "Why are you still hitting me? This tendency towards violence is too serious. If he continues like this, he will probably be beaten to death before they get married." Ha! Yi Yunwan glared at him, stretched out her white and clean little hand, and pulled Jiang Yan up from the ground. "If you're fine, why didn't you call me right away? Do you know how worried I was?" Faced with the reprimand, Jiang Yan was unable to refute, as it seemed that he had indeed overseen this matter. "Sorry." Yi Yunwan gave him a displeased look, then looked at Wu Tai, who was standing beside her. She guessed something but didn't say it out loud. She went straight back to the car and shouted at Zhang Yanjia, who was standing there in a daze. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." "Oh." After a pause, Jiang Yan quickly climbed onto the passenger seat of Yi Yunwan's car, and did not forget to instruct Wu Tai, who was standing beside him. "You can follow behind in my car." With a sigh of relief, Wu Tai nodded, got into the Lamborghini, started the engine, and followed behind. This night is destined to be uneasy for some people, and the entire Jiang city will also usher in a great baptism. Chapter 27, Wu Tai's Extraordinary Skills. In the early morning, the crisp sound of birds rings in my ears, the dazzling sunlight rises from the east, shining on the earth, and the breeze blows, bringing refreshing greetings. In the feminine bedroom, a refreshing breeze blows into the bedroom, and the pink bunny curtains are rustling. There was a constant sound of flesh colliding outside the villa, as if someone was fighting. Lying on the warm Simmons bed, Jiang Yan was awakened by the noise outside the villa and opened his eyes in a daze. Why is it so noisy so early in the morning? Jiang Yan lifted the quilt and got out of bed wearing only his shorts. After yawning, he came to the window to see what was going on. When he saw this, he was stunned. On the green lawn in front of the villa, Wu Tai, dressed in a black suit, was fighting with several bodyguards. Right below the balcony on the third floor, Yi Yunwan, wearing a milky white dress, was sitting on a recliner with her arms around her chest, watching the show. Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense at work. She suddenly looked towards the balcony on the third floor, and her eyes met Jiang Yan's. Yi Yunwan just hooked her finger at Jiang Yan, signaling him to come down. On the balcony on the third floor, Jiang Yan, wearing only his shorts, simply washed up and picked out a set of black and white casual clothes. After styling his short hair, he suddenly looked a lot fresher. His fair face and deep facial features made him look particularly refreshing and handsome. "It's really me, so handsome." After praising himself for a while, Jiang Yan walked downstairs. Arriving at the lawn outside the villa, Jiang Yan looked curiously at the bodyguard and Wu Tai, who were still fighting, and asked curiously, "What is this doing?" Yi Yunwan lay lazily on the recliner, and moved her delicate body to the side so that there was just enough space for two people to lie down. Seeing this, Jiang Yan sat on it directly, and their bodies were tightly pressed together. "This little brother you picked up is not ordinary," Yi Yunwan whispered softly in Jiang Yan's ear. "Not to mention anything else, his skills alone are already better than those of an average soldier. He must be from a special unit." Hearing this, Jiang Yan showed a surprised expression, thinking that Yi Yunwan was exaggerating a bit. On the lawn in front, Wu Tai moved around with the 5 bodyguards with ease, his body constantly swaying to avoid the incoming attacks. One of the bodyguards finally couldn't bear it anymore and rushed towards Wu Tai, trying to control him by force. Seeing this, Wu Tai reacted quickly. He just slightly turned his body and pushed his right knee upwards hard. Bang! The bodyguard's abdomen was immediately hit, and he curled up on the ground, rolling over and over to relieve the pain. Ouch, it hurt so much. The screams echoed in the ears of the other 4 bodyguards, making them stunned for a moment. Wu Tai keenly sensed this opportunity, and he bent down and leaned forward, then rushed forward like an arrow. The 4 bodyguards reacted and wanted to resist, but in close combat, they were no match for Wu Tai. After the fists and elbows, the remaining 4 bodyguards lay on the lawn wailing, looking quite miserable. Jiang Yan, who was standing by, was stunned when he saw this scene. Wow, this skill is amazing. Maybe I really found a treasure. After Wu Tai dealt with the 5 bodyguards, he saw Jiang Yan lying beside him and ran over happily. Brother Yan, you're awake. Jiang Yan nodded, looked at Wu Tai's sturdy figure, and asked curiously. What was your level in the army before you were discharged? Wu Tai scratched his head and smiled innocently. My unit is confidential, but there are no more than 3 people in the unit who can fight me one-on-one. Jiang Yan smacked his lips, this was too fierce. At this time, Yi Yunwan beside him spoke, and her cold voice gave people a chilling feeling. I've heard about the incident. I'll take care of the assassination. He will be your little brother from now on. You can handle it yourself. This was also Yi Yunwan's plan. She couldn't stay in Jiang City for long, and she felt more at ease with a bodyguard following Jiang Yan. Wu Tai bowed to Yi Yunwan gratefully, thank you, sister-in-law. The call of sister-in-law touched Yi Yunwan's heart, and the corners of her mouth curled up to reveal a faint smile. This big fool looks honest, but he is actually quite smart. Yi Yunwan looked at Jiang Yan, I'm going to the company later, do you want to go? Hearing this, Jiang Yan shook his head wildly like a rattle. Humph! Yi Yunwan snorted coldly, stretched out her pink and white little hand, and pinched Jiang Yan's face. Then stay in the villa and don't go anywhere. Having said that, Yi Yunwan stood up, gave Wu Tai an instruction, and turned to leave. Take advantage of this time to teach him more about hand-to-hand combat, so that he won't be kidnapped again next time. Yes, sister-in-law. Wu Tai nodded very honestly. Although he is naive, he is not stupid at all. In this family, the status of the eldest sister-in-law is obviously higher than that of brother Yan. Yes, it's tracheitis. Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly, looked up at the blue sky and sunbathed. The housekeeper came out of the villa at this time, holding a freshly prepared breakfast in his hand. 2 cups of pure natural high-end milk and 5 baskets of steamed dumplings just out of the pot. Master Jiang, this is what the young lady asked me to pass on to you. The butler took out a black gold bank card, handed it over, and explained. The lady said that this is your pocket money and you can spend it as you like. They're treating me like a gigolo. Jiang Yan muttered, and asked. How much money is on this card? The butler gave Jiang Yan an unexpected number. 10 billion. What? Even Jiang Yan was stunned by this huge number. So many. Suddenly I realized that being a gigolo is not bad. Afterwards, Jiang Yan directly handed the card to Wu Tai and said calmly. Here, keep this card. From now on, our expenses will be directly deducted from it. Faced with this huge number, Wu Tai took the black card in a panic, his values being completely destroyed. This is 10 billion yuan. You know, he was worried about the burial expenses of 100,000 yuan before. As a result, he now has 10 billion in his hands. At this time, Jiang Yan's phone rang. Hello, who is this? As soon as the phone was connected, a lovely voice came from the other end. Brother, come to the airport to pick up your lovely sister. Jiang Yan was stunned. He naturally knew the owner of the voice. It was his little devil sister at first glance. Pick you up? What do you mean? Zhang Xiaoye on the other end of the phone had puffy cheeks and said unhappily. It's summer vacation, so I came to Jiang City to play with you. Can you really bear to see your lovely sister alone and helpless at the airport? Whoa whoa. Listening to the crying sound that couldn't be more fake, Jiang Yan couldn't help but have a few black lines on his forehead. Please urge me to update more to give me some motivation. I advise you to be sensible and not force me to kneel down and beg you. Chapter 28, The Quirky Zhang Xiaoye. At Jiang City Airport, as a private plane slowly landed, it continued to glide towards the open space in front for a while. When the plane came to a complete stop, the cabin door slowly opened and turned into a long staircase leading directly to the ground. Ah, we're finally here. In the morning sunshine, Jiang Xiaoya, wearing a black Lolita dress, walked down from the plane, pulling a pink suitcase in her hand. Miss, I will come to pick you up in 2 days. At the cabin door, a female housekeeper in casual clothes smiled and said, she is Jiang Xiaoya's personal housekeeper. She arranges my daily food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Good. Jiang Xiaoye waved behind her without looking back and walked happily towards the airport arrival hall. Along the way, Jiang Xiaoye's exquisite appearance, coupled with her excellent height of 1.6 meters, attracted the attention of most people. Oh my god, I actually saw a walking loli. A pot-bellied otaku looked at Jiang Xiaoye's back and knelt on the ground with a sincere expression on his face, like a devout believer. Seeing this, the people around him subconsciously stayed away from this guy. In the exclusive pickup hall for the private jet, there was almost no one else except for a tall figure. Jiang Yan hadn't seen his little devil sister for a long time. In order to maintain the best first impression, he changed his clothes specially. The shirt was made of top-quality black silk and black casual pants made him look a lot more mature. Of course, Jiang Yan also wore a bracelet on his right wrist. There was a black jade stone on the bracelet, and a small word could be vaguely seen inside. Jiang Xiaoye, who had just walked into the airport reception hall, smiled happily at her brother. The next second, she threw down her pink suitcase and rushed towards her brother. Brother. The soft voice sounded common to Jiang Yan's ears because he had already gotten used to it. The brother and sister hugged each other directly, and the huge height difference seemed quite strange. Looking at his sister in his arms, Jiang Yan said helplessly, "Why did you come to Jiang City? Why didn't you inform me in advance? This girl is really something. She always does whatever she wants." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoye rubbed herself in Jiang Yan's arms and smiled playfully. "I missed you so much. Your dear sister flew over here as soon as she got off work. Don't you have any expression at all?" Looking at those big, Caroline-like eyes, blinking, Jiang Yan held his forehead with his hand. "Stop messing around and let's go." Jiang Yan went straight to pull up the suitcase that his sister had left behind, and the bracelet on his right hand was accidentally exposed. This scene was instantly captured by the clever Jiang Xiaoye, and she grabbed the right hand in disbelief. Looking at the bracelet, Jiang Xiaoye was stunned. A bad idea came to her mind, and she quickly sniffed her brother. In addition to my brother's unique scent, there is also a faint fragrance. It's a woman. Brother, you're not going to have a girlfriend, are you? Jiang Xiaoye couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. This useless guy is actually favored by a woman? What is happening to this world? Is this going to be the end of the world? Looking at his sister's rude eyes, Jiang Yan knew what was in this girl's mind without any hesitation, and he gave her a blow on the head. "Go away, what are you looking at?" "Ah." Jiang Xiaoye pouted, gently stroking her forehead, and said dissatisfiedly, "I'm not a child anymore, don't flick my forehead." Jiang Yan nodded perfunctorily, and the brother and sister walked outside. Under the warm sunshine, the scene seemed particularly heartwarming. "Brother, is my sister-in-law pretty? Take me to see her." The sun was extremely hot at noon, and even the stray dogs on the roadside lay exhausted in the shady corners, sticking out their tongues to relieve the heat. In the office on the top floor of Feiyan Group, the sound of papers flipping and the rustling sound of writing could be heard. At this time, Yi Yunwan was looking at a document in her hand, glanced at it quickly, and then signed her signature. In a corner of the desk, there stood a photo frame with a photo of Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan in it. Looking at the man smile in the photo, Yi Yunwan's mouth corners curled up unconsciously. Just then, the phone vibrated. Buzz buzz buzz. Yi Yunwan looked up and saw that it was Jiang Yan calling. She put down the documents in her hand and clicked the answer button. But the next second, her face turned cold at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an icy chill emanated from her body. I heard a woman's voice on the other end of the phone. "Jiang Yan. I'm going to tell Dad, how dare you bully me." Bullying. Hearing these two words, the chill in my body intensified again. Jiang Yan's helpless voice came from the other end of the phone. "My dear lady, can you please stay away from me? Isn't it hot?" The phone was noisy and it quieted down after a while. "I'm having dinner downstairs at the company, do you want to come over?" Jiang Yan asked. Although Yi Yunwan knew that Jiang Yan would not find a woman behind her back, she still felt dissatisfied. He had only been away for half a day and he was already dealing with another woman. This man really couldn't be left alone outside. Go. After saying just one word, Yi Yunwan hung up the phone. She walked straight into the fitting room in the office, took off her business suit, and put on an off-white floral dress. After changing her clothes, Yi Yunwan walked straight towards the elevator. The chill radiating from inside out made the employees passing by feel like they were falling into an icy cave and they dared not get close. 10 minutes later, in a hotel private room downstairs of Feiyin Group. Before entering the room, Yi Yunwan heard laughter coming from the box, and it was obviously a woman's voice. Damn it, husband. At this time in the box, Zhang Xiaoye was splashing water on her brother, and her silver bell-like laughter was particularly pleasant to the ear. Ahaha, I'll let you bully me. Zhang Yan, who was splashed with water, was about to fight back when the door of the box was pushed open and a tall figure walked in. Honey, it looks like you're having a lot of fun. Hearing this emotionless voice, Zhang Yan's body suddenly froze and he turned to look. When Zhang Xiaoye heard the voice, she turned around and looked over in confusion. When she saw the person coming, her eyes flashed with surprise. Wow, what a beautiful woman. Pushing open the box, Yi Yunwan, who exuded a cool and elegant temperament, walked over and grabbed Zhang Yan's ear. Is it fun, Mr. Jiang? The strength in his hands increased a little. Zhang Yan cried out ouch and quickly explained. Listen to my excuse. No, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. She's my sister. Zhang Xiaoye, who was sitting nearby, looked at her brother's embarrassed appearance without the slightest hesitation. After all, he is her brother. Is Zhang Xiaoye the kind of person who would bully her brother while looking down on other women? Ah, good job, brother, you deserve it. The laughter in the box continued, and Zhang Yan's face turned dark. How to discipline a sister like this? Waiting online. Thanks to the big guys for urging me to update, I will add another chapter. Chapter 29 Zhang Xiaoye, you are really dogs. Younger sister? Listening to Zhang Yan's explanation, Yi Yunwan loosened her hand that was grabbing his ear. Hiss, it hurts so much. Zhang Yan covered his red ears and looked at Yi Yunwan with resentment. You don't even know how to be gentle, and you've broken it. I wonder where you can find a man as good as me. Zhang Xiaoye on the side was still laughing loudly, holding a mobile phone in her hand and recording the screen. Brother, turn around and smile. Zhang Yan's face was as dark as ink, and he wanted to get up and teach this girl a lesson. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoye cleverly ran behind Yi Yunwan, took her hand, and said pitifully. Sister-in-law, my brother wants to bully me. It was clearly the first time they met, but the call of sister-in-law sounded particularly cordial. Even Yi Yunwan revealed a charming smile when she heard this and touched Zhang Xiaoye's head. Don't worry, he doesn't dare. Zhang Yan was unhappy and immediately shouted. Who said I don't dare? There is nothing in this world that I, Zhang Yan, dare not do. Before Zhang Yan could finish his words, there was a bang and the sound of a porcelain bowl breaking was heard. After taking a look at Yi Yunwan, who exuded a fierce aura, Zhang Yan swallowed subconsciously. He immediately changed his words and said, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Having said that, Zhang Yan stopped paying attention to the two of them and began to enjoy the food on the table, taking a bite. It tastes sad. Zhang Xiaoye, who was hiding behind her, looked at her domineering sister-in-law with stars almost popping out of her eyes. Wow, he even dared not say anything because of what he said. That is so cool. Sister-in-law, let's eat too. Zhang Xiaoye said with a smile. Okay. Yi Yunwan pulled her to sit aside, 2 seats away from Zhang Yan. At the dinner table, Zhang Xiaoye kept telling Yi Yunwan about her brother's dark history, and she spoke with great enthusiasm. Yi Yunwan was also listening attentively, laughing out loud from time to time, which was particularly touching. The two women didn't notice at all that Zhang Yan, who was sitting next to them, had a face that couldn't be any darker. I'm so angry. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. No, I must find a way to prove who was the boss of this family. At this moment, Zhang Yan made up his mind, and a long-lost fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. A man is born between heaven and earth, how can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Having said that, Zhang Yan was about to stand up and demonstrate his status as the head of the family. Yi Yunwan looked over coldly, tilted her head slightly, and gave you a look that you could understand for yourself. Feeling that gaze, Zhang Yan happily sat down and ate obediently. Forget it, just be patient and everything will be fine. Be generous. It took an hour to finish this long lunch. For Jiang Yan, it felt like a year. It is already past 1 in the afternoon, and the high temperature outside makes people feel irritated. Sister Yunwan, let's go to the movies, Jiang Xiaoye suddenly suggested. Jiang Yan, who was sitting next to him, twitched his mouth. It had only been a meal and they already addressed each other in such an intimate way. With her man by her side, Yi Yunwan didn't want to go back to the company and nodded gently. Okay, ask your brother to buy the tickets. The two women looked at Jiang Yan almost at the same time, and the latter raised his hands in helpless surrender and obediently booked the ticket. As they walked out of the hotel, a gust of hot wind blew over them, making the three of them uncomfortable for a while. As expected, it was more comfortable to stay under the air conditioner. At this time, there were almost no pedestrians on the roadside, only passing vehicles and the never-ending chirping of cicadas. Fortunately, the cinema was not far from the hotel, and the three of them arrived there in 10 minutes' walk, but even so, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Don't move, I'll wipe it for you. In the lobby of the cinema, three people were waiting for the movie to start. Jiang Yan found a pack of wet wipes from somewhere and considerately wiped the sweat off Yi Yunwan's forehead. Yi Yunwan wiped her forehead with the wet and cold wipes and leaned close to Jiang Yan, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiaoye, who was also sweating profusely, said dissatisfiedly, "Brother, what about me?" Only half a pack of wet wipes was left and he threw it over. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes and said, "Wipe it yourself." Humph. Jiang Xiaoye took the half pack of wet wipes with grievance, and secretly swore in her heart that she would get revenge later. Maybe due to the weather, there were not many people in the hall at this time. Most of them were looking down at their phones and didn't pay attention to this side. If it were any other time, Yi Yunwan's outstanding figure and looks would have attracted everyone's attention. Since they were going to watch a movie, Jiang Yan certainly couldn't let himself down. In order to have the best viewing experience, he simply booked the entire movie. There was nothing he could do because he had money. Soon, the movie finally started, and the three of them walked into the VIP luxury theater and sat directly in the center seat. Jiang Yan sat in the middle, and the two women sat beside him. When it comes to watching movies, it must be the romantic blockbuster, a highly rated big production that was recently released. Yi Yunwan looked at the narrow space and felt a little constrained, so she looked at Jiang Yan beside her. The next second, Jiang Yan suddenly felt his legs sink. He looked down and saw a pair of beautiful legs pressed on his legs at some point. Feeling the tender and smooth touch, Jiang Yan placed his right hand directly on those jade legs. Yi Yunwan's delicate body also leaned close to him, with her head resting on Jiang Yan's shoulder. Yeah, that's good. This is much more comfortable. Seeing this, Jiang Yan naturally put his hand around his wife's waist, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Jiang Xiaoye, who was sitting on the other side, saw the scene and immediately regretted suggesting to watch a movie. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Can't these two people pay attention to the occasion? They are such a dog abuser. A movie is neither long nor short, just 120 minutes, but to Jiang Xiaoye, it seems longer than a century. At this moment, she wanted to escape from here as quickly as possible. It was really embarrassing. Can't you find a suitable place to show your affection? The movie was over, and Jiang Xiaoye found an excuse to run away. She really couldn't stand the atmosphere. At the entrance of the theater, Jiang Yan looked at his sister who was leaving in disgrace, and smiled smugly with the look of a winner. "TSK, girl, you're still too young to fight with your brother me. You seem very proud?" Yi Yunwan covered her mouth and smiled. Jiang Yan's face was full of pride. Of course, who wouldn't be proud to have such a beautiful wife? It's a pity that the movie was too short and Jiang Yan didn't enjoy it enough. The two looked at each other and guessed each other's thoughts. Jiang Yan tried to say, "How about we go watch a few more shows?" Seeing that Jiang Yan was completely taken advantage of by her, Yi Yunwan directly pulled his arm. The meaning is self-evident. Jiang Yan's heart was filled with excitement. He quickly ran to the front desk and took over the entire theater. Chapter 30. Jiang Yan loves to do mischief. The next morning, on the lawn outside Villa Number 1, two figures were sparring back and forth. "Sister Yunwan, come on, beat my brother to death." Jiang Xiaoye clapped her hands and cheered. It can be seen that she was very happy that her own brother was beaten. On the lawn, Yi Yunwan wore tight clothes, showing off her curvy figure to the fullest. As for Jiang Yan, he looked miserable at this moment. His body was in a mess, and was covered with dirt and weeds. I don't know what is wrong with this woman today. She actually wants to test his strength, which leads to this competition. As for Wu Tai, he has been called by the old butler to learn the damn etiquette. After all, as Zhang Yan's bodyguard, it is definitely not enough to just be able to fight, you also need to understand various knowledge. Sometimes, bodyguards are just the face of the company. On the lawn, Zhang Yan gritted his teeth and pounced towards Yi Yunwan, then a scream of awe rang out. Yi Yunwan directly grabbed Zhang Yan's arm and performed a beautiful shoulder throw. The outcome was decided. Zhang Yan was caught with his backhand and his face came into close contact with the ground. While Yi Yunwan captured him, she said helplessly, "Your physical fitness is too weak." These words undoubtedly struck Zhang Yan's heart, and he was so sad that he wanted to cry but had no tears. "It's not that I'm weak, it's just that you're too strong, ridiculously strong." But Zhang Yan still gritted his teeth and said unconvincingly, "Humph, I'm just letting you go. If I hurt you, I'll be heartbroken." This is probably what it means to use the harshest tone and say the weakest words. Hearing this, Yi Yunwan's heart softened and she let go of Zhang Yan's hand. "Right now." The moment Zhang Yan regained his freedom, he grabbed her waist and flipped her to the side. The two of them immediately switched positions. Zhang Yan looked down at the woman he had pinned to the ground and laughed arrogantly. "I just said I was afraid of hurting you." Zhang Xiaoye, who was sitting nearby, saw this and yelled, "Brother, you are cheating." Zhang Yan looked very proud. "What's this?" "This is called strategy." "Mooah." As he said that, Zhang Yan bent down, kissed his wife's red lips hard, and smiled with satisfaction. Yi Yunwan didn't care at all. She took advantage of Zhang Yan's complacency and used the powerful force of her back and hands to push Zhang Yan down. The two of them changed their attack and defense again, imitating Zhang Yan's appearance and lightly touching her red lips. She smiled charmingly and whispered in his ear, "If you dare to do bad things again next time, it won't be so easy." After saying that, she stood up and walked towards the shower room in the villa. "With so much exercise, you must take a good shower." Zhang Xiaoye pouted while sitting on the recliner. What seemed to be wrong during the fight? Was kissing necessary for sparring? Zhang Yan climbed up from the ground with a look of enjoyment on his face, and walked towards the villa. When he passed by his sister, he smiled triumphantly. "Oh." Hearing this huge mockery, Zhang Xiaoye frowned, and suddenly her eyes rolled, and she didn't know what bad idea she came up with. In the shower room on the third floor, mist was lingering and the sound of water sprinkled could be heard continuously. A proud and delicate body appeared and disappeared in the water vapor. At this moment, the shower door was suddenly pushed open, and Yi Yunwan, who was bathing, half closed one eye. "You are getting bolder and bolder." Zhang Yan locked the door with a smile, then someone didn't say to lock the door. Yi Yunwan gave him a charming look that made Zhang Yan distracted. He walked straight up. "Don't worry, nothing happened." Half an hour later, Yi Yunwan, her whole body filled with fragrance, walked out of the shower room, wrapped only in a bath towel. The exposed crystal-clear skin is so delicate that it seems to be fragile. Zhang Yan was still lying comfortably in the bathtub, with a very contented look on his face. Although the two had agreed that they would not take that step before Zhang Yan graduated, there was no prohibition on daily intimacy. When you open the wardrobe, you will see a wide variety of dresses, all of which are made of top-quality silk and are very expensive. Yi Yunwan took a casual look, picked out a black dress, and changed into it. After a while, Zhang Yan came out of the shower room wearing only shorts and began to change his clothes. Yi Yunwan looked at Zhang Yan's current appearance and suddenly smiled. "I kind of miss you from before, trying every possible way to escape from me. Now, TSK. Zhang Yan smiled indifferently, walked over and hugged that proud body, put his head on her shoulders, and took a deep breath. "I am a man of insight, am I not, my wife?" Yi Yunwan felt the restless hand on her waist and gently touched the side of his cheek. "Be good, we can talk tonight if you have anything to say. Xiaoye is still waiting downstairs." Before Zhang Yan had the time to enjoy the softness, the latter had already walked out. He shrugged helplessly, changed into a black shirt, and walked downstairs. Seeing the two finally come down, Zhang Xiaoye, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, said unhappily, "It's so slow, about 10 minutes slower." Zhang Yan smiled and patted the dead girl's head, saying speechlessly, "When will you be able to use your brain in the right place? Come on, we'll take you around the academy." When Zhang Xiaoye heard this, she jumped up with joy, and her previous dissatisfaction instantly disappeared. She simply hugged Zhang Yan's arm and rubbed it affectionately. "Oh, I know my brother is the best. I love you." Jiang Yan shook his head speechlessly, and his other hand was suddenly hugged by Yi Yunwan. Let's go. Outside the villa, the butler had already prepared the car and was standing respectfully by the side. As for Wu Tai, the incident surrounding the mayor's murder has not yet settled, so he definitely cannot go out for the time being. Jiang Xiaoye opened the back door and sat in it directly, asking curiously, "Brother, is Daxia College fun?" Jiang Xiaoye is now a senior in high school and will officially attend Daxia College next year, so now is a good time for her to go there in advance to familiarize herself with the environment. This girl is very smart. I estimate that she will be able to study at Daxia College with the first place next year. Sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Yan showed a mysterious smile. Of course it's fun, and it will definitely leave a deep impression on you. Due to the extremely high confidentiality, even Jiang Xiaoye does not understand the unique educational method of Daxia College and will definitely be shocked. Jiang Xiaoye looked at her brother suspiciously. Is it true or false? Yi Yunwan opened the car door and sat directly in the passenger seat and chuckled. Don't listen to his nonsense. Daxia College is not that simple. You will know when the time comes. Boom! The engine started, Jiang Yan stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out directly, at a speed fast enough to get a ticket. I have to say, the car is pretty fast. Big brothers who like to read, please urge me to update, don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Chapter 31 The Principal Who Was Played Badly. Beep. As a silver-white train entered the station, its speed slowed down at a rate visible to the naked eye, and finally stopped slowly at the exit. With a bang, the two iron doors opened at the same time. 2 women and 1 man got off the train. The women were pretty and charming, while the man was handsome, but not as good as you readers. Jiang Xiaoye stretched comfortably. Oh, we're finally here. This academy is quite mysterious, just like the secret base in the movies. Jiang Yan held his sister's left hand, and his right hand was held by 2 lotus-like jade hands, his arms immersed in softness. Stepping up the long stairs, they saw light coming from above and walked towards the exit. Thump, thump, the sound of chaotic footsteps walking on the iron stairs echoed in the empty underground parking lot. After passing through the exit, there is a lush forest. The faint sounds of birds can be heard, echoing among the trees. Jiang Xiaoye raised her eyes and looked straight ahead, as if she had discovered something incredible, and her mouth opened in surprise. I saw a huge building complex standing not far away under the dazzling sunlight. The school gate was made of some kind of alloy, with a few large regular script characters Daxia College hung high above it. Not to mention anything else, the scale alone is several times larger than the top high school she attended in Shanghai. Is this Daxia College? Jiang Xiaoye was stunned. Jiang Yan led her forward and said with a smile, "This is nothing. Once you officially enroll, more surprising things will follow. Come on, I'll take you to the principal's office to register." A group of 3 people walked into the college. It was break time and many students ran out of the teaching building with sunny smiles on their faces. Before he had walked far, Jiang Yan became aware of the attention from all around him and shook his head confidently. Brother's handsomeness seems to have not yet gone out of style. TSK, narcissism. Jiang Xiaoye, who was being held by the right hand, attacked mercilessly. They are obviously all looking at Sister Yunwan. What does it have to do with a show-off like you? Show off. When Jiang Yan heard these 2 words, his voice couldn't help but get louder and he rubbed his sister's hair hard. The smooth long hair that was originally carefully styled was suddenly messed up. Jiang Yan said to the 2 girls, "If I had known earlier that I would be the most handsome man in this academy when I entered the academy, I would have received countless love letters." Hearing this, Yi Yunwan's smile suddenly disappeared without a trace, and she said coldly, "Yeah? Of course." Jiang Yan hadn't reacted yet and was still bragging about himself. Thinking back to the past, I, Jiang, was the most popular person in the entire academy, and everyone loved me, ah. Before Jiang Yan could finish his words, he felt a pain in his waist and screamed with his eyes wide open. He held his waist and took a deep breath. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. How could Jiang Xiaoye on the side miss the opportunity to finish off the opponent and laughed at him mercilessly. Beside him, a jade hand stroked Jiang Yan's cheek, and a pair of cold eyes met his gaze. Jiang Yan felt something was wrong. Oh no, he had been pretending too much. He was jealous again. He quickly explained, "Honey, please listen to my explanation, I really..." The words haven't been finished yet. No need to explain. Yi Yunwan's tone contained a hint of coldness. Go to sleep on the sofa tonight. My God, so cruel. When Jiang Yan heard such a cruel punishment, he immediately cried and explained as he walked. Wife, I was wrong. It's so cold sleeping on the sofa, and it's not comfortable. Indeed, this punishment is too light. There's even a sofa for me to sleep on. Zhang Xiaoye's devilish nature was revealed. On the way to the principal's office, Jiang Yan kept begging for mercy, but was directly ignored by Yi Yunwan. This guy must be taught a lesson, so let's ignore him for now. Soon, we took the elevator to the top floor of the teaching building. This floor is basically the office area for the heads of various departments, and the principal's office is also in this area. Hey, isn't this Jiang Yan? Why did you decide to come to the academy today? A bald teacher wearing glasses who was passing by asked Jiang Yan curiously. Although Jiang Yan ranked first every year, he was also known for his bad character, which caused headaches for the heads of various departments. If it weren't for his good grades, he would have been expelled from school long ago with his lazy personality. Jiang Yan naturally knew this teacher and greeted him with a smile. Director Wang, long time no see. Your hairstyle is still so stylish. Director Wang's face darkened, and he scolded with a smile, You little bastard, what do you know? I call this the pursuit of fashion, what do you, a young man, know? Is fashion the Mediterranean? Jiang Yan did not say this, otherwise he would definitely be caught and taught a lesson. Because they only met briefly, Director Wang did not see Yi Yunwan next to Jiang Yan clearly, otherwise he would have greeted her again. The three of them soon arrived at the principal's office with a golden sign hanging on it. The sound when they knocked on the sandalwood door was quite pleasant. Jiang Yan simply opened the door and walked in. There was nothing he could do since there was a shareholder of the academy standing next to him. We are so confident. At this moment in the office, Wang Diyun was leisurely drinking his morning tea, which had just been handed to his mouth. With a bang, the office door was pushed open violently, scaring him so much that he shuddered. The scalding milk in my hand spilled directly onto my pants, but it didn't burn my flesh. He reacted quickly and stood up, quickly shaking out his wet pants to avoid causing secondary damage. Who is it? Wang Diyun looked towards the door with dissatisfaction, thinking. If it wasn't something important, I would have skinned him alive. What came towards him was a smiling face, and the principal's heart skipped a beat. My dear principal, long time no see. Jiang Yan took the two girls and sat down opposite the principal. There were exactly 3 chairs. Wang Diyun glanced at the Yi family's eldest daughter who was sitting silently beside him, and said to Jiang Yan in a neutral tone. What are you doing here, kid? Tell me first. If it's about an internship, then you don't have to tell me. Before meeting Yi Yunwan, Jiang Yan had come to the principal's office to protest more than once, saying that he did not want to go for an internship. In Jiang Yan's opinion, with his ability, is it necessary to do an internship? It's a complete waste of time. But strength is the tradition of Dasha College, and Wang Defa, as the president, naturally could not agree to it. This also led to Jiang Yan often coming here to make trouble and refuse to leave. This time, Wang Diyun thought that Jiang Yan had found the eldest daughter of the Yi family and wanted to force him to agree, so he brought it up first. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan smiled indifferently about the internship, then said solemnly. Dear principal, I came to the academy this time mainly for 2 reasons. The first is to take my sister around the academy. As for the second one, I want you to help me advance my internship time, how about that? What? Wang Diyun, who was wiping his pants, looked up in disbelief, thinking he had heard it wrong. That Jiang Yan actually wants to do an internship in advance. Are you kidding me? The principal looked at Jiang Yan suspiciously. At this time, Yi Yunwan beside him spoke up and said softly. I asked him to do this. I hope you can agree to it, principal. After all, if he continues to stay in the academy, it will not be of much use to him. So I hope he can go directly to Feiyin Group for internship, and I hope the principal can agree. Going to Feiyin Group for internship, the principal looked at the two curiously, could it be? Now things are getting interesting. The eldest son of the Zhang family is actually dating the eldest daughter of the Yi family. This is shocking news. The principal asked cautiously, what is the relationship between you two? Couple. Stranger. Jiang Yan? Chapter 32 Jiang Yan, Linghua, I am your dog. Morning, teaching building of Dasha College. Principal's office. Jiang Yan looked at the beautiful woman beside him with a look of doubt on his face, and said in disbelief. You, what did you just say? He covered his heart with his hand and said distressfully, so we are just strangers? Jiang Xiaoye, who was sitting nearby, saw her brother acting like a drama queen and turned her head away with disdain, as if she was used to it. Even the principal sitting opposite was stunned. Looking at the reactions of the two, he couldn't help but ask himself, "Did I guess wrong? Okay, after sleeping with me, you want to cut off ties with me, right?" Jiang Yan stood up indignantly. "In that case, let's end our relationship here." The next second, Jiang Yan walked towards the office door without looking back, his steps were so determined. Yi Yunwan ignored this and leaned one hand on the armrest of the chair, showing no intention of trying to keep him. "Act, I want to see how long you can act." "Stare." Jiang Yan had just taken a step forward when he turned back quietly and found that Yi Yunwan had no intention of keeping him. The script is not like this, why don't you try to keep me here?" Jiang Yan looked back every few steps and walked out of the office in a daze. The door slowly closed. With a soft bang sound, Jiang Yan could no longer go back. Hiss, Jiang Yan scratched his head in annoyance, as if he had played too much. "Forget it, I might as well go back to the apartment and play some games. I haven't been online for a few days." Inside the office, Yi Yunwan spoke as she heard the footsteps outside gradually fade away. "Principal, is there any way to allow Jiang Yan to graduate early?" "Graduation?" The principal was stunned. Since Daxia College was founded so long ago, no one has ever graduated early. Jiang Xiaoye sat aside obediently without saying a word. Wang Diyun frowned, then remained silent and said, "Graduation is not a big problem. With Jiang Yan's current level, he really doesn't need to stay in school any longer. It's just a few months earlier, but can I ask why?" Yi Yunwan shook her head. "You've already guessed it, haven't you?" The principal nodded slowly, reached out to open a drawer at his feet, and took out a document from it. "In fact, Mrs. Jiang also called me yesterday, also about Jiang Yan's early graduation. I didn't know the reason at first, but now it seems, for Jiang Yan's personality, graduating early is a good choice." Hearing this, Yi Yunwan stood up. Everything was done and it was time to go and coax a child. "Let's go, Xiaoye." "Okay, Sister Yunwan." Looking at the two women's backs as they left, Wang Diyun couldn't help but sigh after sitting at his desk. The relationship between these two people is destined to be tortuous. After leaving the office, seeing that Jiang Yan was not at the door, Yi Yunwan walked directly towards the apartment, attracting a lot of attention along the way. On the first floor of the teaching building, Luo Shuer had just returned from outside the school, and her face was full of fatigue. That is? She suddenly looked at the two figures walking towards the apartment building, and the voices of the students talking around her came into her ears. "Hey, aren't those the two beauties that President Jiang Yan brought back from outside the school? They are like fairies descending to earth. Go away, you look like a pig. What's so funny? It's not yours. By the way, don't you think that little Lolita looks a lot like Jiang Yan? Could she be his sister? From today on, Jiang Yan is my real brother." Listening to the discussions around her, Luo Shuer's pupils narrowed. She walked directly to a man with glasses and asked about the details of what happened. Finally, there was an additional photo in her phone, which was a photo of Jiang Yan and the other two when they first entered the college. Although the angle is a bit unclear, you can clearly see the approximate appearance of the three people. Yi Yunwan. Luo Shuer's eyes were filled with surprise. She looked at the three people behaving intimately in the photo and opened her mouth in surprise. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family in Jiangdu, she was naturally familiar with Jiang Yan, not to mention the eldest daughter of the Yi family, the business talent that everyone in Magic City was talking about. The relationship between these two people. Luo Shuer guessed something, her face changed, and she quickly sent the photo to her father. The eldest young master of the Jiang family is actually getting together with the eldest young lady of the Yi family. This is no small matter. Ding! As the elevator bell rang, Yi Yunwan walked out with Jiang Xiaoye and walked towards her apartment. Before I even got close, I could hear the voices coming from inside and the sound of card drawing in the game. At this time, on the sofa in the apartment, Jiang Yan, with his back to the door, excitedly looked at the cute white-haired loli on his phone. King's hand. As Xiao Linghua said these two words, a sweet smile appeared on her face, which was simply a beautiful sight in the world. "Ah, Linghua, I am your dog." Jiang Yan's rationality was instantly broken, and he kept clicking 10 times in a row. His hand speed was so fast that only the afterimage could be seen. Linghua. 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 As a golden light appeared on the screen, before the 5-star character appeared, a hand quietly placed on Jiang Yan's shoulder. Is it fun? Jiang Yan said without hesitation, of course it's fun. Ha! The next second Jiang Yan reacted, his expression suddenly froze, and he slowly turned around to look. Yi Yunwan, who exuded a cold aura, appeared behind him at some point, with a layer of frost covering her face. Jiang Xiaoye, who was standing by, looked at her brother with disdain and attacked him mercilessly. Brother, disgusting. You, why did you come back so soon? Jiang Yan gave an ugly smile. At this point the card drawing in the game has ended, and that bright red color must be Mondstadt's to look. Unfortunately, I didn't win. Yi Yunwan smiled and instructed Jiang Xiaoye. Xiaoye, play here for a while. I'm going to talk to your brother about something. Yeah. Jiang Xiaoye nodded obediently and picked up her brother's mobile phone to play. Hey, why don't you pull my ears, it hurts. Yi Yunwan pulled Jiang Yan's ear with great dominance and walked towards the bedroom beside him, and the latter screamed in pain. Wife, I was wrong. Bang. The bedroom door slammed shut and was locked. In the bedroom, Jiang Yan sat directly on the carpeted floor, his body moving backwards continuously. After locking the door, Yi Yunwan walked straight over and squatted down. Because the distance was too close, large areas of her spring scenery were exposed. Gurgle, Jiang Yan swallowed his saliva and watched the hands pulling towards his face. It seems like you really like being a dog, don't you, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Yan was about to cry at this time, and quickly explained. Honey, please listen to my explanation. It's just a game and you can't take it seriously. You are still the one I love most. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunwan stood up, sat on the edge of the bed, took off her shoes, revealing her pink and white feet like beautiful jade. What are you doing? Jiang Yan thought of something and took a few steps back. Yi Yunwan walked over barefoot with a morbid smile on her face. Jiang Yan hadn't seen this familiar smile for a long time. The fear in his heart was so terrible that it could not be described as horror. After a while, screams like a pig being slaughtered were heard in the room, which was extremely miserable. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Jiang Xiaoye heard the scream, made a TSK sound, and continued to focus on the game in front of her. Is this considered domestic violence? A letter from a domineering and confident author. Anyone reading this, please add this book to your bookshelf. This is in order. Don't force me, or I'll kowtow to you. Chapter 33 Jiang Yan's special hobby. The apartment's master bedroom. Jiang Yan knelt obediently beside the bed, with a keyboard under his knees that he had found from somewhere. Beside the bed, Yi Yunwan was wearing a black dress, her skin as crystal clear as jade was revealed in every move she made. Her two long snow-white legs were raised, and she was sitting there barefoot. Mr. Jiang, how does it feel to be a dog? Hearing this, Jiang Yan smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Seeing that he didn't answer, Yi Yunwan's expression turned cold at a speed visible to the naked eye, before she could even open her mouth. Jiang Yan, who was keenly aware of all this, quickly replied. I just like being your dog, my wife. No, not for me. Seeing him like this, Yi Yunwan burst out laughing, her chest heaving. What obscured Jiang Yan's eyes was a forbidden area that mortals could not touch. He was stunned for a moment. Realizing something was wrong, Yi Yunwan scolded, What are you looking at? Come here and give me a foot massage. Okay. Jiang Yan smiled, immediately stood up and ran to the bed, gently stroking the pair of jade feet with both hands. Yi Yunwan closed her eyes in enjoyment. She had to admit, the strength was just right. At this time, Jiang Yan asked curiously, Wife, you were so good at fighting, where did you learn it? Don't let him know who taught his wife to be so powerful, otherwise he will curse him to death for causing his family's status to be so humble. Half opening one eye, her autumn water eyes flickered, she raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. My father taught me. Why, you don't accept it? Jiang Yan quickly coaxed, how dare I? I have to thank my father-in-law for teaching my wife so well. You're so talkative. Yi Yunwan snorted coldly, then closed her eyes and enjoyed it. Jiang Yan raised his head, his hands constantly wandering over the pair of pink and white jade feet, controlling the strength very delicately. Hey, honey, do you think my strength is okay? Lying on the bed, Yi Yunwan felt better and said lazily. If you have something to say, just say it. Putting down the pair of jade feet temporarily, Jiang Yan approached them attentively and asked tentatively. Look, I'm going tonight. Jiang Yan still remembered that he had slept on the sofa. If he didn't sleep next to his sweet-smelling wife that day, he would definitely suffer from insomnia. Yi Yunwan opened her eyes and smiled. Since you've worked so hard, I'll reluctantly allow you to go back to your room and sleep. Really? Jiang Yan was immediately delighted. She nodded and said softly, you will go to the company with me starting tomorrow. If you want your graduation certificate, then work harder. Otherwise, humph. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth twitched. What he hated most was being confined, especially being tied up or something. But there is no way, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. My buddy is a family man now and can't be the same as before. In the afternoon, the whole Jiang city was in an uproar, and a piece of news spread throughout the city at the fastest speed. Shocked. The mayor of Jiang City was assassinated, and the killer has not yet been caught. I didn't expect that the mayor of a city would do such a thing. According to relevant media reports, residential areas in the south of the city were forcibly demolished, involving more than a dozen lives. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? After returning to the villa, Jiang Yan turned on his mobile phone and found that it was full of news about the mayor's assassination, even implicating more than a dozen senior officials. The matter had become so serious that Jiang Yan could not help but look at Yi Yunwan, who was sitting beside him, and said, will it be too much of a commotion? What if we can't control it? On the sofa, Yi Yunwan directly rested Jiang Yan's head on her legs and stroked his hair. Don't worry, the most important thing about this matter right now is not the murderer, but the continuous exposure of the dirty laundry of senior government officials. If this matter continues to develop like this, it will definitely affect social stability, so the authorities will definitely step in to suppress it. After all, corruption is corruption, but this matter must not continue to spread. Hearing this, Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. After this incident, the reconstruction of the south part of the city is definitely out of the question. But this is also good. At least there won't be so many troubles. That may not be the case. Yi Yunwan suddenly said. Her eyes flashed and she stared at the scenery outside the window, but her gaze seemed to be looking into the unknown distance. I received news that the new mayor will be here soon to take office. At that time, I will represent Feiyan Group to fund the reconstruction of the South City, and all the funds will be contracted by us. You're the contractor? Jiang Yan was startled and sat up straight away, saying in surprise. For such a large area, your Feiyan Group alone may not be enough, right? Yi Yunwan, no, this time the reconstruction of Jiang City will be led by Jiang Group and Yi Group, and funding is not a problem at all. With two top domestic groups taking the lead, rebuilding the entire Jiang City would not be a problem, let alone the southern part of the city. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed. He was not a fool, so he naturally noticed something, but he said nothing. Lying down again, Yi Yunwan sat on the sofa, crossing her delicate legs, and Jiang Yan's head lay directly in the middle. At this moment, the villa seemed to have fallen into silence, and the scene between the two of them was particularly warm. Perhaps this is the charm of falling in love. If no one disturbed him, Jiang Yan would have loved to live like this forever. Although there were many unsatisfactory aspects, wasn't this exactly the life he was pursuing? Anyone who wants to disrupt this tranquility will be regarded as an enemy blocking his way. Jiang Yan will never be merciful when dealing with his enemies. Yi Yunwan leaned her delicate body on the soft sofa, her long, smooth black hair tied in front of her, and caressed the man she loved most with her hands. Just as the two were enjoying this warm moment, the phone rang suddenly. Helplessly, Jiang Yan took out his cell phone and took a look at it. Little devil. The call is connected. With a beep sound, Jiang Xiaoya's dissatisfied voice soon came from the other end. Brother, I have to go back. Mom wants me to go to the company to help her. It can be heard that Jiang Xiaoya is very unhappy and is about to cry out of grievance. The voice on the other end of the phone was a bit noisy, and it was obvious that the person was already on the way to the airport. Hearing this, Jiang Yan was delighted. Real. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then Jiang Xiaoya's resentful voice came. Brother, why do I feel like you look very happy? Jiang Yan, be more confident, I am very happy. Jiang Xiaoye. My dear brother, I prepared a gift for you before I left. It should be delivered to you soon. Gift? Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan looked at each other. There must be something wrong with what this girl prepared. Just then, the old butler walked in from outside with a courier box in his arms. It is a small square box, only the size of a palm. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Yan directly tore off the seal on the box, and a stack of photos appeared in front of him. Fuck. Not knowing what he saw, Jiang Yan exclaimed and hurriedly tried to put the photos away. But Yi Yunwan beside him was faster and was able to make Jiang Yan show this look. She was very curious about what these photos were. With a casual glance, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect you to have this habit. Chapter 34, Intertwining Fates. Give it back to me. Inside the villa, Jiang Yan's face was extremely dark, and he stared at the photo held in Yi Yunwan's hand with an unpleasant expression. The next second, Jiang Yan actually pounced over and reached out to grab the photo back. Humph. Yi Yunwanjiao snorted, it seems that you need to be disciplined. You actually dared to attack me. She kicked directly at Jiang Yan, who was rushing towards her, her slender white jade legs carrying terrifying power. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan seemed to have seen through her actions long ago, and grabbed those two white legs with one hand. He smiled smugly and said, your moves are outdated, so just surrender obediently. Yi Yunwan's feet were directly grabbed by Jiang Yan, and she fell on the sofa, with her two little feet shaking in the air. But Jiang Yan refused to let go, holding tightly onto the pink and white little feet that were constantly making noises, with a smug look on his face. Wife, you better give me the photo, otherwise. As he spoke, Jiang Yan rubbed his nose on the soles of the pink and white little feet, and the next second the pair of feet curled up. Yi Yunwan resisted the itch on the soles of her feet, her expression finally turned cold, and she shouted loudly. I'll count to 3, let you go right now. TSK, Jiang Yan's attitude was very arrogant, and he laughed. Don't you understand the current situation? Please beg me, I will let you go. This was the first time that Jiang Yan gained the upper hand when he went against Yi Yunwan, and he felt extremely happy at that moment. This is my status in the family. I am indeed the head of the family. Suddenly, a sobbing sound was heard. Jiang Yan, with a wild smile on his face, was stunned and couldn't help but look over. I saw that Yi Yunwan's eyes turned red at some point, and tears were flowing in her eyes. This beautiful face, coupled with that aggrieved look, is clearly a prelude to crying. For a moment, Jiang Yan subconsciously let go of his hand, a trace of guilt appeared on his face, and he was about to speak. With a whoosh sound, the two pink and white little feet were freed from their restraints and directly hooked around Jiang Yan's neck. Ah! Jiang Yan screamed and fell directly in front of Yi Yunwan, with a pair of small feet tightly entangled around his neck. Is it fun? At this moment, Yi Yunwan no longer looked aggrieved as before. She clenched her teeth and stared at Jiang Yan fiercely. It is said that women change their attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Jiang Yan did not believe it before, but now that he has seen it with his own eyes, he can only say, 6. You are cheating. Jiang Yan was not convinced. Yi Yunwan directly waved the photo in her hand in front of Jiang Yan's eyes, with a proud look on her face. I didn't expect that you, my husband, would dress like a woman. Wow, it's pretty good looking. That's right, the photos Jiang Xiaoye sent are exactly the dark history of my brother's life. Jiang Yan was entangled tightly, and gave up resistance, muttering in a low voice. It's over. My lifelong reputation is gone just like that. Yi Yunwan looked at the photo in her hand and liked it more and more. The smile on her face was as unique as the world, which was worth seeing but not desecrating. She glanced at Jiang Yan's depressed look, sighed helplessly, and casually stuffed the photo under the sofa. Okay, be happy. Since you have feasted my eyes on me, I will reluctantly agree to one of your small requests. Really? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately revived to full health and climbed up from the sofa. He stared at his wife with shining eyes. If she agreed to one of his small requests, wouldn't that be he? Feeling the gaze wandering over her delicate body, Yi Yunwan was not shy at all and even opened her arms generously. Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he went straight forward and hugged the beauty, feeling the softness of her body and was reluctant to let go. Because Jiang Yan hugged too tightly, the pair of proud bodies were flattened a little, and pressed tightly against Jiang Yan's chest. You said it, so you can't go back on your word. Jiang Yan kissed those red lips directly, their saliva kept interweaving, and their breathing gradually became rapid. Humph, only at times like this will you behave yourself. On the sofa, Yi Yunwan moaned softly and looked at Jiang Yan under her with loving eyes. She couldn't help but stroke his hair with her hands. Jiang Yan kept demanding her skin, which was as crystal clear as jade. She felt like she was taking drugs and couldn't extricate herself. Jiang Yan held the delicate body in his arms and kissed by Jia's earlobe lightly. His voice was a little hoarse, as if he was suppressing something. Wife, I want it. The two have been sleeping in the same bed for a while, but have never done that thing. Jiang Yan can't help it anymore. Jiang Yan had pulled the black dress aside, revealing the black lace. Yi Yunwan was a little overwhelmed at this time. No matter how domineering she was still a normal woman and could not resist physiological desires. Go upstairs, it's too dirty here. Yi Yunwan's voice was a little weak. After getting her approval, Jiang Yan could no longer suppress the desire in his heart. He picked her up and walked upstairs step by step. In the morning, the chirping of birds can be heard outside the window. The hot June has passed, a new month has begun, and the weather is gradually getting cooler. In the dim and cool bedroom, Jiang Yan lay naked in the quilt and opened his eyes drowsily. A delicate body quietly hugged him in the quilt, and the white jade-like hands were placed on Jiang Yan's waist, gently hugging him. Woke up? A gentle voice sounded in Jiang Yan's ears, as if the fairy from the 9 heavens was right before his eyes. Feeling the naked body in the quilt, Jiang Yan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This was a bit exciting. He turned around without hesitation and hugged the delicate body, saying in a low voice, "Wife, you tempt me so early in the morning. Aren't you afraid that I will eat you?" Being hugged gently, Yi Yunwan felt something strange in her lower body and rolled her eyes at him. "Okay, don't you see what time it is? I still have to go to the company later." Having said that, Yi Yunwan wanted to get up, but was held back by a pair of heavy hands and lay down again. She giggled softly and said, "What? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded obediently. Seeing this beautiful scene early in the morning, who wouldn't feel uncomfortable? "Do you want me to help you?" Yi Yunwan blew a breath of fragrance into his ear. Jiang Yan nodded, "Yes. Call me wife." The soft voice echoed in Jiang Yan's ears, and he said obediently, "Wife." Seeing Jiang Yan like this, Yi Yunwan went straight into the bed. Since both of them were not wearing any clothes, the touch was particularly sharp. Lying on the bed, Jiang Yan soon showed an expression of enjoyment. Chapter 35 Jiang Yan, I am actually a very stingy person. On the first day of July, as the weather was a little cooler than June, there were a lot more people walking on the street. It is summer vacation now, and many elderly people bring their grandchildren out for a walk early in the morning. When they look at the children walking in front of them, happy smiles appear on their faces. Villa number 1. Master and Miss, breakfast is ready for you. Soon, the old housekeeper brought out several steaming hot breakfasts from the kitchen. For several days in a row, almost no breakfast was repeated. Pulling out the chair, Jiang Yan lay weakly on it, looking at the delicious breakfast in front of him, and sighed. I, Jiang Yan, am a rich second generation after all, but I will actually end up being a social animal one day. It's really unpredictable. Who can understand my family members? There are countless small goals at home, but I still have to go through the pain of going to work. Hearing this, Yi Yunwan, who was sitting in the main seat, rolled her eyes at him. Eat quickly, we have to go to the company after eating. Yi Yunwan has hardly been to the company these past 2 days, and a lot of affairs have accumulated. Now that she has finally caught a toolman, she naturally has to make good use of him. Picking up a dough stick, Jiang Yan took a bite with a sad and angry look on his face. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Well, I am an intern now after all, and the salary." After saying that, he carefully glanced at Yi Yunwan, who was sitting in the main seat and eating silently, to see her reaction. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunwan had no intention of paying any attention to him and continued eating by herself. "Ha, the future of the entire group belongs to you, and you still dare to ask me for salary." In less than a short while, several freshly baked breakfasts were swept away by the two of them. They can be said to be perfect implementers of the Clean Plate campaign. I feel comfortable. Jiang Yan patted his belly with satisfaction. I exercised a lot yesterday and consumed so much energy, but I finally made it up. It's getting late, go change into something more formal. Jiang Yan curled his lips, and the two of them walked upstairs together. A few minutes later, Jiang Yan, wearing a black shirt and a pair of custom-made leather shoes, appeared at the door of the villa. It has to be said that clothes make the man, and Jiang Yan, who changed his clothes, has fully demonstrated what handsomeness means. Especially the bracelet tied on the left hand is particularly eye-catching, fully illustrating what it means to be in a relationship. After a while, Yi Yunwan, dressed in a professional suit, also came down. Unlike usual, she wore a black lawn skirt inside and a black women's suit outside. Her crystal-clear skin was exposed, and on her smooth neck she wore a silver heart-shaped necklace. She naturally took Jiang Yan's arm and walked out of the villa. Jiang Yan sat directly in the back seat and looked at Wu Tai in the driver's seat, surprised. Hey, why didn't you learn etiquette today? When it comes to learning etiquette, Wu Tai is about to collapse and he lets out a forced smile. Brother Yan, please stop teasing me. I've been following the housekeeper around to learn all those rules these past few days. I'm going crazy. But you know what, after learning those rules, Wu Tai looks much more stable, and the effect is obviously remarkable. Jiang Yan smiled and said, just bear with it for a while. When this storm is over, you can go out with me and have fun. Really? At this time, Yi Yunwan sat in from the other side and stared at Jiang Yan with a smile. Where is young Master Jiang going to have fun? Why don't you tell me? With a bang, the car door was slammed shut and the atmosphere inside the car fell into silence. But after yesterday's battle, Jiang Yan had a lot of experience with women. He immediately went up to her and hugged her gently, saying in a coquettish tone, Of course I am free and easy in your arms, my wife. Wu Tai, who was in the driving seat, couldn't help but shudder after hearing these corny words, and quickly started the car and concentrated on driving. I have to say, Brother Yan sometimes, well, he's quite hot, even a grown man like him can't stand it. But it must be said that this set of methods was very useful to Yi Yunwan. It immediately made the corners of her mouth curl up, and she touched Jiang Yan's hair affectionately. Next time, speak once, otherwise it will be too late when you get beaten. Along the way, they didn't encounter anything strange, and the three of them arrived at the group's building smoothly. After getting out of the car, Jiang Yan looked curiously at the employees waiting to welcome him downstairs in the building, and asked in confusion, What is this for? Why is there such a big scene? Yi Yunwan got out of the car and took his arm directly, saying softly, To welcome their new president, of course. Jiang Yan. If I remember correctly, I seem to be an intern. Is there any problem? Yi Yunwan blinked her autumn water eyes, making Jiang Yan's heart itchy. Did anyone rule that interns can't be presidents? Jiang Yan was silent for a while. It seemed that nothing was wrong, but he always felt that something was wrong. In order to maintain the rapid development of the group, Yi Yunwan has always done many things herself, and even took on the position of president or general manager. It's not that she is reluctant to give up power, but she really can't find a suitable person to take over. This position is very capable and requires the ability to command subordinates. Let's go, General Manager Jiang. She blinked her beautiful eyes. The two walked into the building. To outsiders, they looked like a pair of godsends. The man was extremely handsome, and the woman was like a fairy descended to the mortal world. Secretary Shero received the message from Director Yi early in the morning and gathered all the people in the group to wait downstairs. She stood at the front of the line, winked at the senior executives behind her, and then stepped aside. The next second, a uniform shout rang out from under the building. Hello, President Jiang. Hello, Director Yi. All the employees looked at Jiang Yan with curiosity, and were very curious about this general manager who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Of course, for some of them, this was not the first time they had seen it, so they were not very surprised. But what concerns everyone most is the relationship between the general manager and the chairman. It goes without saying what the relationship is between them holding hands. Putting aside other things, just based on this relationship, everyone will give Jiang Yan face. Are you kidding me? He is the man of the IC chairman. In full view of everyone, Jiang Yan and his companion walked directly into the elevator. As the elevator door closed, he breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden roar startled me and I almost made a fool of myself. Yi Yunwan covered her mouth and smiled, Don't worry, I won't despise you even if you make a fool of yourself. There will be a staff meeting later, and you will host it. I have high hopes for you. Jiang Yan's face suddenly fell. Doesn't this mean that he will be treated as a national treasure? What a trouble. It is worth mentioning that in order to monitor Jiang Yan's work progress in real time, Yi Yunwan directly ordered to add a desk in her exclusive office. It's called supervision, but in fact I just want to see more of him when I'm free. After all, the purpose of bringing a man back is to please the eyes, right? After a simple tidying up, the two took the elevator to the third floor. The third floor of the group is specially used for meetings, so it is rarely used, but it occupies almost an entire floor. Thousands of employees sat at their seats in batches. On the tables in front of them were papers and pens for easy recording. In their opinion, since this new general manager was chosen by Mr. Yi, he must be very capable, so this is also a good learning opportunity. If I could get some tips or something, it would be of great benefit to me. So, under the expectant gazes of all the group employees, Jiang Yan slowly walked to the podium at the front. On the far right, Yi Yunwan leaned against the door, looking at Jiang Yan in front of her with a smile, wondering what inspiring words he would say. But Jiang Yan's next move was shocking and left everyone stunned. Ahem. Jiang Yan picked up the microphone and tested the sound. After finding no problem, he took a deep breath. This is my new beginning. Let me start by conquering these employees. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Yan. I believe many of you have seen me before. Yes, I am your chairman's man. Yi Yunwan? Holding the microphone, Jiang Yan smiled brightly. So I hope everyone will give me some face regarding work matters, otherwise I will complain to my wife. All employees? Jiang Yan, I look very generous, but I'm actually very stingy, so... Before Jiang Yan could finish his words, the microphone in his hand was suddenly snatched away by someone, and he looked at it with dissatisfaction. He didn't know when Yi Yunwan walked up to his side, her face dark and frightening, which made his heart tremble. Yi Yunwan picked up the microphone and said in a cold voice, "Today's meeting ends here. Dismissed." After saying this, she twisted Jiang Yan's ear and walked out of the meeting room without any mercy, causing Jiang Yan to scream in pain. It hurts, honey, I was wrong, please let me go." Chapter 36 Boycott Jiang Yan's family, 3 clans unite. Feiyun Group, top floor office. Yi Yunwan was half lying on the sofa with her long legs crossed, tapping on the table in front of her with her slender jade fingers, making slight sounds. Jiang Yan sat upright on the side, his right earlobe red, and it was obvious that he had been through a lot of torture. "Tell me, why did you do that?" Yi Yunwan's voice was cold. Based on Jiang Yan's speech in the conference room just now, he will definitely lose his prestige within the company in the future. For a general manager, this is enough to be fatal. Although she didn't care, she was still curious about why Jiang Yan did this. Hearing this, Jiang Yan chuckled and moved forward to rub his wife's shoulders, controlling the strength very well and constantly kneading her shoulders with his hands. "Wife, you don't understand this, right? If I were to manage them as an airborne general manager, it would definitely take me a lot of time to establish my authority. But if I reveal my identity directly, they may be disdainful in their hearts, but they will definitely take my job requirements very seriously." Yi Yunwan nodded. She naturally thought of this reason. It was nothing more than using her authority within the group to achieve the goal of managing the group. She curled the corners of her mouth, turned her body to another direction, facing Jiang Yan, and hooked his chin with her jade fingers. "So you took advantage of me, and that's how you're going to let this go?" Seeing this, Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment and said, "Then I'll reluctantly give you a kiss. You've made a fortune." As he said that, he was about to cover her red lips, but a cool little hand pinched his cheek, preventing him from taking any further action. "Don't bother with that. We're in the company now. Go get to work." "Okay." Sighing helplessly, Jiang Yan returned to his desk. He looked miserably at the mountain of documents in front of him. Life is hard. Yi Yunwan returned to her seat, supporting herself with her hands and watching Jiang Yan work. As for her desk, there were only a few documents, which were particularly thin. I have to say that the nature of the black-hearted boss was fully revealed. Jiangdu, as the country's leading super first-tier city, does not belong to any province, but it plays an important role in the country. When talking about Jiangdu, we have to mention the Jiangdu Luo family. In the entire Jiangdu, almost no one does not know the Luo family, which shows the power it contains. The Luo family can be said to have truly controlled everything in Jiangdu. Not only the business community, but even the military and the mayor have close ties with the Luo family. There is an old saying in Jiangdu, "It is better to offend the mayor than to offend a servant of the Luo family." Although there is some exaggeration, it is not much different. Tianshui Group, inside the chairman's office. A thin but energetic middle-aged man sat behind a desk made of golden nanmo wood. Luo Woqing was participating in a video conference at this time. His face was serious, but there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. "I believe you have all received the news. What do you think about the relationship between the eldest young master of the Zheng family and the eldest young lady of the Yi family?" If there were some knowledgeable people here, they would be extremely shocked, even though there were only 3 people participating in the video conference. But without exception, they are all well-known figures in the country and have great influence in their areas. In the video, Ji Nanshan, who was wearing a white suit, spoke. He pondered and said, "There are too many things involved in this matter. Not to mention the old man from the Jiang family, with Yi Zhongshan's cautious character, would he really do such a stupid thing? Another white-bearded man also spoke up, yes, there are too many suspicious points in this matter. Don't both of your families have young people in Dasha College? Why not let them try it out? If it is really as we think, we must resist the marriage between the Jiang and Yi families with lightning speed, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing and Ji Shannon nodded in agreement. This matter was of great importance and had to be investigated thoroughly. The Jiang family and the Yi family are already the most prominent families in the country. If the two families unite, these families will probably have a hard time in the country in the future. Hang up the meeting. Luo Wuqing took out his cell phone, found the contact, and dialed the number. The call was quickly connected, and a clear and elegant voice came from the other end. Just listening to it made people feel comfortable. "Dad, what's wrong?" Luo Wuqing hesitated and said. "You did a great job this time. You discovered the relationship between Jiang Yan and Miss Yi in time. Now the family needs you to do something. I want you to investigate the relationship between those two people. If it is true, you should know what to do without me telling you." The person on the other end of the line quickly responded, "I know, Dad." Luo Wuqing nodded with satisfaction. He was very confident in the daughter he had raised himself and was sure that he would not fail. "I will transfer 100 billion funds to you. Remember, you must root out the problem. If the situation allows, contact Jiang Yan secretly and see if you can replace Miss Yi's position." "Yes." After a response, the call was hung up. Putting down his phone, there was a desire called ambition in Luo Wuqing's eyes, and it was stirring at this moment. The Luo family and the Yi family were mortal enemies in business, so he absolutely could not sit back and watch them join forces with the Jiang family. But if the Jiang family joined forces with the Luo family, he could almost see the future of China, a scene where the Luo family would dominate the world with one hand, rather than just being satisfied with Jiangdu. On the other side, the Ji family, one of the three major families in Magic City. "Chenger, you should understand what I mean. If our Ji family can unite with the Yi family, we will definitely surpass the Jiang family in the near future." Ji Nanshan sat on the armchair with a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were also filled with considerable ambition. In the country, their Ji family is suppressed by the Jiang family in every way. If they can get help from the Yi family, they will replace the Jiang family's position as the leader in technology. The same is true for the Luo family. Dasha College. Ji Chang was wearing all branded clothes and an expensive watch on his wrist. He had an outstanding temperament and stood out among these students. Walking out of the school, he confidently assured his father on the other end of the phone. "Don't worry, Dad. I will make that woman willingly cooperate with our Ji family." Ji Chang had no doubt about his ability at all. With his countless experiences in seducing women, it would be easy for him to pick up a woman. "Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you." The phone was hung up. Ji Chang's phone vibrated slightly. He picked it up and the confident smile on his face became even wider. "Your number ending in has received a transfer, please check it in time." Chapter 37. Jiang Yan, listen to me saying thank you. "Ah, finally done." Jiang Yan stretched lazily. On the desk in front of him, the pile of documents had now been neatly sorted and placed aside. At this time, the sky is full of stars and the bright moon hangs high in the sky, guiding people back home. Tap tap, the sound of high heels walking was heard, and Yi Yunwan pinched his face with satisfaction. "Good job. As your supervisor, I am very satisfied with your work efficiency." But Jiang Yan only complained, "On my first day at work, you made me work overtime." You can see that he is very dissatisfied. "Okay, I ordered a feast for you, let's go." As the lights in the office were turned off and the night became slightly cooler, the two put on their coats and walked out of the company arm in arm. "I'm tired of eating steaks and other things." Jiang Yan sighed. Hearing this, Yi Yunwan looked puzzled. "Then what do you want to eat?" Jiang Yan smiled and said, "How about I take you to a roadside stall? It smells really good." She frowned slightly, "It's too dirty." Jiang Yan smiled indifferently, "What's the big deal? It won't make you sick if you eat something unclean." Having said that, he took the little hands, and instead of driving, he walked straight towards the snack street ahead. Under the bright street lights, the two figures walked away gradually, their steps neither fast nor slow. Walking on the street, holding her hand, Yi Yunwan suddenly said, "I'm going back to the Magic City in a few days. Do you want to go back with me?" Jiang Yan, who was full of interest, was stunned for a moment and his steps slowed down all of a sudden. He turned around and asked in confusion. You're living well in Jiang City, why are you going back to Modu? Yi Yunwan looked at the brightly lit street scene, hesitated and said slowly. I'm going home to inherit the family property. Jiang Yan opened his mouth slightly and said with deep understanding. Really? Then you are really pitiful. Jiang Yan couldn't imagine how painful it would be to go home and inherit the family property at such a young age. As we got closer to the snack street, we saw a crowd of people ahead and various aromas wafting over, tempting the appetites of passers-by. Suddenly a scream was heard on the roadside. Fortunately, the nearby snack street was extremely noisy and the noise was very loud, otherwise it would definitely attract a lot of people's attention. It hurts, it hurts. A high-heeled shoe stepped on Jiang Yan's shoe and pressed down hard twice. The severe pain made Jiang Yan change his words immediately. Honey, please don't go to the magic city. I can't bear to leave you. Yi Yunwan then retracted her foot. Her eyes were extremely fierce, which made Jiang Yan terrified. This woman changes her face at any time. You can't afford to offend her. So, are you going back with me or not? Putting away his grinning expression, Jiang Yan said silently. I can't go back yet, you know. Yi Yunwan nodded, but she couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. In fact, she was just asking and didn't expect Jiang Yan to really go back with her. The identities of the two are special. If they are discovered by those guys in advance, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Soon, the two chose an Odin restaurant in the snack street and ate while walking, trying other snacks from time to time. After finding an empty seat on the street and sitting down, Jiang Yan handed a meatball to her mouth. Yi Yunwan opened her red lips, and the juice in the meatball suddenly burst in her mouth, tasting very delicious. The noise around them was incompatible with the two of them, as if they were separated into two worlds. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm your man after all, and I'm here to stand in front of you. Jiang Yan advised. He knew that with Yi Yunwan's strong character, she would definitely take on many things herself, which would sooner or later overwhelm her. Both of them were trained as heirs of both families, so they naturally knew a lot about the domestic situation and understood the situations of the two families. Therefore, his marriage with Yi Yunwan will inevitably encounter many obstacles and be tested by many people. Yi Yunwan just leaned quietly on his shoulder, which made the two of them closer invisibly. She looked at the couples walking by on the street from time to time and suddenly said, Sometimes I wonder if we were just ordinary people, living an ordinary life without anyone getting in the way. Hearing this, Jiang Yan laughed. That won't work. Compared to the ordinary you, I still like the more domineering you now. Yi Yunwan snorted coldly and said nothing more, lying quietly beside him. After eating something else, the two of them left the snack street directly. After all, it was getting late and they had to go to the company tomorrow. The next morning, in the Feiyin Group conference room. Different from yesterday's meeting, all the participants in this meeting were senior executives. They looked at the chairman sitting in the main seat with some worry in their hearts. Early this morning, a major event occurred in Jiang City, and it was related to their Feiyin Group. Feiyin Group's two mortal enemies, Wanbing Group and Donglai Group, suddenly launched an extremely fierce attack on them. Feiyin Group has been hit in all industries in Jiang City. Although it is not serious, it is enough to cause pain. Jiang Yan sat in the first right seat, looking at the document information in his hand, and touched his chin thoughtfully. Although Feiyin Group was only established in the past 2 years, in terms of financial strength, it is undoubtedly the leader in the entire Jiang City. Regardless of whether it is Wanbing Group or Donglai Group, although they are old established companies in Jiang City, they are not as good as Feiyin Group. The methods of attack between hostile groups are nothing more than lowering prices, improving quality, or using some underhanded means. Yi Yunwan, who was sitting at the front row, exuded a chill. The executives all lowered their heads. After 2 years of getting along with each other, they knew the chairman's character very well. This is clearly a sign of impending anger. Secretary Shura was still reporting at the side, and some cold sweat seeped out of her smooth skin, which showed the fear in her heart. Wanbing Group released a new statement early this morning. For the sake of local people's livelihood, all patients who receive treatment at Wanbing Hospital will be treated free of charge, as long as they do not have serious illnesses. The pharmaceutical industry is undoubtedly one of Feiyin Group's key money-making projects. If it is taken away, it would undoubtedly be like cutting off its left and right arms. Donglai Group is constantly lowering prices in terms of physical stores. There is no doubt that there must be someone behind these two major groups, otherwise they would not have suddenly launched a commercial offensive against Feyen Group. In the meeting room, the depressing atmosphere made it impossible for the executives to raise their heads or breathe, for fear of upsetting their chairman. At this moment, Jiang Yan stood up and pulled his chair directly next to her, and their bodies were close together. Jiang Yan directly put his arm around her shoulders, as if nothing had happened, and said with a faint smile, "What's the big deal? Chairman Yi can handle this kind of trivial matter with just a little gesture. Don't you think so, my wife?" Jiang Yan blinked and smiled at Yi Yunwan, as if everything was calm and peaceful. The executives looked at Jiang Yan's actions and immediately became nervous. This guy is so bold. Didn't he see that Director Yi was on the verge of getting angry? Even if you are her boyfriend, you can't go up to her at this time and bring bad luck to her. Just when everyone thought Yi Yunwan was going to get angry, she hooked her finger at Jiang Yan and said softly, "Well, I'll leave this matter to you." "Jiang Yan? Are you trying to murder me? If I tell you to just make a move, you'll just make a move at me, right?" Before she finished speaking, Yi Yunwan whispered softly in Jiang Yan's ear in front of everyone, "I hope you won't let me down, husband. If you mess up, hee hee." Hearing this, Jiang Yan shuddered all over and quickly put on a forced and ugly smile, with the corners of his mouth twitching. "This is not good. It's over. I shouldn't have come out to show off if I had known this. Now I have got myself into trouble." Just like that, Yi Yunwan waved her hand and announced, "Then Jiang Yan will be fully responsible for this matter from now on, and he will be in charge of conducting the meeting from now on." After saying that, Yi Yunwan walked out of the meeting room in her high heels. The executives were stunned, looked at each other, and then looked at President Jiang, who was sitting in the front row. Jiang Yan. Chapter 38 Rewards. Here I come. Mr. Jiang, what should we do next?" Secretary Shoro asked. The executives' eyes were all focused on Jiang Yan, who was standing in the front, their eyes full of admiration and worship. What a good man! He actually absorbed the chairman's anger for us alone. I admire him. At this time, Jiang Yan showed an awkward smile on his face, looked at the deputy general manager Yu Tianming on his left, and was about to speak. Yu Tianming noticed Jiang Yan's gaze and quickly stood up. After saying a few words, he quickly ran out of the meeting room. "Mr. Jiang, my stomach suddenly hurts a bit. I need to go to the toilet first." The door of the conference room slammed shut, and the running footsteps in the corridor were particularly noticeable in the silent conference room. Damn it! Jiang Yan's face turned dark. "Damn, you ran too fast. I haven't said anything yet. Believe it or not, I will take off your official hat." Helplessly, Jiang Yan had to retract his gaze and glanced at the executives present. He coughed lightly and then said, "Ahem, then I will host the next meeting." After re-examining the current situation, Jiang Yan crossed his hands on the table, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. He spoke word by word. Our Feyen Group became the leading enterprise in Jiang City a year ago. After more than a year of development, our financial strength and foundation have firmly taken the first place in Jiang City. This time, the provocation from Wanbing Group and Donglai Group must have been planned in advance. If we respond hastily, the strength of the two groups will be enough to compete with us. Upon hearing this, the executives looked at each other and were infected by Jiang Yan's aura. They subconsciously became serious and began to think about these issues seriously. Jiang Yan continued. In fact, the solution to this problem is very simple. We can interrupt their offensive without any effort. The sales director frowned upon hearing this, raised his glasses, and asked in confusion, "What do you think, Mr. Jiang?" The others also looked over, wanting to know what method could be used to break up the offensive of the two major groups. In the chairman's office on the top floor, Yi Yunwan sat in an office chair, with the computer in front of her playing the images in the conference room at the right time. She leisurely crossed her long legs and looked at Jiang Yan, who was talking on the screen with a smile on her face. In fact, she didn't take those two major groups seriously at all. The reason why she had that attitude in the conference room was that she wanted to push Jiang Yan out. In a few days, she will leave Jiang City, so Feyen Group must be handed over to her man. This sudden attack by the two major groups is a good opportunity to demonstrate Jiang Yan's strength. Inside the meeting room, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Jiang Yan spoke in a steady voice with great confidence in his tone. Whether it's the Wanbing Group or the Donglai Group, they just want to start a price war with us. If that's the case, we'll keep up the good work. As soon as these words were spoken, the Minister of Finance stood up immediately. As the person who knew the group's financial situation best, she understood what this move meant. Once Feiyan Group starts a price war, the losses will be incalculable. Boss Jiang, I don't agree with your approach. Although our Feiyan Group is the largest enterprise in Jiang City, it has only been around for a short time. If we really want to engage in a price war with Wanbing Group and Donglai Group, the losses will be too great. He Yunhua looked serious. He stood up and looked at Jiang Yan without any fear and expressed his opinion. The other executives shook their heads imperceptibly. Minister, he was well known for his impartiality within the group. Not to mention President Jiang, even if Director Yi came, if she encountered something wrong, she would immediately refute it. Such a character would definitely not work in other groups, but it was precisely this point about He Yunhua that made Yi Yunhuan value him. It is a good thing to be able to refute, which shows that the person is very capable and she has the confidence to handle it. Seeing this, Jiang Yan looked over and said calmly, Minister Yi, if you were the boss of a company, would you be willing to engage in a price war with a company of the same level as yours, even if that company's financial resources far exceed yours? He Yunhua was stunned by these words. What kind of question was this? But she still replied, of course not. Just after she finished speaking, she suddenly understood. Yes, if those two major groups were really targeting Feiyan Group, how could they adopt a price war approach? Even if they really defeated the Feiyan Group, they themselves would be seriously damaged, so it is not worth doing so at all. Seeing that she understood, Jiang Yan nodded and said, yes, so I am sure these two groups have other purposes. Faced with their provocation, there is only one way we need to respond, and that is to take an extremely tough attitude. Let them know that our Feiyan Group is very confident and we don't take them seriously at all. The executives suddenly understood what had happened. Their eyes lit up and they looked at Mr. Jiang with admiration. It's such a simple thing, why didn't they think of it before? The main reason is that they were caught off guard this time, so their thinking ability is somewhat disordered. When encountering problems, we like to think about them in a complicated way, not realizing that the answers are right in front of us. But the most amazing one is still President Jiang. With such calm thinking ability in mind, no wonder he is President Yi's man. At first, they thought Jiang Yan was just a vase, but now it seems that they were totally wrong. He Yinhua also sat down again, feeling convinced by Mr. Jiang in his heart. There is only one person in the entire company who can make her bow her head, and that is Director Yi, whose abilities almost crush her in all aspects. But now it seems that there is one more person who is convinced. Seeing that no one had any objection, Jiang Yan stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Secretary Shiro, who was standing nearby, saw this and hurriedly followed. Vice President Yu, who had just finished using the restroom, opened the door and walked in. Everyone's attention was attracted and they all looked towards him. You, why are you looking at me like that? Yu Tianming asked puzzledly. Everyone smiled but said nothing, withdrew their gaze, and continued to discuss the next matters. Ding! The elevator door opened and Jiang Yan walked directly towards his office, constantly thinking about what reward he should ask for. I have consumed so many brain cells, and I must let my wife compensate me. As soon as he pushed open the door of the office, Jiang Yan saw Yi Yunhuan sitting in his seat with her legs crossed. Is the meeting over? Yi Yunhuan sat there leisurely, holding a nail clipper in her hand and trimming her nails. Jiang Yan closed the door with his backhand, and it was locked with a click. He walked over with a smile on his face. Rewards, here I come. Chapter 39. Please marry me. Inside the top floor office. Jiang Yan walked towards her with a smirk on his face, already thinking about how to ask for a reward. Yi Yunhuan frowned slightly. What do you want to do? Jiang Yan smiled evilly and said, you tell me what I want to do, hee. He was so obsessed with wanting the reward that he didn't realize that he was going further and further down the path of perversion. Ha! Yi Yunhuan put down her nail clippers, clasped her white jade fingers together, and waved her fist casually. It seems to be saying, if you have the ability, just give it a try. Jiang Yan's movements suddenly froze. He seemed unable to win the fight. Damn it! If he tried to force it, he knew what the outcome would be. At this moment, Jiang Yan's cell phone rang. Not knowing who sent the message at this critical moment, he immediately turned around and walked out of the office. Ahem, I'll go reply to the message. Looking at the figure running away in shame, Yi Yunhuan shook her head helplessly. He has the desire but not the courage. He runs away after being slightly threatened. Outside the office, Jiang Yan squatted at the door, like a second-rate guy waiting for his prey. He took out his cell phone to see who sent the message. It's strange that people still send text messages these days. But when Jiang Yan lowered his gaze and saw the content of the text message, his expression suddenly became a little serious and his eyes slightly froze. This is... Not sure what he saw, but Jiang Yan suddenly stood up and walked towards the elevator. Jiang City, Wanbing Group Chairman's office. Okay, I understand. Behind the luxurious Bugatti desk, Wan Kong put down his mobile phone and frowned at the young man sitting on the sofa next to him. I have already done what you arranged. Feiyan Group has not responded yet, but given that woman's personality, it will definitely end up in a price war. On the sofa, Ji Chang was giving gifts to a female anchor on a certain audio platform. He gave out more than a dozen gifts in succession, causing the female anchor to scream in pleasure. It doesn't matter. It's okay. I just wanted to test the foundation of Feiyan Group. I don't really want to fight to the death. Speaking of which, the enterprises in your Jiang City are really terrible. They were trampled under the feet of a woman in just 2 years. Ji Chang's disdainful tone was not concealed at all, and his eyes remained on the phone screen. If the executives of Wanbing Group heard these words, they would definitely be shocked. They would never have thought that someone would dare to speak to their boss like this. Although their Wanbing Group is not a leading enterprise, it is still one of the top groups in Jiang City. Hearing these unpleasant words, although Wan Khan was dissatisfied in his heart, he dared not show it on the surface. There was no way, he couldn't afford to offend this young man. The eldest son of the Ji family, one of the 3 major families in Magic City, has a status far beyond that of the chairman of his group. If it were the other 2 major families in the Magic City, he would not be so afraid. After all, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. But the Ji family is different. Although they are from Shanghai, the Ji family's industrial focus is all over the country, and they have branches basically everywhere. If the Ji family wants to take action against the Wanbing Group, I am afraid that within a month, such a huge group will fall apart. Ji Chang suddenly said. Have you found out all the information about Yi Yunwan and Jiang Yan in the past few months? There was a flash of greed in his eyes. Originally, when he learned that his family wanted him to get close to a woman, he was very unhappy. As one of the 3 major families in Magic City, Ji Chenka has never seen the mysterious eldest lady of the Yi family. So we can conclude that she must be very ugly. If she were very beautiful, she would have been exposed to the public long ago. But when Ji Chang saw Yi Yunwan's photo, it was undeniable that he was moved. That rare and peerless beauty in the world aroused his desire to conquer her. This woman must belong to him. Wan Kong shook his head, nothing big was discovered. It's really useless. Ji Chang curled his lips, ignored him, and continued to watch the female anchor dancing on his phone. She dances well, but her face is far inferior to that of the eldest daughter of the Yi family. At night, the only beach hotel in Jiang City. The hotel is more than 10 stories high, and every brick and tile exudes luxury. The people coming and going are all wealthy ladies wearing high-end brand names. A car slowly stopped, the roar of the engine disappeared, and Jiang Yan, dressed in casual clothes, walked down. At the gate, the security guard looked at Jiang Yan's attire but did not stop him. There was no such thing as a dog-eyed look down on people plot like in novels. After all, fiction and reality are different. If you really offend some big shot, it won't be long before you are sunk to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. They are not fools. They worry about 30,000 yuan for a salary of 3,000 yuan and want me to work hard for a few thousand yuan. It's impossible. As you walk into the hotel, a faint symphony sounds in your ears and the store is filled with a faint fruity scent. The receptionist who was on standby in the store saw someone coming in and immediately walked up to him with a smile. Sir, do you have a reservation? At the beach hotel, dining is also divided into different levels, from level 1 to level 13 according to different status. For the CEOs of ordinary groups, the 7th floor is already the ceiling, and almost no one has ever been to the floors above that. Jiang Yan said calmly, 13th floor. The receptionist's face suddenly changed, and several rich second generations who happened to pass by stood there in surprise. The 13th floor? Isn't that the highest level floor in the hotel? It is said that the entire floor is only for one guest. The receptionist had obviously received the news a long time ago. After being slightly surprised, he became more respectful and said softly, "Come with me." As he said this, he walked towards the hotel's exclusive elevator, which went directly to the 13th floor, but almost no one had ever entered it. Amid the shocked gazes of the people around him, Jiang Yan followed. Ding, the elevator arrives. When the elevator door opens, what catches your eye is the all-blue decorative style. The walls have been specially processed and pure sea water flows through them. Jiang Yan even saw a few small fish inside, and the whole floor was like a small oceanarium. The faint starlight sprinkled down, and looking up, I saw that the ceiling was made of an unknown glass material, which allowed me to appreciate the beauty of the night sky most intuitively. Jiang Yan had already grown tired of seeing all this. His eyes were fixed on a dining table not far away. A woman with an elegant appearance was looking at him with a smile. Jiang Yan walked over. If I remember correctly, you seem to be from the Luo family in Jiangdu. Jiang Yan sat directly opposite the woman and felt nothing in the face of such a stunning beauty. After all, although this woman is very beautiful, she is still a little inferior to the one at home. Even Jiang Yan himself didn't know that his aesthetic taste for women had improved a lot without him realizing it. Looking at Jiang Yan, who was sitting down, Luo Shu'er smiled and her voice was like a spring breeze, making people relax unconsciously. President Jiang, I'm here to talk to you about something. Please marry me. Jiang Yan. Chapter 40, Crazy Miss Luo. The starry sky at night is extremely beautiful, and the Steel City, which has been bustling all day, has fallen silent at this moment. Beach Hotel. 13th floor. Sitting at the dining table, Luo Shu'er stared at the man sitting opposite her seriously. Jiang Yan's face was visibly stunned, as if he had heard something incredible. Luo Shu'er repeated again. Please date me with the intention of getting married. Hearing this, Jiang Yan frowned. What is this woman crazy about? Could it be that he hasn't seen her for too long and something has gone wrong with her brain? Give me a reason to marry you. There's no love between us, and we haven't even met each other a few times, and you suddenly tell me you want to marry me? If it wasn't for getting some information out of this woman, Jiang Yan wouldn't even have made this trip. That's right, Jiang Yan received a text message from Luo Shu'er. To put it simply, the content of the text message was, if you don't come, Wanbing Group and Donglai Group will pester Feiyan Group. Anyway, I have plenty of money. Luo Shu'er, wearing a light blue dress, smiled like a flower blooming in midsummer, making people fall in love with her. I won't hide it from you. My family just wants me to find out about you and the eldest daughter of the Yi family and see if you are really together. If it is true, you should know the consequences. As she was speaking, the hotel's female manager came over pushing a dining table with an opened bottle of red wine. The manager placed the dishes and red wine on the table one by one and retreated silently. Luo Shu'er directly picked up the highball glass on the dining table, poured 2 glasses gracefully, and handed one of them to Jiang Yan. This is a rare red wine that I specially brought back from abroad. Have a taste. Looking at the red wine handed to him, Jiang Yan did not take it, but said lightly, if you really get to know me, you should know that I never drink. Really? Luo Shu'er took a sip of the red wine, put it down and replied, didn't you drink at the business party a few days ago? Together with Miss Yi. I hope you understand that what I just said was sincere. Jiang Yan, you are a man with excellent abilities in all aspects, so I have no objection to you. After saying this, Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the glass of red wine and took a sip. Seeing him drink it, Luo Shu'er's smile became even brighter, and then she said, now, whether it's my Luo family, or the Ji family and the Chun family, they are all staring at the Jiang family and the Yi family. They will stop at nothing to stop you and Miss Yi from being together. The 3 clan associations that have united all the families in the country, I'm sure even the Jiang family can't stand it. Putting down the wine glass, Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with coldness. He stared at the woman in front of him who only cared about the interests of the family, and said expressionlessly, I didn't come here today to listen to your nonsense. Luo Shu'er looked up at the night sky above her head and said with a smile, didn't I tell you at the beginning? Please marry me. Believe me, the Luo family won't be any worse than the Yi family. Jiang Yan sneered, do you think I would like a woman like you who only thinks about the interests of the family? It was like this 2 years ago. Now, 2 years later, my answer is still no interest at all. If Luo Shu'er hadn't come to him on her own initiative this time, Jiang Yan would have almost forgotten about this woman. When Jiang Yan first entered Daxia College and started to show his talent, Luo Shu'er came to him in order to arrange a marriage between the Jiang and Luo families, but was rejected. Since then, Luo Shu'er almost never appeared in front of Jiang Yan again, but she kept watching him. Luo Shu'er stood up and slowly walked to Jiang Yan's side. He immediately felt a faint fragrance coming into his nose. In response, Jiang Yan did not take any action. It's different. This time I came with the family's order. Luo Shuier put her head close to Jiang Yan's ear, and strands of hair fell on the side of his cheek, but the sound she made was completely different from before. She said coldly, "For the sake of my family, I can sacrifice everything I have, even death. Love is something that can't be forced." Jiang Yan laughed without even turning his head. Then he stood up and wanted to walk towards the elevator. Staying here would be a waste of time. Do you really think you can get away? Luo Shuier's eyes did not contain the slightest emotion. Her tone was extremely calm, and she did not try to stop Jiang Yan from leaving. Just as Jiang Yan was about to reach the elevator, his head suddenly felt heavy, and his limbs seemed to have been drained of strength, and he sat down on the ground weakly. This is? Feeling the dizziness in his head, Jiang Yan's face changed and his voice became much weaker than before. That wine is poisonous. No, he saw Luo Shuier take a sip with his own eyes before drinking it. Why was she fine? The sound of footsteps was heard, and Luo Shuier walked to Jiang Yan's side, squatted down, and showed a smile that she thought was very cute. You look very tired. I happen to have booked a room at the hotel. I'll take you there. Luo Shuier clapped her hands, and two bodyguards came out from the corner and lifted Jiang Yan effortlessly. At this moment, Jiang Yan felt extremely regretful. He should have brought Wu Tai out earlier. He didn't expect that this woman would actually want to force him. Luo Shuier looked at Jiang Yan, who was lifted up with a smile, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you will only feel extra comfortable tonight. I will prove that I am better than Yi Yunwan." Suddenly, there was a ding sound from the elevator door, and a cold voice reached her ears. Yeah? As the number on the elevator screen jumped to 13, the elevator door slowly opened and a tall figure walked out. Wu Tai, who was behind him, saw Brother Yin fainted, his face changed and he rushed forward immediately. I didn't expect you to come. Luo Shuier looked at the unexpected guest and instructed the two bodyguards. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Two bodyguards rushed towards Wu Tai, and the three of them collided directly with each other. After several rounds of fighting, Wu Tai firmly had the upper hand. What a useless piece of trash. Luo Shuier took out her cell phone and made a call, but no one answered. At this moment, Wu Tai easily took care of the two bodyguards with two punches, knocking them to the ground, and they kept screaming. If you call the group of people down there again, I'm afraid they won't have a chance to come up and help you. Yi Yunwan walked directly to Jiang Yan's side, saw him fainted on the ground, and snorted coldly. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Now you are bold enough to go out and look for women secretly. If I don't teach you a profound lesson, you will be in trouble in the future. Chapter 41. Dare to touch my man. Watching Jiang Yan being taken away, Luo Shui's eyes flashed with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do about it. When she came, she had already conducted a detailed investigation on the eldest daughter of the Yi family, and she realized that she was not someone she could fight against at this stage. But don't forget Yi Yunwan's character. Her man has been drugged, so how could she just endure it? After handing the unconscious Jiang Yan to Wu Tai, she walked directly in front of Luo Shuier and looked down at her. Luo Shuier, huh? Do you really want to seduce my man, you vixen? Luo Shuier was about to open her mouth to retort, but the next second, a strong wind blew, and the crisp sound of a slap was particularly prominent. Wu Tai, who was carrying Jiang Yan on his back, silently gave her a thumbs up. She is worthy of being his sister-in-law, so domineering. Bang! The slap landed, and a bright red slap mark appeared on Luo Shuier's originally fair right face at a speed visible to the naked eye. She couldn't believe the pain on her face. How dare you hit me? From childhood to adulthood, no one dared to treat her like this. Yi Yunwan frowned slightly, then slapped her again with her backhand, showing no mercy just because she was a woman. Luo Shuier suffered a bitter lesson this time and became much smarter. He immediately wanted to step back a few steps. You dare to hide? Yi Yunwan had no place to vent her anger, so she kicked her directly in the abdomen. You lunatic! Luo Shuier's miserable screams echoed in the empty box, with blood trickling out from the corners of her mouth. Seeing that this crazy woman actually wanted to continue attacking, Luo Shuier's face became grim, no longer as elegant as before. He struggled to stand up from the ground, his body shaking a little, staring at her with fierce eyes. Yi Yunwan, don't go too far. Perhaps she saw something interesting. Yi Yunwan suddenly laughed, and looked calmly into Luo Shuier's vicious eyes without any fear. That look is quite decent. At least it's much better than the clown look you just put on. This incident is just a warning. I hope you can remember it. Even if it was Yi Yunwan, she couldn't really kill the eldest daughter of the Luo family in Jiangdu. If the matter got out of hand, it would do more harm than good. She turned and walked towards the elevator. Hearing this, just when Luo Shuier thought that everything was over, another gust of strong wind blew. With a crisp pop sound, Luo Shui's petite left face swelled up visibly, and her eyes were dull. Yi Yunwan withdrew her hand and looked at Luo Shuier, whose cheeks were red and swollen. The anger in her heart subsided a little. She just turned and left. Luo Shuier came back to her senses, endured the pain in her cheek, stared at them with hatred as they left, her heart filled with murderous intent. When Yi Yunwan and Wu Tai took Jiang Yan away, a figure appeared silently behind Luo Shuier. Ji Chang looked at Luo Shuier, who looked miserable, and said with a smile, "What a mess. I told you this wouldn't work. Don't you think it's funny that you can judge a person's character based on the few bits of information you know?" Perhaps feeling sorry for her, Ji Chang helped her to the chair and sat down himself. Looking at the cold steak, he started eating it without any disgust. In order to watch this good show, he even skipped dinner. Luo Shuier suppressed her inner restlessness, her voice a little hoarse. "What are you going to do next?" Throwing down the knife and fork casually, Ji Chang smiled faintly. "I know your Luo family's plan very well. You want to unite with the Jiang family, and my Ji family naturally wants to unite with the Yi family, so the news cannot be reported for the time being. If those useless bastards knew about this, they would definitely do something stupid out of control. So, in the early morning, the dazzling sunlight rises. Jiang Yan opened his eyes sleepily and looked around at the familiar room layout in confusion. Strange, isn't he at the beach hotel? Ha! Jiang Yan wanted to sit up, but found that his hands and feet were tied up with hemp ropes, and he was lying on the bed in a big letter shape. Damn, what is going on? Squeak, the bedroom door opened. Yi Yunwan walked in with a whip in her hand, looking at Jiang Yan with a squint, and the whip kept hitting the palm of her hand. Woke up? Jiang Yan had a bad feeling and said guiltily. Wife, why did you tie me up? With a bang, the door was closed. Yi Yunwan walked directly to the bedside, her eyes turned fierce, and she slapped Jiang Yan's head directly, and a strong wind echoed in the air. Bang! Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed suddenly, and his head subconsciously moved a little to the side. The whip brushed the tip of his nose and fell on the bed. A hole suddenly appeared on the white cotton pillow, and countless snow-white cotton flew out of it. Are you serious? Fear flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. The two looked at each other, and Yi Yunwan looked as if she was looking at a dead person. Cold and ruthless, this is Jiang Yan's most intuitive feeling. It is said that things never happen more than 3 times. I have already given you a chance. Yi Yunwan said coldly. Jiang Yan was obviously stunned, and replied subconsciously. Isn't it just 3 times? Yi Yunwan's face turned grim. She dropped the whip in her hand, took off her shoes, and walked to the bed. One lying down and the other standing up. She looked down at Jiang Yan, like an empress looking down on the battlefield. Hubby, how do you think I should punish you? Jiang Yan was stared at so hard that he shuddered and tilted his head in fear. Seeing that he didn't speak, Yi Yunwan's eyes became even colder, and a sick smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yan, who originally wanted to see if he could get away with it, shivered uncontrollably when he saw this familiar smile. Seeing that the fight was about to begin, Jiang Yan hurried to save the situation. I was really wrong, my dear. You are so beautiful, just like a fairy on earth. With you in my heart, what other woman can catch my eye? After Jiang Yan finished speaking, Yi Yunwan remained unmoved and stared at him quietly. As if to say, go on. Jiang Yan's eyes moved quickly as he kept thinking of countermeasures, but Yi Yunwan was very angry at the moment, so how could she give him this chance? Go to hell, man. He clenched his fist and punched Jiang Yan hard in the face. It was foreseeable that if this punch hit him, Jiang Yan would probably have to stay in the hospital for a few months. In a hurry, Jiang Yan didn't care about anything else and said hurriedly. My mom sent me the household registration booklet. Honey, let's get the marriage certificate. Jiang Yan closed his eyes resignedly, not daring to open them. He had almost imagined his miserable situation. But the expected fist did not come. He narrowed his eyes, looked at the small fist suspended in the air, and breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it works. Seeing hope, Jiang Yan continued. After getting the certificate, we can still go on a date. Just when he thought he had escaped, a foot stepped directly on his face. Jian Yan. Chapter 42, A Roller Coaster Ride. Here is your marriage certificate, please keep it. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jian Yan looked at the little red notebook in his hand. Everything seemed so unreal. The most important marriage certificate in your life is now in your hands? Yi Yunwan beside him put away the notebook, took Jiang Yan's arm, and her eyes curved into crescent shapes. Come on, didn't you say you were going to take me on a date? Come to think of it, the two of them have never dated since they got together, so this is the first time. Looking at the marriage certificate, a sense of responsibility spread in Jiang Yan's heart. I will definitely give you a grand wedding in the future. Hearing this, Yi Yunwan nodded, then I will look forward to your proposal ceremony. Starting the car, the two drove towards the amusement park. When it comes to dating sites, the first choice is definitely the amusement park. I heard that it can also increase the probability of a successful confession. The car stopped in front of the amusement park. This amusement park is not considered high-end in the entire Jiang city, so most of the people who come here are from ordinary families. The appearance of a luxury car immediately attracted the attention of most people and became the focus of the entire audience. The car door opened. A handsome young man walked down from the driver's seat, giving people a warm feeling. The eyes of the girls present immediately lit up. He is so handsome and rich, he is definitely the best candidate for a husband. Although our male compatriots were dismissive of this, they were extremely envious in their hearts. But the next second, their eyes suddenly widened. The passenger door opened, and Yi Yunwan, who looked like a fairy, stepped out of the car. Her cool and elegant temperament immediately won everyone's hearts. Is this a fairy? Let's go. The two walked towards the amusement park hand in hand, with countless envious eyes behind them. It was the first time for Yi Yunwan to come to such a place. She looked at the strange buildings around her curiously and kept asking questions. Jian Yan answered them one by one patiently. Since today is the weekend, there are a lot of people coming to the amusement park, and many couples with children have happy smiles on their faces. Isn't it just for this moment that we work day and night? Seeing the happy smile on our children's faces, then everything is worth it. Not far away, bursts of intense screams rang out, attracting a lot of people's attention. Jiang Yan, who happened to walk here, looked at the roller coaster not far away and his eyes suddenly turned. What a good opportunity. It is said that women are afraid of heights. I wonder what my wife would be like when she is scared. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan immediately smiled at the beauty beside him. Let's go ride the roller coaster. It's fun. Yi Yunwan did not refuse, but just gave him a strange look. Why did the look seem to have some bad intentions? At this time, there were quite a few people queuing up at the registration office, a large portion of whom were couples, and the scene was a bit chaotic. With waves of screams, the roller coaster finally slowly stopped in front of Jiang Yan and the others. We chose 2 seats in the last row and, at the request of the staff, took all safety measures. Jiang Yan shook her little hand and said jokingly, "Don't be scared and cry later." Without hesitation, Yi Yunwan twisted her small hand around his waist. Jiang Yan took a breath and turned his body to the side. Oh, wrong, don't be awkward. Seeing that he admitted his mistake, Yi Yunwan snorted coldly, loosened her hand, and whispered in his ear. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You don't think I'm afraid of a little thing like a roller coaster, do you? Honey, you are so silly and cute. His little trick was exposed, but Jiang Yan replied calmly. You think too much. I just want to reminisce about my childhood. Yi Yunwan shook her head helplessly, he was really being stubborn. Soon, everyone arrived, a total of 12 people sitting in the car, sitting upright and ready to face the challenge. With a click, the surrounding scenery began to recede and the roller coaster began to move slowly towards the track ahead. At first, no one thought there was anything wrong and everyone looked calm. But after the roller coaster went through several microslide tracks, the speed was successfully increased. Several couples sitting in the front rows couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when they saw a huge downward slope not far away. This does look a bit scary. From the perspective of the first row, this was almost the same as jumping off a cliff, and they held on tightly to the handrails in front of them. Jiang Yan, who was sitting in the last row, also took the opportunity to say, "Wife, if you are scared, I can lend you my hand." Hearing this, although Yi Yunwan was disdainful in her heart, she still reached out her hand. Then you better hurry up. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded. Just at this moment, the largest downhill track of the roller coaster finally arrived. Some timid girls couldn't help but close their eyes and screamed, holding their boyfriends' hands tightly and refusing to let go. Ah! With a loud boom, the roller coaster slid down suddenly, the speed reached its peak instantly, and the most exciting part began. The howling of the wind rose in my ears, mixed with screams of fear, like a beautiful symphony. Well, it sounds particularly unpleasant. Jiang Yan didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable with this, and couldn't help but shift his gaze to his side. It was seen that Yi Yunwan's expression remained the same as usual, and from the outside, there was no change at all. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's expression twisted in pain, and he felt his hand being held tightly. Oh my god! An enormous force tightly grasped Jiang Yan's palm. It was hard to imagine that this was the strength a woman should have. It hurts, please be merciful. Jiang Yan wanted to pull his hand back. At this moment he regretted it extremely. Why was he so mean as to sit on this thing? In the end, he was the one who suffered. But no matter how he struggled, Yi Yunwan did not let go. Her face did not look abnormal, but her little hands, which subconsciously exerted force, had exposed her inner instability. Roller coaster, so scary. For a full 10 minutes, Jiang Yan was in agony. He was almost numb, and could not feel any sensation in his right hand, which was obviously numbed. When everyone got off the roller coaster, there was still a hint of fear on their faces, but more of them were expressions of excitement. Are you okay? After coming out, Yi Yunwan noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Yan and quickly let go of his hand. Shaking his numb arms, Jiang Yan said resentfully, "Is it okay? Aren't you afraid of roller coasters?" I really don't know how she did it. She was obviously scared to death, but she looked calm on her face. The next second, red lips covered it, and a faint fragrance was inhaled into the nose. Jiang Yan's eyes widened. He felt the sweet tongue moving around in his mouth, and his body began to feel hot. Many people saw this erotic scene in public and admired it secretly. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. After a while, Yi Yunwan let Jiang Yan go, smiled charmingly, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Now are you satisfied? Chapter 43. Yi Yunwan leaves and heads to the Magic City. Jiang Yan didn't expect Yi Yunwan to be so bold. With so many people around, she actually gave him a French kiss. He licked his lips reluctantly, it was really good. The attention of everyone around has been drawn to him at this point, either openly or covertly. After all, Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan are already the best looking among their peers. Who doesn't like handsome men and beautiful women? Let us go. Don't stand here like an idiot. Yi Yunwan hooked her finger and walked forward with a smile on her face. She is not used to being watched by others. Jiang Yan looked at her back, trotted after her, and chuckled. Wife, you came too suddenly just now. I'm not satisfied. How about we do it again? Roll. The afternoon passed quickly. As the sky gradually darkened, at the end of the clouds was the dark yellow afterglow of the setting sun, which sprinkled on the earth, making the entire city extremely sacred. There weren't many people in Jiang City Amusement Park at this time. Compared to the bustle during the day, the amusement park was more peaceful at dusk. A few couples looked at each other with love in their eyes, leaning on each other's shoulders and admiring the beauty of the sunset. In the very center of the entire amusement park, there is a tall Ferris wheel that is slowly turning. In one of the bright red cabins, Yi Yunwan leaned on Jiang Yan's chest, which was rare. After playing for a whole day, she was a little tired. The cockpit had now risen to its highest point, and the entire outline of Jiang City could be seen. The two of them looked at the dusk outside the window without saying a word, cherishing the present time immensely. The sunset is beautiful, but the people around you are more beautiful. After the Ferris wheel had turned twice, it had already darkened. The entire amusement park was lit up, and around it were thousands of houses with bright lights. Are you going back to the Magic City tomorrow? Jiang Yan suddenly said. Yi Yunwan leaned on his chest, nodded slightly, and said softly. Why, you don't want to? Hearing this, Jiang Yan hugged him tighter, leaning her body tightly against him, and said with a smile. Who would be willing to give up such a beautiful wife? Smooth talk. Yi Yunwan snorted coldly, but she became even more adorable. After riding the Ferris wheel, it was completely dark and both of them were a little tired, so the date ended. July 6th was the date of their first date. The next morning, Jiang City Airport. Inside the empty ticket station. Today she was wearing that black dress, her hair was braided into a princess braid, and her long black hair was dancing in the wind. Yi Yunwan leaned close to Jiang Yan's ear and said softly, "My dear husband, I have to remind you again. If I find out that you are taking advantage of this time to have affairs with other women." Bai Jia wrapped her arms around Jiang Yan's neck, holding his head in her arms, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Muah! A kiss fell on Jiang Yan's forehead, and then he turned and walked towards the ticket station. Jiang Yan looked at her gracefully leaving back and shook his head helplessly. "I don't know how many times I've heard this, but it seems like every time I end up with something bad." Soon, a plane flew towards the blue sky. Jiang Yan stood by the window and watched the plane fly farther and farther away until it turned into a small black dot and disappeared into the clouds. A sudden voice sounded in the ticket station. "I really didn't expect that she would leave so confidently. Is this confidence or arrogance?" Wu Tai, who had been waiting nearby, frowned, turned around, and saw a graceful figure walking towards him with her waist swaying. He had seen this woman before. "Isn't this the woman who drugged Brother Yan at the beach hotel last time? Why is she here?" Jiang Yan's dark eyes were deep. He turned around and looked at the person who came. His tone was calm. "Do you really think I won't do anything to you?" Luo Shuier, wearing a pair of crystal high heels, smiled and said, "You won't do that. Unlike the beach hotel, there are many cameras in this airport. If Jiang Yanjin takes action here, it will be more trouble than gain. We have plenty of time to have fun from now on. Jiang Yan, I will definitely get you." But these words did not cause any ripples in Jiang Yan's heart. He walked straight out of the airport, and when he passed by Luo Shuier, a word reached her ears. "Yeah, I have plenty of time to play slowly from now on." Indifferent words do not contain any emotion, and their indifference is scary. Luo Shuier was slightly startled and turned around to look at his leading back. She was a little dazed. The feeling Jiang Yan gave her just now was a little different from before. Seeing this, Wu Tai glanced at Luo Shuier and followed. Outside the airport. "Brother Yan, I don't think that woman is someone who will give up easily. You have to be careful," Wu Tai reminded. Jiang Yan opened the car door and got in directly. "Don't worry, it's not her turn to cause trouble for me. I will cause trouble for her. How's the thing I asked you to do going?" "The engine starts," Wu Tai replied while driving. "Well, it's going better than expected. Now, except for a few powerful gangs, almost all of Jiang City's underground world has been taken over by us." It turned out that a few days ago, Jiang Yan had ordered Wu Tai to suppress and subdue local gangs, and the process went extremely smoothly. Wu Tai was somewhat puzzled and said, "Brother Yan, what's the point of us accepting those little hooligans? You have to know that many high-ranking Chaebol officials are unwilling to have contact with these black forces. After all, if they are not careful, they may get into trouble. Especially in recent years, the domestic suppression of this aspect has been very severe, even to the point of forced suppression." He was puzzled that Brother Yan not only wanted to suppress these forces, but even to subdue them. The scenery outside the car window passed by quickly. Jiang Yan turned his head to look out the window, his eyes fixed on those so-called high-rise buildings, and said slowly, "These so-called thugs are not as bad as you think. They can play an unexpected role at critical moments. Behind the strongest companies, there must be an unknown darkness." Wu Tai is an honest man, so how could he understand the twists and turns in these words? He asked in confusion. "So what do we do next?" Jiang Yan retracted his gaze and leaned back in the car seat. His eyes were deep, and he inexplicably wanted people to explore the mystery. "That's about enough. I have asked people to register a security company and an entertainment club in Jiang City. Let them choose one to join according to their wishes. The name of the company, let's call it Tianchang for now." Chapter 44 Large-Scale MLM Site. Jiang City Airport. As a private plane slowly landed. She was wearing a light yellow floral dress and her long, smooth black hair was blown messy by the wind. The woman walked out of the airport, followed by a dozen bodyguards, one of whom was particularly prominent with short hair. "Miss, you have just recovered from your illness. Let's go and rest first. The master has bought you a villa, we can go there now." Facing the advice of her personal bodyguard, Shen Xinru waved her hand with a pure and rosy face and smiled very obediently. "No need, I want to see Brother Jiang Yan as soon as possible." Shen Xinru looked up at the sky with anticipation. She was no longer as weak as before, but full of energy. The sun was particularly dazzling, but it did not hinder the expectation in the girl's eyes. Brother Jiang Yan, I'm back. Fei Yun Group. Since He Yunwan, the big boss, returned to the Magic City, this huge group naturally fell into the hands of Jiang Yan. Fortunately, Jiang Yan had proved his ability in advance, otherwise it would take some effort to completely take charge of the group. After all, no one would go against the wishes of a strong man. In the office, Jiang Yan sat at his desk with a miserable look on his face, the pen in his hand dancing quickly, constantly leaving his marks on the paper. Beside me is a sea of piles of documents. I can't stand it. Finally, Jiang Yan collapsed on the table. The dark circles at the corners of his eyes were particularly obvious and were turning into panda eyes. He was a little heartbroken and missed Yi Yunwan very much at this moment. No, if I continue like this, I will be driven to death by these documents. I must find a way to reduce the burden. At this moment, Secretary Shiro came in again with a stack of documents and said respectfully, Boss Jiang, this is the construction plan for the South City District. I need your review and signature. Jiang Yan lay weakly on the table, completely exhausted, and replied weakly, Put it aside. After Secretary Shiro put down the documents, she walked out without disturbing anyone. After a while, Jiang Yan raised his head. As the eldest son of the Jiang family, how can I waste my time here? It's time to start hunting. 10 minutes later, all executives gathered in the conference room. Hey, why do we have to call an emergency meeting all of a sudden? Did something big happen? I don't know. Logically speaking, even if something happened, we should know about it immediately. This is the first meeting that General Manager Jiang has held since taking office. Could it be that he wants to make a big splash as a new official? It seems that this is really possible. As soon as these words came out, those executives who originally didn't care much about it all held their breath and focused. Fei Yun Group's treatment is the best in the city, and its benefits are comparable to those of the top 500 companies in the world, so they are naturally reluctant to leave. Just when everyone was sitting upright, the door of the conference room opened. Jiang Yan, wearing a suit and with a serious look, walked in. Those managers who were not at very high levels suddenly became nervous and dared not breathe. If the group really wants to lay off employees, they will undoubtedly be the ones with the highest chance of being laid off. Jiang Yan pushed the door open and walked in, a little confused. What's going on with this weird atmosphere? Why do you look so serious? Could something big have happened? Deputy General Manager Yu Tianming sat in the first seat on the left and asked in confusion. Boss Jiang, you suddenly called an emergency meeting. Is there something serious going on? This question expressed the thoughts of the executives present. Yes. Jiang Yan's face was very serious, and he said in a serious tone, I have endocrine disorders. Yu Tianming. Executives. Endocrine disorders? Are you kidding me? That's right. Jiang Yan said seriously. As the backbone of the entire group, my health is particularly important. I'm not afraid of what you might say, but if I leave this group, it will fall apart. He Yunhua, who was sitting below, couldn't stand it anymore. He held his forehead and said helplessly, Boss Jiang, just get to the point. What is this talking about? I don't understand a word. Cough. Jiang Yan coughed lightly, and said calmly, There are too many files. I want to share some with you. Several black lines appeared on Yu Tianming's forehead. He was completely dumbfounded. How can you be a president like this? The executives were also dumbfounded when they heard this. After all this time, you just want us to help you process the documents. Absurd. He Yunhua was the first one who couldn't help it. He immediately slammed the table and stood up, looking a little angry. As the leader of the entire group, if you don't go. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Yan stood up and whispered something in the ear of the Minister of Finance. I don't know what I heard. He Yunhua's eyes lit up, and he looked a little doubtful. Are you telling the truth? Jiang Yan patted his chest and assured confidently. Of course it's true. What I, Jiang Yan, say is absolutely true. Hearing this, He Yunhua nodded, her expression eased a lot, she sat down again, and even chimed in. After the chairman left, Mr. Jiang, as the pillar of the group, has a lot of work to do. As subordinates, we should share some of the burden. Don't you think so, Vice President Yu? Yu Tianming was stunned when he was called. Seeing this, He Yunhua glared at him fiercely and gave him a look to experience it for himself. Yu Tianming reacted and nodded helplessly. Minister, he is right. President Zhang's work is indeed too heavy. As the vice president of the group, I should share some of the responsibilities. Management of each department. What a tracheitis. Everyone knows that you like Minister He. Is it necessary to be so double standard? It's simply corrupting the group's ethos. The next moment, the conference room suddenly became lively. I also think what Minister He said makes sense. It is our responsibility to share the labor for General Manager Jiang. We actually bothered Mr. Zhang to speak in person. This is simply a dereliction of duty on our part. I feel so ashamed of Mr. Zhang's training. Jiang Yan, who had returned to his seat, was also infected by the atmosphere and couldn't help but applaud. Well said. With you all here, it will be hard for our Feiyan group not to grow bigger and stronger. There was warm applause in the conference room. If you didn't know, you would think there was a party because of the noise. At this time, Secretary Shiro walked in wearing stockings and high heels, and was stunned when she saw the scene in the conference room. But she still walked to Jiang Yan's side and whispered, "Boss Jiang, someone at the front desk wants to see you." Jiang Yan was in high spirits at the moment, and asked casually, "Who is it?" Secretary Shiro had a strange expression on her face and whispered, "You'll see if you look downstairs." These words stunned Jiang Yan. Confused, he walked to the window of the conference room and looked down at the building. At this time, there were more than a dozen black Bentleys parked in front of the Feiyan group. Surrounded by a dozen bodyguards, a girl in a floral dress was particularly conspicuous. Chapter 45 White Silk Long Legs. Jiang Yan's face lit up with joy. When he saw the girl standing downstairs, a smile appeared on his lips and he walked out of the meeting room directly. Seeing him like this, He Yunhua walked to the window curiously. When she saw the graceful girl downstairs, many images appeared in her mind and she could only snort coldly. Humph, all men are bad. Obviously, she misunderstood. At this time, Yu Tianming came up with a smile on his face. "Ayun, do you want to have dinner together tonight? I have booked a hotel." He Yinhua glared and said, "No." After saying that, he walked out of the meeting room angrily, leaving only his back. Vice President Yu, who suffered an unexpected disaster, was full of confusion. He was fine before, why did he suddenly become so angry? Could that be the one coming? Yes, that's definitely the case. Ayun has such a good temper, it's impossible for her to get angry with me. Glancing at the people still sitting in the conference room, Yu Tianming waved his hand. "The meeting is over, stop sitting here like an idiot." As he said this, he followed his goddess back out of the conference room, not forgetting to turn around and remind her. "Oh, by the way, everyone will come to me to get the documents later. No one is allowed to run away." Downstairs of Feiyan Group. Jiang Yan ran out of the elevator quickly and saw Shin Shinru standing at the door of the group at a glance. He ran over with a smile. As he walked forward, he noticed that Shin Shinru looked much better than before, and it seemed that the operation was really successful. Seeing the figure running towards her, Shin Shinru walked over with a smile. "Brother Jiang Yan, long time no see." Jiang Yan couldn't hide the smile on his face and nodded. Not bad, the whole person looks a lot more energetic." Shin Shinru put her hands behind her back, her eyes uncontrollably looking towards his wrists. I felt a little lost inside. Looking at the bracelet on her wrist, Jiang Yan walked up and touched her head. "Remember, I will always be your brother as long as you want me to." This sentence indirectly expressed what Jiang Yan wanted to convey. Shin Shinru looked somewhat resentful and said dissatisfiedly, "Is there anyone so comforting as you? Brother Jiang Yan is such a fool." There was a hint of sadness in her eyes, but she did not show it because that would make brother Jiang Yan embarrassed. Seeing this, Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said, "Okay, you've just recovered, let's go upstairs and talk." Hearing this, Shin Shinru nodded and was about to step forward and hold his hand. Ding ding! The sound of a speeding sports car honking came from somewhere, and everyone frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. A water blue Porsche 911 drove up at high speed and stopped directly in front of the entrance of Feiyan Group. The car door opened, and a pair of long legs in white silk stockings poked out. Luo Shuer got out of the car with a faint smile on her lips, and immediately noticed Jiang Yan standing at the door. With her petite and lovely face, light makeup and perfect figure, she instantly became the center of attention. Jiang Yan looked at her and frowned. This woman is so annoying, there's no end to it. Brother Jiang Yan, do you know her? Shen Xinru asked doubtfully. She looked at Luo Shui'er, whose appearance was only slightly worse than hers, and felt an inexplicable sense of irritation in her heart. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Jiang Yan nodded, a crazy woman. Luo Shui'er, who just happened to hear these words, covered her mouth and smiled. How can you say that, Mr. Jiang? I came to discuss business with you today, about the development of the southern part of the city. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Why, do you still want to interfere in Chengnan's affairs? Although the new mayor has not yet taken office, the reconstruction of Jiang City as southern district has already caught the attention of provincial leaders. After all, a mayor died because of this incident. The leaders above will definitely take it seriously. If any more mistakes are made, their official positions will be in jeopardy. Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Luo Shui'er smiled and said, How can you call it a split leg? The name of your Feiyan group isn't written on it, so can't I invest in it? She came here today with all the preparations made, and it just so happened that Yi Yunwan had left Jiang City, so how could she miss this opportunity? Haha laugh. Jiang Yanli ignored her and whispered to Shen Xinru beside him. Let's go up and ignore her. Shen Xinru nodded obediently. She glanced at Luo Shui'er inadvertently with a somewhat cold look. Jiang Yan pulled Shen Xinru directly into the group, ignoring Luo Shui'er who was standing there. Being treated like this, Luo Shui'er was not at all surprised, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's your choice. She turned around and got into her Porsche 911, took out her cell phone, found a newly added contact and dialed the number. The call was connected. A deep, middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, mixed with a faint smile. Miss Luo, I'm glad to receive your call. Luo Shui'er didn't waste any words and said directly. Follow the plan. As long as it is done well, you will definitely get the benefits. There was a hearty laugh from the other end of the phone. Ah, great. Lin Hu, will take care of things, so don't worry, Miss Luo. After that, the phone was hung up. After putting down the phone, a cold light flashed in Luo Shui'er's eyes, and her whole temperament suddenly changed, making people feel the pressure coming continuously. Jiang Yan, you forced me to do this. Purple Mountain Bar. In the dim bar, colorful lights were swaying wildly and passionate rock music was constantly coming out from all over the bar. The crazy rock music was mixed with the shouts and roars of the dancegoers, and everyone's face was more or less filled with madness. In the Supreme Box. Unlike outside, the atmosphere in the box was noticeably quieter, with almost no noise coming in. On the sofa, a dozen sturdy men with tattoos on their arms looked at the man sitting in the middle without saying a word. This is their leader, and also the boss of the Black Tiger Gang, the largest underground gang in Jiang City. The man was not very strong, but the muscles he inadvertently revealed were very sturdy and he was obviously a martial artist. The most obvious thing is that there is a vertical scar at the corner of his mouth, which is about as long as a finger, making him look more fierce. Hang up the phone. Lin Hu threw his phone aside and burst into laughter. Seeing this, the dozen or so strong men in the box also laughed in unison. Brother Hu, is it done? Asked the deputy gang leader Scorpion with a smile. Lin Hu restrained his laughter, with excitement in his eyes. Now that we have established a connection with the young lady of the Luo family, we will definitely receive a lot of benefits in the future. Although the Black Tiger Gang led by him has dominated Jiang City, it is ultimately a shameful force. But now it is different. As long as they help the eldest lady of the Luo family, their Black Tiger Gang will have the support of the Jiangdu Luo family in the future, and their influence can even penetrate into other cities. Thinking of this, Lin Hu directly ordered his capable cadre Monkey. Monkey, go to the south of the city in person to deal with the matter. If you mess it up. The monkey with a muscular body stood up from the side, patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, brother Tiger. If this fails, I will chop off your entire arm. Okay. Lin Hu nodded with satisfaction. Brothers and sisters, this book is at an important stage, please give it a 5-star rating. Chapter 46, Hundreds of bodyguards pick up Yi Yunwan at the airport. Yi Yunwan arrives in the Magic City. The general manager's office on the top floor of Feiyan Group. Shen Xinru, wearing a floral dress, sat quietly on the sofa, looking around the office. The layout is very simple, with almost no other decorations except for the desk in front. Some women's products are clearly placed on it. Come, drink some hot water. Jiang Yan took a cup of hot water in a disposable cup and handed it to her with a faint smile on his face. Shen Xinru nodded and took the cup with both hands. Although it was still steaming, it was actually not very hot. Before Jiang Yan could speak, Shen Xinru said with a heavy heart, "Brother Jiang Yan, when did you and her get together?" Jiang Yan didn't expect her to ask this, but he didn't avoid the question. If he wanted to maintain a relationship, it was important to open his heart. "Right after you leave the country." Hearing this, Shen Xinru quickly understood and felt a little lost. Is this the feeling of a broken heart? After hesitating for a while, Jiang Yan still smiled and touched her head, comforting her. "Don't think too much. A bad mood will give you wrinkles." Shen Xinru corrected, "That's a frown." "Oh, it's all the same." Jiang Yan waved his hand indifferently. Thinking of something, Jiang Yan asked curiously, "But it's a pity that Uncle Shen is willing to let you go back to Jiang City. I thought he would take you directly back to Shannon." Shen Xinru lost her mother when she was young, and she has been very weak since birth, so Shen Zhongtian is particularly fond of his only daughter. Almost all of her requests were met, which can be said to be spoiling her to the extreme. Jiang Yan was shocked that such a daughter-slave man would actually let his daughter leave him. Hearing this, Shen Xinru covered her mouth and laughed. "It's all for the sake of seeing you, brother Jiang Yan. I begged my father for a long time, and in the end, he let me go back to Jiang City on the pretext of recuperating." The two chatted for a long time afterwards, and after being persuaded by the female bodyguard, Shen Xinru left reluctantly. "Brother Jiang Yan, I'll come and play with you later." Sitting in the Bentley, Shen Xinru waved at Jiang Yan, looking pure and lovely. Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "You can come anytime. I'm free now anyway." The executives who were watching this scene upstairs. It's not your fault that they were curious. The main reason was that the cold chairman had just left and you dared to bring a woman to the company. This really shocked everyone. In their view, Mr. Zhang's actions were no different from seeking death. The car started slowly and drove away into the distance. Jiang Yan withdrew his gaze, stretched comfortably, and walked into the company. Although he no longer has to worry about the group's affairs, there are still many things that Jiang Yan needs to take over personally. For example, the reconstruction of the south of the city. The Yi group and the Jiang group invested together, so the most suitable person to be responsible for this matter can only be Jiang Yan himself. Doing so will also help avoid any accidents. After all, he still planned to take complete control of Jiang City in his own hands and make plans for the future. On the other side, in a speeding Bentley. Without brother Jiang Yan around, Shen Xinru's temperament suddenly became cold and she was no longer as charming as before. The female bodyguard driving in front was already used to it. Holding her chin up and looking out the window, Shen Xinru said calmly, "Has the identity of that woman been ascertained?" The female bodyguard nodded and reported. It was Yi Yunwan, the eldest daughter of the Yi family in the Magic City. Our people hacked into the information of Jiang City Airlines and found that she returned to the Magic City yesterday. Yi Yunwan? Shen Xinru murmured the name and kept it in her heart. She added, "What about that rude crazy woman in front of brother Jiang Yan?" The female bodyguard was very competent. Without her mistress's instructions, she investigated everything clearly. The eldest daughter of the Luo family, the most important family in Jiangdu. All the details about Luo Shuier were reported, even down to her recent whereabouts. If Jiang Yan heard it, he would definitely be very surprised. He and Shen Xinru only talked in the office for half an hour at most. In just half an hour, the female bodyguard had found out everything about Yi Yunwan and Luo Shuier. This speed was extremely terrifying. After learning about Luo Shuier's background, Shen Xinru said indifferently, "Find someone smart enough to teach that woman a lesson and not reveal her identity." The female bodyguard who was driving nodded, and couldn't help but sigh for the eldest daughter of the Luo family. Why did he have to offend anyone else but his own eldest daughter? He is going to suffer now. Magic City Airport. There was a lot of noise in the crowded airport. A group of big men in black clothes and sunglasses suddenly walked into the arrival hall, exuding a faint sense of oppression. This is a group of well-trained professional bodyguards, unique to the Yi family in Magic City. Passers-by who were also preparing to pick up the guests immediately moved away, not daring to get too close for fear of offending these people. It was obvious that they were here to pick up some young master or young lady from some family, and they were not someone that ordinary people like them could afford to offend. In just a moment, another group of well-trained bodyguards came in, led by a tall old man. Jiang Qingyan glanced at the Yi family's bodyguards and didn't say much, nor did he have any intention of going up to talk to them. After they appeared, the originally noisy airport arrival hall became quiet almost instantly, and no one dared to speak. Many people couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore and had to go outside. Within a few minutes, only nearly 100 bodyguards were left in the empty arrival hall. The atmosphere suddenly became depressing, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait long. A tall figure walked in from the entrance. The tapping sound of high heels was particularly obvious in the quiet hall. Yi Yunwan, who had an outstanding temperament, walked towards the side, giving off an aura that no strangers could approach her. Seeing this, the bodyguards of the Yi family immediately came forward and said respectfully in unison, "Miss." The sound was deafening and echoed in the hall. Yi Yunwan hummed softly, stopped and looked at the old man standing not far away. Jiang Qingyan had a kind smile on his face and walked over alone, keeping a very humble attitude. "Miss Yi, I'm Jiang Qingyan, the butler of the Jiang family. Madam knew you were going back to the Magic City, so she sent me to pick you up at the airport." By having old housekeeper Jiang pick them up at the airport, Jiang Zhengfeng and his wife can be said to have given their daughter-in-law enough face. You have to know that in the Jiang family, apart from a few people, the one with the most say is Jiang Qingyan. Even if Jiang Xiaoya comes, her words can't be as effective as his. Yi Yunwan did not show disdain, her tone was somewhat cold. "Well, thank my aunt for me." Jiang Qingyan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Miss Yi, you don't have to be so polite. Now that you are Master Jiang Yan's wife, this is what we servants should do." Chapter 47, Suffering Finds the Poor. Jiang Qingyan then smiled and said, "The master has already given instructions. As long as it is your request, you can use our Jiang family's connections in the Magic City at will." Of course, there was one more thing he didn't say, so as not to cause dissatisfaction in the person in front of him. The prerequisite for utilizing Jiang family resources is young Master Jiang Yan's position. Yi Yunwan was not surprised by this and there was no expression on her face. Even though the Jiang family was the leader of the three major families in the Magic City, their power was even stronger than that of the Yi family she belonged to. Most importantly, the Jiang family has connections with the military. She nodded, "I understand." There was no unnecessary words to curry favor with the relationship, and Jiang Qingyan was not surprised either, as he had already investigated the identity of this young lady before coming. "Since the message has been delivered, I'll leave first." Jiang Qingyan smiled kindly and led his people out of the airport. This scene was secretly seen by people outside the airport, including spies from other families, who all came to gather information. When they saw Jiang Qingyan, the old man of the Jiang family, actually came in person, they were shocked. The distance was too far, and although no one knew what Jiang Qingyan and the eldest daughter of the Yi family talked about, anyone who was not a fool could guess it. Walk out of the arrival hall. Jiang Qingyan's hair is gray, but his waist is extremely straight, like an unshakable javelin. He casually glanced at the people who were peeking outside and didn't say much. He wanted to let these people see such a big scene today. Jiang City. South City District. The temperature of around 30 degrees still makes people feel a little irritated. A sudden and miserable sound rang out in this quiet slum, attracting many people's attention. "Who are you and what are you doing?" Many elderly people rushed over upon hearing the noise, holding sticks and other things in their hands. Most of them were in their 60s or 70s, with wrinkles all over their faces. As for the young people, they all went out to work early in order to supplement the family income. In the south of the city, in a one-story bungalow at the corner, a group of masked strong men kicked open the rusty iron door and waved to the younger brothers behind them. At this time, an old woman and a woman in her 40s were eating in the courtyard. The sudden noise scared them. The yard was overgrown with weeds, the walls were covered with cracks of varying sizes, and there was almost nothing useful around. The woman with pockmarks on her face stood up and looked a little scared when she saw the group of strong men who suddenly broke into her house. "Who are you?" The old woman also stood up, suppressed her trembling body, and stood behind her daughter. The leader, a man with a crew cut, had a black scarf covering his face, and his exposed eyes looked particularly sharp. He shouted directly to his younger brother. "What the hell are you still standing there for? Smash it for me." A dozen young men with scarves wrapped around their faces nodded, rushed in, picked up pots and pans, and started smashing them. Inside the house, the sound of things being broken could be heard continuously. The old woman suddenly became anxious, and walked forward with trembling body and red eyes. "What are you doing?" Stop it, don't smash it. The old lady, whose hair had turned completely white, wanted to step forward to stop them, and with trembling hands she grabbed one of the burly men with dyed red hair. You can't smash it. This is all we have at home. The red-haired man who was held back had a fierce look in his eyes and showed no mercy. He kicked the old woman in the abdomen and knocked her to the ground. You old man, you're looking for death. The daughter behind her finally reacted, shouted, and ran to the old lady with red eyes. Mom! The elderly man could not withstand the kick from red hair. Scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and he fainted. His hands also dropped down and he lay motionless on the ground. Mom, wake up! The daughter kept shaking her mother's body. Tears flowed down drop by drop, and she kept crying. Murder! Mom, wake up! The sound was so loud that it immediately attracted nearby residents. What's going on? I think I heard Li-Han's voice. What are you still standing there for? It must be the same gangsters who wanted to demolish the house before. Come and help us with our weapons. Hearing the noisy sound getting closer and closer, the man with a crew cut who was leading the group called his younger brothers to stop. All right. Get ready to leave. Upon hearing this, the younger brothers who were constantly causing destruction retreated in a swarm and stood behind their eldest brother. Without the sounds of smashing and looting, the miserable cries of the woman at the door became particularly harsh. The man with a crew cut walked over and looked at the old man whose face had turned pale. There was no sympathy in his eyes and he even felt that he was a bit annoying. He spoke to the sobbing woman with murderous intent in his voice. If any of you dare to agree to move out of the South City, I guarantee that your fate will be even worse than this. This is a threat and a warning. After swearing, the man with the crew cut led his men to retreat quickly to avoid being surrounded. As soon as these people left, a group of old men rushed in holding various weapons. Li-Han, are you okay? Leading the group was a one-armed middle-aged man, with his left sleeve empty. When he saw the situation in the courtyard, he was shocked. Looking at the old lady lying on the ground, he quickly dropped the wooden stick in his hand and ran over. What happened to her? The group of people behind him looked at the tragic situation in the house and felt a chill in their hearts. It was really too cruel. There weren't many usable things in the house to begin with, and now everything was smashed to the ground, making the house a mess. Even if bandits came, they wouldn't be so cruel. Without caring about too much, everyone worked together to send the unconscious old lady to the hospital, and many kind-hearted people paid the medical expenses together. As several doctors and nurses quickly pushed the bed into the emergency room, the door closed heavily and a glaring red light came on. A large group of people squatted in the hospital corridor, looking anxious. Li-Han sat on a chair, wiped her tears and recounted what had happened. As she spoke, tears continued to drip down her face. The man who led the group even said that we were not allowed to move out, otherwise we would end up like this. Li-Han couldn't say the following words and started crying with a choked voice. Living is hard enough, and now so many things have happened. No one can accept it. The one-armed man is named Li Jun. He was a retired soldier. Later, he lost his left arm due to an accident while working in a factory. He comforted her, "It's okay, and he will definitely get through it." But a layer of gloom shrouded the hearts of almost everyone present, and the atmosphere instantly became depressing. The thugs who came this time were much more brutal than the last time. They showed no mercy when they attacked. No wonder they were afraid. At the same time on the other side, Feiyan Group. It is now the peak time for getting off work, and employees within the group are beginning to prepare to leave. I don't know why, but I always feel that the workload has increased a lot today. Maybe it's an illusion. Inside the top floor office, Jiang Yan, who had been sitting in front of the computer and thinking about the company's development direction for a whole day, rubbed his eyes tiredly. After working on it for an entire afternoon, I finally got it done. Just when he turned off his computer and was about to leave work, the door was suddenly pushed open. Jiang Yan, who was putting on his coat, was startled by the sudden noise. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the person coming was Wu Tai. "What are you doing? You scared me." Wu Tai, who pushed the door open and walked in, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. "Brother Yan, something happened in Changnan." Chapter 48: Concussion and Internal Bleeding. Towards evening, in an ordinary hospital in Jian City. There were almost no people in the hospital at this time. Only the inpatient department next door was still brightly lit, with many inpatient nurses patrolling back and forth. In front of the operating room with a red light on, Li Hong and a few other people were sitting in the corridor waiting, feeling a little restless. The operation has been going on for half an hour. Why hasn't he come out yet? Since summer has not yet completely passed, the air conditioning temperature in the hospital is set very low. A cool breeze blew, causing Li Hong, who was already wearing thin clothes, to shiver. Seeing this, Li Jun, who was sitting next to him, took off his coat with one hand and handed it over. Put it on. You women are weak to begin with. You can't catch a cold. After a slight hesitation, Li Hong took it, lowered his head and spoke in a hoarse voice. Thank you, Brother Jun. I'll wash the clothes and send them back to you later. Hearing this, Li Jun couldn't help but smile. It's okay, we have nothing to do with each other. Auntie takes care of me so much. It's just a piece of clothing. Feel free to wear it. Li Hong nodded and sat there with a lost look on her face, with 2 long dried tear marks on her cheeks. Just then, the sound of footsteps was heard from the other end of the corridor. Several people looked over when they heard the noise, thinking that a nurse or a doctor had arrived. At the corner of the corridor, a cool and handsome young man came, followed by a burly man. Li Jun stood up immediately and looked at the man following the young man with surprise in his eyes. Watetsu? His tone was somewhat uncertain, because the current Wu Tai in a black suit was very different from the one he was a month ago. As for the cold and handsome young man, it was naturally Jiang Yan who came in a hurry. As soon as he heard that something happened in Changnan, he rushed over in a hurry. Changnan was related to his future development and there could not be any mistakes. When he arrived at the operating room with a red light on, Wu Tai stepped forward and greeted Li Jun. Yeah, Jun brother, it's me. The two men hugged each other in public without feeling the slightest bit strange. Li Tai's eyes suddenly turned red, and he patted Wu Tai's muscular back and said happily. Okay, I'm glad you're okay. When the mayor was assassinated half a month ago, Li Jun was the only person who knew about Wu Tai's plan, so he was very worried. This was an assassination attempt on a big shot like the mayor. If he had been able to move around easily, he would have wanted to go along with them. But after hearing that the assassination was successful, there was no news of Wu Tai, so Li Jun was very worried. The two separated, and Wu Tai introduced with a smile. Brother Jun, this is my savior. Brother Yan, I am working under him now. Li Jun looked at Jiang Yan. From his extraordinary temperament, he knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person. The two are totally not of the same class. For a moment he was a little hesitant, as he had heard that these big bosses and the second generation of rich people all had strange tempers, and he might accidentally offend them. Jiang Yan saw through his thoughts at a glance and stretched out his hand openly without putting on any airs. Hello, my name is Jiang Yan. Seeing this, Li Jun quickly wiped his hands on his clothes, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with the young man. Hello, my name is Li Jun. Wu Tai smiled and said. Brother Jun used to be like me, a retired soldier from the military camp, and a rare scout. Scouts are very popular no matter where they are and are very popular in the military camp. Li Jun smiled embarrassedly. No, I'm just an ordinary scout. I'm not as good as Wu Tai. After hearing this, Jiang Yan became interested. A retired scout, I just happen to be in need of such talent under my command. I can let Wu Tai contact him after this incident. See if we can recruit this big brother so that he can train those thugs who have just been recruited into Tiancheng security. Try to turn them into useful talents in the shortest possible time. Just at this moment, the red light above the operating room disappeared, and a doctor pushed open the door and walked out. Seeing this, Li Hong, who was originally in a state of dismay, ran to the doctor with a nervous expression. Who among you is the patient's family member? The doctor asked, looking at the people standing in the corridor. Li Hong walked over and immediately said, It's me. Doctor, how is my mother? Li Jun and Wu Tai on the side couldn't help but look nervous. Auntie was usually very popular in every alley. Everyone has owed her a favor to some extent, so she has a high reputation in the southern part of the city. Perhaps that was why he suffered this unexpected disaster. The doctor was obviously experienced. He looked at the anxious family members of the patient and comforted them. Don't worry, the old man's vital signs have stabilized for the time being. When Li Hong heard this, she suddenly felt weak. Fortunately, Li Jun behind her quickly supported her. But at this time Li Hong closed his eyes and fainted. This frightened several people, and they rushed forward to shout, but there was no response. Seeing this, the doctor quickly squatted down, put on rubber gloves again, and gently flipped her eyelids with his hands. Li Jun looked nervous. Doctor, how is Li Hong? After taking my pulse briefly, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, she's just under too much mental stress. She'll wake up after a rest. The people who were originally worried breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Fortunately, it was nothing serious and they just needed to take a rest. Jiang Yan then walked up to the doctor and asked about the old man's specific condition. Seeing this, a look of worry appeared on the doctor's face, and he told everything he knew without hiding anything. Although the old woman's vital signs have stabilized, this is only temporary. Her body was in a very weak state due to long-term malnutrition. The blow to the abdomen caused internal bleeding and a mild concussion, so a second operation had to be performed as soon as possible. Concussion? Li Jun exclaimed, his face full of worry, and asked quickly. Then, Auntie's brain won't be affected in any way, right? The doctor shook his head. Fortunately, he was brought here in time. He shouldn't have any neurological problems. But the most important thing now is that the elderly need bone setting and they also need to supplement a lot of nutrients. The bones of the elderly are very fragile. Even a slight fall may cause a fracture, let alone a heavy kick. But whether it is surgery or taking nutrients, it all costs a lot of money. The doctor thought he was quite knowledgeable. He had to raise enough money to pay for the first surgery for these people, not to mention the subsequent major surgeries. Not to mention other things, the money alone is around hundreds of thousands, far beyond the burden of an ordinary family. Chapter 49. Yi Yunwan checks on her. Jiang Yan nodded and said directly. Then doctor, please prepare for the operation as soon as possible. Don't worry about the money. The old man's health is the most important. Hearing such generous words, the doctor looked at Jiang Yan with some surprise. Not to mention anything else, the clothes he wears seem to be all branded, and even he has only been seen occasionally on TikTok. After all, their hospital is not even ranked high in Jiang City, and its medical facilities are not top-notch, so the rich people would never come here. Afraid that he wouldn't believe it, Jiang Yan took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to him. There is 1 million in this card. Try to use the best. If it's not enough, just tell me. The doctor hesitated for a moment, but still took it and nodded. Don't worry, rescuing patients is my duty. Fighting against death, this is the job of a doctor. At this time, Li Jun said nervously. Then can we go in and see Auntie now? The doctor shook his head and explained, the patient has just had surgery and is too weak to talk. You can come back tomorrow afternoon so we can meet before the surgery. Li Jun breathed a sigh of relief and thank you, doctor. You're welcome. After saying that, the male doctor walked towards the payment counter. His back looked extremely noble because he had just snatched back a life from the king of hell. Watch the doctor leave. Wu Tai looked at Jiang Yan gratefully. Brother Yan, thank you. He received a lot of care from Auntie when he was a child. Now that he knows she is fine, he naturally wants to be grateful to Brother Yan. Jiang Yan smiled and patted his shoulder. All right, you're still being polite to me. After all, this matter is more or less my fault. The old man was implicated, so I should do all this. Having said that, Wu Tai's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his whole body was like a sword drawn from its sheath. If anyone dares to do something to Auntie, don't let him know who did it. Li Jun ordered the other 3 people to carry Li Hong back, as it was not a good idea to keep her here forever. After watching them leave, Li Jun turned around and told them what he knew. When I arrived, I saw that group of people running away. They were obviously not on the same level as the gangsters before. After hearing Li Jun's story, Jiang Yan guessed. It should be done by those shady gangs. It's not difficult to investigate. If it was a month ago, this matter would indeed be very troublesome. After all, there are at least nearly 100 gangs of all sizes in Jiang City. If I check them one by one, I don't know how much time I will waste. Fortunately, Jiang Yan had arranged for Wu Tai to subdue most of the small gangs in advance, and now only a few big gangs are still holding on. There is no doubt that the murderer in this incident must be among them. Wu Tai was indignant, but he had no place to vent his anger. Brother Yan, just give me a word, I will take people to destroy the lair of those guys right now. Li Jun on the side also had an angry look on his face. I'll go too. Looking at the 2 people who were a little excited, Jiang Yan had no choice but to comfort them. Calm down, this is no small matter. The key is that we have no evidence. If we really let those 2 foolishly come to our house and kill us, we'll probably be locked up in iron bars and kept for food and shelter the next day. What should we do then? Wu Tai asked puzzledly. The two of them looked at Jiang Yan at the same time. They were not good at giving advice. They may be good at fighting, but if it comes to using their brains, they'd better forget about it. Jiang Yan sat directly on a chair beside him and started thinking. Wu Tai and Li Jun didn't dare to disturb him, so they had to find a place to sit down. Considering what happened to Luo Shu'er during the day, Jiang Yan dared to conclude that it must be that woman behind this matter. We had to discuss matters in the south of the city in the morning, but as soon as I refused, something happened in the afternoon. There is no such coincidence in the world. Moreover, the southern part of the city is under surveillance by those above, so even if those gangs are very brave, they dare not cause trouble at this critical moment. But it would be different if we had the support of the Luo family. If you want to completely solve the worries, the important thing is not the person who takes action, but you must deal with Luo Shu'er, who is making trouble behind the scenes. After pondering for a while, Jiang Yan instructed Wu Tai beside him. Take your people to go around the southern part of the city more often in the next 2 days to prevent those people from coming back. Wu Tai nodded. Then, Jiang Yan said to Li Jun. As for Brother Jun, I need to trouble you to mobilize the people in the southern part of the city. Just do as they say and never sign the relocation contract. As soon as these words came out, Li Jun was confused. Why? Jiang Yan showed a mysterious smile and said. They just want to stop me from rebuilding the south of the city, so I'll just follow their wishes. Don't forget, I'm not the only one who cares about this matter. After all, these are major events involving the development of the entire Jiang city. In addition, the mayor was killed in an accident. Even if there was no need to rebuild the city originally, it has to be rebuilt now. The news has already been released. If we go back on our word at this time, wouldn't that be a disguised proof that the authorities are afraid of those thugs? Wu Tai and Li Jun nodded in sudden realization. Isn't it just to put pressure on those leaders? You want to rebuild, but we don't agree. Can you still demolish it by force? But if it is not rebuilt, it would mean that the government is bowing to evil forces, and no one dares to set such a precedent. Jiang Yan nodded. This way, no matter how arrogant those people are, they won't be able to get away with it. I glanced out the window and saw that it had already gotten completely dark. Before I knew it, it was already very late. Jiang Yan did not delay, and after giving Li Jun a few brief instructions, he left the hospital directly. Of course, I also left some money in case the old lady had any accidents and to prepare for emergencies. Half an hour later, Villa number 1. As the car lights turned off, under the dark moonlight, Jiang Yan pushed open the car door and got out. Jiang Yan stretched and touched his stomach. He hadn't even had dinner yet. Wu Tai gathered people overnight to avoid any further trouble. Walking into the villa, the living room was brightly lit. Jiang Yan immediately saw the old butler sitting at the dining table waiting, and asked in confusion. Mr. Fei, are you still not asleep? The old butler looked at Jiang Yan with a hint of pity, picked up a mobile phone on the table and handed it to Jiang Yan. Ha! Jiang Yan took the phone with some surprise, wondering what this was for. The next second, a cold and indifferent voice came from the phone, scaring Jiang Yan so much that he trembled all over. You've just left for 1 day and you're not coming back at night. Jiang Yan, you've become quite capable. Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Yan's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly smiled and said in a flattering way. Wife, why are you calling? Brothers and sisters, please urge me to update. Today is the last day of the verification period. We can start to update more tomorrow depending on the situation. Don't force me to kneel down and beg you. I just want a free urging and 5-star praise. Chapter 50, Being Reported. At night, the stars shine on the earth, and the faint moonlight shines through the gaps of all sizes, adding a different kind of beauty to the silent night. Inside the villa. The old butler sighed, looked at young Master Jiang Yan with cold sweat on his head, and walked towards the kitchen. The lady is here to check on you, you'll have to bear the consequences. Holding the phone, a cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Why, I can't call you. Do I have to disturb your wonderful night with the wild woman? Jiang Yan was about to cry, and quickly explained. Listen to my explanation, honey. Something happened in the south of the city, so A sinister voice came from the other end of the phone. So young Master Jiang was entangled with 2 strange women in public? Jiang Yan is speechless now. This matter is really hard to explain. By the way, which bastard filed this complaint? Don't let him find out. In a high-end apartment, Yu Tianming was lying on the balcony in his pajamas, admiring the moonlight above his head, with a bottle of fine wine beside him. Well, life is infinitely good. After great effort, Zhang Yan spent a full half hour to finally coax the person into calming down, and he felt relieved. Yi Yunwan originally just wanted to tease this guy, but she didn't expect him to care so much. Her originally irritable mood immediately improved a lot. Okay, it's so late now and you probably haven't even had dinner yet. I asked the housekeeper to leave some food for you in the kitchen. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's heart suddenly warmed up, and he felt happy and sweetly replied. You are my good wife, Mu, I love you. But the only answer he got was Yi Yunwan's two cold words. Nausea. After that, the phone was hung up and a busy tone sounded. For some reason, Zhang Yan didn't feel any resistance when he heard the word disgusting. Could it be that he was used to it? Thinking about it carefully, it seems a bit scary. Could it be that I have awakened some special attribute? Soon, Zhang Yan finished his dinner and lay on the soft bed in the bedroom on the third floor. His eyelids drooped and he fell asleep. There are so many things going on today that my brain is a bit overwhelmed. The next morning, a refreshing breeze blew, and the curtains were slowly blown, making a rustling sound. A phone call came early. Zhang Yan, who was having breakfast, looked at the contact on the caller ID and frowned. It was an unfamiliar number. But he had already guessed who it was. With a slight slide of his fingertips, the call was connected, and as expected, an unpleasant voice came from the other end. Good morning, Zhang Yan. While eating the buns, Zhang Yan said calmly. I was in a good mood, but when I heard your voice, I suddenly felt bad. Luo Shuer on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said. It seems that I hold a very high position in your heart. I can even affect your mood. Zhang Yan snorted and said calmly. You called me so early in the morning, you didn't just want to disgust me, Miss Luo. Zhang Yan put special emphasis on the last few words. Luo Shuer on the other end of the phone deliberately held her voice in a low tone, which made her sound particularly touching and made people's hearts soften. I want to invite Master Jiang to have lunch and chat about what happened yesterday. Zhang Yan understood that the mastermind behind yesterday's incident was indeed this crazy woman. There could be no one else but her. What if I don't go? Zhang Yan said lightly. Luo Shuer's calm voice came from the phone, and her attitude suddenly became much colder. It seems that you care a lot about the group of untouchables in the south of the city, but do you really think that you can defend the entire south of the city with just your few men? Luo Shuer said leisurely, it would be bad if 1 or 2 people were missing. Hearing these words, Zhang Yan felt annoyed and suppressed his anger. Location. The goal was achieved, Luo Shuer smiled proudly and said, I will pick you up when the time comes. After that, the phone was hung up. After a quick wash, Zhang Yan drove away. Inside the villa, the old housekeeper looked at the car in the distance and silently took out a small notebook to write down everything. The notebook was full of information about Zhang Yan's movements over the past 2 days, and it was extremely detailed. If Zhang Yan saw this scene, he would definitely give a thumbs up. Damn old 6. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and the rush hour has basically passed, but there are still many cars on the road. With the help of a luxury car, Zhang Yan successfully arrived downstairs of the group. Just at this moment, Yu Tianming had just got off the car. Seeing President Jiang, he walked up to him and greeted him without blushing or beating his heart. Morning, Mr. Jiang. After locking the car, Zhang Yan glanced at the smiling tiger and had a bold guess in his mind. The next second, he hooked his arm around Yu Tianming's neck and whispered in his ear. Mr. Yu, did you contact my wife yesterday? Yu Tianming's heart trembled, and his eyes subconsciously dodged for a moment, but he calmed down in an instant and asked in a puzzled manner. Why should I contact Mr. Yi if I have nothing to do? Zhang Yan stared into his eyes and asked suspiciously, really? Yu Tianming was very confident, of course it's true. If you lie, I will punish you with lightning. But just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang the next second. The originally clear sky was then broken by a sharp rumble of thunder. Yu Tianming. He smiled awkwardly, coincidence, it must be a coincidence. The suspicion in Zhang Yan's eyes gradually faded, he patted his shoulder inside. Maybe I misunderstood you. Someone has been telling tales about me to my wife these past few days. Don't let me catch him. Yu Tianming couldn't help but choke on his words. If this stingy guy knew that I was the one who reported him, he would definitely retaliate severely. Not daring to think about it anymore, Yu Tianming simply found an excuse to leave. Jiang Yan shook his head, calmed himself down, and headed towards the group. Wu Tai was waiting outside the office early, with a few tattooed men squatting beside him. From their looks and attitudes, it was obvious that they were not good people. Jiang Yan was not surprised. Here it comes. Wu Tai nodded. The 4 tattooed men beside him also knew that the real boss had arrived, so they stood up from the ground and stayed there obediently. Jiang Yan pushed open the door of his office, walked in, and casually took off his coat. Sit on the sofa. Wu Tai walked in with 4 people, closed the door and did not sit down. Jiang Yan rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and then looked at the 4 people. Wu Tai stepped out and introduced them one by one. Brother Yan, these are the 4 bosses of the 4 Beast Gang, known as the 4 Heavenly Kings in the underworld. The 4 Beasts Gang is considered a big gang in Jiang City, but if compared with the number 1 Black Tiger Gang, the gap is huge. The 4 of them made a brief self-introduction. The 4 Beasts Gang, Wu Feng, Wu Hua, Wu Shan, and Wu Lin. Jiang Yan was surprised to hear their names, Feng Lin Huashan. These names really have meanings. Crossing his legs, Jiang Yan exhaled and said slowly, I won't say much nonsense, and I don't like to say those polite words. As long as the 4 of you can work for me with peace of mind, I guarantee that your names will be known throughout Jiang City within half a month. Not only in the underworld, he will also become a well-known figure in public. Chapter 51 I will destroy you within 3 days. Jiang Yan's tone was very confident. As the eldest of the 4 brothers, Wu Feng was obviously not so easy to fool. He frowned and said, Why us? There are so many gangs in Jiang City, why did they choose the 4 Beasts Gang? Jiang Yan rubbed 2 fingers together, snapped his fingers, and looked at Wu Feng. It's simple, because your 4 Beasts Gang best meets my expectations. There may be many gangs in Jiang City that are more powerful than yours, but in terms of being a human being, there are very few who can meet my standards. The 4 Beasts Gang occupies a very awkward position in Jiang Shidao. Although they are said to be strong, they only have martial arts. Although it is weak, its strength far exceeds that of ordinary small gangs. In addition to the number of people, the most important factor in the ranking of big gangs is their industries, such as entertainment clubs, bars, or horse farms. But it is obvious that the 4 brothers of the Wu family are not even ranked in the eyes of those big gangs, and until now they only have a bar as their own property. Jiang Yan stood up, walked in front of the 4 brothers of the Wu family, and looked at them without any fear. Even though the hands of the 4 people in front of him were stained with blood, Jiang Yan was not afraid and said calmly, I need subordinates who can accept control, not a group of losers who can't even control their own desires. He scanned the faces of the 4 brothers of the Wu family one by one. So are you strong or losers? Jiang Yan stretched out his hand and said confidently, If you become my younger brothers, you will be the underground kings of Jiang City. The Black Tiger Gang and the White Tiger Gang will not even be qualified to be my stepping stones. After saying that, Jiang Yan waited quietly for the 4 people's responses without forcing them to agree. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. What he needs is the loyalty of these 4 people, not 4 thugs. Hearing Jiang Yan's bold words, it would be a lie to say that the 4 of them were not moved, but the years of hard work had made them cautious characters. To survive in the underworld, it's not enough to just rely on your fists. If you're not smart enough, you might be stabbed in the back any day. Coincidentally, the other 3 people turned their eyes to Wu Feng, who was in the center. Obviously, this is their backbone. Wu Feng looked a little hesitant. For a moment he was unable to make a decision and kept weighing the pros and cons in his mind. To be honest, when the 4 brothers of the Wu family were out there trying to make a living, they accidentally created the 4 Beasts Gang, which exists until now. Several years passed in the blink of an eye, and he had long forgotten his original intention. But everyone has ambition. Wu Feng's eyes became serious, and he said in a serious tone, Can young Master Jiang really do what he says? Jiang Yan waved his hand, of course. Okay. Wu Feng shouted, and the next second he knelt down on one knee. Upon seeing this, the 3 brothers of the Wu family also knelt down without showing any dissatisfaction. Wu Feng lowered his head and said word by word, We, the 4 brothers of the Wu family, will obey young Master Jiang's orders from now on, and we will never complain. I just hope young Master Jiang will not forget what you said today. Jiang Yan showed a satisfied look, pulled the 4 people up one by one, and chuckled. Certainly. I promise that in the future you will only be thankful for the decision you made today. After subduing the 4 people, Jiang Yan directly ordered, From now on, you are a member of my 9 nethers and the leader in public. Jodo is the code name Jiang Yan gave to his underground forces, which just happens to be the same as Tancheng Security Company. One is bright and the other is dark. After discussing some detailed development plans with the four people, it was already noon. After seeing the four people off, Jiang Yan and Wu Tai walked towards the bottom of the group. A phone call just happened to come in. The call is connected. I'll wait for you downstairs. Luo Shueier's voice came. Jiang Yan hung up the phone directly and his expression returned to normal. After a while, a familiar Porsche stopped downstairs with the windows opened. An exquisite face appeared in front of Jiang Yan, but he only felt disgusted. Get in the car. Jiang Yan shook his head. Forget it, we'll drive behind you. Who knows what might happen if I sit in this woman's car, so it's better to be safe. Soon, Wu Tai drove the car out of the underground garage and Jiang Yan got in directly. Luo Shueier didn't mind. She knew that it was almost impossible to get Jiang Yan to accept her, but so what? With the car window closed, the Porsche drove out directly, and Wu Tai followed closely behind. Inside the car. Brother Yan, what is the purpose of this woman looking for you? While driving, Wu Tai curiously asked Jiang Yan in the back seat. Looking out the window, Jiang Yan shrugged. What else could it be? It's nothing more than wanting to seduce me. This is equivalent to treating Jiang Yan as Tang monk's meat, and they will not stop until they have taken a few bites. We drove for about half an hour before we stopped in front of a hotel. Jiang Yan and Wu Tai followed Luo Shueier into the private room on the third floor of the hotel and found two unexpected people. Chairman of Wanbing Group, Wan Wankong. Chairman of Donlai Group, Xiang Donlai. Jiang Yan looked at the two middle-aged men in suits sitting at the dining table with surprise, and was a little surprised at their appearance. I didn't expect Luo Shueier to call these two people as well. It seems that this time she wants to do more than just bewitch me. Luo Shueier sat directly on the vacant main seat and smiled at Jiang Yan, who was still standing there. Why, young Master Jiang is here now, are you afraid that I will eat you? Jiang Yan didn't bother to pay attention and sat directly opposite the woman, the farther away the better. If you have something to say, say it now. If you have to fart, fart now. Jiang Yan didn't have the slightest good face towards this crazy woman. Wan Wankong and Xiang Donglai on the side were silently observing the situation and collecting useful information. Luo Shueier put away the smile on her face, her expression returned to her normal calm state, and she once again extended an olive branch to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, this is my last invitation to you to form an alliance with my Luo family. As long as you agree, I can give you all the shares of Luo Group that I own. This is enough to show my sincerity. I hope you can consider it carefully. The Jiangdu Luo Group is omnipotent, and Luo Shueier owns 5% of the shares of the Luo Group. Don't underestimate these 5%. The value of these 5 shares is at least over 500 billion. Hearing this, Jiang Yan thought seriously for a second and then gave his answer. Impossible. In the quiet box, you could hear a pin drop at this moment. Even Xiang Donlai and Wan Wankong, who were sitting quietly beside them, couldn't help but twitch their lips. You think really fast. Luo Shueier's face was calm. She was not surprised by the result. She said to herself, if we want to rebuild the entire southern part of the city, the amount of money needed is not a lot, but it's not a small amount either. If there is no investment from Zhang's group and Ye's group, Jiang Yan, can you still come up with the funds needed for reconstruction? Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes. He was not a fool, so he naturally understood what the woman meant. She was trying to interfere with his plan financially. His fingers tapped on the table, making a slight sound. This was Jiang Yan's usual state when he was thinking about a problem. Even if your Luo family joins forces with other families to restrict our Jiang family and the Yi family, in the end both sides will suffer. I think your old man isn't that stupid, right? Luo Shueier still agreed with what Jiang Yan said, nodded and agreed. Yes, the situation has indeed reached a stalemate, but are you overlooking something? Luo Shueier smiled calmly and said, it's not necessary for our Luo family to show up in person to rebuild the city. I believe Chairman Wan and Chairman Xiang will be happy to help us. Right? As she spoke, Luo Shueier looked at Jiang Yan with a smile, as if she had already secured victory. She was sure that the Jiang family and the Yi family would definitely not be able to spare any effort to help Jiang Yan, and the Feiyan Group's funds had rapidly evaporated under the joint attack of the two major groups in recent days. And she still has 100 billion yuan from the family, plus Ji Cheng's 100 billion yuan, which is enough for just the south of the city. Just when the balance of victory was tilting towards Luo Shueier's side, Jiang Yan burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Looking at Jiang Yan, who was laughing for no reason, Luo Shu'er frowned. What are you laughing at? The atmosphere in the box instantly dropped to freezing point, and Jiang Yan stood up. He raised 3 fingers and faced the 3 people. Luo Shu'er looked at the gesture in confusion. What did this mean? 3? Wan Kong and Xiang Donglai on the side were also puzzled. 3 days. Jiang Yan unconsciously exuded a sense of oppression from a superior. He looked at the 3 people sitting across from the table and said coldly, "Within 3 days, I will make Wanbing Group and Donglai Group completely a thing of the past in Jiang City." Regardless of the 3 people's reactions, Jiang Yan turned around and left without looking back, saying, "Enjoy the rest of your time, Joker." Brothers, today is the debut of this book. If you haven't clicked on the bookshelf, please click on it. There are also free reminders. By the way, there will be another chapter at 12 noon today. If the data is ideal, there will be 2 chapters. Chapter 52, Little Cat Shinru Additional Update. Jiang Yan left the hotel directly. Inside the box, Xiang Donglai and Wan Wenkan looked at each other, feeling somewhat angry. 3 days made them a thing of the past? When had they ever been looked down upon by a junior like this? This kid named Jiang Yan is so arrogant. Xiang Donglai slapped the table directly, causing the entire table to tremble, and said angrily, "He is just a young boy, he doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is." Luo Shu'er was different from the other 2. She frowned and started thinking. She was different from these 2 frogs in the well. Although Jiang Yan is her opponent, she is the one who recognizes Jiang Yan's strength the most. Based on her understanding of Jiang Yan, there is no way he would let him go for no reason. He is serious. After thinking about it, Luo Shu'er felt that it would be better to be cautious, and said coldly to the 2 indignant chairmen, "You'd better be careful. Don't let Jiang Yan catch you. Otherwise, you'll blame me for not warning you." After saying that, Luo Shu'er left the hotel without waiting for the food to be served. She still had to arrange the next things and didn't have the time to accompany 2 old men for dinner. On the way back to the group, Jiang Yan received a call from Shinru. It was about 11:30. "Brother Jiang Yan, I made lunch at home, do you want to come over and eat?" Jiang Yan, who was hungry, still chose to change the route, mainly because he was really hungry and really just wanted to have a meal. "I didn't have a good breakfast this morning because of that crazy woman Luo Shu'er, and now I haven't eaten a single grain of rice for lunch. This is a bit unbearable." "Okay, then I'd like to taste your cooking skills." Upon hearing this, Shinru on the other end of the phone smiled happily with a sweet smile on her chubby little face. "Well, I'll send you the location right away, and you can just come over." After saying a few words, the phone was hung up. After a while, the phone vibrated. The car drove quickly towards an upscale villa area. The temperature at noon had risen, there were fewer pedestrians coming and going on the streets, and there were basically no cars on the road. 10 minutes later, South China Villa District. As one of the famous villa areas in Jiang City, although it is not as good as the top villa where Yi Yunwan lives, it is not much worse. High-end villa areas like this are equipped with the most professional security teams to protect the safety of residents. The entrance of the villa area. The female bodyguard with her hair tied behind her head had been waiting for a long time and stood there straight. Seeing an unfamiliar vehicle trying to enter the villa area, several patrolling security guards immediately wanted to step forward to stop it. The female bodyguard stopped him. "That's my lady's guest." Upon hearing this, the leading security guard silently retracted his steps and nodded, then continued patrolling around, showing that he was doing his duty conscientiously. The Rolls-Royce slowly stopped and the back seat window opened. The female bodyguard said to Jiang Yan respectfully, "Master Jiang, please follow me. I will lead the way for you." As he spoke, he walked towards the villa area, deliberately quickening his pace a little so as not to keep his young lady waiting for a long time. Wu Tai drove the car and followed closely. In less than a few minutes, the car stopped in front of a detached villa with pleasant scenery and superior geographical location. Jiang Yan got out of the car and looked at the big villa in front of him with a little surprise. Wow, it was too big. Not to mention the fountain, garden and so on, the area of this villa alone is more than twice that of villa number 1. The other villas I passed by before were not as exaggerated as this one. It is obvious that this is the only villa in this villa area. Seeing Jiang Yan standing still, the female bodyguard gently reminded him, "Master Jiang, please follow me." Jiang Yan withdrew his thoughts and followed the female bodyguard into the villa, with Wu Tai following behind him. The sun is shining brightly, and the sound of flowing water from the fountain is gurgling, echoing around the villa. In the garden not far away, flowers are blooming and emitting bursts of fragrance. The colorful flowers add a lot of beauty to the villa. Pushing open the metal door of the villa, the huge space is eye-catching, like a small castle. There is a dining table in front of the right side of the door, and on the table there are more than a dozen plates of steaming delicacies. The aroma is fragrant. Shinru, who had just finished cooking the soup, heard the noise. Her delicate face immediately lit up with joy and she ran out without even taking off her apron. She said happily, "Brother Jiangyan, you are here." Jiangyan looked at the little cat with a few chopped green onions on its face and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Laughter echoed in the villa. Shinru was stunned, holding a spatula in her hand, wearing an apron and standing there puzzled. "Brother Jiangyan, what are you laughing at?" Finally, the female bodyguard coughed lightly and stepped forward to remind. "Miss, your face." "What's wrong with my face?" Shinru looked at the mirror beside her, her whole body suddenly turned red with shame, her ears turned red, and she quickly ran back to the kitchen. I put the spatula aside, quickly turned on the faucet, and washed my face with clean water, but the blush on my face did not go away for a long time. It's over, it's over. Brother Jiangyan actually saw me looking so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. In response to this, the female bodyguard could only sigh helplessly. When the cooked soup is served, the rich aroma spreads instantly, making people's appetite wet. Shinru came out after washing her face. Seeing Brother Jiangyan sitting at the dining table and smiling at her, she couldn't help but said, "Brother Jiangyan, you are bad. It's so embarrassing." Jiangyan thought that the girl's reaction was really interesting, but the most important thing at the moment was to eat. "Okay, little cat, come over and eat." Walking over and sitting down beside him, Shinru corrected him unhappily. "I'm not a kitten." Jiangyan had already picked up a big fragrant chicken drumstick with chopsticks and put it directly into the bowl, mumbling, "Yes, you are not a small cat, you are a big cat." Shinru sighed, looked at Wu Tai and her personal bodyguard standing beside her, patted the empty seat beside her, and said with a smile, "You two should sit down and eat too. There's such a big table of food that Brother Jiangyan and I definitely can't finish it all." Wu Tai waved his hand and was about to refuse when he saw that the female colleague next to him had already sat down. She glanced at Wu Tai, who looked honest, and said calmly, "The young lady will be unhappy if you don't sit down." Jiangyan had already finished off a large chicken drumstick and said, "Yes, I order you to sit down and eat, otherwise all the delicious food on the table will go into my stomach." Seeing that the three of them said so, Wu Tai couldn't refuse anymore. He sat next to the female bodyguard, picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. After a fine meal, the female bodyguard took Wu Tai to clean up the dishes and prepare to finish the work. Jiangyan lay contentedly on the sofa in the living room, not wanting to move at all, enjoying the warmth of the sunshine comfortably. I'd like to say here that this book has only one female protagonist. You can rest assured about this. Even if the author is not very good, he is still a famous pure love war god. Please give me some more urges, or send me some small gifts, moi. Chapter 53, Love Does Not Have to Belong to You. Additional update. After eating and drinking, it's time to leave. At the gate of the villa, Jiangyan waved, got into the car with Wu Tai, and left. In front of the colorful garden, Shinru looked at Brother Jiangyan who was leaving, and her expression suddenly became much lost. Even if there are hundreds of flowers in full bloom in front of you, they are not half as beautiful as the person in front of you. The fragrance of flowers could bring people a good mood, but at this moment she only felt sad. At this time, a female bodyguard in casual clothes slowly walked over from behind. She was dressed casually and was wearing slippers. "Miss, I thought you would take this opportunity to launch an offensive against young Master Jiang." Shinru lowered her dark eyes and stroked an orchid in the garden with her hand. Her movements were so gentle as if she was treating the flower as someone. She felt lost inside and said, "Sister Lan, it's different. I can see that there is already someone living in Brother Jiangyan's heart, occupying that position tightly. Unfortunately, that person is not me." Sister Lan is the short-haired female bodyguard, and that's what the two of them basically call her in private. Sister Lan, who was standing next to her, had never seen the young lady so sad, even when she had to leave the country before. It can be seen how important Jiangyan is in her heart, and almost no one can replace him. She looked at the young lady like this, and felt a little uncomfortable. She said uncomfortably, If you care so much, why can't you take him back? For Sister Lan, who has never been in a relationship, if she likes someone, she will pursue him at all costs. If you can't catch it, then steal it. Shin Shinru squatted down, picked a blooming flower in the corner of the garden, and said silently, "It's enough to see the flowers bloom, why bother about who the flowers belong to? What I want is a happy brother Jiangyan. If I snatch him away, will he still be the brother Jiangyan that I want? If you like someone, you should hope that he is happy." Magic City. Yeshur Group. As the leading group in the country, it is involved in almost all industries, and most importantly, it has a considerable weight in these industries. In the general manager's office, Yi Yunwan, dressed in a professional suit, was busy processing documents, and occasionally glanced at the photo album beside her. After she came back to Magic City, she directly became the general manager of Yi Group, and her position was truly second to none. In order to train his daughter, Yi Chongshan gave up almost all his positions and became a true hands-off boss. Unless it is a matter of life and death for the group, he will never show up easily. At first, there were many voices of opposition within the Yi Group regarding the newly appointed general manager. They are all top talents in their respective fields. How could they possibly accept the sudden arrival of a boss so young? But within these few days, Yi Yunwan's thundering methods successfully made these voices disappear without a trace. The group's management team alone lost 3 people, which scared the remaining executives into panic, fearing that they would be the next one. All in all, Yi Yunwan now has the final say in the entire Yi Group. Due to the influence of the Yi family, the shareholders obey her orders. After all, everyone in the group knows that the chairman is a daughter slave. I'm afraid that if someone targets his daughter today, someone's door will be kicked in tonight. The office door opened. A secretary wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses came in, looking a little unhappy, and walked forward to report. "It's not good for Yi Club. Many companies, led by Shanha Group and Tianshui Group, have begun to suppress our group. We have already lost hundreds of millions." Hearing this, Yi Yunwan paused the pen in her hand and raised her head. Her beautiful face revealed a frosty look, and her cold eyes met the secretary's eyes. She asked, "Which industries are they specifically?" The secretary's face was not looking good, and he replied, "Almost all of our Yi Group's industries have been suppressed." However, Yi Yunwan's expression did not show any panic at all, and she began to organize her thoughts with a clear mind. Tianshui Group belongs to the Jiangdu Luo family, and its level in the medical industry is almost on par with that of the Yi Group. Behind Shanha Group is the Ji family, which focuses on technology, so the pressure on their Yi Group will be much less. The two companies obviously had discussed it beforehand, otherwise it would be impossible for them to suppress the Yi Group together by such a coincidence. No, perhaps the Jiang Group was also affected. Yi Yunwan looked thoughtful. It seemed that they knew about her in Jiangyan, and this was probably a warning. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as losing a few hundred million. However, since she came back to Shanghai, she never thought of hiding the matter between her and Jiangyan, otherwise she would not have left the airport in such a high-profile manner. The secretary stood aside, watching Mr. Yi with his head down thinking about something, and did not dare to disturb him. Yi Yunwan thought to herself, "The Magic City has been calm recently, it must be because something happened in Jiang City that caused these two groups to issue a warning." At this moment, the cell phone next to me rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Yi Yunwan frowned and clicked the answer button. A strange man's voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Ji Cheng who had returned to the Magic City. "Miss Yi. Jiang City. Inside a newly opened entertainment club." In the most luxurious box, Jiang Yan sat on the sofa with an imposing manner, while the 4 brothers of the Wu family were waiting beside him. Soon, Wu Tai came in escorting a disheveled man. The man was covered in wounds and seemed to have suffered a lot of abuse. "You, who are you?" "I'm from the Black Tiger Gang, and my boss is Lin Hu. If you attack me." "Ah." Before he could finish his words, the man suddenly screamed, and his miserable voice echoed in the box. Wu Tai retracted his foot and threatened him. "If you scream again, I'll cut off your tongue." Hearing this, the young man trembled all over. Under the threat to his life, he dared not scream out and had to endure the pain in his body. At this time, Jiang Yan, who was sitting on the sofa, spoke. "The incident in the south of the city a few days ago was done by someone from your Black Tiger Gang, right?" He stared coldly into the younger brother's eyes, not giving him a chance to lie. I was getting nervous because of being stared at, so I nodded tremblingly and replied honestly. "Yes, it was my boss who had it done." I was not involved. Faced with the threat to his life, the younger brother betrayed his boss without hesitation. After all, his own life was the most important. Moreover, many people in the Black Tiger gang know about this matter, and one can find out by simply asking around, but it is hard to say whether there is actual evidence. There was silence in the box and no one dared to speak. Jian Yan asked a different question: how many people are there in your Black Tiger gang? The younger brother replied in a trembling voice, I don't know the exact number, but it is at least over 500 people. If we include the bar's security guards and the like, there would be far more than just these people. Afterwards, Jian Yan asked him several more questions about the Black Tiger gang, and I told him almost everything I knew. Jian Yan was very satisfied with his attitude. He picked up the unopened red wine on the table and walked over. Since you are so cooperative, I will spare your life. The trembling little brother was delighted when he heard this and immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Thank you. Suddenly, there was a bang. The sound of a wine bottle breaking rang out in the box, accompanied by a rich smell of red wine. The pupils of the four brothers of the Wu family shrank. I saw a lot of blood flowing from the young man's head, and he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Jian Yan threw away the bottle of wine casually, and his attitude seemed to have changed into a different person. He said in a cold voice, Too bad you lied. In fact, you are one of the people who took action in Changnan. To be honest, the data of this book is not very good, but today is the second update. I hope you will go to the book review and give a good evaluation, which can be regarded as a little encouragement to me. Also, I have to tell you that it won't be long before my wife comes to the rescue. Chapter 54, Liberation of Donglai Group. Waste. In the supreme box of Zishan Bar. The monkey looked at his younger brother who was knocked to the ground by his punch with a grim face, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The younger brother, with a white bandage wrapped around his head, cried and begged for mercy. Brother, there's nothing I can do. There are too many of them. Monkey's face was gloomy and he looked at Brother Tiger who was sitting on the sofa. Lin who lay on the sofa with his eyes closed, not even raising his eyelids in the face of such a loud commotion. Seeing this, the monkey, as a capable subordinate, understood his elder brother's character particularly well. The younger brother next to him cleverly handed over a fruit knife and then quickly stood back. Holding the hilt of the knife, Monkey looked at his younger brother who was lying on the ground begging for mercy, and said in a sinister tone, The Black Tiger gang doesn't need traitors. Remember to be careful in your next life. Hearing this, the crying little brother raised his head in horror, as if he already knew what would happen next. After a dull sound, a heavy object fell to the ground. The smell of blood filled the box, and even the carpet was dyed blood red, which was very creepy. 1 minute later. The young man's figure had disappeared in the box, and he went very far away. Lin Hu then opened his eyes and swept his sharp gaze over the people in the box. The younger brothers who were seen lowered their heads quickly, with fear in their eyes. The monkey stepped forward and reported. Brother Hu, there is a group of people guarding the south of the city recently. Should we? As he said this, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Lin Hu glanced at him and said in a hoarse voice, Don't get involved in things that are not our business. Just do what you should do. Although he needs to rely on the eldest daughter of the Luo family, it does not mean that he needs to do his best to clear obstacles for her. That is what a dog should do, and he, Lin Hu, will never become a dog in the hands of others. That night, the sky was gray and foggy, and rain fell from the sky to the world. The sound of the rain was calming. Huasheng Villa. The car slowly stopped in front of the gate, the door opened, and a drunk man walked down to the east. As soon as he got off the car, his clothes were soaked by the heavy rain, and he couldn't help cursing. Damn it, rain! Why does it have to fall at this time? I think the rain is just right. A sudden voice sounded behind Xiang Donglai. This familiar voice made his pupils shrink and his mind became much clearer. Who? He turned around suddenly. But what greeted him was only a black urea bag, something was stuffed in his mouth, and there was a sour smell. The opening of the urea bag was sealed with a hemp rope, and Xiang Donglai inside struggled in fear, trying to break free. The tall and strong Wu Tai carried the urea bag and walked into the villa, while Jiang Yan followed slowly with an umbrella behind him. Wu Tai opened the window, threw the man in through the window, and then flipped in nimbly. After a while, the lights in the villa came on and the door was opened from the inside. Putting the umbrella at the door, Jiang Yan walked directly to the sofa in the living room. In front of me, the urea bag was jumping around, making a humming sound from time to time. Untie him, Jiang Yan said. Wu Tai nodded, and with a rip sound, he tore open the urea bag. Xiang Dong's limbs were not tied up. He hurriedly took off the smelly socks in his mouth and spat on the ground. Pa, pa, pa. Jiang Yan watched this scene with interest. TSK, the president of a group worth hundreds of billions, is eating stinky socks. This was something Jiang Yan bought specially from a homeless person, and the taste is truly unique. After the bad smell in his mouth had subsided a little, Xiang Donglai noticed Jiang Yan sitting on the sofa. He reacted immediately and said angrily, Jiang Yan, you actually dared to kidnap me. This is a crime and I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Hearing that they were going to call the police, Jiang Yan scratched his ear with his little finger and smiled indifferently. Don't be so angry, Mr. Xiang. I just wanted to talk to you about something, so I invited you here. Xiang Donglai, how can you invite people like this? And this seems to be my home. But Xiang Donglai was worthy of being the person who founded the Donglai group. After his fit of rage, he quickly calmed down. You have to stay calm. Can't you see there's a muscular man standing behind you? Sitting cross-legged on the tile floor, Xiang Donglai said coldly. Jiang Yan, what do you want to do? If you think you can make me quit by intimidating me, I advise you not to have such wishful thinking. The current Feiyan group is like a piece of Tang monk's meat. Once you take a bite, there will be countless benefits. He will never give up. And, the most important thing is that he can't afford to offend the eldest daughter of the Luo family. There was a fruit plate on the coffee table. Jiang Yan directly took an apple and began to peel it slowly. He said slowly, Xiang Dong should have a lot of relatives in his family. I heard you have a daughter who is attending elementary school in the next city. She's quite cute. Jiang Yan took out a photo of a little girl from his arms and placed it on the coffee table. Xiang Donglai's face suddenly changed, he had a bad feeling in his heart, and hurriedly picked up the photo. In the photo, there is a little girl who looks 80% like him, and behind her is a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. Holding the photo of his daughter, Xiang Donglai's eyes suddenly turned red, bloodshot, and he yelled at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, this is a matter between us. If you dare to involve my daughter, I will never let you go. From Xiang Donglai's attitude, it can be seen that he cares very much about his daughter. Jiang Yan's attitude also turned cold, and he threw the fruit knife in his hand directly to the ground, making a clang-clang sound. He snorted coldly, stop pretending here. I don't believe you don't know what Luo Shui'er did. Don't tell you that you don't know what happened in Changnan, but how did you do it? Jiang Yan said coldly, old people in their 70s were beaten into the hospital. Do you think they are pitiful? If it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have survived even one night. That was a life. Your daughter's life is life, but other people's lives are not lives? Hearing these words, Xiang Donglai was unable to refute and just stood there with a flushed face. She is just an old woman, how can she compare with his daughter's life? But he didn't dare to say it out loud, so he could only keep it in his heart. Jiang Yan looked at him coldly, I am just returning the favor. I said that within 3 days I will make Wanbing Group and Donglai Group a thing of the past. Do you understand what I mean? Xiang Donglai's expression darkened. You want me to disband the group? This is impossible. He started from scratch and built the group after so many years. The group is the result of his life's hard work. He will never give up. Chapter 55, Kidnap Luo Shui'er. In the dark night, the villa was brightly lit. Seeing Xiang Donglai's firm attitude, Jiang Yan suddenly became curious and sneered. It's not your turn to make the decision now. You can only choose one between Donglai Group and your precious daughter. This world is inherently cruel. When you gain something, you are destined to lose something of equal value. You. Xiang Donglai glared at Jiang Yan. Just as he was about to step forward, he was subdued by Wu Tai, who was standing behind him and pressed to the ground. Even so, Xiang Donglai was still struggling, and his eyes towards Jiang Yan were filled with ferocity and anger. Let me go, you bastard. Wu Tai held Xiang Donglai tightly with both hands and snorted coldly. He looked down on such people from the bottom of his heart. He actually hesitates when faced with reputation, status, and family. Is such a person worthy of being a father? Seeing this, Jiang Yan spread his hands and said, let's start choosing, Chairman Xiang. I hope you can think it through. If you choose Donglai Group, I won't kill my daughter, but I can still make sure you never see her again in your life. The violent struggle caused Xiang Donglai, who was already a little weak, to expend a lot of energy, and he breathed heavily through his nose. Seeing that he stopped struggling, Wu Tai let go of his hand. Wu Tai was panting, his hands on the ground, sweat dripping from his forehead, his eyes were bloodshot. He raised his head and stared at Zhang Yan, who was sitting on the sofa, and said in a hoarse voice, "I want my daughter." Between money and his daughter, Xiang Donglai chose the latter. If looks could kill, Zhang Yan would have died countless times. This answer stunned Zhang Yan. He thought this guy would choose Donglai Group. Businessmen are often the most ruthless. In their eyes, profit is the only most important thing. Everyone in the world is busy pursuing profit. To be honest, your choice surprises me, Zhang Yan said honestly. Xiang Donglai smiled bitterly. He never cared about how others viewed him, but his daughter was the only one he owed too much. So much so that in order to protect her, she was even moved to the next city. Zhang Yan was the first person to discover his weakness. "As long as you don't harm my daughter, you can take this group if you want it," Xiang Donglai said dejectedly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yan realized that the purpose of this trip was achieved, and he stood up. Walking out of the villa, when passing by Xiang Donglai, Zhang Yan reached out and patted his shoulder. The tone was no longer as cold and ruthless as before, but instead contained a hint of smile. "Don't be so sad. There are still 2 days left before the 3-day deadline. That should be enough time for you to transfer the assets of Donglai Group." Hearing this, Xiang Donglai's body, which was squatting on the ground, trembled violently, and a light of hope ignited in his eyes again. Could it be that? He turned and looked towards the door. Zhang Yan put one hand in his pocket and waved without turning his head. His laughter reached Xiang Donglai's ears. "When you get older, you shouldn't care too much about material things. You might as well spend more time with your daughter." Walk out of the villa. Sitting in the car, Wu Tai breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Brother Yan in the back seat and couldn't help complaining. "Brother Yan, why don't you follow the script? You're making us look like the villains in the movie." Zhang Yan touched his nose guiltily. "Isn't this an impromptu performance? Isn't the effect very obvious? So don't worry about the details and just drive." That's right, Zhang Yan had originally intended to get Xiang Donglai to relocate the Donglai Group. As for his daughter, please, he is not some unforgivable Lolita complex. What can he think of a little brat? But then again, Xiang Donglai looks like he has a big beard, but I didn't expect his daughter to be so cute. Could it be possible that genes could mutate 180 degrees? Xiang Donglai, are you polite? As for how he knew the news about Xiang Donglai's daughter, he had to thank a virtuous wife. Early the next morning, a piece of news shocked the entire Zhang city. Donglai Group, one of the 3 major groups, suddenly announced its relocation and planned to transfer all its industries to the neighboring Yun city. Wan Wenkang had just arrived at the group when he heard this news. His face changed and he hurried to his office. He picked up the phone on the table and made a call, his face changing from gloomy to bright. "Hello." The phone was connected, and Xiang Donglai's tired voice came from the other end. Wan Wenkang didn't notice these things and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong with you? Feiyan Group will soon fall into our hands. Why do you want to relocate the group at this critical moment? If you want to swallow up the huge Feiyan Group, it is definitely not enough to rely on Wanbing Group alone. If Xiang Donglai withdraws at this critical moment, it means that all his previous efforts will be in vain. After spending so much energy, how could Wan Wenkang be happy to suddenly be told that it would all be wasted?" Xiang Donglai on the other end of the phone gave a wry smile, and considering that the two had been competing for many years, he reminded, "Since we've known each other for so many years, I advise you to stay as far away from the eldest lady of the Luo family as possible and don't provoke Zhang Yan again. That guy is not a sheep to be slaughtered, but a wolf in sheep's clothing." Having said this, Xiang Donglai hung up the phone. At this time, he was already on the highway to Yun City, holding a photo of his daughter in his hand. Speaking of which, he and his daughter haven't seen each other for a while, so it seems that he won't be lonely in the days to come. Fantasizing like this, Xiang Donglai couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Wan Wenkang on the other side was almost going crazy at this time. He had no idea what this guy meant. But there is one thing he is absolutely sure of, that is, Xiang Donglai's affairs are definitely related to Zhang Yan. There is still 1 day left before the deadline. Although I don't know what methods Zhang Yan has, his next target will undoubtedly be me. No, he must seek help immediately. Thinking of this, Wan Kong quickly took out his mobile phone, found the contact, and quickly dialed the number. The phone rang, but no one answered. 5 minutes later, Wan Kong sat on the chair with a grim expression. The eldest daughter of the Luo family did not answer his call. Could something have happened? Thinking of this possibility, he could no longer sit still, picked up his hanging coat and hurried outside. At the same time, in a sewer in Jian City. In the narrow ditch, the originally bright and beautiful Luo Shuer was now in a very miserable state, emitting a disgusting smell all over her body. His mouth was tightly sealed with a piece of tape and his hands and feet were tied up with ropes. The eldest daughter of the Jiangdu Luo family was like a drowned dog at this moment, even worse than a dog. In a corner not far away, several men in black were smoking, and the man in sunglasses at the head was talking on the phone. He said respectfully, "Sister Lon, everything has been taken care of." A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, "Well, then come back. Remember to take 2 photos as a souvenir." The man in sunglasses responded, "Yes." The phone was hung up. Under Luo Shuer's horrified eyes, the man in sunglasses took out his mobile phone and took several frontal photos of her, capturing her miserable appearance. The flash of my phone suddenly flashed. "Oh shit, I forgot to turn off the flash. Please urge me to update more. I will update more at noon based on the data. Please give me 5-star praise." Chapter 56 Luo Shuer returns to Jiangdu. "How are you going to thank me, husband?" Early in the morning, in the office of Yi Group, Yi Yunwan lifted up her long legs in black stockings, with high heels hanging on her toes, revealing her extremely seductive jade feet. There isn't any colorful nail polish, but it can still arouse people's inner desires. Jian Yan, who was lying down and eating breakfast, said casually, "Oh, honey, you are being too formal. We are husband and wife, and we are married. There is no need to distinguish between yours and mine." As he spoke, Jian Yan took a sip of the delicious century egg and lean meat porridge, his face full of satisfaction. He took care of the Donglai group yesterday. The remaining Wanbing group could no longer pose a threat to him. How could he not be happy? The situation in which Feiyan group was originally under control was reversed in an instant, and now it was Jiang Yan's turn to settle accounts with Luo Shuer. The Luo family will not take action easily, otherwise, the Jiang family and the Yi family will definitely not remain indifferent. It can be said that the situation has now completely stabilized. Just by relocating the Donglai group, Luo Shuer's entire plan was shattered. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Yi Yunwan's face immediately covered with a layer of frost, and her red lips slightly raised. "Do you believe that I will fly back to Jiang City right now?" "What?" Jiang Yan shuddered instantly. He immediately put down the bowl in his hand and smiled apologetically at the other end of the phone. "What compensation do you want, my dear? As long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best to satisfy you." The speed of this attitude change is the fastest among dogs. The frost on Yi Yunwan's face disappeared, and she said with satisfaction, "That's right. You have to be obedient when you're outside, otherwise." Needless to say, Jiang Yan also knew what the outcome would be. It was horrible. "I want you to." Not knowing what Yi Yunwan said on the phone, Jiang Yan's expression suddenly became sluggish, and he said hesitantly, This isn't a good idea. At worst, I can just wait a while and go back to the magic capital." "Stop talking nonsense." Yi Yunwan scolded directly, interrupting Jiang Yan before he finished speaking, her tone filled with an overbearing attitude that could not be refused. "Now, immediately, right now." After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Yan had no choice but to stand up and walk upstairs with his phone in hand. "All right." On the other side, Yi Yunwan, who was still in the office, stood up, locked the office door, and pulled the curtains. This way, no one knows what is happening in the office. Nothing has happened yet, please don't imagine it with dirty thoughts. About an hour later, Jiang Yan changed his clothes and walked down from upstairs. A faint blush could be seen on his handsome cheeks, and it seemed that he had experienced something interesting. But it definitely has nothing to do with shies. On the other side, Yi Yunwan was lying contentedly on the sofa in the office, her sweet lips slightly parted. Even though the air conditioner was on, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Strands of hair were stuck to her side face, and her charm rose several levels. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as a disaster for the country and the people. It seems that no matter how beautiful you are, you can't escape physiological needs. At noon, at the Hakalai Hotel in Jiang City. In the specially customized private room, Wan Kong sat at the dining table with a nervous look on his face. It was originally a collaboration between 3 people, but now Xiang Donglai has unilaterally withdrawn, and there has been no news about the eldest lady of the Luo family, who was the mastermind behind the scenes. No matter how calm Wan Wenkang usually was, he couldn't sit still at this moment, so he had to humble himself and ask Jiang Yan to come out for dinner. It has to be said that he saw it very clearly. If he had been a little later, his fate would have been even worse than Xiang Donglai's. Faced with the enemy's surrender, Jiang Yan had no reason not to accept it. They didn't have any deep hatred in the first place, so there was really no need to hold on to it. Always leave a way out for everything, don't be too drastic, always give people a little hope. After all, you can't guarantee that the beggar you look down upon today will turn around and step on you in the future. After a long wait, just when Wan Wenkang was about to get up, footsteps were finally heard outside the door. With a click, the door of the private room was opened. The burly figure walked in first, then made way and stood aside. Jiang Yan then walked in and saw Wan Wenkang sitting there with a sad face. It seemed that he was under a lot of pressure. When Wan Wenkang raised his head and saw Jiang Yan, tears were about to fall. He didn't bother to adjust his posture and just forced a smile to greet him. "Brother Jiang, you are finally here. I was so anxious." Jiang Yan found this impatient look a little funny and stopped him from moving forward. Okay, I'm short on time, just tell me what you want." Jiang Yan sat down at the round table. Wan Wenkang didn't waste any time and went straight back to the seat where he had just sat and handed over a document on the table. He said in a deep voice, "I did something unkind this time. I hope this compensation will satisfy you." Jiang Yan took the document curiously, untied the white string wrapped around it, revealing a corner of the document. Equity transfer letter. He was slightly startled and looked at Wan Wenkang with surprise from the bottom of his heart. He didn't expect that this old guy would be willing to spend so much money. Wan Wenkang watched Jiang Yan's every move nervously, fearing that he would be dissatisfied and want to kill him. After a while, Jiang Yan put down the documents in his hand, somewhat confused as to why this guy was willing to spend so much money. Could it be that he was scared because of what happened to Shandong? This idea was directly overturned by Jiang Yan. There might be some element of truth in it, but this was definitely not the most crucial reason. How could a profiteer who has been dominating the business world for many years be frightened so easily? What happened to Luo Shui'er? Jiang Yan asked tentatively. Apart from this reason, Jiang Yan couldn't think of any other reasons. Instead, Wan Wenkang was dumbfounded and asked in surprise, "You don't know?" Jiang Yan waved his hands, looking puzzled. How did he know about that crazy woman? Seeing that Jiang Yan really knew nothing, Wan Wenkang lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "After I knew Xiang Donglai had left Jiang City this morning, I immediately called the eldest daughter of the Luo family to discuss what to do next. But she didn't answer my call at all, and I didn't get the message until an hour later. She actually went back to Jiangdu." At this point, Wan Wenkang's face turned black with anger. Damn, none of them are reliable. They agreed to join forces to fight against Jiang Yan, but it turns out that each one of them is more unreliable than the other. But he couldn't do anything to the eldest daughter of the Luo family, so he could only swallow this loss in silence, and then he found Jiang Yan. In his opinion, the only person in the entire Jiang city who could make the eldest daughter of the Jiangdu Luo family run back to Jiangdu in disgrace was Jiang Yan. After hearing this, Jiang Yan was speechless. He swears to God, he really did nothing. Could it be that his wife did it? Chapter 57. Let us fight. In the first-class cabin of a plane from Jiang City to Jiangdu, Luo Shui'er held the phone to her ear, jealousy and hatred flashing in her eyes. A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. "Shui'er, you disappoint me so much." Luo Shui'er lowered her eyes. "I'm sorry, Dad." Luo Wuqing did not hide his disappointment at all. "I have placed high hopes on you since you were a child. The family has used the best resources to train you, but do you live up to the family's expectations of you? I can forgive you for what happened this time, but I hope you can understand that the Luo family doesn't need useless vases." Listening to her father's merciless criticism, Luo Shui'er's eyes were filled with disappointment and she wanted to explain. "Dad, actually I..." But before she could finish her words, Luo Wuqing on the other end of the phone hung up directly, with no intention of listening to her explanation. In the Luo family, only the fittest survive, and those who are eliminated can only become victims of the family. After putting away her phone, Luo Shui'er's eyes became particularly fierce, as if she wanted to eat someone, but she quickly suppressed it. She looked at Jiang City, which had turned into a small black dot below, and murmured in a low voice. Jiang Yan, just wait for me. You won't be so lucky next time. On the other side, in the private room of the Hakalai Hotel, Jiang Yan held a skeptical attitude and called Shin Shinru, who was cooking soup in the villa. Although he was a little unconvinced, looking at the entire Jiang city, it seemed that this girl was the most likely candidate. After receiving the call, Shin Shinru did not hide anything and told her brother Jiang Yan what had happened honestly. That Miss Luo didn't look like a good person, so I had someone teach her a lesson. As if she was afraid that Jiang Yan would worry, she continued. Don't worry, brother Jiang Yan. There will definitely be no evidence left in this matter. My men are very smart. Jiang Yan held his forehead in the private room. He didn't expect that it was really this girl who did it. She must have used quite a lot of force and directly beat Luo Shui'er back to Jiangdu. Needless to say, Luo Shui'er must have blamed him for this. But it's better this way. Although the Shin family is not afraid of the Luo family due to its power, the Shin family's power is special, and it would be best if they could not get involved in the dispute between the Jiang family and the Luo family. Jiang Yan could only order, next time you do something like this, tell me first. If you happen to encounter some desperate criminals, let's see what you will do then. Shin Shinru snorted proudly, feeling warm in her heart. Is brother Jiang Yan caring about me? I know. I promise there won't be a next time. Brother Jiang Yan, are you coming over for dinner? I made black chicken soup especially for you. Jiang Yan looked at the delicious food on the table that had not been touched, and nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll be right there. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Hurry up. Jiang Yan tapped his fingers and hung up the phone. Seeing this, Wan Kang, who was sitting next to him, said cautiously. Brother Jiang, what do you think? If it's not enough, we can discuss it again. That's enough. Jiang Yan pushed the equity transfer document back and said calmly. I don't even care about your small share. It's easy for me to let you go. Just like Xiang Donglai, move your Wanbing group out of Jiang City. No matter what industry it is, it cannot stay in Jiang City. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't seem to be joking, Wan Kang's face lit up and he quickly responded with a smile. Sure. No problem. Today I will have the group move out of Jiang City and I promise not to cause you any trouble. Wan Kang agreed readily. After all, he had nothing to lose in this matter. Although relocating industries in a short period of time may cause losses to the group's interests, it is nothing compared to those shares. This is like saying that a short pain is worse than a long one. Even a fool knows what to choose. Seeing that he agreed, Jiang Yan did not delay any longer and stood up and walked out of the hotel. Wu Tai glanced at Chairman Wan, who was sitting there with a silly smile on his face, curled his lips in disdain, and followed him. This guy is smiling so foolishly, is he really the chairman of a big group? On the way to Shin Shinru's house, Jiang Yan made a rough assessment of the current situation. A lot of things happened in the past few days, but fortunately the result was good. Once the industries of Wanbing Group and Donglai Group are completely moved out of Jiang City, Feiyan Group will quickly take over all the markets. Not to mention anything else, the market value alone is likely to increase several times. From now on, Feiyan Group will have the final say in Jiang City. There are only two things that need to be dealt with at the moment. The first is the Black Tiger Gang. If Jiang Yan wants to completely control the discourse power in Jiang City, the Black Tiger Gang must be eliminated. The second is the newly appointed mayor, who is said to be taking up his post in Jiang City the day after tomorrow. Although we don't know who he will be, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. After all, no official would like to see an uncontrollable tiger lying in the area under his management. It's like a time bomb that could explode at any time. No one wants to see this happen, not even Jiang Yan himself. But if this tiger is yourself, it would be a different matter. The Black Tiger Gang's headquarters is a luxurious building that is about a dozen stories high. Within a few kilometers around it, there are almost all kinds of entertainment venues. In the eyes of some people, this place is both hell and heaven. Some people party every night and enjoy the best life in the world, while others are treated like dead dogs and no one cares about them. It's still daytime now, so the surroundings seem a bit quiet, but at night, this will be the liveliest place in the entire city. On the top floor of the building, there is nothing else here. The entire floor is Lin Hua's private office, which occupies a very large area. Several capable subordinates were sitting bored on the sofa in the office, each holding two ragged beauties in their arms. The snow-white skin that was accidentally exposed aroused people's animal desires. Lin Hu was lying alone on an ergonomic chair, his legs crossed on the desk, a cigar in his mouth. Deputy gang leader Scorpion came over with a frown on his face and reported. "Brother Tiger, I can't get in touch with you. Ever since the eldest lady of the Luo family gave instructions a few days ago, there has been no news or trace of her." Lin Hu put down his feet and sat up. He was just about to say something when he heard a bang and the office door was kicked open. The sudden noise startled a few people, and several capable younger brothers immediately stood up with unfriendly expressions. "MD, someone is causing trouble." The door made of solid wood was kicked open and 4 figures walked in. The 4 brothers of the Wu family are on stage. The Black Tiger Gang's business was usually managed by Scorpion. He was familiar with the 4 people who suddenly broke in, and he scolded. "Wu Feng, are you looking for death? How dare you break into our Black Tiger Gang's base?" Lin Hu looked up and did not recognize the 4 uninvited guests. He said calmly, "What's the story?" Scorpion revealed the details of Wu Feng and the other 3, a small gang with some strength. When he heard that it was a small gang, Lin Hu immediately lost interest, put his feet on the desk again, and closed his eyes to rest. This clearly shows that the 4 brothers of the Wu family are not taken seriously. Wu Feng was not angry. "He came here today for a mission," he said loudly to Lin Hu. "Lin Hu, you have been the king of Jiang City's underground for too long. It's time for a change. Jodio, I believe you will remember this name for the rest of your life, because it will be unforgettable." Wu Feng spread his arms, looked wildly at the Black Tiger Gang's top brass and leader, and laughed wantonly. "Let us start the fight. The next few chapters may be a bit dry, but please stick with me, because I want to reveal what's going on later. Please click to urge me to update or give me some free gifts. Wa 3. Chapter 58 Battle of Kings. Start a war? The younger brothers seemed to have heard some funny jokes. They bent over, holding their stomachs, and laughed at Wu Feng and the other 3 without any hesitation. "Who the hell do you 4 think you are? Are you worthy enough to go to war with our Black Tiger Gang? They are the underground overlords of Jiang City. Ever since Boss Lin Hu took that position, no one has ever dared to go to war with their Black Tiger Gang. Now an unknown small gang actually came to provoke them." But Scorpion keenly noticed the key point. "Joyo? Wasn't their gang called the 4 Beasts Gang? When did it change to Joyo?" Lin Hu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. His light yellow eyes were like a tiger's, emitting a heavy sense of oppression. He stared at Wu Feng's eyes with a sidelong glance, his determination not wavering at all. This guy was serious. Wu Feng took out a crimson letter of challenge from his body, threw it directly on the ground, and said in a cold voice, "This is given to you by our boss. I hope you can be there on time tonight." After saying that, Wu Feng took his 3 younger brothers and walked out the door. The younger brothers challenged Scorpion to a fight with dissatisfaction. "Brother Scorpion, are we just going to let them go like this? These people are slapping our Black Tiger Gang in the face." Scorpion glanced at his boss, and seeing that he didn't say anything, he walked up and picked up the challenge. "Open the red cover and take out the papers inside." I don't know what the Scorpion saw, but its pupils shrank and its brows twisted together in an instant. He picked up the phone without hesitation and wanted to call his younger brothers who were guarding the building to stop the 4 brothers of the Wu family. But the call was not connected and remained busy. Lin Hu noticed something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong?" Scorpion hurriedly stepped forward and handed over the paper, his face looking a little grim. "If what's written here is true, Brother Tiger, I'm afraid our plan to dominate the city next door will fail." Hearing this, Lin Hu's eyes narrowed slightly. He took the note and glanced at it briefly. His face became visibly gloomy. "Grass." Lin Hu smashed his fist on the desk in front of him, and the huge force directly broke through the solid wood table. Sawdust flew everywhere, and a big hole appeared in the middle of the desk. Several younger brothers trembled when they saw this, and subconsciously took 2 steps back, looking at the angry boss in fear. They hadn't seen the boss this angry in a long time, no matter what happened. But the weather in Jiang City is about to change. The other side. Jiang Yan had just returned to the company from Xin Xinru's villa when he received a call from Wu Feng. "Brother Yan, I have completed all the tasks you asked me to do, and I have also given the challenge to Lin Hu." Jiang Yan nodded. "Well done, let's gather the men tonight." As he spoke, Jiang Yan's eyes revealed a bit of blood red, and he said in a calm voice, "Before the new mayor takes office, we should try to get rid of the Black Tiger Gang. There won't be such a good opportunity in the future. Now is an important period of power transition in Jiang City, so if you want to do big things, you have to do it as soon as possible, otherwise you will have no chance later. Wu Feng naturally understood this principle and immediately responded. Okay, Brother Yin. With a beep, Jiang Yan hung up the phone. Wu Tai said muffledly. Brother Yin, do you want me to go tonight? The most difficult person in the Black Tiger Gang is their boss Lin Hu. Anyone who can sit in that position is a tyrant. But compared with Wu Tai from the Special Forces, he is still a lot weaker. Jiang Yan said, not just you, I'll go too. Although his Tiancheng Security and Zhouyo combined have a lot of people, they are still far inferior to the Black Tiger Gang that has dominated Jiang City for a long time. Therefore, the most crucial point in this battle lies in Lin Hu, the boss of the Black Tiger Gang. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. If we can deal with Lin Hu, are we afraid that we can't deal with the Black Tiger Gang? Moreover, Jiang Yan had never seen a fight between hundreds of people in his life. He was also a young man full of blood and passion, so of course he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Just when Jiang Yan was imagining that scene, he suddenly felt the urge to pee, so he stood up and walked towards the toilet. While walking, I hummed a ballad. You are my little apple, and I can never love you enough. Wu Tai looked at Brother Yin who entered the test, hesitated for a moment, then took out his mobile phone and sent a message. He sighed in his heart, Brother Yin, don't blame me, I had no choice. The starry sky is shining brightly at night, and passers-by walk on the street under the stars, enjoying the ordinariness and beauty of life. The entertainment street is one of the most important industries of the Black Tiger Gang, but it is particularly quiet tonight. Although the lights are on, there are few people coming. Something big is going to happen here tonight. In a dark corner, several furtive figures were hiding in the corner, discussing in low voices. Captain Wang, why did the higher-ups suddenly ask us to come over to investigate the entertainment street? Isn't this the Black Tiger Gang's territory? Those who are able to gain a foothold in the underground world usually have backers in official circles, so there are usually few people who come to investigate places like the entertainment street. As long as nothing major happens, no one will care about the troubles here. But today, the people above actually assigned a reconnaissance mission for the first time, which made the team members very puzzled. Wang Song's face was solemn. When he heard his men asking, he shouted in a low voice. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Be careful tonight. If something goes wrong, we might lose our lives here. After hearing what the captain said, the few people who had not taken it seriously at first suddenly felt heavy in their hearts and dared not take it lightly anymore. Wang Song stared at the street in the distance and suddenly said, Here they come. I saw a group of people walking out from the originally empty street in the distance, holding various weapons in their hands. Most of them are tools like baseball bats, wooden sticks, or hammers. The leader was none other than Lin Hu, the boss of the Black Tiger Gang and the current underground king of Jiang City. Behind him followed a dense crowd of younger brothers, roughly speaking there were at least 300 of them, all holding weapons. Judging from their ferocious expressions, most of them had probably seen blood. Wang Song's face darkened. All members of the Black Tiger Gang were mobilized. It had been many years since they had encountered such a big event. It seemed that Jiang City would not be peaceful tonight. At this time, a teammate beside him exclaimed in a low voice. Captain Wang, look over there, another group of forces is coming. On the dark street, Wu Tai walked out first, with a firm expression and no weapons in his hands. The four brothers of the Wu family followed closely behind with about 200 men, staring fearlessly at the Black Tiger Gang in front of them. The Battle of Kings is about to begin. Chapter 59, The Confrontation between Wu Tai and Lin Hu. Captain Wang, the Black Tiger Gang has mobilized all its members. Who are the other gang? They look like they are not easy to deal with. In a dark corner of the entertainment street, four plainclothes policemen were stealthily observing the situation ahead. The originally spacious street was now surrounded by the two groups of forces, trapping them right in the middle. The two groups followed their boss aggressively, each one more arrogant than the other, staring at the people opposite them. Wang Song made a gesture to silence, said hush, stared at the street, and whispered. Don't talk. If we are discovered, we won't be able to get out even if we have 3 heads and 6 arms. On the crowded entertainment street, the two groups of forces stopped at appropriate locations in tacit understanding. Lin Hu was wearing a mink coat. The vertical scar at the corner of his mouth looked particularly hideous. His light yellow pupils were staring at Wu Tai not far away. The more people you meet, the more you can naturally feel something. Lin Hu can feel that Wu Tai is not an ordinary person, His voice was low, but it spread throughout the street. Are you the boss of that Joyo? Wu Tai nodded. On the surface, he was indeed the boss of the Joyo organization, but only the core members knew that the boss was someone else. Lin Hu stretched his neck and said with a fierce smile. It has been many years since anyone dared to challenge the Black Tiger Gang. Before I send you off, answer a question for me. Did you beat that stupid woman from the Luo family away? Hearing this, Wu Tai said without hesitation, what else? If you want to do it, hurry up and don't waste time here. Hearing these words, the Black Tiger Gang's younger brothers stared at Wu Tai angrily. What do you mean? You look down on our Black Tiger Gang and even say it's a waste of time. I think you don't know why the flowers are so red. Since you answered my questions honestly, I will consider saving your arm. Lin Hu raised his hand. The younger brothers behind him were ready to make a move when seeing this. As soon as the boss's hand fell, they would swarm forward. Seeing this, the four brothers of the Wu family also sent out a signal, and the members of Joyo behind them were ready to go. In the corner, Wang Song, who had already anticipated something, swallowed his saliva and stared ahead without blinking. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense, and an invisible sense of oppression enveloped everyone's hearts. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a bell sound came from somewhere, echoing in the street. Hands down! Lin Hu's eyes flashed with madness, and he shouted excitedly. Little ones, come on! As he said that, he rushed out first, staring straight at Wu Tai, obviously considering him as his opponent. At the command, all 300 members of the Black Tiger Gang rushed forward, roaring continuously, holding their weapons tightly, and followed their boss, rushing towards the opposite side. Wu Tai's eyes never left Lin Hu. The moment Lin Hu moved, he rushed over without hesitation. Wu Feng held a crowbar high above his head and shouted to the brothers behind him. Brothers, charge! A large group of people clenched their weapons and rushed towards the Black Tiger Gang not far away, with expressions of madness and excitement on their faces. Go! As long as they can defeat the Tiger Gang tonight, they, Joyo, will become the new king of Jiang City's underworld. As long as a new king is born, those who have participated in this struggle will be great heroes, and there will be plenty of benefits waiting for them to enjoy later. The struggle begins. Will it be the birth of a new king, or the continuation of the old king? Victory or defeat will be decided tonight. Amid the noisy and dense shouts of killing, the troops of both sides collided with each other, like two black torrents colliding with each other. Superior. The two burly figures collided with each other first. Wu Tai and Lin Hu punched each other fiercely, and the fists collided with each other with whistling wind. Bang! The two huge forces continued to confront each other. Lin Hu's thick arm muscles bulged, and the muscle strength of his back was added to his arms, doubling his strength. In response to this, Wu Tai took a deep breath, shouted loudly, and rushed towards Lin Hu with an irresistible and terrifying force. What? Lin Hu's face changed. He was surprised at Wu Tai's strength. He could actually surpass him in strength. This guy was definitely simple. Who was he? He didn't dare to take it head-on, so he contracted the strength in his right hand, and before Wu Tai's fist arrived, he quickly dodged to the left. I admit that you have some strength, but this is not enough. Lin Hu shouted loudly and kicked Wu Tai hard in the abdomen with his right foot. Due to inertia and having lost his target, Wu Tai fell forward and had no way to avoid Lin Hu's kick. A kick hit Wu Tai's abdomen hard, but his expression hardly changed at all. On the other hand, Lin Hu was shocked. His kick with all his strength could not go any further, as if he had kicked a piece of iron plate. His whole body was shaking. Wu Tai found an opportunity and took the opportunity to grab his right foot, and laughed sarcastically. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang isn't doing so well. Is he too weak? The next second, Lin Hu was thrown out with a red face and fell into a trash can. Wu Tai didn't give him any chance. He rushed forward again and punched Lin Hu in the face. Although Lin Hu was a little embarrassed after being thrown away, he was a martial artist after all, and did not suffer any injuries. In a hurry, he collided with Wu Tai again. The two men's elbows kept hitting each other, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Hu was clearly at a disadvantage. None of the younger brothers around dared to go up to help, so they had to keep attacking Joyo, waving the sticks in their hands without holding back at all. The momentum of both sides has reached its peak at this moment. There were even many people with bruises on their bodies, with blood dripping continuously, but this only made them look more excited. No, maybe it should be described as crazy. The scene has become a mess, and no one can stop the fight unless a winner is determined. Boy, you still dare to look around. Let me teach you a lesson. In the chaotic crowd, the gangster with a big gold chain around his neck found his target and rushed over with a sneer. Ha! The handsome young man wearing a mask turned around, looked at the big gold chain that had rushed close to him, and kicked it directly with all his strength. A powerful kick landed on Dajilian's abdomen, sinking deeply into his body. His eyes were about to pop out. Ugh, cough, cough. The gangster with the big gold chain was kicked to the ground. He held his stomach tightly and rolled on the ground. You. This scene attracted many Black Tiger gang members, who surrounded the young man with unfriendly looks and held sticks in their palms. Jiang Yan, wearing a black mask, sighed and said helplessly, "Really? Even watching a play can get you noticed." The 5 younger brothers looked at each other, nodded to each other, and directly took their weapons to hit Jiang Yan's body. "Kid, die." Jiang Yan shook his head without showing any panic. He glanced at the 5 gangsters and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Ah! After a few shrill screams, the 5 gangsters lay on the ground trembling with bruised faces and noses. On the other hand, Jiang Yan, who was under siege, was still clean and spotless, which was out of place with the surrounding environment. The people around here glanced at him, swallowed unconsciously, and subconsciously moved away from here. Are you kidding me? This guy is obviously not on the same level as them. Is he stupid enough to go up there and die? Jiang Yan walked up to the gangster with the big gold chain and squatted down. He smiled and took off the gangster's gold chain and put it around his own neck. I touched the texture and it felt heavy, so it seemed to be the real thing. The gangster whose gold chain was stolen was so sad that he could not even cry. He could only lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Why is there someone bringing lucky stuff with him during a fight? I should have not bothered this evildoer. Young man, you have no martial ethics. It's so boring. Jiang Yan casually found a corner to sit down, looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, without any fluctuation in his heart. Forget it, let us wait a little longer. With Wu Tai's strength, it won't take long to deal with Lin Hu. Chapter 60. Jiang Yan, you want to die? The situation was exactly as Jiang Yan had expected. Under Wu Tai's fierce attack, Lin Hu was almost defeated, and the trend of defeat became more and more obvious. Even the Black Tiger gang members nearby noticed that their boss was clearly unable to hold on, but they did not dare to go up and help without the boss's order. Lin Hu has a strange personality. He always sticks to his word and will never allow anyone to go against his will. If you interfere easily, it will probably only make your eldest brother even angrier. Bang! A solid punch hit Lin Hu's face, but he didn't retreat at all. He stared at Wu Tai with excited eyes, suppressed the madness in his heart and laughed. You are very good. I, Lin Hu, have dominated Jiang City for so many years. Among those who challenge me, you are the strongest one. Is this your last words? Wu Tai increased the strength in his hand and punched Lin Hu in the face again. Lin Hu had already suffered a lot of injuries at this time, so how could he block this punch? He was directly knocked several meters away and fell into the crowd. Deathly silence. No matter whether they were the Black Tiger Gang's younger brothers or the 9 Netherworlds people, they were all shocked when they saw Lin Hu lying on the ground. Especially the people from the Black Tiger Gang, they looked at their idolized boss with disbelief, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state. For a time, the morale of the Black Tiger Gang suffered a big blow, while the members of the 9 Netherworld were full of enthusiasm and shouted, "The boss is invincible! 9 Netherworld is invincible!" Jiang Yan, who was hiding in the corner of the crowd, saw this scene and knew that the outcome was decided. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the Black Tiger Gang to turn the tables. Morale is often the most important factor in a war between 2 sides, and it directly affects the success or failure of the battle. But now, the Black Tiger Gang has been defeated. Brother, are you okay? Seeing his elder brother lying on the ground, Scorpion was shocked and quickly ran over to help him up, feeling a little bit unbelievable. He had been following Lin Hu since before the Black Tiger Gang was established. He knew best how powerful the other party was, which was why he followed him loyally. But now his eldest brother had lost. This was a huge blow to Scorpio, and he immediately lost the desire to fight any further. Cough, cough. Lin Hu was helped to stand up. His right eye was red and swollen, and a big lump had appeared on it. He looked quite funny. Wu Tai took a step forward and said calmly, "You have already lost, surrender." The situation has become extremely clear, and the balance of victory has tipped towards Joyo. But Wu Tai discovered that Lin Hu's face was unusually calm, not at all like that of a loser. Lin Hu shook off the scorpion and forced himself to stand there, but his body was swaying as if he would fall down in the next second. He sneered at Wu Tai. In terms of skills alone, I admit that I am indeed not as good as you, but this does not mean that you have one. Wu Tai was a little confused after hearing this. Wiping the blood off his face, Lin Hu continued. In this world, no matter how strong a person is, there is always a limit to his strength. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Numbers are everything. The whole place was extremely silent. The people from Joyo looked at Lin Hu with confusion, not understanding what this meant. But, almost at the moment when Lin Hu finished speaking, violent shouts and screams came from the other side of the street, and a large group of people were rushing towards this side. Hearing this voice, Wu Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted to his companions with an unpleasant expression. Everyone gathered together. The people of Joyo reacted quickly and gathered together again in just 1 minute, and the battlefield was divided again. In the center of the 2 sides, Lin Hu and Wu Tai were facing each other. Although the former was in a mess, he had a smile of victory on his face, while the latter had an ugly expression. Wu Tai's face was gloomy. He never expected that the Black Tiger Gang actually had external aid. He hoped that the number was not large, otherwise it would be dangerous tonight. After the fight just now, both sides had suffered some losses in numbers. In addition, the number of people in Joyo was originally smaller than that of the Black Tiger Gang. If a few hundred more people came to support them at this time. As the shouts and screams got closer, a group of black people appeared in the shadows of the distant street. At a rough glance, there were at least 200 of them, and they directly merged into the crowd of the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang, which originally had less than 300 members, had its losses directly replenished, and the number of members increased significantly. On the other hand, on Joyo's side, there were only less than 150 people still standing. Lin Hu waved his hand slightly, and the younger brothers behind him restrained themselves and stood quietly behind the boss. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, flicked the bottom of the pack, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth casually, lighting it while saying, "You may not know that I am actually from the Chun family of Qing province, and the Black Tiger Gang is just a tool for me to help my family make money, but do you know?" Lin Hu showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth, staring at Wu Tai and said slowly, "My position in the Chen family is just like a servant, but today a senior member of the Chun family suddenly found me and told me something." Looking at Lin Hu's calm expression, Wu Tai felt a little uneasy and frowned. "What do you want to say?" Nothing much, I just want to borrow your boss's head." Lin Hu suddenly took out a pistol from his waist with a silencer on the gun. It was obvious that he had been prepared. He pointed the gun at Jiang Yan, who was standing in the front of the crowd with incredible precision, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Wu Tai's face changed drastically, and he immediately turned around and shouted at Jiang Yan in the crowd, "Brother Yan, be careful." At this moment, even Jiang Yan, who was standing in the front of the crowd, was startled. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun not far away pointed at him, his body subconsciously straightened up and he even forgot to dodge. This was the first time he faced a real gun, and his heart was shrouded in the shadow of death. The bullet had already burst out of the chamber. Jiang Yan had no way of avoiding it at his current distance, so he subconsciously closed his eyes. Is this dying? At this critical moment, a slender arm with fair skin quickly grabbed Jiang Yan's hand and pulled him into his arms. With a whoosh sound, the bullet flew past Jiang Yan's cheek and directly hit a younger brother behind him. A scream was heard, and the unlucky brother fell in a pool of blood. He was shot in the chest and blood continued to flow out. Someone reacted and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Help!" After being brought back to their senses by this shout, the companions around him finally reacted and quickly picked up the shot brother and rushed to the hospital. If the bullet hits the chest, there is still a certain chance of survival at this location. This is a real life. Although it is a fight between gangs, if someone really dies, the nature of the matter will be different. With so many witnesses here, everyone will be implicated. As the target, Jiang Yan felt his face falling into something soft, and a familiar fragrance lingered at his nose. A cold voice with suppressed anger rang in Jiang Yan's ears. "Jiang Yan, you want to die?" This voice, could it be? Jiang Yan's face was buried in that soft bosom, but he didn't dare to raise his head, and his throat slid unconsciously. This familiar touch. Thanks to everyone's encouragement, and because these few are a bit dry, I posted them all together today. Please give me some urges and a 5-star rating. Chapter 61. I'll settle the score with you. Wu Tai, who was rushing towards the side, stopped and saw the familiar figure. He breathed a sigh of relief, but was then filled with endless fear. It was almost there. If Brother Yan had been a little slower, he would have really died here today. If Jiang Yan really got into trouble in front of him, Wu Tai would probably be trapped in guilt for the rest of his life. Turning around, Wu Tai, who had always been gentle and honest, showed a look of rage on his face and rushed towards Lin Hu without saying a word. This guy must pay a heavy price for daring to kill Brother Yan. After missing the target with one shot, Lin Hu showed panic for the first time. He kept backing away, muttering, "How is this possible? No, how can a person's reaction speed be so fast?" Seeing the furious Wu Tai rushing towards him, Lin Hu quickly raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger twice. Bang! Bang! The piercing sound of gunfire rang out again in the silent night. Although there was a silencer, it still could not completely cover up the sound of the gunfire. But Lin Hu didn't know that his action was just a child's play. He was playing with a gun in front of professionals and he wouldn't even know how he died. Wu Tai accurately predicted the trajectory of the two bullets and dodged them with ease by somersaulting. He suddenly exerted force with his shoulders and punched Lin Hu in the face with great force. "Ah! Don't hit me. I'm from the Chun family, you will pay the price." Lin Hu's screams echoed in the streets and alleys, making people tremble with fear in their hearts and unable to bear to look at the bloody scene. When the Black Tiger Gang's deputy leader Scorpion saw this, fear flashed in his eyes. He looked around and retreated to the back of the crowd. The current situation is out of control. If we don't run away now, we will have no chance once these people react. But how could he do as he wished? Wu Feng's teasing voice sounded behind him. "Hey, where do you want to go, deputy gang leader?" The Scorpion's body trembled suddenly, knowing that he could not escape this disaster, so he turned around and smiled awkwardly. "Feng, brother Feng, I don't want to leave. I just want to find a richer place to pee." The four Wu Feng brothers came over ready to fight. This guy had made things difficult for them in the past, and now they could finally take revenge. "How long do you want to hold me?" A cold voice sounded in his ears. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Yan's forehead. He loosened his hands that were holding her, freeing his face from the softness. Sure enough, a familiar beautiful face was staring at him with a cold look. Because of the tight schedule, Yi Yunwan was only wearing a black coat on the outside and a suspender dress on the inside. Her every move revealed a gleam of her beauty, which was a feast for the eyes of the younger brothers around. Wow, they had never seen such a beautiful girl in their life. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan turned around and glared at them, his eyes seemed to say, "What are you looking at? Is this something you can watch?" But these younger brothers had no idea that Jiang Yan was their real boss. They just glared back at him without any fear. "Damn, who the hell do you think you are?" Fortunately, Wu Feng reacted quickly. Seeing that the situation was not good, he shouted to the brothers around him. "What are you looking at? This is your sister-in-law. Don't you want her eyes anymore?" "Sister-in-law?" Hearing this, the younger brothers who were still staring at Jiang Yan were stunned. If this beauty was the sister-in-law, then this person was. The thought was terrifying. Without hesitation, hundreds of younger brothers turned around in a hurry and tactfully surrounded the eldest brother and his wife, forcibly separating them from a private space. I have to say that the younger brothers in this class are very sensible. After dealing with these little brothers, Jiang Yan turned around and said with a wry smile, "Wife, why didn't you say hello to me before you came?" Jiang Yan felt extremely guilty when he said this, and he didn't even dare to look her in the eye. Yi Yunwan snorted coldly and grabbed Jiang Yan's collar directly, with anger in her tone. "I've only been away for a few days. If I'd been a little later, you would have really died. Do you understand?" Yi Yunwan spoke the last two words particularly loudly, almost shouting, which showed how uneasy she was inside. Jiang Yan also knew that he was in the wrong in this matter, so he had to admit his mistake in a low voice. "I won't dare to do that next time." Yi Yunwan glared with her almond-shaped eyes and immediately scolded, "You dare to do it again next time." Jiang Yan was at a loss as to what to do and quickly changed his words. "I won't dare to do that again. Really, I promise." The two looked at each other for a while, and the sudden silence made the screams not far away stand out particularly. Seeing that there were quite a few people around, Yi Yunwan temporarily suppressed her anger and glared at Jiang Yan. "I'll deal with you when I get back." After saying that, she raised her foot and walked towards Wu Tai. The oppressive feeling emanating from her body made the younger brothers fearfully make way for her. Wow, this sister-in-law doesn't seem like someone you would want to mess with. She looks like a fairy, but her personality is quite fierce. But they didn't know that this was the result of Yi Yunwan suppressing her emotions, otherwise, Jiang Yan would probably have fallen to the ground now. Seeing her walking towards Wu Tai, Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and patted his heart, feeling like it was about to jump out. He wondered in his heart, how could Yi Yunwan suddenly appear here, and why was the timing so coincidental? On the other side, Lin Hu was being ridden by Wu Tiechi, who punched him again and again, his fists stained with blood. Lin Hu had been beaten unconscious at this point, and his entire face was unrecognizable, which shows how tragic the injury was. But even so, Wu Tai was still not satisfied. He punched Lin Hu hard, as if he wanted to beat him to death. In fact, he did think so. Anyway, he has already made the mistake once, so at worst he might do it again. There were footsteps behind me, and a bone-chilling voice rang out, "Get out of the way." Wu Tai, who was swinging his fist, was stunned. He turned around and saw that it was his sister-in-law who came. He quickly stood up and hid aside, secretly frowning in his heart. Oh my god, this guy Lin Hu was completely finished. The sister-in-law usually can't stand seeing brother Yin too tired, let alone the fact that something bad almost happened today. Wu Tai feels terrified just thinking about it. If I fell into the hands of my sister-in-law, it would probably be more painful than death. Yi Yunwan looked at the unconscious Lin Hu and waved her hand. Two younger brothers came over tactfully. He ordered in a cold voice, "Send this guy to the hospital immediately, don't let him die." Yes, yes. The two younger brothers did not dare to delay for a moment. They grabbed the hands and feet of the Black Tiger gang leader and rushed towards the hospital. Jiang Yan also came up. Perhaps because the bullet had just scratched his skin, his cheek was bleeding profusely. But he didn't care. Compared to death, it was just a minor skin injury and it would heal on its own in no time. But a trace of heartache flashed across Yi Yunwan's eyes. She couldn't help but touch his cheek and whispered, "Does it hurt?" The tone was extremely gentle, like bathing in warm sunshine. Jiang Yan thought she was concerned about him and grinned, "It's okay, it's just a little scratch and it will be fine in a while." Well, that's good. Yi Yunwan nodded, then her eyes became fierce and she kicked Jiang Yan directly in the stomach. At this distance, there was no time to react. Jiang Yan's eyes widened and he almost vomited out his overnight meal. He was kicked to the ground and began to dry heave on the cold concrete floor. Yi Yunwan looked down at him and said coldly, "Since it's just a minor injury, let me settle the score with you." Jiang Yan. Chapter 62 Angry Yi Yunwan. With Lin Hu being taken away, the defeat of the Black Tiger gang was a foregone conclusion. But what was strange was that when Lin Hu was beaten, not a single one of the hundreds of Black Tiger gang members who came to support him stood up. He watched Lin Hu being taken away with a cold expression, as if he was looking at a stranger. In the crowd, a man with a scar on his face hiding in a corner answered the phone. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "The goal has been achieved, come back." The scarred man nodded respectfully, "Yes, Third Master." The eyes of the people around him gathered. The man with the scar waved his hand, turned around and retreated the way he came. Wu Feng and Wu Tai did not stop them when they saw this. After all, their goal had been achieved and there was no point in bothering with these people any further. The originally large group of people left in the blink of an eye, taking away their companion who was lying on the ground, unknown whether he was dead or alive. Looking at the loving scene between his sister-in-law, the car lights came on, and the old butler sitting in the driver's seat drove the car over and stopped in front of the two of them. "Hey, don't pull me, I can walk by myself." Jiang Yan felt a little uncomfortable being strangled and kept struggling. Yi Yunwan snorted coldly, dragged Jiang Yan, opened the back door and threw him in like trash. With a bang, Jiang Yan's head hit the car window on the other side. He held his head and gasped in pain. "It hurts, it hurts." Ignoring him, Yi Yunwan slammed the car door shut, then walked to the passenger seat, opened the door and got in. He said coldly, "Go back to the villa." "Yes, miss." The old butler nodded. The sound of the engine accelerator sounded, and the Rolls-Royce drove in a certain direction in the dark night, leaving only the red taillights. Just a moment after the car left, a figure walked out from the shadows. It is still summer, but the man is wearing a black jacket, jeans, and sunglasses. The scarred man followed and looked at the Rolls-Royce that had disappeared in the distance, and whispered, "Third young master, I made a mistake in this matter. I didn't expect Lin Hu to be so useless. He was defeated at the critical moment. No wonder the family expelled him back then. The young man named San Shao spoke, with a smile on his lips, and his tone was calm and unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. No, that idiot did a very good job. At least he demonstrated his only value before he died. The scarred man understood the deep meaning behind his words, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I'll go get rid of him. Chen Nan nodded, put his hands in his pockets, turned around and walked away, his voice like a piece of 10,000 years of ice. Well, remember to do it cleanly. That woman is very sensitive. The scarred man walked towards a car parked on the street indifferently. The accelerator sound gradually died down, and the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Villa number 1. The lights in the villa were on, but there was no one inside. The car door opened, a pair of legs stretched out first, and Yi Yunwan walked straight to the 3rd floor of the villa. The back door opened, and Jiang Yan got out of the car cautiously. He looked at the figure going up the stairs, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. It's all over. There's probably no hope this time. This is probably the angriest Jiang Yan has ever been since he met Yi Yunwan. The consequences for him will be disastrous. Or, run. But the entire Jiang city is now the territory of Feiyan Group, which seems a little unrealistic. Looking at the villa right in front of him, Jiang Yan took a step back, and the next second he shuddered all over. The old butler kindly reminded. Master Jiang Yan, you'd better go up quickly. If you wait any longer, the lady will probably be even angrier, and then no one will be able to save you. A kind reminder warms everyone's heart. Thank you for your reminder. Forget it, I'll just die. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and walked directly into the villa, with the momentum of a hero who would never return. Going up to the 3rd floor, Jiang Yan saw the open door at a glance and walked in fearfully. As there was no light in the room, it was pitch black and one could not see anything, let alone people. This made Jiang Yan feel a little bit lucky. Maybe she was too tired and just fell asleep. Yes, that must be it. He walked into the room step by step. Although his footsteps were light, they were still clearly audible in the silent room. As soon as Jiang Yan walked in, the bedroom door was slammed shut and a soft body was pulled over his. Jiang Yan's mouth was suddenly blocked. Brothers, please urge me to update. Thank you all for your love. I love you although I am a man. Chapter 63. Taylor made interrogation chair for Jiang Yan. In the dark room, 2 bodies continued to intertwine, hugging each other tightly, feeling each other's body temperature. Jiang Yan, who hadn't relieved stress for a long time, couldn't resist such temptation, and his mind was instantly occupied by desire. He stretched out his hand and held her in his arms. A pair of white, cool hands held her neck, and her seductive legs hung in the air. Jiang Yan walked directly to the bed, threw himself on her, and began to move his hands up and down, causing the person in front of him to moan softly. Be gentle. At this time, Yi Yunwan had taken off her black coat, and was wearing a thin halter dress on her delicate body. Her hot body temperature could be felt through the layer of cloth. Heavy breathing came from Jiang Yan's nose. He reached his hand directly into the thin cloth and kept stroking the skin. While continuing to ask for more, Jiang Yan said in a hoarse voice, Wife, I miss you. Yi Yunwan moaned softly, her voice charming and moving, and their eyes met in the dark room, and they could see the love in each other's eyes. Seeing his wife in such a sexy posture, Jiang Yan put his hand into her clothes. Yi Yunwan seemed to have received some stimulation, her face turned extremely red, and she felt like her body was about to burn. She tried hard to hold back the pleasure coming from her body and kept panting. Yi Yunwan held Jiang Yan's face with both hands, her lips continuously exhaling hot air as she panted. Then I'll give you one chance, and see how you, perform. There was no doubt that these words were meant for Jiang Yan, who was about to lose control, removing the last restriction, like a beast out of a cage. After getting the approval, Jiang Yan no longer suppressed the desire in his heart. He directly tore off the thin layer of cloth and faced each other frankly. After a while, the luxurious bed began to shake slightly, accompanied by the man's heavy breathing and seductive gasps. It was just a normal night, I didn't do anything, please don't make up your mind. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight rose from the east and illuminated the earth. Fresh air spread throughout the city, refreshing and comfortable. The chirping of birds echoes over the city, indicating that yesterday has become the past and a new day has begun. Jiang Yan slept very soundly this time, feeling at peace somehow. Under the thin snow-white quilt, he hugged the delicate body tightly. Get up. A clear and cool voice sounded in my ears. Jiang Yan lay on his side, and when he opened his eyes he saw the person in his arms staring at him. His eyes were cold but contained deep love. Hugging her delicate body into his arms, Jiang Yan was reluctant to let go and said coquettishly, "Honey, sleep a little longer." He worked hard all night yesterday, and it was physically demanding work, so he hasn't gotten enough sleep yet. In response, Yi Yunwan took out an iron fan from somewhere and pressed its cool touch directly against Jiang Yan's cheek. He said coldly, "You don't think what happened yesterday is over?" Hearing this, Jiang Yan's body trembled, and the sharp touch on his face seemed to be about to cut his skin in the next second. Gurgle. With his throat rolling, Jiang Yan carefully stretched out his hand, trying to move the iron fan away from himself. But just as he moved, the person next to him glared at him fiercely. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand and dared not do it again. "Well, wife, it's like this so early in the morning." "No. It's not good." Jiang Yan tried to struggle. Yi Yunwan saw through his little thoughts at a glance, and she lifted the quilt to reveal her pure and flawless body. She opened the wardrobe and randomly picked out a jumpsuit and put it on, saying lightly, "If you don't want to stay in bed for the rest of your life, I advise you to get out of bed right now." His tone was full of threats, but his voice was incredibly pleasant. Hearing this, Jiang Yan, who had no time to admire the perfect body, hurriedly sat up, picked up the casual white shirt that had fallen on the side of the bed and started putting it on without any delay. Yi Yunwan, who was the first to put on her clothes, opened the door and walked downstairs. She was wearing a pair of sandals, revealing her pink and white feet, and walked to the living room on the first floor. The old butler had already prepared breakfast. A dozen simple and exquisite plates were placed on the dining table. He whispered respectfully, "Miss, the things are ready. Do you want to take them out?" Yi Yunwan sat on the chair that had been empty for more than 10 days and said, "Bring it up." Then she started to eat breakfast. "I played a little too much last night, so I need to catch up." Jiang Yan, who had just walked downstairs, came to the table and sat down. Looking at the only set of bowls and chopsticks on the table, he asked in confusion, "Why is there one set of bowls and chopsticks missing? This is really a rare thing." Even such a professional old butler can be negligent sometimes. But Yi Yunwan drank a sip of fresh milk and said coldly, "How can it be less? Isn't it just right?" "Ah." Jiang Yan was stunned. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him and turned around to look. The old butler came in with a bodyguard carrying a strange chair and said with a smile, "Master Jiang Yan, this is a gift that the young lady prepared for you." "Gift?" Jiang Yan looked at the strange chair that was moved in front of him and felt that it looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The butler kindly explained, "This is a chair used in court to interrogate prisoners, and this one was specially customized for you, young lady." "Wow, it's a custom-made one." The butler and bodyguard retreated and considerately closed the door of the villa. With a bang, the door slowly closed. Looking at the half-man-high interrogation chair, Jiang Yan had a bad feeling in his heart. Could this be? Sure enough, his guess was completely confirmed the next second. Yi Yunwan put down her chopsticks, picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth, then said calmly, "Why are you still standing there? Sit up. This is a gift I prepared especially for you." "Ha ha." Jiang Yan's expression was stiff. "Can you not sit down?" Yi Yunwan looked over with frosty eyes, staring at Jiang Yan, as if to say, "Do you dare to disobey me?" Finally, Jiang Yan had no choice but to sit on it. It must be said that it was indeed custom-made and even the size was just right. Seeing this, Yi Yunwan stood up and walked over, gently pressing the switch behind the interrogation chair, and the inside of the chair suddenly vibrated. For handcuffs directly locked Jiang Yan's limbs, making him unable to move, and he was completely turned into a prisoner. "Just stay here obediently today. I'll let you out when I'm in a good mood." After saying that, Yi Yunwan turned around and walked out of the villa, changed into a pair of white sneakers, and went out. "Keep an eye on him. No one can let him go without my permission." "Yes, Mississippi." The butler responded respectfully. After giving the instructions, Yi Yunwan got into the car and drove towards the city center. Chapter 64. I'll castrate you directly. Qing Province, as one of the top provinces in China, has an unprecedentedly developed entertainment industry, which has attracted many people from other provinces. In a certain mountainous area, there is a vast complex of villas, which belongs to the Chen family of the famous Qinghe gang in Qing Province. In a three-story villa in the center, Chen Jiolong, the head of the Chun family, looked coldly at his third son kneeling in front of him with indifferent eyes.
Who allowed you to interfere in Jiang City's affairs? Chen Jiolong asked.
Chen Nan, the third young master of the Chen family, knelt in front of his father with a calm expression. He did not answer his father's questions because it was meaningless. With a bang, Chen Jiolong slammed the table and stood up, pointing his finger at Chen Nan, and angrily scolded. Not only did you secretly participate in the fight in Jiang City, you even dared to kill Jiang Yan. Do you know what this means? Although the Chen family is not afraid of the Jiang family due to its power, there is an unwritten rule between the major forces, which is also a red line. No matter how the younger generations fight, no one's life must be harmed. This is the common bottom line of all the major families. After all, no one knows what kind of trouble will arise after losing the heir.
Not to mention Jiang Yan.
You have to know that the Jiang family has a strong background in the military and should not be easily provoked. Now Chen Nan, as his son, openly tries to kill Jiang Yan.
If the Jiang family finds out, what will be the consequences? Jiang Yan is the only child of this generation in the Jiang family.
Chen Nan lowered his head and said nothing, which made Chen Jiolong even more furious. He picked up the whip beside him and shouted angrily, "Rebellious son! I shouldn't have let you live in the first place. You almost caused me a terrible disaster, you bastard." Chen Jiolong swung the whip in his hand without mercy and lashed his son hard, instantly tearing his skin and flesh, and his clothes were stained with blood, which was very creepy. Chen Nan had long been accustomed to this.
He let the whip hit his body without changing his expression.
Only his trembling hands expressed his inner unrest. It was half an hour before the thrashing sound finally stopped.
From now on, you can't leave the Chen family without my permission.
Chen Jiolong snorted coldly, without any sympathy for the wounded Chen Nan, and walked out of the villa directly.
Chen Nan raised his head and looked at his father's leaving back.
A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly hidden and lurked deep in his heart.
Wait, father, one day I will make you understand.
Jiang City First Hospital. Outside the luxurious ward on the top floor, a team of police officers was guarding the door of a ward. It was the Wang Song team that led the guard in the south of the city last night.
Tramp, the sound of footsteps came in the quiet corridor. Yi Yunwan, with a cold expression, walked over from the end of the corridor.
Wang Song hurried over to greet her. "Miss Yi, you're here." Yi Yunwan had met Wang Song several times, so she was familiar with him and asked directly, "How is the situation?"
Wang Song's face turned ugly.
"Not good. Lin Hu was poisoned. We don't know the exact situation yet, but there is a high probability that he will not wake up. The purpose of the person who poisoned Lin Hu was very clear: he wanted to kill him. If that was the case, he would definitely not give the hospital a chance to treat him." Sure enough, the door of the ward was opened, and an old man in a white coat walked out, followed by several doctors and nurses.
The old doctor didn't know Yi Yunwan, so he walked directly to Wang Song and sighed, "There's no hope. This poison is specially made. There is no way to start it."
The old doctor considered himself an expert in medicine, but he could only shake his head helplessly and leave.
Yi Yunwan looked thoughtful, seeing that there was someone behind this matter. Who could be the mastermind?
There was a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. To dare to attack her own man was simply courting death. But now that the clue about Lin Hu has been cut off, let's put this matter aside for now.
Then Captain Wang, I'll go back first.
Please give my regards to the director for me.
After saying that, Yi Yunwan left without looking back.
She acted very competently and efficiently.
At the same time, on the other side, Villa Number 1.
Zhang Yanqing was locked in the interrogation chair with no hope in his heart. He looked at the leftover breakfast on the table, smelled the aroma, and his stomach growled. When Wu Tai came over, he saw the scene and couldn't help but ask curiously,
"Brother Yan, are you cosplaying?"
Hearing this, Zhang Yan glared at him and said with a smile,
"Have you seen that cosplayer lock himself up?"
Looking at his situation, Zhang Yan became angrier and angrier. He had thought about it carefully and believed that there must be someone around him who informed Yi Yunwan, so she was able to come here in time yesterday.
But just thinking about it made him angry. How could a 7-foot-tall man like him be followed and monitored by someone? He said angrily,
"Mister, don't let me know who reported it, or I'll make him pay." Wu Tai, who was about to show his hand, said,
"Forget it.
I'll find a chance to talk to Brother Yan later to avoid hurting our relationship."
Zhang Yan looked at the food on the table. He was so hungry that he couldn't stand it anymore. He turned his eyes and smiled at Wu Tai. "Brother, come and bring me the food over there. I haven't eaten yet." Wu Tai was a little hesitant. Before he came in, the housekeeper had specifically told him not to listen to anything Brother Yin said, otherwise when his sister-in-law came back. Thinking about his sister-in-law's terrifying aura, Wu Tai couldn't help but shudder and shook his head quickly. "Brother Yin, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now. Please take care of yourself." After saying that, Wu Tai ran out of the villa directly, leaving Jiang Yan so angry that he sat there yelling, "Traitor! You figure out who is your boss. Come back. Damn." Inside the villa, Jiang Yan kept shouting and screaming, and Wu Tai was helpless in doing anything. He could only pray in his heart that Brother Yen would not starve to death. Just at this time, Yi Yunwan, who had gone to the hospital, drove back. When she got out of the car, she heard Jiang Yan shouting loudly in the villa. Her brows furrowed slightly. He was so energetic after being locked up for a whole morning. Could it be that the punishment was too light? She pushed open the door of the villa and walked in. Jiang Yan's voice suddenly stopped. Seeing that his wife had finally returned, he quickly begged for mercy. "Wife, I was wrong, please let me go. He consumed so much energy last night, but he hasn't eaten a single bite of food or drank a single drop of water yet. How can his body take it? My stomach is growling like a symphony." Seeing that his stomach was growling, Yi Yunwan thought he was really hungry. Her anger subsided a little and she snorted coldly. "Forget about it this time, but if you dare to do it again, I will castrate you." Chapter 65 Dare to Sue Me. Hearing that the matter was finally over, Jiang Yan almost cried with joy. After being locked up for a whole morning, he could finally be free. Yi Yunwan turned off the switch behind the interrogation chair, and the 4 handcuffs that tightly locked Jiang Yan opened instantly. Jiang Yan couldn't wait to get down from the chair and quickly sat at the dining table, his stomach growling with hunger. 2 or 3 hours had passed and the food had long gone cold, but it still smelled delicious. Jiang Yan directly picked up the bowl and chopsticks that Yi Yunwan had used in the morning, picked up the dishes and started eating without any image. Yi Yunwan shook her head and walked into the kitchen. After a while, she came out with a portion of steaming braised pork and a bowl of rice. He glared at Jiang Yan, who had no image at all, and said, "Be more polite." Jiang Yan was eating so fast that he had no time to answer her. His eyes were fixed on the braised pork. Without caring about anything else, he poured the bowl of white rice into the plate of braised pork and started eating the rice with the sauce. The braised pork has a strong meaty aroma and is very chewy, making it perfect for eating with rice. Yi Yunwan pulled out a chair and sat down, supporting herself with her hands, and turned her head to look at Jiang Yan eating, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. After not seeing him for such a long time, this man has become more attractive. It is said that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, but in terms of handsomeness, I am still not as good as you readers. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, and lay down on the chair happily, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Long live dry eating. After staring at it for a while, Yi Yunwan spoke softly. "Let's go after we finish eating. The new mayor will arrive in Jiang City tomorrow. After we hand over the affairs of the South City, you will come back to the Magic City with me." Jiang Yan nodded, stood up, went upstairs to change into black clothes. He was already sweating in the hot weather. After a simple tidying up, the two left the villa hand in hand. They didn't look like a couple in love, but more like an old married couple. Sitting in the car, Jiang Yan asked about Yi Yunwan's situation in the Magic City while driving, and his tone revealed concern. "How's the job in the Magic City?" Yi Yunwan sat in the passenger seat, not caring how beautiful the scenery outside the window was. She kept staring at Jiang Yan's profile and replied softly, "Not bad. This is true. If not for some annoying things, she can get whatever she wants in the Magic City. Although there are 3 major families in the Magic City, the Ji family's centers are all over the country, so the Yi family and the Jiang family can be said to have absolute power in the Magic City, and no one can influence them. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family and the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, Yi Yunwan has received attention from both major families and is not afraid even if the truth is revealed. As for you, how is your relationship with your childhood sweetheart?" Yi Yunwan asked with a smile. But there was a hint of coldness on her face. If the answer did not satisfy her, the end would be miserable. Jiang Yan looked at the road ahead and replied calmly, "It's okay, but I still care about you more than her." "Really?" Yi Yunwan was suspicious. Looking at Jiang Yan, who was driving seriously, she couldn't help but poke his face with her hand. A woman's face is soft, while a man's face is a little harder, but Yi Yunwan likes the touch very much. After half an hour, the car slowly stopped downstairs of the group. The two people with outstanding temperament got out of the car, instantly attracting everyone's attention and causing quite a stir within the group.
Look, it's Mr. Yi who's back. Didn't he say he was going to the Magic City to inherit the family business? Why is he back?
The people beside him laughed and said, "You don't understand this, Mr. Yi must have come back specially to see Mr. Jiang.
I really envy them. Where is my beautiful love?" Amid the employees' discussions, the two well-matched people got on the elevator and went straight to the top floor.
After a slight tremor, the elevator arrived and the door slowly opened. Secretary Shura was about to go downstairs when she saw her boss appear.
After a slight surprise, she said respectfully, "Boss Yi, you're back."
Yi Yunwan said softly, walked out of the elevator directly, and ordered,
"Ask Vice President Yu to come to my office."
The affairs of the group still need to be asked to this vice president.
Given Jiang Yan's personality, Yi Yunwan didn't even need to think about it. This guy must be a hands-off boss.
As long as I'm not watching him, he can fly to the sky. When I turned around, I saw Jiang Yan looking nonchalant, looking here and there, a real gangster. She suddenly said, "During the time I was away, Vice President, you told me a lot about you."
"What?" Jiang Yan was stunned.
He didn't understand what this meant at first, but then he reacted instantly. He suddenly remembered that someone had complained to his wife before, which caused him a lot of trouble. At that time, Jiang Yan also found Yu Tianming, wanting to see who was telling tales, but he didn't expect it to be this bastard.
Having reached the door of the office, Jiang Yan walked towards the finance office with gritted teeth. "I'll come find you later."
Looking at Jiang Yan's back as he left angrily, Yi Yunwan smiled, opened the door of her office and walked in. Yu Tianming, who was on his way, had no idea that he was about to face a disaster.
In the office of the Ministry of Finance, many financial employees were calculating data.
In the minister's office, He Yinhua was wearing a pair of glasses and looking at the documents in his hands. At this time, there was a knock on the office door.
Before she could answer, Jiang Yan walked in cautiously.
He casually greeted her, "Good morning, Minister He." He Yinhua was about to get angry when he found out that the person who came was Jiang Yan. He glanced at him and then looked at the document in his hand, saying in a neutral tone,
"Hey, what wind brought our CEO Jiang here?" Jiang Yan smiled and closed the office door, then sat down opposite him. "I'm here to bring you good news." "Good news?"
He Yinhua thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up, he put down the document in his hand, and looked at Jiang Yan in surprise.
"You did it?"
When Jiang Yan wanted to be a hands-off boss, he paid a hefty price to convince her.
"How long has it been? And it's already been completed?"
In He Yunhua's opinion, it was no different from a fairy tale.
Jiang Yan nodded, with a meaningful smile on his face. "Someone will take over from you later. This time I came here to talk to you about something else."
Jiang Yan came closer and whispered a few words into He Yunhua's ear with a sly smile on his face.
"If you dare to sue me, I will kill you." Not long after, Yu Tianming's phone kept vibrating in the office on the top floor. There were messages coming in.
"There is another chapter at noon. Everyone please give a book review, 5 stars, thank you. By the way, the next chapter is Candy.
Chapter 66 I Love You."
The hot summer is about to pass, and the refreshing autumn is coming silently.
At noon, Hauke came to the hotel. "Welcome everyone to our hotel and wish you a pleasant meal."
The waiter, dressed coolly and sweetly, smiled sweetly.
A group of people walked into the hotel.
They were 3 middle-aged men in casual clothes and went straight to the hotel's private room. "Mayor Ning, you just got off the plane and haven't even had time to hand over your work.
You must have worked so hard."
Municipal Party Committee Secretary Wang Tianqing said with a faint smile. The deputy secretary also had a smiling face.
"Yes, now everyone knows that our Zheng city is a mess. We will have to trouble the mayor more in the future."
Walking between the two people, Ning Xianda was wearing a Zhongshan suit and had a serious expression, giving people a feeling of righteousness. Walking up the stairs, he waved his hands. "Don't say that, both of you.
If I do something wrong in the future, I will need your help." "That's natural. It's our job."
Chatting all the way, the 3 of them walked to the door of the box. Before they went in, they heard a quarrel between a man and a woman coming from inside. Inside the private room, the table was already piled with precious delicacies, such as king crab, braised lion head, cabbage soup and other delicious dishes.
"Open your mouth."
At the dining table, Yi Yunwan held a spoonful of fried rice and handed it to Jiang Yan's mouth. But Jiang Yan had breakfast almost at noon today. At most, less than an hour had passed. How could he eat now? He quickly shook his head. I'm really not hungry. Eat by yourself. Hearing this, Yi Yunwan felt unhappy. She wanted to feed this stinky man, but he dared to reject her? How can this go on? Now he won't even let me feed him. Will he do something even more extreme next time? Will she still be the one making the decisions in this family in the future? Yi Yunwan frowned slightly, and a chill emanated from her body. Her originally charming tone became murderous, and she said calmly, I'm only saying this one last time. Open your mouth. You'd better think about the consequences before making a choice. Angry, absolutely angry. Jiang Yan shuddered all over, but still opened his mouth tremblingly. He might die of fullness if he ate it, but if he didn't eat it, he would definitely be beaten to death. Jiang Yan opened his mouth. A spoonful of fried rice tastes very fragrant but not greasy, but it makes your stomach a little full. Seeing Jiang Yan eating it obediently, Yi Yunwan showed a satisfied smile on her face. She put down the spoon, leaned forward and gently touched Jiang Yan's face with her red lips. This is a reward for you. The red lips were soft, but Jiang Yan was already a little tired of them. Well, after all, that kind of thing has already been done, and now at this point, it can't make him feel the slightest bit of fluctuation in his heart. All I can say is that love will disappear. Jiang Yan silently picked up the paper towel on the table and wiped the saliva off his face. Yi Yunwan? A gust of wind blew, and Jiang Yan turned around in confusion. Pa! A crisp sound echoed in the box, and a slap mark was visible on Jiang Yan's face. Yi Yunwan gritted her teeth. Why, are you starting to dislike me now? He actually did such a thing in front of her. He must be tired of living. Jiang Yan finally realized what he had just done. His heart trembled and he quickly covered his face to explain. I. What do you mean by you? Yi Yunwan scolded, looking dissatisfied. It's getting more and more outrageous. The next second, before Jiang Yan could react, his lips were blocked by sweet lips, and something strange was inserted into them. Since you dislike it so much, I will. The smooth tongue kept interweaving with Jiang Yan's tongue in his mouth, and their saliva merged together, causing his throat to roll. Jiang Yan didn't expect Yi Yunwan to be so bold. They were still in the box and someone might come in at any time. Yet she dared to do things that were not suitable for children. Jiang Yan, who had originally wiped Yi Yunwan's saliva with disgust, now also began to go along with her, and his previous indifferent image was gone. He hugged the delicate body beside him and kissed her passionately. At this moment, double standards reached the extreme. Kissing is not allowed, but French kissing is allowed. As time passed, the two men's breathing became rapid, until finally Jiang Yan was forced to surrender. After being freed, Jiang Yan took a few deep breaths of oxygen, and his slightly red face relaxed a little. Yi Yunwan, who was sitting next to him, licked her lips with a hint of unsatisfaction, stretched out her slender jade fingers to hook Jiang Yan's chin, and threatened with a smile, Husband, what do you think of this punishment? Jiang Yan's face didn't blush, his heartbeat quickened, and he tried to save face. It's okay, just average. Even if he surrenders first, as a man, he must not lose in terms of momentum. You're so naughty. Yi Yunwan withdrew her hand and let the guy go for the time being. She would give him a good lesson when she returned. You can be tough on the surface now, but you will be obedient once you get to bed. Just at this moment, the door of the box was pushed open, and Mayor Ning and his party walked in. They first greeted with a smile, Chairman Yi, long time no see. Before coming to Jiang City, Ning Xianda had met the eldest daughter of the Yi family at a banquet in Magic City. Although I couldn't speak, I still have the impression. Yi Yunwan's expression also changed, and she looked as if she was keeping people at a distance. After all, this was always her attitude towards others. Of course, except for a certain stinky man. Jiang Yan sat aside and smiled politely, then said nothing more. After all, it was working time and also his time to slack off. After discussions between Yi Yunwan and Ning Xianda, the reconstruction of the South City was completely confirmed, and the group will assign someone to be in charge of this matter. The cost of demolishing the old city has also increased to 3 times the original amount, and there are various other benefits. The matter was settled, and the group did not stay long after discussing the matter. They walked out of the hotel with slightly tipsy faces. Outside the hotel, Yi Yunwan's face was slightly red, probably because she had drunk too much. In the end, she was helped into the car by Jiang Yan. At night, the street lights are exceptionally bright, dispelling the terrifying darkness and illuminating the entire city, giving people a sense of security. Perhaps because she drank too much and her mind was a little fuzzy, Yi Yunwan lay in the back seat of the car, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her eyes closed, and she whispered softly, "Jiang Yan, I love you." Jiang Yan, who was concentrating on driving, smiled slightly and replied softly, "I love you too." Perhaps it was because of hearing these words, Yi Yunwan's slightly frowned brows relaxed, and she fell asleep peacefully like a curled-up kitten. Perhaps the essence of love is so simple, and what is often complicated is the human heart. Chapter 67, Yi Yunwan after her illness. In the early morning, a cool breeze blew into the room. Yi Yunwan subconsciously curled up her body and wanted to hug the person next to her, but she caught nothing. She opened her eyes and realized that she was the only one on the bed. Jiang Yan had disappeared. She reached out and touched the quilt beside her. It was still warm, so he must have left not long ago. She frowned. Why was this man getting up so early? Just as he was thinking this, the bedroom door was pushed open, and Jiang Yan walked in with a bowl of steaming hangover soup in his hand. Seeing that Yi Yunwan had woken up, he said softly, "Awake? Don't drink so much next time. It's bad for your health. I made you some hangover soup. Have some." Jiang Yan slowly walked to the bedside and handed over the hangover soup in his hand. "Be careful, it's a little hot." Yi Yunwan felt warm in her heart. She tried to sit up but found that she had no strength and her body seemed to be a little hot. Jiang Yan, who was standing by, noticed her strangeness and thought of something. He put the soup in his hand on the bedside table and gently touched his forehead against Yi Yunwan's. This sudden action scared Yi Yunwan. She subconsciously wanted to push Jiang Yan away, but her body was powerless. She could only whisper, "What are you doing?" After a while, Jiang Yan stood up straight and said helplessly, "You have a fever." "Fever?" Yi Yunwan, who was lying on the bed, was slightly stunned. She touched her forehead with the back of her hand and found that it was indeed a little hot. "I really have a fever." Jiang Yan walked to the window and reached out to close the glass window so that the wind outside could not come in. Now that the weather was starting to get cooler, it was the peak season for colds and fevers, and it was most likely to get the flu. After closing the window, Jiang Yan walked over and squatted beside the bed, asking softly, "Can you sit up?" Yi Yunwan curled up in the quilt, feeling a little dizzy and shaking her head. "I really can't do anything about you." Jiang Yan sighed, looking at Yi Yunwan, who was completely different from her usual state, and picked up the soup beside her. "I'll feed you." Jiang Yan scooped up the soup with a spoon, blew on it gently to make sure it wouldn't burn her, and then handed it to her mouth. Yi Yunwan closed her eyes and lay on the bed, her nose moving slightly, and she opened her little mouth waiting for Jiang Yan to feed her. One spoonful after another, it took more than 10 minutes before the bowl of soup was empty. Jiang Yan gently pulled the quilt for her, his tone as gentle as the spring breeze. "I'll get you some antipyretic medicine, you have a good rest." As he said that, Jiang Yan was about to pick up the empty bowl and walk out the door. "Wait!" Yi Yunwan suddenly called him. Hearing the noise, Jiang Yan turned around. "What's wrong?" Yi Yunwan stretched out her hands hidden in the quilt and opened her arms towards Jiang Yan. Her meaning was very clear. "Hold." The tone was no longer as overbearing and cold as before. Perhaps it would be better to describe it as gentle and tender. Faced with Yi Yunwan in this state, Jiang Yan couldn't refuse at all. He walked to the bed and hugged her gently. Embracing the warm body in his arms, Yi Yunwan leaned her head on the firm chest and said in a daze, "Don't leave, okay?" Afraid that Jiang Yan would leave, she hugged him tightly with her arms, not letting him leave. After falling ill, Yi Yunwan seemed like a different person. No, maybe this was the real her, and the rest were all disguises. Jiang Yan took off his shoes, hugged her and lay down on the bed, then covered her with a quilt to prevent her from catching a cold. Inside the bed, Yi Yunwan lay on Jiang Yan like a puddle of water, and even her breathing could be heard clearly. What a fairy! Jiang Yan had no choice but to hug her, and their bodies fit together. Another half day passed, and the temperature outside was a little higher, just right for going out for a walk. On the bed, Yi Yunwan, who was held in Jiang Yan's arms, opened her eyes, revealing her innocent eyes, which blinked. Looking at the hands hugging her waist, Yi Yunwan was a little confused about the situation and couldn't help but look at Jiang Yan's profile. Jiang Yan was still sleeping soundly at this time, and didn't notice that the person in his arms had woken up. As if she remembered something, Yi Yunwan touched her forehead. It was already so hot, and it seemed that the fever had subsided. He reached out and pinched Jiang Yan's face, squeezing it. The next second, Jiang Yan knocked her hand away, and she said in a daze, "Stop it." As he spoke, Yi Yunwan felt the hand holding her waist tighten a little, and her breasts pressed tightly against his body. A minute later, Jiang Yan's screams were heard from the bedroom. "What are you doing?" Beside the bed, Jiang Yan covered his butt and looked at the culprit angrily. He was sleeping soundly, and then he got kicked for no reason. Who could accept this? At this time, Yi Yunwan's face had returned to its usual indifference. She covered her stomach and ordered Jiang Yan. "I'm hungry, go make me something to eat." Hearing this, Jiang Yan got up from the ground and said dissatisfiedly, "Then there is no need for you to kick me. Do you have any objections?" Yi Yunwan glanced at him sideways, with a threatening look in her eyes. "What it means is, if you dare not give it a try? The difference between you before and after you got sick is too big." Jiang Yan muttered dissatisfiedly. But he turned around and walked downstairs very obediently, with one hand covering the half of his butt that was kicked, which looked quite funny. Yi Yunwan hummed softly and lay back in bed again. Smelling the unique scent of Jiang Yan in the quilt, she couldn't help but cover her head in the quilt. As expected of my man, he smells so good. Downstairs. Jiang Yan's cell phone rang as he walked into the living room. He sat down on the sofa beside him and took out his cell phone. "It's my mom calling." As soon as the call was connected, his mother's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. "Son, I heard someone attack you, are you okay?" Jiang Yan was puzzled. Zhang City was so far away from the Magic City. How did his mother know that something happened to him? He crossed his legs and replied nonchalantly. "Oh, Mom, what can happen to me? Don't worry about it." Yi Qiuqing, who was far away in the Magic City, finally let go of the worry she had been holding onto after hearing this and breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay. I was so scared." Jiang Yan, who was concerned, was about to speak, but he heard Ye's mother on the other end of the phone continue. "It's not easy to raise you to this age. If you were gone, your mom and dad would have to open a new one, and then they would have to carry the baby for another 10 months. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay." Jiang Yan was speechless. "So this is what you mean? Then I should leave?" Back to the point, Ye's mother's tone suddenly became serious. "Since you are fine, come back as soon as possible. Your grandma asked you to come back to see her. Oh, by the way, bring my daughter-in-law with me." Chapter 68 Top Chef Jiang Yan. "Your grandmother has said that it doesn't matter if you can't come back, but you must bring your daughter-in-law back to see her. If you can't bring it back, you don't have to go back to the Jiang family." For a moment, Jiang Yan didn't know whether his grandmother was thinking about him or her daughter-in-law, but he didn't dare to go against the old lady's words. The person he fears the most in the Jiang family is his grandmother. His grandfather died early, and his grandmother single-handedly supported most of the Jiang family. She can be said to be the pillar of the family. It is also the Jiang family's greatest asset. Even Jiang Yan couldn't stand grandma's personality. To be more serious, compared with that woman Yi Yunwan, it was like heaven and hell. "Oh, I understand." Jiang Yan scratched his head. It seemed that he had to go back to the Magic City. It happened that he hadn't seen his grandma for a while. At this time, Ye's mother on the other end of the phone quietly inquired, "Son, tell me the truth, how far have you and the girl from the Yi family progressed?" Unexpectedly, the phone got a busy tone and was hung up. Jiang Yan hung up the phone expressionlessly. If he had hung up any later, given his mother's temper, she would probably have even found out how many hairs on his body there were. Yi Qiuqing, who was far away in a villa in Magic City, was applying a facial mask and was angrily looking at the hung-up phone on the table. "You little brat, you've gotten so cocky that you dared to hang up on me. When you come back, I'll give you a good beating." He really forgot his mother after he got a wife. Jiang Yan on the other side didn't care about all this. He hung up the phone, but before he could put it down, there was another slight vibration. This is really strange. It used to be rare to get one call a day, but now there are two at once. Yes, it was Shin Shinru who called. "It's quite strange that I haven't seen her looking for me in the past few days. She always wanted to stick to me before. Hey beautiful lady, what's wrong?" Shin Shinru's voice on the other end of the phone was a little lost. "Brother Jiang Yan, I'm going back to Southern Province." So sudden? Jiang Yan was stunned. He had just returned to Jiang City to recuperate for a few days and was about to go back. Shinru explained softly, Dad said that now that I'm well, I should go back and help him manage the company's affairs so that it will be easier for him to take charge in the future. But I don't want to leave yet. Jiang Yan could tell from her tone that Father Shen's attitude this time was very firm, otherwise this girl would not be like this. He comforted her, it's okay, I'll go to the southern province to visit you later. Really? Shinru was delighted when she heard that, but then she felt conflicted again, but I'm afraid of my father. Jiang Yan held his forehead with his hand, he almost forgot that he was a daughter slave. If he really went there without any preparation, he would probably be thrown out harshly. There is no doubt that a daughter slave man would definitely do such a thing. After a brief chat, Jiang Yan hung up the phone with a smile, stretched, and lay down on the sofa. There are not many peaceful days left, so cherish the time you have now. At this moment, a beautiful face enlarged in his eyes, and his indifferent eyes stared straight at Jiang Yan's eyes. Yi Yunwan stood beside the sofa with her bare white feet, leaned over to look at Jiang Yan lying on the sofa, and said expressionlessly, Didn't I ask you to prepare food? Where's the food? Jiang Yan was shocked. Damn. I was so engrossed in the conversation that I forgot about this. Yi Yunwan gritted her teeth and grabbed Jiang Yan's neck, saying fiercely, If you dare to let me starve, I will strangle you to death. Jiang Yan quickly pulled those hands apart and held them tightly in his hands. Oh, I'm wrong, I'll go right away. It's too late now. Yi Yunwan jumped directly onto the sofa, grabbed Jiang Yan's arm with her backhand, and sat on his back. Hey, don't pull it so it hurts. Jiang Yan was pressed on the sofa with his back facing the sky like a prisoner. Both hands were grabbed tightly and could not be freed. How could Yi Yunwan give up? Since she couldn't free her hands, she actually opened her mouth and bit Jiang Yan's neck, leaving a deep tooth mark. After a while, Jiang Yancheng lay on the sofa with no hope, a trace of crystal liquid flowing from the corner of his mouth, as if he had suffered some kind of serious injury. Yi Yunwan sat aside, relieved, patted Jiang Yan's round buttocks, and ordered, Hurry up and cook. I want to eat what you made. Jiang Yan didn't dare to hesitate. He sucked his saliva, ran into the kitchen and started preparing the ingredients. He can't stay in this family anymore. He has no status in the family at all. Without me, this family will break up sooner or later. Sitting in the living room, Yi Yunwan's stomach growled and she shouted towards the kitchen, Are you ready? I'm hungry. Jiang Yan put away the delusions in his mind, replied loudly, almost done, and then began to concentrate on cutting vegetables. It's hard to find a man as outstanding as me even with a lantern. Now I am forced to cater to the domineering female president, and I am not cherished. Alas, times have changed. 10 minutes later, just when Yi Yunwan was sitting on the sofa, waiting impatiently, Jiang Yan finally came out with 2 bowls of clear soup noodles. When Yi Yunwan saw him coming out of the kitchen, she was looking forward to what kind of delicious food he would prepare and whether it would taste better than those cooked by the famous chefs. Pata, 2 bowls of clear soup noodles were placed on the table, and Jiang Yan said with a proud look on his face, What do you think? I'm awesome, right? Don't you feel happy to have a chef husband like me? Your life is perfect? Looking at the noodles on the table, Yi Yunwan's mouth twitched. She reached out and picked up one of the bowls of noodles with chopsticks, and said with a somewhat angry smile, Is this the meal you cooked for me? The so-called clear soup noodles contained the staple food of instant noodles, and there were also several pieces of chopped green onions of different sizes floating in the noodle soup, which was full of color, aroma, and taste. Jiang Yan also seemed a little embarrassed. He originally thought that cooking was not difficult and he didn't need to learn it at all, but in the end, I guess the housekeeper will be shocked when he comes back. The whole kitchen looks like it has been blown up. It's noodles after all, just eat it. Jiang Yan picked up the small stool beside him and sat down. He slurped a mouthful of noodles and chewed for a few times. Pa. Jiang Yan spat out the noodles in his mouth, and his face looked like he was constipated. Yi Yunwan dipped her finger in the noodle soup in confusion, licked it gently with her tongue, and her face darkened. How much salt is added? Looking at Jiang Yan's constipated face, Yi Yunwan regretted it. If she had known that this guy couldn't cook, she should have asked the housekeeper to come back. Now she was still starving. At this time, Jiang Yan cautiously suggested, How about we go out to eat? After a moment of silence, Yi Yunwan nodded. From now on, this man cannot be allowed into the kitchen. It's too dangerous. Chapter 69 Arrival at the Magic City. Early in the morning, an airplane took off from the airport on time and flew into the blue sky with a huge roar. Jiang Yan sat by the window and looked at the rapidly shrinking city below. To be honest, he had been in Jiang City for 2 or 3 years, and now he was reluctant to leave. A white bare foot kicked his leg. Jiang Yan came back to his senses and reluctantly picked up the apple in his hand and began to peel it. Yi Yunwan, who was lying on her side, nodded. She lay there comfortably, opened her mobile phone and started reading a novel app that she hadn't opened for a long time. Well, this book looks pretty good, but the ratings are a bit low. What a poor author. Thinking of this, Yi Yunwan moved her fingers slightly, lighting up all 5 stars and giving a 5-star praise. At this time, Jiang Yan had also peeled the apple, cut it into small pieces, picked up a piece with a toothpick and put it in his mouth. It was quite sweet. After chewing it for a few times, Jiang Yan swallowed it. He had to say that rich people really knew how to enjoy life. Even apples were so delicious. Yi Yunwan frowned and looked at Jiang Yan and said coldly, "Who allowed you to take the first bite? What's so special about this?" Jiang Yan sensibly picked up a small piece and fed it to her mouth. "Eat it, it's quite sweet." Naughty. Yi Yunwan snorted coldly and put the small piece of apple into her mouth. It was indeed sweet. As if she was a little tired after lying down for a long time, Yi Yunwan supported herself with her hands and sat up a little, then placed her pink and white feet on Jiang Yan's legs and said, "My feet are a little sore, give me a foot massage." Jiang Yan curled his lips. Why did he feel like a male servant and had to do everything by himself? Although he was very resistant in his heart, his body was honest enough to put down the apple in his hand and began to massage his wife's feet with delicate techniques. "There's nothing I can do. She's my woman, so I have to pamper her." Yi Yunwan squinted her eyes in enjoyment, the corners of her eyes curved into crescent shapes, and she looked very comfortable. Jiang City is far away from the Magic City. Even at the fastest speed, it takes half a day to get there. If the weather is bad, it may even take 3 to 5 days to get there. Fortunately, there were no accidents along the way. Around dusk when the sun was setting, the plane finally arrived in the Magic City. Yi Yunwan seemed to be enjoying the originally boring journey, while Jiang Yan was at her beck and call, taking good care of this young lady, fearing that she would be dissatisfied. The Motu Airport is not only much larger than the airport in Jiang City, but also has the most advanced facilities, providing the most convenient services to customers. It's evening lunchtime now, so there aren't many people coming to pick up the plane. Most of them are sitting in a corner, playing with their phones while waiting. "Hey, why hasn't my brother arrived yet?" A petite figure stood at the door of the arrival hall, looking around with unhappiness written all over her face. Jiang Qingyan, who was standing at the side with a tall figure, smiled and said, "Miss, please wait a little longer. It should be here soon. After all, this time is different from the occasional return trips before, so I have to prepare a lot of things, and I will probably not return to Jiang City in the future." Jiang Xiaoya muttered angrily, "You stinky Jiang Yan, how dare you make me wait for so long? I'm going to tease you later." A sudden voice came from behind, "Who are you trying to tease?" Jiang Xiaoya's face froze. Jiang Qingyan, who was standing beside her, turned around and saw 2 figures walking towards them. The man was handsome with distinct features, and he looked casual yet gave people a shrewd feeling. The woman next to him was as beautiful as a fairy, with a cold look, giving people a temperament that kept people at a distance. Jiang Qingyan showed a hint of smile on his face. "Master, you are back, and Miss Yi." Jiang Yan nodded, "Well, I'm back." As he spoke, Jiang Yan walked directly in front of his sister, grabbed her ponytail with one hand, and said with a joking expression, "My lovely sister, do you have anything to say to your dear brother when you see him? Like some photos or something?" Jiang Xiaoye wanted to run away immediately after being caught, but Jiang Yan held her shoulders tightly. She could only look at her sister-in-law standing aside with grievance. "Sister-in-law, my brother bullied me." Seeing this lovely look, if Jiang Yan knew the character of this little girl, he would almost believe it. He increased the strength in his hand again and said fiercely, "Don't ask me for help. I tell you that it's useless even if someone comes today. You must still have the originals of those photos in your hands. Hand them over to me immediately." Jiang Xiaoye looked aside pitifully. "Sister-in-law, I have to say, this trick may not be useful to Jiang Yan, but it is very effective for someone." Yi Yunwan took a step forward, stretched out her hand and grabbed Jiang Yan's ear, and said helplessly, "You are too petty to compete with your own sister." "Ouch, it hurts." Jiang Yan's ear was grabbed and he immediately let go. Jiang Xiaoya took the opportunity to break free, quickly hid behind her sister-in-law, and made a face at her brother. "A little bit. Damn it." Jiang Yan stared at the girl with gnashing teeth, and he would definitely teach her a lesson when he got back. Jiang Chengyan also reminded at this time. Master, Madam has prepared dinner and is waiting for us at home. Let's go back first. Yi Yunwan let go of her hand, and Jiang Yan quickly covered his ears and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, let's go back first. As he said this, he glared at a certain little devil and said, I'll deal with you when we get back. Jiang Xiaoye tilted her head and hummed softly, then took Sister Yunwan's hand affectionately and said with a cute smile. Let's go, sister-in-law. My mother's cooking is delicious. Okay. Yi Yunwan was not nervous about meeting his parents soon. She held her sister's hand and walked out of the airport. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Jiang Yan, who was standing there, suddenly felt abandoned. At this time, Jiang Qingyan came over and held out his hand. Master, if it really doesn't work, we can make do with it. Jiang Yan got goosebumps and looked at the butler strangely. When did you tell such a cold joke again? Two grown men holding hands, Jiang Yan couldn't even imagine the scene. At this time, Jiang Xiaoye, who had already walked a distance away, urged over here, stupid brother, hurry up, be careful or we will leave you behind. Jiang Yan was speechless for a while, so he could only say, why are you in such a hurry? I'm coming. The group of four got on the car heading to the Jiang family villa. They didn't encounter any emergencies on the way and arrived at their destination in just half an hour. Arriving at the door, Jiang Yan asked curiously, we are meeting the parents, aren't you nervous at all? Yi Yunwan glanced at him and said, why should you be so nervous? You might as well think about how to meet my parents later. Jiang Yan was stunned when he heard this, and thought of his father-in-law's temper in the villa before, and he shuddered all over. Thank you for urging me to update. I saw many people asking if there is only one female lead. I will reply here that it is definitely a single female lead. I have already thought of Shin Shinru's ending, and it is a good ending. Chapter 70, A Significant Family Status. A year later, Jiang Yan opened the door again and shouted happily, Mom and Dad, I'm back. Mother Yi was lying on the sofa in the villa, watching TV. When she heard her son was back, she was immediately shocked and shouted into the kitchen, Old Jiang, our son is back. The response came quickly, coming. Dad Jiang, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen with a smile on his face, looking in a good mood. The two elders immediately came over to the door of their house, and Jiang Yan smiled and opened his arms, wanting to give them a big hug. Father Jiang and Mother Yi ran over with happy faces and also opened their arms. Unexpectedly, Ms. Yi Qiuqing pushed Jiang Yan away and shouted in dissatisfaction, why are you standing in the middle of the road for no reason? When you come back, hurry to the kitchen and serve the dishes. If you make my daughter-in-law hungry, I will skin you alive. Jiang Yan maintained the hug with a somewhat stiff expression, which looked quite funny. Jiang Xiaoye, who was standing by, had already stepped aside and mercilessly covered her belly while laughing. Ha, brother, you are too self-indulgent. This laughter sounded extremely harsh to Jiang Yan. Mother Yi quickly trotted to her daughter-in-law, took her arm, and said with a kind smile, Yunwan must be hungry. Mom made some soup for you. Drink more later. Dad Jiang stood aside, smiling but saying nothing, just looking at his daughter-in-law who fell from the sky with a silly smile. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Yi Yunwan showed a sweet smile on her face, like a flower blooming in midwinter. These words from the parents simply melted their hearts, and they wanted so much to spoil their daughter-in-law to the sky. At this time, Ye's mother looked at her son who was still standing there in a daze, and said impatiently, What are you still doing there, little brat? Hurry up and serve the dishes. Father Jiang also echoed, Go quickly, don't just stand there like a log. Jiang Yan felt like crying but had no tears. There was no love anymore. Really no love anymore. Could I change my home? Under the tyranny of the two elders, Jiang Yan once again became a tool, constantly bringing dishes to the dining table, which were filled with fragrance and emitted hot air. Jiang Xiaoye sat down at the dining table like a devil, ordering her brother around without any psychological burden. Brother, hurry up, stop dawdling. Yi Yunwan, the protagonist, was led by the two elders to sit at the dinner table, and the three of them were talking about something with a smile. Jiang Yan looked at Yi Yunwan, whose personality was obviously different, and who was laughing and looking virtuous, and he couldn't believe that she was the domineering female CEO. Let alone the president, she is almost like the big sister next door. At the dinner table, Ye's mother said with a smile, Yunwan, Jiang Yan doesn't bully you at home, right? Mother Yi waved her fist and said to her son fiercely, If you dare to bully Yunwan, I will make you pay for it. Jiang Yan ate his meal in silence with tears in his heart. He could no longer stay in this family as he had no status at all. Although the original status was not high. But at least we could maintain the most basic parent-child interaction before, but as for the future, there is no hope. Noticing Jiang Yan's expression, Yi Yunwan, who was being pulled in to chat, picked up a piece of tender fat meat and put it close to Jiang Yan's mouth. Jiang Yan looked at the fat meat without any lean meat in the bowl and felt a little nauseous. I don't like eating fat meat. Seeing her daughter-in-law was so virtuous, Ye's mother couldn't help but feel even more satisfied, and she directly scolded her son. You little bastard, it's good enough that you have something to eat, and you dare to be picky. Seeing the dangerous looks in the two elders' eyes, driven by the desire to survive, Jiang Yan quickly changed his words. I like eating fatty meat the most. Thank you, my wife. As he said this, he quickly swallowed the fat meat that was handed to his mouth, and pretended to chew it twice before swallowing it. Yi Yunwan smiled and said, as long as you like it, eat more. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of fat meat without a single bit of lean meat and handed it to Jiang Yan's mouth, looking like a virtuous wife. Jiang Yan wanted to cry but couldn't. He forced himself to eat despite feeling nauseous. This time he learned his lesson. Without waiting for Yi Yunwan to pick up some meat for him, he quickly picked up a piece of vegetable and put it next to her mouth. He said with a fake smile, Wife, you eat too. Yi Yunwan opened her mouth slightly, lifted her hair from her forehead, and ate with elegance and calmness, not forgetting to glance at Jiang Yan. Is this the only trick you have? Jiang Xiaoye sat aside and laughed secretly. She was very happy to see her brother being humiliated. But the next second, several pieces of fat meat appeared in her bowl. The culprit Jiang Yan smiled hypocritically and said, My dear sister, you are growing up, so you need to eat more. I don't eat fatty meat. Jiang Xiaoye puffed her cheeks and protested in dissatisfaction. Jiang Yan ignored her and quickly slid his chopsticks to finish the food in the bowl. Dinner, which should have been finished in half an hour, took an hour, and most of the credit went to the two elders. After cleaning up the dishes, the family sat on the sofa and chatted happily. Such a warm scene was incompatible with Jiang Yan, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. The temperature in Shanghai changes very quickly. It is over 30 degrees during the day, but only around 10 degrees at night, so the locals usually go to bed early. Yunwan, it's getting late. You and Jiang Yan just took a plane during the day. You should have a good sleep today. Mother Yi smiled and patted her daughter-in-law's hand. Just then Jiang Yan cleaned up the kitchen and came out. Ma Shan was then directed by Ye's mother, Why are you still standing there? Take Yunwan to your room to rest. Oh. Jiang Yan was already somewhat accustomed to this kind of treatment. He walked to the sofa and stretched out his hand, Let's go. Seeing this, Ye's mother smiled even more. Looking at her son's expression, it seemed that this was not the first time they had slept together. There was something going on. After a while, Jiang Yan held the boneless little hand and returned to his room. It was not big, only about 100 square meters. The layout of the room is still the same as before. It looks clean and tidy everywhere you look, and you can tell that someone cleans it regularly. It's getting late, go to bed. The two of them simply washed up, lay down on the bed, turned off the lights, and the room suddenly became dark. In the darkness, a hand silently embraced the soft body. Yi Yunwan, who was already drowsy, reluctantly pulled away the hand that was hugging her waist. My parents are sleeping next door, please be patient and don't make a fuss. Jiang Yan did not respond, but his breathing became heavier and his body gradually began to heat up. There was no other way, so Yi Yunwan had to grab the restless hands and lead them into her nightdress. Hurry up, don't let mom and dad hear it. The moonlight shone into the bedroom with the doors and windows tightly closed. I could faintly hear the suppressed moans and increasingly heavy breathing. Brothers, please urge me to update more. The data has dropped. Please give me more ratings so that I can get the ratings out sooner. Thank you very much. By the way, from today on, as long as you push for more than 400 chapters, I will directly update 5 chapters, absolutely no water writing. Chapter 71 Cooperation from Chen Nan. Early in the morning, Zhang's father went to the group early, leaving only his mother at home preparing breakfast. After a while, Yi Yunwan, who had changed into a cream-white long dress, came down, holding Jiang Yan, who was still yawning. Jiang Yan's ears were grabbed, and after yawning, he said weakly, Wife, why do we get up so early? We don't have to go to work. Before Yi Yunwan could reply, Ye's mother, who happened to see this scene, said with disgust, Can you be any lazier? You even need someone to wake you up. You're already 20 years old, and you're not ashamed. Jiang Yan replied confidently, I'm lazy, I'm proud, I'm proud.
Yi Yunwan raised her eyebrows and increased the strength of her hands, which immediately caused Jiang Yan to scream and snort, don't talk back. The breakfast was simple, a few sweet rice balls and 3 cups of specially heated fresh milk, all made by Ye's mother in the morning. At the dinner table, Ye's mother couldn't help but remind him, son, you should go to your grandma's place as soon as possible.
Don't forget. Jiang Yan's grandmother likes quietness.
Because she doesn't like the noisy atmosphere in the city, she has always lived alone in a small courtyard in the countryside. Dad Jiang had advised her several times that what to do if something unexpected happened to her at her old age, and that at least she should hire a few people to take care of her. However, Grandma was very determined and insisted on living alone, under the pretext of wanting a quiet life. I have to mention that when Jiang Yan was a child, he lived with his grandmother for a period of time and experienced a very simple life. At that time, Jiang Yan, who was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, felt uncomfortable for a while, but he got used to it later. Jiang Yan even had a little yearning for that kind of life, in some remote and scenic mountain area, where no one would disturb him and there would be no pressure at all.
Jiang Yan nodded, yes, I know. I'll go there this afternoon.
Mother Yi said him and started chatting about family matters with her obedient daughter-in-law, with a bright smile on her face. The breakfast lasted half an hour before Jiang Yan received a call and signaled to Ye's mother. Mother Yi waved her hand in disdain, signaling her son to stay away and not disturb her conversation with her daughter-in-law.
The call was from Wu Tai.
Because Jodio had just been established, it definitely needed someone who could keep the order, so Jiang Yan did not bring Wu Tai with him, and there was no need for him.
In the Magic City, Jiang Yan is the ancient prince.
No one dares to challenge him, otherwise they will die without knowing how.
Brother Yan, the entire entertainment industry in Jiang City now belongs to us Joyo. Wu Feng and his team have good management skills. I don't need to keep an eye on it anymore, right? Wu Tai asked.
Outside the villa, Jiang Yan sat on a wooden chair at the door.
After pondering for a while, he ordered, no, let's observe for a while. The security of Joyo and Tancheng has just gotten back on track. You should keep a close eye on them. It is easy to conquer a kingdom but hard to keep it. Try to observe them for a few more days.
Wu Tai on the other end of the phone responded, then suddenly said, remembering something. By the way, Brother Yan, after you left yesterday, someone who called himself Chen Nan asked me about your whereabouts and left me a phone number.
Chen Nan? Jiang Yan frowned. The last name is Chen. Could he be someone from the Chun family in Qing province?
It seems like they were the ones who ordered Lin Hu's incident. Now that I haven't come to my door yet, they come to my door first.
Just send me the number.
After the call was hung up, Wu Tai quickly sent a text message with a string of numbers, but the location of the numbers shown on the screen was not Qing province.
Did I guess wrong?
With a skeptical attitude, Jiang Yan directly called out, wanting to see who this person was. The call was connected almost instantly, and a steady voice came from the other end, which sounded similar to mine.
Jiang Yan? I'm Jiang Yan. I heard you were looking for me? Who are you? I don't remember having any friends with the last name Chen.
In a luxurious villa far away in Qing province, Chen Nan sat in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding his mobile phone and admiring the beautiful morning scenery.
He said in a calm tone, let me introduce myself, I am the third young master of the Chen family in Qing province, Chen Nan.
Oh, by the way, I was the one behind the Black Tiger Gang incident.
I think this will arouse some interest.
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed immediately. You attacked me and dared to come to me and expose your identity.
Are you looking for death?
As long as Jiang Yan recorded the phone call and handed it over directly to the police station, not to mention the third young master of the Chen family, even the patriarch of the Chen family would have to stay in jail for 2 days.
No, you won't do that.
Chen Nan didn't worry at all that Jiang Yan would record it, and smiled slowly. I came to you to cooperate with you.
A deal you can't refuse.
Chen Nan said this with such certainty that Jiang Yan was puzzled.
He frowned and asked, what kind of cooperation? There's nothing wrong with listening to it, and he won't suffer any loss anyway. Chen Nan's lips moved slightly, and it was unknown what he said, which made Jiang Yan's face change, and his tone became serious. Are you serious? If you really do this, you...
Jiang Yan wanted to say something, but Chen Nan interrupted him and said, don't worry about my business.
Just tell me whether you agree or not.
After a moment of silence, Jiang Yan smiled bitterly. When you called me, you didn't think I would refuse. After all, no matter what Jiang Yan does, he will definitely not lose out.
This phone call is the evidence.
If Chen Nan really plays any tricks,
he can hand the evidence over to the police at any time. With the irrefutable evidence and the influence of the Zhang family, Chen Nan will never be able to get out in his lifetime. Jiang Yan couldn't help but ask in confusion, since you thought so from the beginning, why did you instruct Lin Hu to kill me in Jiang City? You have to know that given the situation at that time, if Yi Yunwan had arrived a step later, Jiang Yan would really have died there. There is no doubt that Lin Hu went there with the intention of killing Jiang Yan. In response to Jiang Yan's question, Chen Nan just replied indifferently and hung up the phone. You are a piece of trash and you are not qualified to cooperate with me. If you die, it will only prove that you are nothing more than Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan put down his phone, his eyes still showing seriousness. This Chen Nan was definitely a dangerous person, more dangerous than anyone he had ever met before. To put it bluntly, it was a gamble. If Jiang Yan survived, Chen Nan would cooperate. If Jiang Yan died there, Chen Nan would have to pay with his life. Cruel, this is the feeling Chen Nan gave Jiang Yan. He was not only cruel to others, but even more cruel to himself. No one wants to mess with such a person, and no one can guarantee that he will do something crazy. At this time, Yi Yunwan walked out of the villa, obviously having already talked with Ye's mother. He walked over to Jiang Yan and sat down, and said tiredly, "Give me a massage on my shoulders. My mother is difficult to deal with." Jiang Yan calmed down and said jokingly, "Don't force me to slap you, just massage your shoulders." Yi Yunwan snorted domineeringly. Okay, I really owe you this." Jiang Yan shook his head and gently rubbed her shoulders. Looking at the fair face with light makeup, Jiang Yan couldn't help but step forward and take a quick sip. It smells so good. Chapter 72 Founding Contributions. You're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to kiss me secretly. Yi Yunwan glared. Jiang Yan said calmly, "I can't help it. You are so beautiful, my wife. I can't control my body anymore." Yi Yunwan was very happy when she heard this, but she pretended to be very angry on the surface. Then she stepped forward and quickly hit back at the stinky Nan. The two of them flirted for a while until the time was almost up and Jiang Yan stood up. "Come on, I'll take you to see my grandma." After a while, an SUV loaded with vegetables and fruits drove out of the garage and headed into the distance. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yi Yunwan raised her snow-white thighs high and asked Jiang Yan some questions about his grandmother. Jiang Yan said with some pride, "My grandmother is the backbone of the entire Jiang family and the biggest background of our Jiang family. When the war was still going on, my grandmother was already a famous general. It's no exaggeration to say that she was a founding hero. But she liked quietness, so after liberation she and Grandpa moved to a secluded mountain valley. My dad told me that my grandpa had many hidden injuries during the war, so he passed away not long after. Then my grandma took care of him all the time. When I was a kid." After 2 or 3 hours, the car had already driven out of the city and was surrounded by mountains and trees. The concrete road turned into a dirt road in the countryside. Opening the window, Yi Yunwan took a breath of fresh mountain air and felt much more relaxed. Looking at the secluded forest around her, she suddenly felt that this was not bad. No one disturbed, no one forced. The birds in the woods heard the sound of approaching cars, and they all flew out, circled in the sky, and then landed on the electric poles below. The standing bird is like a guardian god, guarding this mountain forest and wilderness as if it were guarding its own home. The car continued driving for another half an hour and finally drove up a hill that was neither too big nor too small, about a few dozen meters high. On the hillside, a 2-story wooden house was emitting smoke. White smoke was curling up, and the air was filled with the aroma of food. There was a vegetable patch in front of the wooden house, which almost filled up the remaining space, so Jiang Yan could only park the car on a gentle hillside and then walk up. Fortunately, this hillside has been repaired. Although it is not as easy to walk on as a concrete road, there are no potholes. Jiang Yan was carrying a few boxes of milk in each hand, and Yi Yunwan was holding a bag of fruit in her hand, and they walked to the wooden house. "Just put it on the table." Jiang Yan put the things in his hand on a small wooden table at the door, then walked in. The main room was very clean, with things like corn and peppers placed on the surrounding walls, and the furniture was very simple. Jiang Yan shouted into the kitchen, "Grandma, I'm here." The sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen, and an impatient voice came back, "I'm here, why are you yelling?" Yi Yunwan turned her head to look at Jiang Yan. It seemed that this guy was not very popular. Jiang Yan's face was also embarrassed for a moment, and he smiled, "Don't mind, Grandma is just like that, cold on the outside but warm on the inside." After a while, a hunched old woman with white hair came out of the kitchen. Her snow-white hair was tied behind her head, and the wooden hairpin was particularly conspicuous. Zhang Yan's grandmother's original name was Mo Xiaoqing, which means to make someone understand and to move someone with emotion. When Yi Yunwan saw her grandmother coming out of the kitchen, she called out in a well-behaved manner, "Hello, Grandma. I am Zhang Yan's wife, Yi Yunwan. You can just call me Yunwan." Grandma walked forward and looked at the little girl in front of her. Her cloudy eyes revealed a satisfied look. "Not bad, not bad. She's really pretty." He glanced at his grandson standing beside him and said in a bad tone, "Xiaoyanzi, why are you still standing there? Go to the kitchen and bring out the dishes." Zhang Yan had expected this attitude, so he obediently walked into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Grandma pulled her granddaughter-in-law to sit down at the small wooden table at the door and smiled kindly. "Yunwan, I know you are coming, so I specially prepared a lot of delicious food for you. Eat more later." Yi Yunwan's hand was held by her grandmother, and she nodded gently, "Thank you, Grandma." Seeing that the dishes had not been served yet, Grandma urged towards the kitchen. "You little bastard, are you touching maggots?" It means something similar to slacking off. Hurry up. "Oh, here I come." Zhang Yan came out of the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of dishes, not daring to delay at all. A plate of stir-fried vegetables grown at home, and a bowl of stewed fish soup. After running back and forth several times, more than a dozen dishes almost filled the entire wooden table, and without exception, all of them exuded fragrance. Grandma directly picked up a piece of fish and put it in Yi Yunwan's bowl, and said with a smile, "Eat more, look how thin you have become." Zhang Yan sat silently aside, not daring to speak. His days ahead would not be easy. As expected, after picking up some more dishes for her grandson's wife, the grandmother put down her chopsticks and looked at her grandson. Her tone suddenly calmed down. "I heard that you were almost shot to death?" Zhang Yan paused with his chopsticks in his hand, not daring to lie. "Well, but don't worry, I'm fine." As he spoke, he continued to pick up food to eat, but he failed after several attempts and was obviously absent-minded. Mo Xiaoqing glanced at his grandson, picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish for him, and said lightly, "Be careful next time. If it doesn't work, ask your Uncle Lu to open a back door for you and go back to the barracks to stay for a while." "No need, Grandma." Zhang Yan refused directly. Jokingly, asking him to go back to the barracks now would be more painful than killing him. Mo Xiaoqing snorted coldly when he saw this. "You are so lazy, you don't even know when you will be beaten to death." Yi Yunwan sat quietly by the side and watched the conversation between the two. She found it particularly novel to see Zhang Yan's timid look. If she were to take action, Zhang Yan would do the same, but it would be completely different from when he faced his grandmother. It was a kind of respect and fear that came from the heart. Zhang Yan ate this meal with great trepidation, but luckily his grandmother didn't pull his pigtails from behind, which made him feel relieved. After dinner, under the arrangement of his grandmother, Zhang Yan took Yi Yunwan towards the forest area at the foot of the mountain, under the pretext of seeing the beautiful scenery of nature. Zhang Yan naturally didn't dare to refuse, so he took his wife's hand and walked down the mountain. Watching her grandchildren and their daughter-in-law leave, the grandmother slowly walked back to her bedroom and took out a mobile phone from an old wardrobe box. The model is very old and maintains the shape of an old-fashioned phone, but it looks very new and obviously has not been used much. When I opened the address book, there were only a few numbers on it, with their names marked on them. If there were high-ranking military officials here, they would definitely be able to recognize them. These people were all big figures guarding various places, and basically all of them were founding heroes. After Grandma dialed the top number, a sharp light appeared in her old eyes and a cold murderous intent emanated from her. She has also been to the battlefield. When she was young, her skills were no weaker than those of the military kings. Even though she is old now, her aura is still there. He dared to kill his own grandson. Did he really treat her as dead? Chapter 73 Playing in the Water. A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, Mr. Mo." Mo Xiaoqing held the phone to his ear and said calmly, "My grandson was almost attacked by someone in Jiang City a few days ago. Did you know about this?" Although she was asking, her tone was very firm. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Obviously he had agreed. "Now that you know about this, it's easy to handle. I don't care whether my grandson is going to marry Miss Yi or Miss Bai, but if anyone dares to use some shameful means in secret, don't blame me, an old woman, for being rude. Give those people a message. If anyone dares to bully my grandson again in the country, I will definitely visit him and kill his entire family." If this statement were heard by certain media, it would certainly cause another uproar. Such words as annihilating a whole family can come from anyone's mouth, but it cannot come from the mouth of a founding hero. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously used to it and agreed, okay, I'll do it. Mo Xiaoqing said softly, reached out to hang up the phone, and put the phone back into the old wardrobe.
I hope it won't be taken out again.
In a military district in Jiangxi province, Lu Bagua put down his mobile phone in silence, stood up, walked to the clothes rack beside him, put on his general's coat, and walked out of the office directly.
The deputy was standing guard at the door.
When he saw the general coming out, he saluted and said, "General." Lu Bagua nodded, staring sharply at the sky outside the corridor, and said calmly, "Gather the people, it's time to work.
Bring all your weapons with you. Our target is the Chen family in Qing province." The deputy was shocked and quickly responded, "Yes."
After saying that, he quickly turned around and walked towards the military district's radio station, preparing to gather the soldiers and set off. 10 minutes later, more than a dozen military trucks set out from the military area, and several helicopters were hovering in the sky overhead. The crystal clear stream flows slowly, and from time to time a small fish jumps out from the rocks in the water and swims quickly away into the distance.
The two walked hand in hand on the muddy road. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and said, "This is the good thing about the countryside. It's quiet and the air is fresh." Yi Yunwan smiled at him and said, "When we get old, let's find a place with pleasant scenery to live in."
Hearing this, Jiang Yan held her hand tighter. "Of course, I also want to see what you will look like after you become an old woman."
"You say, will your face be covered with wrinkles?" Jiang Yan teased.
Yi Yunwan, who was walking beside him, turned pale and raised her little fist to punch Jiang Yan's chest, clenching her fist tightly.
Cough, cough.
Jiang Yan suffered a heavy blow and pretended to cough twice. "You want to kill your husband?" "Humph, if you dare to talk nonsense again, not only will I kill your husband, but I will also make you a eunuch before you die." Yi Yunwan waved her little fist. The threat was self-evident. Jiang Yan felt a chill in his lower body as he watched her actions. He clenched his little fist in his hand in disappointment.
It felt icy cold.
Yi Yunwan looked down at her white shoes covered in mud and frowned. She had obsessive-compulsive disorder and could not stand this. Jiang Yan noticed this, and there happened to be a small river not far away, so he said with a smile, "Let's go to the front and wash."
Yi Yunwan nodded and followed Jiang Yan towards the river. What meets the eye is the crystal clear river water, and you can even see the small pebbles at the bottom of the river at a glance. The weeds on the river bank are green and thriving, which is very pleasing to the eye. There happened to be a bare rock by the river, and Jiang Yan directly pulled Yi Yunwan to sit on the rock, so that their feet could just touch the surface of the river when they put them down. Jiang Yan carefully lifted the pair of beautiful legs onto his own legs, then began to untie his shoelaces and take off his socks, and the pink and white little feet were soon revealed. Putting her shoes aside, Yi Yunwan's jade feet lightly tapped the water surface. It was icy cold, but the flowing water was very comfortable. The snow-white legs kept shaking in the water. At this moment, Yi Yunwan looked like a little girl who loved playing in the water. The laughter was light and echoed in the empty woods. Seeing her smile, Jiang Yan's mouth also smiled inexplicably, and he washed his shoes with a smile on his face. At this moment, a pool of clear water splashed on his face. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and his face felt cool and chilly. Ha ha ha.
Yi Yunwan smiled triumphantly at the side. The culprit's feet kept shaking in the water, causing ripples. Jiang Yan wiped the water off his face and said with a fake angry smile, "Could you dare to splash water on my face with your feet?" Without any hesitation, he stood up and jumped into the river. Water splashed everywhere, soaking Yi Yunwan's whole body. Crystal clear water droplets dripped from her hair. Yi Yunwan jumped into the river unwillingly and scooped up the river water with her hands and poured it on Jiang Yan. The river water splashed all over Jiang Yan. Instead of dodging, he rushed towards Yi Yunwan with a smile. Bang! The sound of falling into the water was heard, and the defenseless Yi Yunwan was knocked down by Jiang Yan. Both of them were in misery, their bodies were soaked by the river water, and they were completely drenched. "You bastard!" Yi Yunwan directly pushed away Jiang Yan, who was throwing himself on her, but her whole body was now wet, with large areas of spring light suddenly exposed, and her fair skin was exposed in an extremely seductive way. Black lace. Jiang Yan feasted his eyes and was stunned for a moment, his fiery gaze roaming all over the delicate body. Yi Yunwan supported her slender waist and glared at him without any hesitation. She had seen it all anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? Jiang Yan felt dry in the mouth for a moment, and he slowly walked over and opened his arms to hug her. But Yi Yunwan couldn't do what he wanted. She dodged by moving sideways and covering her private parts at the same time. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. It's bad enough that you poured water on her, but now you dare to go even further. You're dreaming. Wife, I beg you. Jiang Yan felt uncomfortable all over and his heart was burning with heat. How painful it is to have such a stunning beauty right in front of you but not be able to touch her. Yi Yunwan was soaked, covering her spring scenery. You wish. Just bear with it. Jiang Yan was almost crying, and he almost knelt down to beg for favor. He said aggrievedly, Wife, just this once, please. You can set the conditions. Yi Yunwan narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and saw that Jiang Yan was really in pain. She slowly walked to the stone and sat down, and put down her hands that were covering her private parts. After all, Jiang Yan is not the only one who feels uncomfortable. How could Jiang Yan not understand what this meant? He immediately ran over happily, hugged the warm body, and pressed his hard chest against the breasts. One hand was around her soft body, while the other hand was not idle either. It quietly reached in from the bottom of her clothes and began to peek into the wonders of the world. In this deserted mountain forest, the humming sound of the clear river continued to ring out. Thank you all for urging me to update. I promise to update more chapters after it breaks 400. There are still 2 chapters to be posted at noon. I love you guys, moi. Chapter 74, comparable to first-class cultural relics. At the door of the 2-story wooden house, Grandma was sitting at the door sorting vegetables. There was still a little mud on them, obviously they were just picked from the fields. Different from the vegetables sold in supermarkets, the vegetables grown at home are obviously greener and healthier. At this time, Grandma's ears moved slightly, and she looked up. Not far away, Jiang Yan was wet all over, holding 2 pairs of shoes in his hands. He was carrying Yi Yunwan, whose jade feet were bare, on his back, and his dress was soaked with water droplets. Now that the weather has turned cooler, clothes take a long time to dry once they get wet. If they were left a month ago, they would have dried long ago. You 2 are so old, yet you have made yourselves like this. Grandma hurried into the house and came out with 2 cotton-padded jackets in a few moments. She complained to Jiang Yan, What's wrong with you, Xiaoyanzi? You've led Yunwan astray. Carrying Yi Yunwan on his back and sitting on the chair, Jiang Yan muttered in dissatisfaction, What do you mean I'm the bad boy? I'm your grandson. Grandma put the cotton jacket on her precious granddaughter-in-law and another one on her legs to prevent her from catching a cold. The easiest thing to get in autumn is a cold, so you have to be careful. Yi Yunwan was covered with 2 flowery cotton jackets and sat on a chair with her legs bent to block out the sudden spring light. She called out sweetly, Thank you, Grandma. Grandma's face lit up immediately, and she walked up to her grandson and waved at him, Come on, lower your head. Although he was puzzled, Jiang Yan still squatted down in confusion and said, Grandma, I'm already such a big person, it's not good to touch my head, right? Grandma smiled, stretched out her hand, and slapped Jiang Yan on the head. There was a crisp pop sound. Well, it was a good start. I asked you to take Yunwan to play in the water, but women's bodies are fragile. What if my granddaughter-in-law catches a cold? I'll beat you to death. Not satisfied with just saying that, Grandma simply picked up the broom leaning against the door and hit Jiang Yan on the butt with it. Hey, Grandma, stop hitting me. Jiang Yan ran around in the yard after being beaten, but he didn't dare to run too fast for fear that the old woman would fall. When Yi Yunwan saw this scene, she raised her eyebrows and laughed. Her laughter like a silver bell echoed in the yard, and the corners of her eyes curved like crescent moons. After a while, Grandma couldn't chase anymore. She glared at Jiang Yan, who was covering his but not far away, then turned and walked into the house. After a while, 2 more flowery cotton jackets were thrown out of the house and fell to the ground. Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his grandma was tired. He picked up the 2 flowery cotton jackets on the ground and put them on without any disgust. It's really warm. The next morning, Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan were about to leave. The old man likes quietness, so he doesn't like them to stay too long. After paying homage to his grandfather, Jiang Yan planned to leave. At worst, he could come more often in the future. If you don't like me staying too long, then I'll have nothing to say if I come a few more times. Before leaving, Grandma took off the wooden hairpin on her head and placed it in the hand of her granddaughter-in-law, smiling kindly, Yunwan, an old woman like me doesn't have any valuables, so I'll give you this hairpin as a token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse it. Yi Yunwan nodded, pulled away the hand held by Jiang Yan, squatted down slightly and hugged her grandmother gently, and said softly, Grandma, I will come to see you more often in the future, you must take care of yourself. Grandma smiled and nodded, feeling extremely satisfied with her granddaughter-in-law. She threatened Jiang Yan, who was standing beside her.
Xiao Yanzi, remember this. If I find out that my granddaughter-in-law has been wronged outside, I will peel off your skin.
Jiang Yan nodded repeatedly. Yes, Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Yunwan.
The grandmother then nodded in relief, and with her hands behind her back, she watched the two children leave.
Her lonely figure standing there looked a little desolate. She looked at the only big tree in the yard, smiled and murmured, "Old man, your grandson has found a good wife."
A breeze blew, making the leaves on the trees rustle, and a few green leaves fell with the wind.
Inside the car, Jiang Yan started the car, turned his head and saw Yi Yunwan playing with the hairpin in her hand, and smiled, curious.
Yi Yunwan looked at the special patterns on the hairpin. 5 lifelike phoenixes were carved on the small body with delicate techniques.
This hairpin must be handmade, the craftsmanship is amazing. Jiang Yan smiled mysteriously. Do you want to know where it comes from?
Kiss me and I'll tell you. Yi Yunwan raised her head and looked at him helplessly. She really couldn't forget to take advantage of him no matter what time. But she was really curious about the hairpin, so she leaned over and touched Jiang Yan's mouth.
Now you can tell me.
Jiang Yan licked his lips in satisfaction and introduced the origin of the hairpin. This hairpin is a valuable item.
I don't really know the specific origins. I just heard my grandma mention it. Do you know about cultural relics?
According to what Grandma said, although this hairpin is only a second-level cultural relic, its significance is no less than that of a first-level cultural relic. If it weren't for my grandmother's status, this hairpin would have been taken away by the State Department long ago. A first-class cultural relic.
Even Yi Yunwan couldn't help but exclaimed.
She looked at the wooden hairpin in her hand in disbelief and suddenly felt it became much heavier. In other words, this hairpin is worth almost 10 billion yuan, or possibly even more. Seeing her shocked expression, Jiang Yan said proudly, "How about it, isn't it amazing?
This hairpin has another wonderful use, do you want to know? What's the magical effect?"
Yi Yunwan turned her head in confusion. Jiang Yan moved his lips, and the meaning was self-evident. He wanted to ask for a reward. Yi Yunwan held her forehead with her hand and had to move forward to kiss him again, and even licked his lips with her tongue in a teasing manner. Jiang Yan felt as if he had been touched. His inner desire was aroused, but he was still driving, so he could only hold it back helplessly. Seeing his uncomfortable look, Yi Yunwan crossed her legs and said softly, "Tell me, what is the wonderful use?" Jiang Yan replied honestly, "Our country has many laws related to cultural relics.
The punishment may be compensation or even jail time. That's just an ordinary cultural relic.
What you hold in your hand is a first-class cultural relic. If it is damaged, you will definitely be imprisoned."
After hearing what Jiang Yan said, Yi Yunwan reacted instantly. So that's how it is. This hairpin is like a life-saving talisman.
At least from now on, no one would dare to attack her openly. But she didn't know that this was more of a symbol, the symbol of the future mistress of the Jiang family.
Of course, only a very small number of the older generation knew this. Chapter 75 Lu Baghua's Visit.
Qing Province, a suburban villa complex. Dozens of security personnel were patrolling as usual, but they didn't care because this was the headquarters of the famous Chen family of the Qinghe gang. If there are really blind people who dare to cause trouble, they will probably die without knowing how they died. Suddenly, there was a roar of an engine coming from the road in the distance, approaching this side quickly.
What's going on?
A group of security guards gathered together at once, staring at the end of the road with serious expressions. They were used to hearing that the big shots of the Chen family were always escorted by luxury cars when they appeared, but this time it was obviously different. The roar of the engine was like dropping a stone into the calm water, and it sounded like the roar of a wild beast resounding through the sky. As the sound got closer, the security guards finally saw the scene in the distance clearly and were all stunned. What is that? At the end of the road, a dozen or so large military trucks were heading towards us at a very fast speed. But the point was not this.
What were those small black dots hovering in the sky? Helicopters.
The huge scene immediately attracted many people from the Chun family to come out and check out, but when they saw the source of the sound, they were petrified on the spot.
They are not fools.
The red flag and the special logo flying on the car are obviously symbols that only the military has. They even sent several armed helicopters over.
Was the Gatling gun on the plane serious? The black muzzle of the gun looks like a real thing.
For a while, the young masters and young ladies of the Chun family ran around everywhere,
wishing their parents would grow 2 more legs. The Chen family's background was not clean to begin with, and now the military must be coming to settle accounts with them. This commotion soon attracted the top members of the Chen family, including the head of the Chen family, Chen Jiulong. He was still working with his secretary when suddenly a security guard rushed in and told him that military personnel were coming. He was so scared that he flinched, but the situation was urgent and he didn't have time to get angry, so he quickly ran out. The dozen or so military trucks also stopped nearby, raising a cloud of dust and the harsh sound of brakes echoing in the ears. The helicopter hovering overhead slowly descended, and the black muzzle of the gun was particularly frightening, as if one was afraid that it would emit flames and shoot them to death. A burly man with an iron-blooded aura walked down from the leading military truck with a sharp look in his eyes. Nearly 100 well-trained soldiers armed with live ammunition also walked out in unison from the dozen or so military trucks behind them. Lu Bagua slowly raised his hand, and the soldiers behind him all raised their guns and aimed at the people from the Chen family. As long as the order was given, they would pull the trigger without hesitation. Seeing this scene, even a calm person like Chen Jiulong couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. He took a few steps forward and walked in front of Lu Bagua, and said in a very humble manner, "Captain Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Bagua glanced coldly at everyone in the Chen family. Everyone who was seen lowered their heads unconsciously. He said coldly, "Chen Jiulong, stop pretending to be stupid here. Don't you know what your Chen family did in Jiang City a while ago? I have to say, you are really brave." Hearing this, Chen Jiulong's heart sank to the bottom. It turned out that he came here because of Jiang Yan. This time it would be difficult to get rid of him. He glanced at the Chen family members behind him and whispered, "Can I have a word with you?" Lu Bagua snorted coldly and walked to the side. Chen Jiulong felt a little relieved when he saw this. It seemed that there was still room for discussion, so he hurriedly followed him. After walking to a secluded place with no one around, Chen Jiulong spoke in a low voice. "The incident in Jiang City was caused by the ignorance of my subordinates. I was not aware of it at the time. I hope that Chief Lu will show some mercy. Please spare me?" Lu Bagua looked at him with disdain. "That's easy for you to say. If it were anything else, I wouldn't bother to argue with you. But this time it was the Jiang family who spoke up. You should be thankful that I am here to handle this matter, and you should burn incense and pray to the Buddha. If it were someone with a hot temper, your Chen family's gate would probably have flown away to nowhere." Chen Jiulong knew that he was in the wrong, and what the other person said was indeed true, so he had no choice but to continue probing. "Then I wonder what you want our Chen family to do? Chief Lu, please give me some advice." Chen Jiulong had no intention of bribing this person. If he really did that, he would probably fall in a pool of blood in the next second. Taking bribes is simply an insult to a soldier, let alone a veteran who experienced the war of resistance against Japanese aggression. That spirit of resistance against Japanese aggression is almost engraved in their bones and no one can shake it. Lu Bagua came here this time to solve this problem. After all, it is a peaceful time now, and he can't really wipe out the Chen family with a single shot. That person has spread the word that if anyone in the country dares to bully her grandson, don't blame her for visiting him in person. You need to convey this message to those guys. Don't worry, I will definitely convey your message. Chen Jiulong quickly bent down to respond, not daring to disobey. Seeing that the old man's attitude was quite sincere, Lu Bagua nodded with satisfaction and continued. You almost killed someone. You must make amends for this, otherwise it will be hard to explain to the old man. What compensation do you think is most appropriate? Chen Jiulong asked cautiously. Lu Bagua crossed his arms and said calmly, I see your Chen family has a lot of entertainment businesses in Jiang province. Give them all to Jiang Yan. It can be considered an explanation. Chen Jiulong was stunned. Asking him to hand over the entire Jiang province's industry, this was almost like cutting flesh from his body. But he had no choice but to agree, okay, I'll have someone prepare the transfer contract later. Chen Jiulong's heart was bleeding at this moment. Although Jiang province was not the development focus of their Chen family, they had also invested a lot of energy in it. Giving it all away now would be like making a wedding dress for others. He originally wanted to break up Jiang Yan and Missy, but right before he started to act, he lost a piece of flesh. No, if I don't feel good, those two bastards won't feel good either. If we need to bleed, let's all bleed together. Seeing that Chen Jiulong agreed to the compensation, Lu Bagua nodded and turned to leave. As the chief of a provincial military region, he was usually very busy with affairs. If that person had not spoken this time, he would never have stood up. The propeller began to rotate rapidly, the helicopter began to slowly rise into the air, and the military truck started as well. Lu Bagua and his group came and left quickly, but they left deep memories for everyone in the Chun family. The second master of the Chen family came up and asked, "Brother, what did you talk about?" Chen Jiulong had a gloomy face and suppressed his anger. "Go and sort out our industry in Jiang province and make a transfer contract. Then let that rebellious son take the contract to the Jiang family to admit his mistake. Cherish your daily life now, or you will suffer in the future. Old rules, if the update can exceed 500, there will be 5 chapters tomorrow." Chapter 76 Thinking of Another Woman. Early in the morning, in the dark bedroom. On the soft bed, Jiang Yan was sleeping on his side, with a strange laugh coming out of the corner of his mouth from time to time, and a trace of crystal tears flowing down from the corner of his mouth. He. Yi Yunwan, who had already put on her clothes, looked at Jiang Yan, who was sleeping soundly, and frowned slightly. What is this guy laughing at? His expression is so obscene. Driven by curiosity, Yi Yunwan walked quietly to the bed and put her ear close to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's mouth moved slightly, his eyes closed tightly. He, don't run away, little lady, you can't run away. Girl? Run? Several black lines instantly appeared on Yi Yunwan's forehead. She stretched out her white arm and grabbed Jiang Yan's ear, then suddenly turned 180 degrees. Ouch! It hurts. Jiang Yan, who was fantasizing about his future life, was instantly awakened by the sudden pain. His expression twisted and he gasped. Yi Yunwan grabbed his ears tightly, her eyes were sinister and terrifying, and her voice seemed to contain endless murderous intent. Jiang Yan, you are playing very fancy. Talking in your sleep while I'm sleeping, thinking about other women. I think you are tired of living. You are looking for death by hanging yourself. The next moment, Yi Yunwan stretched out her hand and grabbed his neck. The strength in her hand continued to increase, and her fingers sank deeply into the flesh, as if she would tear open that layer of skin in the next second. Looking at this expression, he wished he could strangle Jiang Yan to death. Jiang Yan, who was being strangled by the neck, was a little breathless. He kept begging for mercy in his red shorts. Wife, I was wrong, I was wrong. After a while, Jiang Yan's face turned red and he seemed to be in great pain. He kept trying to tear away the hands that were strangling his neck. But the gap in strength between the two was too great. Yi Yunwan, who had been exercising since childhood, had terrifying strength, and it was impossible for Jiang Yan, a half-baked man, to break free. At this time, downstairs, Zhang Zhangfeng and Yi Qiuqing were having breakfast in the living room with a few buns and milk in front of them. At this time, Jiang Yan's screams were heard from upstairs. The screams were particularly miserable. The two looked at each other and shook their heads almost at the same time. Zhang Zhangfeng sighed in his heart. Are all the men in their Jiang family going to get tracheitis? The world is so unfair. Unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Yi Qiuqing, who was standing by, seemed to have seen through his thoughts and snorted coldly. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. After eating, I'll go to work at the group quickly. I'll make my portion as well. I need to take care of my skin today. Zhang Zhangfeng immediately put on a smiling face. Although he was not happy in his heart, his face was full of smiles. Wife, just go ahead. It's just a small job and you don't need to do anything. Have fun. Humph, you're sensible. Yi Qiuqing stood up, took her bag, and walked out, not forgetting to turn back and remember to wash the bowls and pots before you leave. Okay, wife. Zhang Zhangfeng didn't dare to refuse and could only agree. Only then did Ye's mother leave with satisfaction. Father Jiang sighed, looked at the empty bowls in front of him, and something moved him. He quickly finished the buns and milk in his bowl. After wolfing down his meal, he picked up the briefcase leaning against his side and shouted upstairs, Jiang Yan, your mother told you to wash the dishes after you eat. After saying that, he ran out of the door without looking back. I couldn't help but give myself a thumbs up in my heart. I really am worthy of this. It would be a waste to not use such a living son. At this time, upstairs, Jiang Yan, with a flushed face, heard his father's shouting, and couldn't help but curse in his heart that he was despicable. I don't believe you couldn't hear the loud noise upstairs, but not only did you not come up to help, you even asked me to wash the dishes. Am I your biological child? At this time, the strength of the hands increased again. Yi Yunwan stood on the bed, tightly pinched Jiang Yan's neck, and said coldly, Tell me. What did you do wrong? Jiang Yan felt extremely aggrieved. How could he know what he had done wrong? He was woken up from his sleep and had completely forgotten what he had dreamed about. At the critical moment, Jiang Yan suddenly had an idea and shouted at the top of his voice, "Wife, I was wrong. I was wrong to dream about you but not say I loved you. This is simply a heinous crime, please punish me. You are like a ray of light in my life, illuminating the direction I am heading. You are a harbor, my last safe haven." Jiang Yan took a deep breath. "I love you." After hearing these words, Jiang Yan's expression became more and more uncomfortable. Saying so many words at once was already his limit. But it obviously works. Yi Yunwan suddenly loosened her hand, nodded with some satisfaction, and ordered Jiang Yan in an unquestionable tone, "From now on, you must say you love me every day, understand?" Jiang Yan, who had broken free from his restraints, took several deep breaths in succession. His flushed face immediately eased a lot, and he nodded quickly, "I understand, I understand." After all this commotion, Jiang Yan was no longer sleepy and began to put on his clothes lazily. A blue jacket and gray-black casual pants make him look more energetic. But Yi Yunwan was somewhat dissatisfied with his outfit. She sat on the bed with her legs crossed and barefoot. She directly took the black shirt beside her and threw it over to him, saying, "Wear this." Ah. Jiang Yan was a little reluctant. He was tired of wearing a black shirt every day. He begged, "The blue one looks so good. I'm tired of this black one." Unexpectedly, Yi Yunwan put down her crossed beautiful legs and walked over directly, stretched out her hands, and then made a rip sound. Blue pieces of clothing fluttered in the sky and slowly fell to the ground. Jiang Yan was instantly shirtless, with a look of fear in his eyes. He even tore his undershirt into pieces when he pulled it. Yi Yunwan glanced at him domineeringly and said, "Now, you can wear it." "But, okay." Jiang Yan swallowed his saliva, picked up the black shirt on the ground and put it on obediently, not daring to hesitate at all. After putting it on, Jiang Yan stood straight for Yi Yunwan to admire. Yi Yunwan took a glance and nodded with slight satisfaction this time. This image had the flavor of a domineering president. Although the temperament did not match, temperament was something that could be cultivated. From now on, you are only allowed to wear clothes from this series. Unless I ask you to, you are absolutely not allowed to change. Do you understand? Jiang Yan nodded. The finger marks on his neck had swollen and turned black, which looked a bit creepy. Yi Yunwan took his hand and said, "Let's go. I have to meet my parents later. Please accompany me to participate in a bidding project in the evening." Jiang Yan walked downstairs feeling a little nervous. Thinking about the personalities of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he thought that today was doomed. My father-in-law won't kill me secretly. Brothers and sisters, this book is on the new book list, I beg you to support it. Also, if you have any plots you want to see, you can leave a message here, and I will try my best to satisfy you. As for sad stories, I will try not to touch them. Please urge more updates and ratings. I estimate that the ratings will be out in 2 days. Chapter 77. Boy, you don't want Xiaowan either. Inside the Yi family mansion, Yi Chongshan, with an unhappy look on his face, sat sullenly on the sofa, wearing a floral shirt and a gold necklace around his neck. Ye's mother was trying not to laugh. Why should you do that? Our daughter has finally found someone she likes. If you lose her, it will be too late to regret it. Everyone in the Yi family knows the character of this daughter slave. Yi Zhongshan snorted irritably, "What's so good about a pretty boy like that? I'll scare him to death and let Xiaowan see the boy's true face." Yi Mu was not worried at all. She had even anticipated the scene that would happen later and couldn't help but chuckle. I really don't know when you can change your temper. You can't keep your daughter by your side forever. It's just a matter of supporting her for a lifetime. It's not like I can't afford it. Yi Chongshan retorted dissatisfiedly. At this time, there was a noise outside the door. Outside the Yi family mansion, dozens of bodyguards were patrolling back and forth, exuding an extraordinary aura that showed at first glance that they had seen real blood. A limited edition Lamborghini drove over from a distance, and the roar of the engine could be heard from a long distance away. All the bodyguards gathered together and blocked the entrance of the house. The car drifted handsomely and stopped 1 meter away from these people, and the sound of the brakes was particularly harsh. A pair of slender legs were the first to open the car door and revealed, followed by a beautiful face like a fairy, and her cold and elegant temperament shocked the whole audience. When the bodyguards saw the person coming, they quickly made way behind them and stood in 2 neat rows, lowering their heads and shouting, "Miss!" Jiang Yan curled his lips as he walked down from the driver's seat. What a big scene! There are so many people outside. It would be embarrassing if they get kicked out later. Yi Yunwan turned her head and didn't hear clearly what he said. Let's go, don't just stand there like an idiot. After Jiang Yan put away the car keys, he hurriedly followed, holding hands with them intimately, and knocked on the door of the mansion. There was a noise from inside the door, and it was opened soon. A tall and burly figure appeared. The most important thing was that he was wearing a chrysanthemum shirt, which was particularly eye-catching. Yi Chongshan opened the door and saw the two people holding hands. His face darkened immediately and he stared at the brat in front of him with gritted teeth. You brat, you dare to hold my daughter's hand? Let me go. As he said this, he wanted to pull the two apart, but was blocked by Yi Yunwan first. Dad, what do you want to do? Yi Chongshan had no choice but to withdraw his hand and forced a smile. I just wanted to say hello to this kid. Stop standing outside and come inside. It would be bad if you catch a cold. As he said this, he moved aside and obediently gave way, not daring to make any other movements. Jiang Yan smiled awkwardly as he passed by. Good morning, Dad. Yi Chongshan's face turned dark. I'm fine, you, how can you tell that I'm fine? Believe it or not, I'll dig my eyeballs out for you. Ha! Yi Yunwan, who was walking in front, turned around and stared at her father. Yi Chongshan could only force a smile. Good morning. Ye's mother, who was sitting in the living room, watched this scene without any surprise. She curled her lips and said, You want to break up people like this? Her daughter glared at her and her body was shaking. Mom, good morning. Jiang Yan walked up to Ye's mother and greeted her. Ye's mother smiled and nodded. She was very satisfied with her new son. It was worth her trip to Jiang City in person. Just sit anywhere and treat this place as your own home. I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes. You two can chat slowly. Yi Yunwan walked towards her room. The dress she is wearing now is a little uncomfortable, and she still prefers to wear a skirt. Jiang Yan was stunned. You're leaving just like that? Shouldn't you be with me? No, I have to follow. If I were to stay here alone, I wouldn't know what kind of torture I would be subjected to. Just as he was about to stand up, a big hand fell on his shoulder. An irresistible force came over him and he sat back on the sofa again. Yi Chongshan came to Jiang Yan's side without knowing when, and patted his shoulder with a fake smile. Xiaowan is going to take a shower. Why are you, a grown man, following her? It's a good opportunity for us to have a good chat, don't you think, dear son-in-law? Jiang Yan's mouth twitched. Let's have a good chat. I think you want to cut me into pieces. But Yi Chongshan didn't care what he thought. He just put his arm around his shoulders and walked towards the small room at the side. Come on, let's have a good chat. The door of the small room closed and was locked, and soon the heavy breathing of a man was heard from inside. Yimu took a glance and shook her head helplessly. This man was really hopeless. Having said that, she walked outside. It was a rare occasion that her son-in-law came home, so she must reward herself by taking care of her skin. I heard that the guy named Ji has been very proud recently, and she can't fall behind. When Yi Yunwan came down from upstairs wearing a pure black dress, the living room was empty, with only indescribable sounds coming from a small room at the side. In the dark little room, Yi Zhongshan pressed down Jiang Yan's shoulders with his big hands, preventing him from getting up from the ground, and said with a strange smile. Boy, you don't want to embarrass Xiaowan, do you? Yi Yunwan, who was listening outside the door. The next second, just when Yi Chongshan was about to give this brat a good scare, the door was suddenly kicked open and the door lock broke on the spot. You two, what are you doing? Yi Yunwan walked in with a cold voice. Yi Chongshan, who was squatting on the spot, trembled all over, and his outstretched hand froze in place, and by some strange coincidence it just happened to touch Jiang Yan's cheek. Such a scene gives people a weird feeling. Wife. Jiang Yan stood up nervously, like a child who had done something wrong. Xiaowan, don't get me wrong, I just want to talk to Jiang Yan. Father Yi felt even more embarrassed and depressed. What was going on? Yi Yunwan pulled Jiang Yan directly in front of her, then kissed him forcefully in front of her father, and even put her tongue into him. It was just a simple French kiss, but it easily broke down the heart of an old father and caused him to collapse. Their lips parted, and Yi Yunwan held Jiang Yan in her arms domineeringly, raising her eyebrows at her old father. He is mine. Since she had just finished taking a shower, her whole body smelled fragrant. Jiang Yan's face was held between her breasts, and the faint fragrance kept coming to him, making him think of some impure things. Damn it, this is too torturous. After saying that, Yi Yunwan pulled Jiang Yan out of the house. She made up her mind not to let her father and Jiang Yan meet unless it was absolutely necessary, as it was a bit dangerous. If it were a woman, she would be confident that she is no worse than anyone else, but if it were a same-sex person, it would be hard to say. It is important to guard against wild women, but it is more important to guard against men. Chapter 78 Yi Yunwan's Pursuer. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a bidding meeting was about to be held in the Magic City Hotel. On the way to the bidding meeting, Jiang Yan drove the car while Yi Yunwan took off her high heels and sat barefoot on the passenger seat. This bidding will be for a piece of land in the central area of Shanghai, which has a high flow of people and great potential. The land was originally owned by a local tycoon, but he died unexpectedly a month ago, and he has no descendants or relatives, so it was taken over by the government and put up for bidding, and the highest bidder wins. Yi Yunwan is determined to get this piece of land. This will be her first step in the Magic City and a good opportunity to expand her reputation. Jiang Yan had no interest in these things. The main body of the Jiang group was not in the physical industry, so he had no interest in bidding. Besides, in a while, his father would probably force him to work as a laborer in the group, so he had to take advantage of this time to relax. After all, Jiang Yan is the only child in the family and will inherit the entire Jiang group in the future. John's father will definitely not let him go on like this. But he himself doesn't care, this is exactly what he wants. In the car, Jiang Yan suddenly said, "I found that I have changed a little after being with you." Yi Yunwan turned her head and asked, "What has changed?" Jiang Yan shook his head. "I don't know either, but there is one thing I am very sure of. I want to stand in front of you, not be blocked by you behind me." Jiang Yan himself found this sentence a bit confusing, but Yi Yunwan understood. "You don't want to be supported by me?" Her expression was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Jiang Yan to say such words. If it were in the past, he would probably be eager to live off her. Jiang Yan held the steering wheel in his hand, nodded gently, and suddenly smiled sideways. Maybe this is the desire to protect that has been aroused. Watching his beloved woman working hard and gaining constantly, Jiang Yan was influenced unconsciously. What he wants is a two-way effort, not a one-sided contribution. After all, personal strength has its limits, and only by working together in both directions can one go further. Yi Yunwan was silent. To be honest, she liked Jiang Yan the way he was now, but she had no reason to stop him from making progress. "All I can say is, it's up to you." They soon arrived at the Magic City Hotel. They were a little late. If they were any later, the bidding would probably have started. The car slowly stopped. Wearing a black dress and crystal high heels, Yi Yunwan became the focus of the whole audience as soon as she appeared. The driver's door slowly opened, and Jiang Yan, dressed in a black suit, walked out. He put away his usual nonchalant look, and his whole temperament changed drastically. The facial features are angular, and the hairband on the left wrist is particularly eye-catching. "Let's go." The two of them walked into the hotel arm in arm. The originally ordinary hotel lights now seem to be specially set up for these two people. Many wealthy people who have not yet entered the market could not help but talk about. "Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Yi family? She is actually here to participate in this bidding. Then who is the man next to her? I don't know. He looks unfamiliar, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere." Jiang Yan has basically been in Jiang City in the past few years and has gradually faded out of the public eye, so not many people know him. As soon as they entered the hotel, a young man in a blue suit blocked Jiang Yan and his companion's way. He was wearing an expensive watch on his hand, and the word luxury was the only word on his body. Ji Chang walked up to Yi Yunwan with a smile, without even looking at Jiang Yan, and said with a smile, "Yunwan, I thought you wouldn't come." Seeing the person who suddenly appeared and blocked her way, Yi Yunwan showed impatience in her eyes. "Ji Chang, I should have warned you to stay away from me." Ji Chang still had a big smile on his face. He was not discouraged at all by being treated like this. He took out a small red box from his pocket and knelt on one knee in front of everyone. He opened the box in his hand, revealing an exquisite diamond ring, and said affectionately, "Yunwan, this is the heart of the ocean that I asked someone to bring back from abroad. There is only one in the world, and I want to give it to you." People around were talking about it and were very interested in the sudden arrival of the melon. Heart of the ocean? As far as I know, it was carved by a top foreign master. It's a completely handmade product. It's said to cost over 1 billion. Because it's too expensive, it has never been sold. TSK, it seems like the young master of the Ji family has been pursuing the young lady of the Yi family for a while, and he really won't give up. By the way, do you feel that the man Miss Yi is holding hands with looks familiar?
Yeah, I think so too. I feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I just can't remember where. At the door, Jiang Yan saw that someone was actually proposing to his wife in front of him. He was stunned at first, and then his face instantly became gloomy. Who is this guy? Jiang Yan pointed at Ji Chang and asked. Yi Yunwan didn't even look at the ring and said casually, "My suitor, the young master of the Ji family, don't you know him?" Hearing this, Zhang Yanchao began to look around, looking east and west, not missing any details.
Yi Yunwan asked in confusion, "What are you doing?"
Oh. Zhang Yan retracted his gaze. "Let me see if there are any cameras around, so that no evidence will be captured later." Yi Yunwan was stunned for a moment, then chuckled.
Ji Chang's face darkened. What did he mean? He challenged Zhang Yan directly, looking for a camera? Do you dare to do this in public? Zhang Yan, let me tell you.
Before he could finish his words, Zhang Yan suddenly shouted, There are mosquitoes, young Master Ji, be careful." As he said that, he slapped Ji Chang in the face. The sound of the slap was so loud that it showed how powerful the slap was. With a paw sound, Ji Chang was slapped to the ground before he could even react, and had an intimate contact with the tile floor. Zhang Yan used 80% of his strength in this slap, which was not something a dandy young master could withstand.
Ji Chang's scream echoed in the hotel. He covered his face in disbelief and looked at Zhang Yan. "You dare to hit me?" Zhang Yan looked confused. "What are you talking about, Ji Xiao? Why would I hit you? I just told you there was a mosquito."
"I was scared when I saw it flying towards your face.
You look so delicate. If you get bit by a mosquito, you'll die on the spot.
So, I just wanted to help you.
No need for any gifts or anything like that."
These remarks made the people around who were watching the show burst into laughter.
What was going on? One bite from a mosquito could kill someone. This was clearly referring to Ji Qingshu. This guy is too mean. He shouldn't insult people like this.
Blood slowly flowed out of Ji Chang's mouth. He stared at Zhang Yan angrily.
As the eldest son of the Ji family, when had he ever been slapped in the face by anyone?
"You're looking for death." Ji Chang wanted to get up from the ground and teach Zhang Yan a lesson. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yan got a can of cooking oil from somewhere and poured it directly on the smooth tile floor. Now, Ji Chang, who had just stood up halfway, slipped to the ground again, looking very disheveled, like a homeless man.
Please urge me to update more. 500 urges will result in 5 chapters. Chapter 79 bidding begins. Let's go. Zhang Yan took Yi Yunwan's hand and walked towards the front row.
As for Ji Chang, Zhang Yan will remember him and will have plenty of ways to deal with him in the future. Seeing this, the people around who were watching the fun also dispersed and sat back in their seats, but they kept wondering in their hearts about the background of this young man. Not only does he have a special relationship with the eldest daughter of the Yi family, but he also dares to treat the young master of the Ji family, one of the 3 major families in Magic City, in this way. Either he has a powerful background or he is just a reckless man, but they prefer the former. Soon, the host of the hotel walked up to the high platform in the front, smiling, holding the microphone in his hand and said humbly,
"Welcome everyone to today's bidding meeting. I am honored to be the host of this bidding. Everyone's time is valuable, so I'll get straight to the point. Everyone has a number plate in their hands. If you need to bid, just raise the number plate and we will register it for you. There are a total of 12 plots of land for this tender, and most of them have excellent geographical advantages. However, I believe that you are all here for the plot in the core area, so let's not waste your time." As he spoke, the hotel manager walked up from the stage, holding a red plate with 12 land deeds on it. The hotel owner waved his hand and said, "The first piece of land is located in the outer area of Magic City. It is 3,000 square meters in total. The starting price is 100 million. As soon as the words fell, someone below raised his number plate. VIP number 15, offer 130 million. The bidding sounds continued and the price continued to rise. It soon broke through 180 million and was heading towards 200 million. Yi Yunwan and Zhang Yan sat together in the front row, with a small round table between them, on which were placed various fruits and drinks. Zhang Yan looked at the detailed information of the land, picked up a small tomato from the fruit bowl beside him and swallowed it. Although this piece of land is on the outskirts of Shanghai, the area is large enough and the total price is estimated to be around 250 million. If it is higher, it will not be worth it. Yi Yunwan, who was sitting nearby, was wearing an elegant black dress with her hair draped over her shoulders. She was peeling an apple and had no interest in the land being auctioned. What she needed was the last piece of land in the core area. As for the remaining 11 pieces of land, she had no idea at all. "Open your mouth," she said suddenly. Jiang Yan swallowed the grape in his mouth, opened his mouth obediently, and took a bite of the apple handed to him. It tasted sour and sweet. After seeing him take a bite, Yi Yunwan picked up the apple and took a bite as if no one was around, not at all disgusted that it had been eaten by Jiang Yan. In the eyes of the big bosses of the surrounding groups, this scene was no different from a miniature earthquake. "Wow, are you doing this in public? Are you using this to test the cadres?" Some people who had not finished their meals were even full at this moment, as it was all spiritual food. The bidding for the first piece of land ended and was finally bought by a wealthy outsider for 230 million yuan. He smiled at the people around him with a big smile on his face. 230 million was definitely a good profit for this piece of land. In a place like Shanghai where every inch of land is valuable, it would probably take only a few years to make back the investment. Next is the second piece. Jiang Yan asked curiously, "How much money have you prepared for the bid this time?" Yi Yunwan said calmly, 100. Jiang Yan tilted his head. He didn't know whether this number was a lot or a little. It should be a lot. The two of them didn't know that at the last table in the hotel, Ji Chang was staring at them with a sinister look and gritting his teeth in his heart. "Just wait, if you dare to offend me, Ji Chang, you will lose this piece of land. I will answer everyone's questions here. Regarding the issue of harem, there will definitely not be a harem in this book. Some people say that there is too little driving. You can reply here. If it is really too little, I will consider adding more plots that you perverts like to watch. Regarding the issue of Jiang Yan being from a wealthy family, you don't need to worry too much about it. This book doesn't involve too many family forces, such as the protagonist being a playboy. I will carefully consider the sadistic plot and try not to make it too sad. I will try my best. As for Sham Sum, she may have fewer scenes in the beginning, but will have a lot in the end. Some people say that the heroine is not yandere enough. It's not that I don't write it, it's mainly because Tomato has some control over this aspect now, so I always write it with a slight yandere style. Please urge more updates." Chapter 80 Jiang Yan takes action. As time passed, the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax, and 11 pieces of land were bought one after another. But there was a strange phenomenon, that is, none of the top groups in Shanghai made a bid, leaving these people to compete. As the 11th plot of land was sold, the atmosphere in the venue quieted down almost instantly. The heated bidding ended and there was a depressing atmosphere in the venue. The hotel owner finally picked up the last deed from the tray and said loudly, "This is the finale of today's land. I won't say any more nonsense. The starting price is 100 million, and each bid must not be less than 50 million. As always, the highest bidder wins. Let the bidding begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the chairman of the top groups who had been silent before began to bid one by one, and the price rose at an extremely fast speed. Number 26 bids 200 million. Number 31 bids 250 million. Number 9 bids 350 million. The price has been pushed to 1 billion in a very short period of time, and is still rising. At this moment, the venue was completely silent except for the scattered bidding sounds. The group bosses who had previously been in the limelight did not dare to speak at this moment. The gap is simply too big. This final duel is simply not something that people of their level can participate in. At the beginning, it was only 50 million at a time, but now it is increasing by almost 100 million at a time. Money is like free white paper, and it can be shouted out at will. After more than 10 minutes, the bidding voices began to decrease, and it was obvious that some groups with insufficient foundation had withdrawn from the bidding. Number 5 bids 3 billion. Number 3 bids 3.1 billion. Seeing that there were only a few people bidding, Yi Yunwan knew that it was her turn. He took the number plate placed aside, and a cold voice echoed in the venue, "Number 1, bid 5 billion. The whole audience was in an uproar. Wow! A guy raised the price by more than 10 billion at one time. When they looked towards the source of the sound, they felt relieved. It turned out that it was the eldest daughter of the Yi family who made the move. No wonder she was so generous. Although the Yi family is not the richest family in the Magic City, their foundation is not something that ordinary families can compete with. There are only 2 people in the Magic City who can stand on the same platform as the Yi family. As the price of 5 billion was announced, there was a brief silence in the venue, and all the other numbers had been abandoned. They are not qualified to compete with the Yi family in the Magic City. The hotel owner in front also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. 5 billion, this price has exceeded the expected amount, and no one should bid for it. Just when everyone thought that the bidding was over, Ji Chang, who was sitting at the last seat, sneered. After waiting for so long, it is finally his turn to appear. Holding up the number plate in his hand, he sneered and said, "Number 50, bid 6 billion. The sudden bidding made everyone stunned at first. They looked towards the person bidding. After seeing the man's appearance clearly, they secretly exclaimed, "No wonder." If it is the Ji family, then it is still unknown whether the eldest lady of the Yi family can get this land this time. Yi Yunwan saw that it was Ji Chang who made the move, but her expression did not change. She raised her number plate again, "Number 1, bid 7 billion. I'm sorry, Yunwan, our Ji family has decided to take this piece of land." Ji Chang smiled apologetically, but he didn't show any embarrassment at all. He raised his number plate and said, "Number 50, bid 9 billion. Yi Yunwan made another move, "Number 1, 10 billion. This is all the liquid assets she can currently take out. Although the Yi family has a deep foundation, most of it is real estate. Although she still has the Feiyan Group in Jiang City, she cannot mobilize it in such a short time." Ji Chang, who was sitting at the last seat, did not show the slightest panic when he heard the price. He had received the news long ago and knew that this woman only had 10 billion in total, so he was not worried at all. "Number 50, bid 10.5 billion. As soon as the price was announced, Ji Chang almost became the focus of the whole audience. "I'm afraid the Yi family's plan will fail this time, which is a pity." Someone shook his head secretly. Ji Chang stood up and looked down at Yi Yunwan and Zhang Yan, as if to say, "Did you see that? This is my strength." Their Ji family had long had the idea of focusing on development in the Magic City, so this time the family gave him a lot of money just to acquire this piece of land. Now, not only can he vent his anger, but he can also get a considerable reward when he returns to his family. Yi Yunwan, who was sitting in the front row, lowered her eyes, seeing that this plan was going to fail. She had not expected that the Ji family would pay such a huge price to bid for this piece of land. Originally, her 10 billion was completely sufficient, because although the land itself had great potential, it was only worth about 70 to 80 billion at most. Seeing this, Zhang Yan laughed and said, "Do you want this piece of land so much?" Yi Yunwan rested one hand on the round table, looking a little depressed. "Well, I originally wanted to build a giant shopping mall, but now it seems that it is not possible. Land in the core area of Shanghai rarely comes to light, so an opportunity like today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Ji Chang came from behind, ready to take his spoils. The hotel owner also hurriedly picked up the deed and prepared to hand it over, but at this time, a voice sounded again. "Number 1, bid 20 billion. The crowd that was about to leave was stunned. 2 billion. At this critical moment, someone was still bidding, and it was 2 billion at once? Ji Chang's hand, which was about to take the deed, froze, his face turned grim, and he looked towards the source of the voice. In the front row, Zhang Yan held up his number plate, looked at Ji Chang with interest, and said with a smile, "Master Ji, do you want to bid again? If you don't make an offer, this land will be mine." Zhang Yan. Ji Chang gritted his teeth. He was about to get the land deed, and this guy actually came out to make trouble at this time. It must be intentional. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. "Why, are you dissatisfied when you see me?" When they heard the name Zhang Yan, those who were familiar with Zhang Yan immediately remembered him and exclaimed, "I remember now, the guy next to Missy is Zhang Yan, the eldest son of Zhang Group. Why does he look so familiar? When did he come back?" Yi Yunwan turned her head. She didn't expect Zhang Yan would actually make a bid for her. Is she considered a rich kid on the list? Zhang Yan also turned his head and looked over, smiling at her. "Don't love me too much." Seeing the two of them flirting in front of him, Ji Chang's face was gloomy and his hands were clenched into fists. "I'll pay 25 billion. The total amount of funds the family gave him this time was only 20 billion yuan, and the remaining 5 billion yuan was already his own money. The hundreds of billions of funds given by the family last time had long been taken back. After all, Zhang Yan and Yi Yunwan were not disturbed, so this money definitely could not be left with him. Chapter 81: A Night in a Hotel. "Oh, you are worthy of being Master Ji. It's already 25 billion. Then I'll add another 100 million. Zhang Yan raised his hand. "Number 1, bid 25.1 billion. Ji Chang was furious and growled, Jiang Yan, don't go too far. I'm here on behalf of the Ji family this time. You'd better think clearly about the price you'll pay if you break up with my family. Jiang Yan waved his hand indifferently, Ji family? Are they very powerful? If you can't afford to play, then don't embarrass yourself here. If I were you, I would have run away in disgrace a long time ago. You! Ji Chang pointed at Jiang Yan, his body shaking with anger, which showed how angry he was. Standing up, Jiang Yan walked over and picked up the deed, then walked back and waved the deed in front of his wife. Do you want it? Jiang Yan looked at her and blinked. Then kiss me and I will give it to you. Jiang Yan pointed to his right cheek. Yi Yunwan obediently rewarded him on the right cheek, and then gently touched his lips. Jiang Yan smiled with satisfaction at the soft touch and handed over the deed in his hand as if it were free. Ji Chang looked at the two people who were putting on a show, his eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't stand the grievance and walked out of the venue quickly. The hotel owner came up and coughed. Master Jiang, how are you going to pay for your 25.1 billion? After Yi Yunwan finished giving the reward, she finally reacted and asked in confusion, yeah, where did you get the 25.1 billion? Jiang Yan clenched his fist and coughed lightly, then you can go directly to Jiang's group to settle the bill with my dad, and just say that it was my order. Yi Yunwan. The hotel owner was also stunned, but still nodded. He had already recognized Jiang Yan, so he was naturally not worried that he would default on his debt. After all, more than 20 billion yuan is nothing to the Jiang group, so there is no need to default on the debt. Then let's go. Jiang Yan stood up and extended his hand to the most beautiful woman in the audience. His manner was elegant and calm, like a gentleman. Seeing his behavior, Yi Yunwan smiled and stretched out her delicate hand, okay. The two walked out of the hotel hand in hand, followed by countless gluttons who stared at them as they left. Young man, you have no martial ethics. By the time the bidding ended, it was completely dark. At the door of a high-end hotel, Jiang Yan took Yi Yunwan's hand and walked in. I spent more than 20 billion yuan and I will definitely be scolded by my father tomorrow. I must make up for it now. Inside the hotel, a receptionist wearing glasses was looking at something indescribable. When he saw someone coming in, he quickly turned off his phone. He stood up and smiled in his standard way, are you two staying at the hotel? Holding the soft and boneless little hand, Jiang Yan said proudly, give me a presidential suite. The man behind the counter's eyes lit up. This big customer wanted the presidential suite right away. He immediately started to operate it with a smile, okay, no problem. The price for a presidential suite is 19,999 per night. Is that okay? Jiang Yan's heart was about to burn at this time. He took out a card and swiped it. The payment was successful. He said anxiously, okay, give me the key. Seeing the money arrive, the man smiled even more. He took out a door card and handed it over, saying with a smile, the presidential suite is on the 5th floor. Please feel free to go. Jiang Yan held Yi Yunwan's hand and walked into the elevator. He directly pressed the button for the 5th floor and the elevator door slowly closed. Seeing Jiang Yan looking very anxious, Yi Yunwan couldn't help but said angrily, look at your little achievements, can you calm down a little? Looking at her delicate appearance, Jiang Yan put his arms around her waist and leaned her against him before the elevator arrived. His voice was a little uncomfortable, then I'll collect some interest first. Having said that, Jiang Yan directly kissed those beautiful red lips. This time he took the initiative to attack, constantly conquering that forbidden area. Yi Yunwan closed her eyes and collapsed in Jiang Yan's arms, allowing him to take what he wanted. With a ding sound, we arrived at the 5th floor. Jiang Yan couldn't wait to pick up Yi Yunwan and walk towards the suite. In the early morning, the birds are chirping. In the clean white hotel suite, Yi Yunwan was still sleeping with her eyes closed on the bed, sleeping very soundly. Next to the bed, clothes were scattered all over the floor, and the layout of the room was a little messy. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the face so close to him, and couldn't help but walk forward and kiss it. Yi Yunwan, who was still asleep, moved her eyelashes slightly, but she did not wake up, she just turned over. But Jiang Yan feasted his eyes on such a large movement as turning over, and the lust that he had finally released last night surged up again. The hand inside the quilt reached out quietly, and the body leaned forward, tightly against that soft body. Yi Yunwan suddenly moaned, and she woke up hazily, feeling that a certain part of her body was being played with. She slapped the hands away, sleepily saying, stop making trouble, sleep a little longer. But Jiang Yan would not give up. He leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "Wife, I want." Yi Yunwan's fair skin felt slightly hot. After being disturbed by Jiang Yan's noise, she couldn't fall asleep anymore, so she had to turn over again and hug him gently. Both of them are naked now, and the forbidden touch makes Jiang Yan's breathing become rapid. Yi Yunwan stared at Jiang Yan's eyes with her almond-shaped eyes. Seeing that he was in so much pain, she had no choice but to shrink into the quilt and bury herself in it. The quilt was slightly lifted, and Yi Yunwan's little head appeared from it. Yi Yunwan moaned again, and lay on Jiang Yan's chest like a pool of soft water, with her cheek pressed against his. Jiang Yan's breathing became more and more rapid. He held his wife in his arms, feeling the forbidden pleasure. Yi Yunwan couldn't help but scream out, her face flushed with shame, and she couldn't help but punch Jiang Yan with her little fist. End of this chapter. Surprised? Unexpected? There is already a specific outline. Everyone, please try to update more. For the 2 chapters in the morning, as long as you reach 350 updates before noon, or 600 updates before 4 p.m., you will get more updates. As for why I lowered the requirements, it is mainly because if there are only 2 or 3 chapters a day in the later plot, I am afraid you will go crazy. Let me make it clear first, this is not abusive, so don't keep reading. I love you guys, mwah. Chapter 82 100 Little Lovers a Night. Near noon, Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan walked out of the hotel arm in arm, looking refreshed. I think it's necessary for you to abstain from sex for a while. You've been too unrestrained recently. Yi Yunwan suddenly said. Abstinence. Jiang Yan's originally bright face suddenly collapsed. He grabbed his wife's hand and begged, "Don't, I will really die if you do that." Yi Yunwan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Don't treat me like a drug. You will die if you leave me." Jiang Yan pouted and quickly kissed the delicate little face. The touch of soft skin made him linger. He licked his lips and said, "You are much more powerful than drugs." Yi Yunwan directly grabbed Jiang Yan's clothes, wiped the saliva off her face, and walked forward expressionlessly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan's heart was broken. Why did this scene feel so familiar? He thought of something and his eyes rolled. Chasing after her, Jiang Yan grabbed Yi Yunwan's little hand, held her in his arms and turned her towards him, then hooked her chin with his hand. Yi Yunwan was stunned by the sudden incident and did not move for a while. Jiang Yan stared deeply into those almond-shaped eyes, his voice gradually becoming deeper. "Woman, I find you are a little bit drifting. Were you disliking me just now? Looks like I have to teach you a lesson." Jiang Yan instantly seemed like a domineering president possessed by him. His temperament changed and he looked at the person in his arms with unruly eyes. Yi Yunwan was suddenly dazed when she saw Jiang Yan's sudden change. This seemed pretty good too. Just then, Jiang Yan's cell phone rang, breaking the wonderful atmosphere. Jiang Yan immediately let go of the hand that was holding her waist and took out his cell phone while cursing, "Damn," at this critical moment, which bastard came to disturb the atmosphere. In less than a second, Jiang Yan's attack failed. Yi Yunwan's originally fascinated expression disappeared in an instant, her face turned cold, and her fists were clenched tightly. "Hello, who is this?" Jiang Yan shouted dissatisfiedly to the other end of the phone. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line, "I'm your father, bastard." Jiang Yan's eyes widened. How could someone dare to call him father? How could he tolerate this? "I'm still your father, how dare that bastard talk to me like that?" Jiang Yan took out his phone to see who was calling. The next second, he was shocked. "Oh my god, I'm in big trouble." As expected, a roar came from the other end of the phone, "You bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? Are you itching for trouble?" Zhang Jingfeng's voice on the other end of the phone was deafening, and Jiang Yan touched his nose awkwardly. Yi Yunwan, who was listening quietly at the side, also covered her mouth and chuckled. "This idiot is so funny." Jiang Yan scratched his ear, feeling a little guilty. "Hey dad, I wasn't talking to you just now, please don't mind it." Zhang Zhengfeng snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Someone just sent me an IOU of more than 25 billion. It was you who did it, right? They are coming to the group to collect the debts. You little brat are trying to make trouble. What on earth would you need more than 20 billion for? Tell me the truth, have you been caught doing something sneaky? Let me tell you, even I only have one woman, your mother. If you dare to mess around, I..." Before he could finish his words, there was a noise from the other end of the line. It was Ye's mother's voice. "Jiang Zhengfeng. Are you going to heaven? What do you mean I'm the only one? Do you want to find more? Okay, have you been dissatisfied with me for a long time? I will beat you to death.
Father Jiang quickly begged for mercy. Oh, my dear, please stop making trouble.
I am teaching my son a lesson.
Please be merciful. After a while, Jiang Zhengfeng's somewhat tired voice came over the phone. Anyway, I don't care what you do with the 20 billion. But all this money is kept by your mother. You should just go back to the group and work for her. It's a good opportunity for you to keep Xiaoye company.
Zhang Yan curled his lips. Okay, that's what I was planning.
Well, that's it.
I'm going to go and coax your mother.
With a beep, the phone was hung up. Zhang Yan shook his phone and said helplessly to Yi Yunwan, "You heard it too, my free life is over."
Yi Yunwan's face was obviously unhappy. If this man went to work, wouldn't the frequency of their meetings be less?
But this was Zhang Yan's parents' decision, and she couldn't interfere. She couldn't say that she was taking the person away or something, that would be too embarrassing.
After careful consideration, Yi Yunwan walked up to Zhang Yan, grabbed his collar, and said harshly,
"Don't let me know that you're not being honest outside, or I'll make you pay." Zhang Yan shuddered all over, and nodded in agreement in panic. "Don't worry, I'm honest."
"Humph, that's better."
Yi Yunwan snorted coldly, turned around, got in the car and drove towards the direction of Yes Group. Zhang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly realized something was wrong. He quickly chased after the car and shouted at it, "No, you should take me there." But the only response he got was a red bill that floated out from the driver's seat of the sports car and slowly fell in front of him. Zhang Yan's mouth twitched, he picked up the 100 yuan on the ground, and finally chose to take Didi to the group. What a huge loss. I slept with her for a whole night, but in the end I only got a mere 100 yuan.
Did she treat him as a lover who only paid 100 yuan a night?
The Jiang Group is located in the most luxurious area in the city center of Shanghai, and its branches are spread across almost every province in the country. In some places, whether a place is developed is even judged by whether there is a branch of the Jiang Group in the area. On the 100-story luxurious building, the 4 glittering characters of Jiang Group are particularly eye-catching. 2 burly security guards were standing guard at the door when suddenly a taxi drove straight towards them from a distance. The 2 security guards frowned and walked over.
"This is the Jiang Group, not everyone is qualified to come in."
The taxi driver saw the actions of the 2 security guards and quickly stopped the car.
"Thank you."
Zhang Yan took out a red bill and handed it to the driver, then got out of the car. The driver did not dare to hesitate and drove away quickly. The 2 security guards' eyes lit up when they saw Zhang Yan, and they asked in surprise, "Master Jiang, why are you here today?
Isn't it time for the holiday yet?
Why did you sneak back?" Zhang Yan had come to the group several times during his holidays, and became very familiar with these security guards.
Zhang Yan smiled faintly. "What do you mean by sneaking away?"
"I have already graduated, and now my mother has called me back to do hard labor." The 2 security guards looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that young Master Jiang had made his wife angry again. Zhang Yan walked directly into the group building and waved his hand. "I'll be leaving first, you guys enjoy yourself."
Chapter 83. There's someone outside. Bang.
In the office of the Minister of Finance of Jiang Group, his mother directly placed a pile of documents on the desk in front of Zhang Yan.
"I've given you all these documents.
Finish them today, or you'll have something to worry about." Zhang Yan looked at the pile of documents in front of him that was half a meter high and as tall as a small mountain.
He was a little overwhelmed and cried out in injustice. "Mom, you are exploiting me. How can I finish all this?"
Mother Yi snorted coldly, folded her hands and scolded, "What does it have to do with me?
Who told you to spend over 20 billion of my money all at once?"
"I usually spend money carefully, but you threw over 20 billion at me all at once." Jiang Xiaoye, sitting behind a small desk nearby, echoed, "That's right, you deserve it."
Zhang Yan glared at the dead girl with gritted teeth, and Jiang Xiaoye glared back without fear.
"Anyway, don't even think about going out and having fun this month. Just work hard for me." After saying this, Ye's mother walked out of the office directly, planning to take care of her skin. "I finally caught a coolie, and I must reward myself well this month."
"Brother, why don't you hurry up and work?"
Jiang Xiaoye urged, "Otherwise, when mom comes back, she will definitely skin you alive." Zhang Yan could only helplessly start processing these documents, but what he didn't know was that nearly 1/5 of these documents were Jiang Xiaoye's work. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed.
The weather is getting colder.
After all, it is already the beginning of October, and we will have to wear cotton-padded jackets in another month or two. In the center of Magic City, inside the office of the president of Yi Group, Yi Yunwan had her hair tied up, and was wearing a black long-sleeved jacket and a long skirt underneath. She was sitting behind her desk working. For more than half a month, she has been dealing with the construction of the shopping mall, and today she finally came up with a rough plan. Putting down the documents, Yi Yunwan picked up the phone beside her and frowned. Not only did this stinky man not come to see her for more than half a month, he didn't even call her. Is there someone outside? I looked at the sky outside and it was almost dusk, so it was time to get off work. You don't want to look for me, right? Okay, then I'll go look for you. Yi Yunwan's face was full of unhappiness. She directly opened an app on her phone, and a map of the Magic City with detailed streets appeared on the screen. There are two small red dots shining brightly on the map, with the target distance accurately marked on them. This is a positioning software that Yi Yunwan installed on Jiang Yan's mobile phone while he was sleeping. She specially asked someone to make it. As long as there is a signal, it can locate Jiang Yan's real-time location at all times. I had originally intended to prevent this stinky man from escaping, and now it comes in handy. After seeing Jiang Yan's current position, Yi Yunwan stood up and left the office with a cold face. Especially when she saw Jiang Yan's current position, her eyes became even colder. Okay, if you have time, go to the hotel. If you don't, come find me. Just wait for me. On the other side, inside a big hotel in Magic City, an evening party headed by the Jiang Group is in full swing, and many company bosses who rely on the Jiang Group for their survival have come one after another. As the richest family in Shanghai, the Jiang family naturally has many followers, the so-called factions. The Jiang family's vassals are spread all over the country, which is one of the important reasons why the Jiang family can occupy the leading position in domestic internet technology. Therefore, in order to maintain these relationships, the Jiang family holds an evening party in the fall every year, and almost all the vassal families of the Jiang family from all over the country will come. Mr. Jiang, come, I'll toast you on behalf of the Yun family in Luo City. If it weren't for the support of your Jiang family, I don't know where I would be now. Yes, Master Jiang, we must toast you with this glass. Surrounded by many people, Jiang Yan, wearing a blue suit, drank a glass in a measured manner. That's right, the lucky person who was used to maintain the relationship this year was Jiang Yan. In the past, Jiang Yan's father would have participated in such activities. But that bastard actually pushed everything onto his son and went off to have a candlelight dinner with his wife. Let Jiang Xiaoye come. This girl is not very old and might easily fall into the trap of these old foxes, so Jiang Yan had to come. Fortunately, the alcohol content of these wines was not very high, and Jiang Yan could drink more than a dozen glasses with his alcohol tolerance, but at this time he was obviously drunk. At this time, several young women in dresses came over from not far away and surrounded Jiang Yan. Master Jiang, are you interested in making friends? One of the women directly grabbed Jiang Yan's arm and held him tightly in her arms. Jiang Yan frowned and subconsciously tried to shake off the woman, but then the other women gathered in his arms, still calling softly, Master Jiang. Several men in suits nearby looked at each other and smiled. These were their daughters, who were brought here specially this time. If I could be favored by young Master Jiang, wealth and glory would be within my reach. By then, not to mention a city-level agent, even a provincial agent will be within easy reach. Many people in the venue were watching this scene, but no one said anything, they just got used to it. Master Jiang, let's go out and play together later. I heard that there are many fun places in the Magic City. Can you take me there? I want to go too. Master Jiang, please take me with you. Jiang Yan looked at the women surrounding him and felt nauseous. These stupid women really thought he was drunk. Trying to play this trick on me, I may not look that good, but I have beautiful thoughts. Just when Jiang Yan was about to push them away, he glanced up and seemed to see something, and was stunned for a moment. I saw a figure standing at the door of the hotel. I don't know when he stood there. There was a layer of cold frost on his face and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost spreading. Yi Yunwan looked at Jiang Yan, who was surrounded by several women, sneered, then turned and left. I was wondering why there had been no news for half a month. Turns out he was just having a good time. Yunwan. Jiang Yan knew that this was a big misunderstanding, so he pushed these women away and ran out with an anxious look on his face. This sudden scene made everyone around stunned. Who was that woman just now? She was calling so intimately, could it be? When they thought of this, the men in suits who asked their daughter to seduce Jiang Yan suddenly broke out in cold sweat. It shouldn't be what they think.
If that were the case, they would be really finished. Outside the hotel, when Jiang Yan chased out, it was already a little late. Yi Yunwan had already watched her car drive away at a high speed. Jiang Yan didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly ran to the parking lot, drove out his car, and then chased in the direction Yi Yunwan left. I was locked in a dark room for 3 hours this morning, so I'll update today. Please urge more updates. Chapter 84. Stay by my side. The Magic City is still bustling at night. By a small river, there was no one around. Yi Yunwan stopped the car with a cold expression and sat quietly waiting. After a while, a car light came closer and closer in the distance, almost in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yan saw the car parked by the river and felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he finally caught up with it. He didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly opened the car door and ran over, directly to Yi Yunwan's car, pulled the car door, and found it was locked, so he had to knock on the car window. Yunwan, please listen to my explanation. Things are really not what you think. Jiang Yan knocked on the car window hard, making a dull sound. Yi Yunwan sat in the driver's seat, turned her head to look at Jiang Yan, who was knocking on the car window outside, and reached out to unlock the car lock. Jiang Yan, who was outside the car, was delighted when he saw this, and quickly opened the door and wanted to explain, but before he could open his mouth, Yi Yunwan, who was sitting in the seat, stretched out her arms and pulled Jiang Yan in. With a bang, the car door was slammed shut. In the silent night, Yi Yunwan pinched Jiang Yan's neck with one hand and pressed the seat adjustment button with her hand. With a slight click, the driver's seat began to tilt towards the back row, eventually forming a space large enough for one person to lie down. Yunwan, please listen to my explanation. Jiang Yan felt uncomfortable as his neck was being strangled. Just as he was about to explain, Yi Yunwan threw him down on the driver's seat. The heavy force even caused the car body to briefly shake downward by a few centimeters. Yi Yunwan sat directly on Jiang Yan's body, grasped his arms tightly with both hands to prevent him from moving, and then kissed him directly. Jiang Yan's pupils shrank. He felt Yi Yunwan licking him frantically and thought she was releasing her stress. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Jiang Yan felt a sharp pain in his mouth. He took a deep breath and a strong smell of blood filled his mouth. He was startled at once, and felt that Yi Yunwan's teeth were still exerting force, so he quickly tried to push her away with his hands. But no matter how hard he tried, his hands were held tightly and he couldn't exert any force at all. You. Jiang Yan's body continued to struggle. Yi Yunwan kissed his lips regardless, madly absorbing the taste of Jiang Yan, taking a bite with her silver teeth from time to time. Jiang Yan groaned, but his mouth was blocked and he couldn't make any sound. This scene lasted for a full half hour. Yi Yunwan took a breath several times during the process, and then, without giving Jiang Yan time to relax, she kissed him again. Gradually, more and more blood was lost, and a trace of blood flowed down the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth and stained the clothes of both of them. Just when Jiang Yan was about to collapse, Yi Yunwan finally let him go. She let go of Jiang Yan's hand, and her body moved up and down, constantly breathing in fresh air to make herself feel better. I'm very unhappy about what happened tonight. Sitting on Jiang Yan's body, her slender legs were spread on both sides, and the whole person seemed to be riding on Jiang Yan's body. Heavy panting came from Jiang Yan's nose. Just as he was about to sit up and explain, Yi Yunwan pushed him back heavily again. She said coldly, "Who allowed you to sit up now?" The defenseless Jiang Yan was pushed back heavily, and his head hit the safety pillow of the seat directly, making a dull sound. There was no other way. Jiang Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and had to explain. Those women just threw themselves at me. I was just about to push them away when you came, so this is all a misunderstanding. Yi Yunwan stared at Jiang Yan's eyes with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, "So I was wrong just now." It was the first time that Jiang Yan saw Yi Yunwan like this, and he couldn't help but reveal a bit of fear in his eyes. Although she had behaved like this before, it was never as serious as it is now. Not knowing what to say, Jiang Yan could only whisper, "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Yi Yunwan casually tucked the hair that had fallen on her forehead behind her ears. The taste of Jiang Yan's blood still lingered in her mouth. The atmosphere in the car was silent for a few minutes before Yi Yunwan spoke slowly, her voice still as cold. "You are not allowed to go to the group anymore. I will talk to my aunt and uncle. Just stay with me obediently. This is my final bottom line. Do you understand?" Under Yi Yunwan's gaze, Jiang Yan hesitated and then shook his head silently. "I don't want to become like that. I know you can give me everything, whatever I want, but I don't want to be like that, standing behind you all my life." As he spoke, Jiang Yan didn't even dare to look into her eyes. He turned his head and said, "I'm sorry, I really can't do it." Yi Yunwan was stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Yan to dare to reject her at this time. She couldn't bear the anger anymore and slapped Jiang Yan in the face. "I can't bear to work on this anymore. I can't bear to work on this anymore. These are 5 chapters that are packed with content. I just hope for your support." Chapter 85. Jiang Yan is in trouble. A slap mark appeared on Jiang Yan's right cheek at a speed visible to the naked eye, but he didn't say anything and didn't dare to look into her eyes. The last trace of reluctance in Yi Yunwan's eyes slowly dissipated. She sat up straight and looked at Jiang Yan, saying coldly, "Okay, this is the choice you made. Since you are so motivated, I won't bother you anymore. Take care of yourself, Jiang Yan." Having said that, Yi Yunwan got out of the car, slammed the door shut, walked to Jiang Yan's car and sat in the driver's seat. The car started and drove away quickly without any nostalgia. The next morning, when Jiang's father came out of the house, he found his son lying drunk at the door with dried blood on his clothes. "Son, what's wrong with you?" Father Jiang was shocked and did not dare to hesitate. He quickly carried his son into the house, laid him flat on the sofa, and kept patting his face. But in response, Jiang Yan just moved his lips slightly, showing no sign of waking up, and his brows were furrowed in pain. Hearing the noise, Ye's mother also came out of the bedroom. When she saw her son's appearance, she was completely scared. She hurried downstairs and shouted worriedly, "What happened to him?" Zhang Zhengfeng shook his head. "I don't know. I just went out and saw my son collapsed at the door. I've called the doctor over. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Ye's mother hurriedly took off Jiang Yan's clothes that smelled of alcohol, and then took down a blanket from upstairs and covered him with it. He kept saying, "Oh, why did you drink so much?" "Really?" Father Jiang also frowned when watching this scene. He knew very well what his son was capable of, and there was no way he could have been drunk. Something must have happened to cause this. Ye's mother came from the bathroom and fetched a towel. She began to wipe her son's face with a worried look on her face. After a while, the doorbell rang. It must be the doctor who had arrived. Dad Jiang quickly ran over to open the door. A stern-looking middle-aged man in a white coat walked in from outside, followed by a nurse holding a first aid kit. Ye's mother waved her hand quickly. "Dr. Wang, come and see what's wrong with my son. No matter how I call him, he doesn't respond." Wang Yanchuan did not dare to hesitate and walked over quickly. Although the Jiang family was not an investor in their hospital, they could not afford to offend the Jiang family. Ye's mother quickly made way and stood aside with Jiang's father, looking worried. Wang Yanchuan first carefully flipped Jiang Yan's eyelids with his hands, then simply took his pulse and felt relieved. Father Jiang hurriedly asked, "Dr. Wang, how is my son? Is he okay?" Wang Yanchuan stood up and smiled at the couple. "Don't worry, young Master Jiang is fine. The reason he can't wake up now is just because he has been mentally stimulated and has drunk too much, so he has fallen into a deep sleep. I'll get some medicine later. Once young Master Jiang takes it, he will wake up within 2 days." Hearing this, Zhang Zhengfeng and Yi Qiuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as nothing happened, they would be heartbroken if something really happened to their son. Just when Wang Yanchuan took the medicine and was about to leave, Zhang Zhengfeng directly stuffed a card into his white coat. He smiled and said, "Dr. Wang, this is just a small token of your gratitude. Please don't refuse it." It was not the first time that Wang Yanchuan had dealt with wealthy people. He knew that if he did not take the money, the other party would feel uneasy, so he took it with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. Your son still needs to be taken care of, so don't let him work too hard in the next few days. If anything goes wrong, come to me again and I won't bother you anymore." "Okay, then Dr. Wang, take care. I won't see you off." After seeing Wang Yanchuan off, the smile on Zhang Zhengfeng's face disappeared instantly. He picked up his cell phone and made a call. The phone rang twice before being connected. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Zhang Zhengfeng suppressed his inner anger and said in a deep voice, "Go and find out what happened at the party yesterday. Don't miss any details." The other end responded respectfully, "Yes." After the call ended, Ye's mother was applying powder to Jiang Yan's bitten lips, feeling distressed. What is going on? Although they usually like to order their son around, the one they care about the most is their own son, because he is the only child of their Jiang family. On the other side, the Yi family mansion. Yi Yunwan did not go to the group today. She sat on her bed with a sullen face, not knowing what she was thinking about. There was a knock on the door and Yi Chongshan's voice came from outside. Shawan, are you okay? Why are you staying in your room so early in the morning?
Outside the door, Yi Chongshan's face was full of worry. He kept knocking on the door, fearing that something might happen to his daughter.
Yi Yunwan's cold voice came from inside. I'm fine, don't bother me. Ye's mother also came over and asked worriedly, how is my daughter?
I just received a call from the Magic City Hospital, saying that Zhang Yan was in trouble, and they even called a doctor to my house today. Before Yi Chongshan could say anything, the door was opened from the inside the next second, revealing a delicate face that exuded a coldness. Without saying a word, Yi Yunwan walked straight outside, leaving Yi Chongshan and his wife, who were standing there puzzled.
Magic City Hospital, Director's Office. Wang Nianshuan, who received the message, knocked on the door and walked in.
He immediately saw Yi Yunwan sitting behind the desk with an expressionless face. His heart suddenly lifted. He walked over carefully and whispered, Miss, why are you here? The Magic City Hospital is one of the Yi family's businesses, so he is particularly familiar with Yi Yunwan, the eldest daughter of the Yi family.
Yi Yunwan stared at him with cold eyes. You went to the Zhang family this morning, what happened?
Wang Nianshuan did not dare to hide anything and told Zhang Yan everything in detail, not daring to conceal even a single thing.
Master Jiang is not seriously ill. He will recover after a few days of rest.
Yi Yunwan nodded, stood up from her seat, and walked out of the office, but she paused at the door for a moment, turned back and instructed Wang Nianshuan.
Please pay more attention to his affairs. I don't want anything to happen to him. Hearing this, Wang Nianshuan nodded quickly and said, This is my duty, don't worry.
After Yi Yunwan finished speaking, she left the Magic City Hospital directly.
Chapter 86 Divorce. Excuse me, is Zhang Yan at home?
Early in the morning, a young man with a cold appearance and tall stature came to the door of the Zhang family.
Chen Nan was wearing a jacket and blue jeans, with a faint smile on his face. Ye's mother opened the door and looked at Chen Nan with some confusion. She felt that he was unfamiliar and asked in confusion, Are you Shayan's friend? Chen Nan nodded and smiled faintly, I guess so. I met him in Zhang City.
I happened to be in Magic City these few days, so I came to see him.
Is Zhang Yan not at home?
Mother Yi opened the door, welcomed Chen Nan in, pointed to a room on the second floor inside.
My son is still in the room. I don't know what happened yesterday.
After he came back, he locked himself in the bedroom and didn't come out.
Just go up there.
The door is not locked.
You can help me find out what's going on.
Okay, I will.
Chen Nan agreed and walked straight to Zhang Yan's room.
He knocked on the door first, and Chen Nan stood quietly at the door. After a while, he pushed the door open and walked in. Zhang Yan was lying on the sofa with a listless look on his face, looking down at the ground. Even when Chen Nan knocked on the door and walked in, he didn't react at all. Chen Nan closed the door gently, and sat down directly opposite Zhang Yan, looking at him with interest, and chuckled. Let me introduce myself.
I'm Chen Nan from the Chen family in Qing province. I called you before.
Hearing the words Chen family of Qing province, Zhang Yan raised his head slightly and looked at Chen Nan coldly.
He said in a hoarse voice, What are you doing here?
Seeing Zhang Yan's expression, Chen Nan shrugged, took out a contract from his pocket and put it on the table, smiling.
This is because I attacked you.
The Chen family gave me compensation.
That old man spent a lot of money. Even I didn't expect that he would give away the entire Jiang province's industry.
With this contract, your influence will instantly spread throughout Jiang province, and within a year you can become the new king of Jiang province. If it were before, Zhang Yan might be very happy to see this contract, but now his heart is obviously not here. Chen Nan also noticed that Zhang Yan's current state was not right, so he put away the smile on his face, stood up and said silently. Don't sit here like a loser. I don't know what happened to you, but if you let this sink in, I'll probably be the first to kill you. Chen Nan's words came from the bottom of his heart.
Zhang Yan knew too much about him and even had evidence of his intentional homicide. If he couldn't cooperate smoothly, he would kill Zhang Yan without hesitation. I hope I'm not wrong about you.
After saying that, Chen Nan left Zhang Yan's room directly. The contract was quietly placed on the table, but Zhang Yan had no interest in even taking a look at it. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar call. I picked up the phone and a cold and familiar voice came from the other end.
Take your household registration booklet.
I'll be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau.
It was Yi Yunwan's voice.
Zhang Yan's originally dull eyes slightly rippled, but when he heard that she came for a divorce, he felt even more heavy-hearted.
She means it. But no matter what, Jiang Yan would not just run away like this. After tidying himself up a little, he walked out of the house wearing a black sweater and drove towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. At the door of the house, Ye's mother looked at her son leaving, feeling a little worried. Jiang Group, inside the chairman's office. Jiang Zhengfeng sat there with an intimidating look on his face. His secretary was reporting on what he had investigated and even got the hotel's surveillance footage. That's what happened. Master Jiang Yan chased Miss Yi away. As for what happened afterwards, further investigation is needed. After hearing this, Jiang Zhengfeng slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily, "Asshole!" The secretary shuddered all over. He hadn't seen Director Jiang so angry for a long time. He lowered his head involuntarily, fearing that he would be implicated. After venting a little, Jiang Zhengfeng calmed down a little and said to his secretary in a cold voice, "Find those people for me. I want them to have no place in the country. Anyone who dares to stop us is going against our entire Jiang Group." The secretary did not dare to delay and nodded quickly, "Yes, Director Jiang. I'll do it now." Having said that, the secretary quickly left the office, sighing in his heart for those clever families. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. Having offended the Jiang Group, there will be no place for those people to stay in the country anymore. There is only one outcome for them, and that is to sleep on the streets. At noon, in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Shanghai, Yi Yunwan was wearing a snow-white gown that showed off her perfect figure to the fullest. Just by standing there, she had become the focus of the entire audience. A car slowly stopped and Jiang Yan got out of the car. "Let's go," Yi Yunwan said coldly and walked towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Jiang Yan stood there, not wanting to take this step. Looking at Yi Yunwan's determined back, he knew that he had no way of stopping this. He not only asked himself why things had turned out like this. He just didn't want to hide behind her all the time. At least he wanted to be like a man and stand in front of the person he loved to protect her from wind and rain. But Yi Yunwan wanted exactly the opposite. She had a strong desire for control and just wanted Jiang Yan to stand behind her obediently. Jiang Yan doesn't need to do anything, just staying by her side quietly is enough. 10 minutes later, Yi Yunwan and Jiang Yan walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau one after another, each holding a small red notebook in their hands. Yi Yunwan stood in front of the car and said to Jiang Yan expressionlessly, "You want freedom, I'll give it to you. This 3-month-long farce is over. I don't think we will have any relationship anymore, and I don't want to see you again." After saying that, Yi Yunwan got into the car and left, but her eyes became moist unconsciously. Jiang Yan held the divorce certificate in his hand and stared at the direction Yi Yunwan left for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. When passers-by saw this, they subconsciously moved a little further away, fearing that this was a mentally ill lunatic. Half an hour later, at the Magic City Hospital, Yi Yunwan held a physical examination report in her hand. Her beautiful eyes narrowed and she looked at the test results in disbelief. She looked up at the doctor and ordered in a cold voice, "Keep this to yourself. I don't want anyone else to know about this report." The doctor was so scared that he nodded quickly, not daring to breathe, and cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. Yi Yunwan took the report and left the hospital directly. Guess what's written on the report, and win a prize. Chapter 87 Crazy Eyes. Waste. What use do I have for you? In the quaint lobby of the Ji family, Ji Wuching angrily smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground, making a sound of broken porcelain. The top executives of the Ji family around them also had a look of dissatisfaction on their faces, staring straight at Ji Cheng, who was standing in the middle. Ji Wuching scolded coldly, "That piece of land is related to our Ji family's plan for the next 10 years. If you can't even handle such a small matter, what am I supporting you for?" Ji Cheng trembled all over and lowered his head, not daring to look at his father, like a child who had done something wrong. His hatred towards Jiang Yan at this moment was rising sharply. If this bastard hadn't interfered, his 20 billion would have been enough to buy the land. As a result, I have to be punished now, and my reputation in the family will plummet in the future. The second master of the Ji family stared at Ji Cheng for a while and said in a deep voice, "Nephew, you made a promise to us uncles and your father. Now that you have messed up, you should accept the punishment." Ji Wuching looked at his son and snorted coldly, "It just so happens that the branch in Jiang province needs someone to manage it. You should go to Jiang province today. If you can't make any achievements, don't come back." "Yes, yes." Ji Cheng didn't dare to refuse and had to agree. If he fails to achieve results in Jiang province, then the position of future heir to the Ji family may have to be handed over to someone else. Ji Wucheng waved his hand irritably. Go down, don't let me down again. Ji Cheng stepped back, and the hall instantly fell into silence. Master Ji spoke first, frowning and saying, now the cooperation between the Jiang and Yi families is becoming more and more frequent, and we are at our wits' end. The other elders of the Ji family nodded and began to talk. It's all because of that old woman from the Jiang family who is too much of a hindrance. Otherwise, with the power of our three clans, even if we can't completely crush the Jiang and Yi families, we can still cause serious damage to their industries. What can you do? As long as that old guy is in the Jiang family will have no rivals in the country. At this time, Ji Wucheng's cell phone rang. He frowned and picked it up. Hello. The lobby suddenly became quiet, and everyone sat in their seats silently. What? Are you serious? Ji Wucheng didn't know what he heard. A hint of joy flashed across his face, and he quickly said, you did a good job. I have something to do, so I'll hang up first. Master Ji asked in confusion, brother, what's wrong with you? Ji Wucheng had a look of joy on his face. Just now, he had confirmed through his connections that Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan had divorced. What this meant was self-evident. Jiang family. Jiang Zhengfeng told everything he knew, and the sadness on Ye's mother's face finally became clearer. It turned out that the two children had a quarrel. I was wondering why my son was acting so strange these past 2 days. Jiang Zhengfeng nodded. Well, I've already sent someone to teach those clever guys a lesson. The key now is how to resolve the issue between my son and Yunwan. We can't let them maintain this relationship forever. Mother Yi nodded in agreement, and after thinking for a while, she said, why don't I go find that woman from the Yi family today to see what's going on, so I can find the right remedy for the situation. Go and counsel your son. It's normal for a young couple to quarrel. There's no need to take it so seriously. After some discussion, the old couple started to act on their own. Jiang Zhengfeng slowly walked to his son's door, pushed it open and walked in. Jiang Yan was sitting on the bed at this time, with a small red book next to him. The 3 large golden characters on it were particularly eye-catching, divorce certificate. Jiang Zhengfeng walked in and closed the door. He took a look at the divorce certificate beside the bed and understood something, then sat down on the edge of the bed. I don't know what you and Yunwan were fighting about, but Jiang Yan, to be honest, I'm very disappointed with your current state. Jiang Yan lowered his head and remained silent. Seeing this, Jiang Zhengfeng continued, since you like her so much, why are you still sitting here? You are still just a little kid now, do you know why? When a mature person encounters something he likes, no matter what the reason is, he will do his best to grab it and fight for it, instead of being depressed every day when encountering a few obstacles. As Jiang Zhengfeng spoke, his expression turned serious, as if he had forgotten that he had come to comfort his son. Will she come back if you stay in your room every day? Or are you hoping that Yunwan will feel sorry for you and reconcile with you after she finds out you're depressed? I tell you, this is absolutely impossible. Jiang Zhengfeng stretched out his hand and held his son's head, making him look at him. One was full of seriousness, the other was dull. If you continue like this, Yunwan will be snatched away by someone else. By then, even if you want to snatch her away, you won't have the chance. Life is like this. No one will accommodate you forever. Standing still will only make you regret it for the rest of your life. Jiang Yan, whose eyes were dull, felt a ripple in his heart when he heard the last few words. Yes, if you can't get it, then go and grab it yourself. What's selfishness? As long as you can find someone you like, you can be selfish. Jiang Yan recalled the previous scenes of Yi Yunwan's domineering behavior. Wasn't she like this in the beginning? Even if he didn't want to, so what? Even if he ran away, so what? In the end, he still fell in love with her. Thinking of this, a hint of madness flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes, and a strange smile appeared on his face. This scene scared Mr. Jiang, who was standing nearby. He stared at his son's eyes timidly. Oh my God, this effect is not right. I've said so much, shouldn't you turn back now and make peace with Miss Yi? Why does it look a little creepy now? Without waiting for Jiang's father to react, Jiang Yan ran out of the room in a thin long-sleeved shirt and ran out of the villa in slippers. In his dark eyes, a desire called possessiveness was expanding wildly, and then spread to his entire heart. This look was almost exactly the same as the one Yi Yunwan had given Jiang Yan a few months ago. Crazy. To be honest, I am very upset. Why are you so awesome today? It is so easy to get 350 chapters to urge for more chapters. I have to write a few more chapters. I am crying. Chapter 88. I want to see her. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the weather was slightly cool. Yi family. Yi Chongshan walked into his daughter's room with a complicated expression, watching her putting away her clothes, and said in a deep voice, "Xiaowan, have you really decided to go abroad? If you just don't want to see Jiang Yan, I can have him thrown abroad. You don't have to do this." In the room, a large suitcase was placed on the bed, with some clothes neatly stacked inside. Yi Yunwan continued to take out clothes from the closet, folded them and put them in the suitcase. She replied in a cold voice, "Need not. He is not worthy of me." Yi Yunwan, hiding. "I just want to go abroad to relax and come back after a while. So you and mom don't have to worry too much." Hearing this, Yi Chongshan, who was standing at the door, sighed, "Then it's up to you. It's a good opportunity to go out and relax. Overseas is different from China. You must take good care of yourself when you get there. If it doesn't work, come back. Your mother and I will be waiting for you at home." Yi Yunwan did not respond, but just packed her clothes silently, with a look of sadness in her eyes. Yi Chongshan turned and left. After a few minutes, Yi Yunwan finally packed up everything she needed and closed her suitcase. She slowly walked to the dressing table beside her, opened the drawer and took out a report. Picking up a lighter, Yi Yunwan slowly lit the physical report. A flame was reflected in her cold eyes, burning continuously. White smoke filled the room, leaving only black residue. After throwing the half-burned report into the trash can, Yi Yunwan picked up the suitcase on the bed and walked out of the house. The trash can behind her was flickering with fire, and her back looked so resolute. On a traffic-congested road in Shanghai, a black Rolls-Royce was speeding through countless red lights. "The car in front of you, stop. You have violated several traffic laws. Stop the car immediately." Behind me, a police car was chasing me, and the traffic policeman in the passenger seat kept shouting into the microphone. But the gap between the two cars only grew, until finally, even the taillights of the Rolls-Royce could no longer be seen. Seeing this, the policeman in the passenger seat had to retract the horn and said angrily, "Damn rich man, I must arrest you today." The police quickly chased in the direction the Rolls-Royce left, and all the surrounding surveillance cameras were activated. But since it is now dark, the efficiency of roadside surveillance has also decreased a lot. 10 minutes later. The Rolls-Royce braked suddenly in front of the gate of the Yi family mansion without even turning off the engine. Jiang Yan, wearing only a thin long-sleeved shirt, got out of the car. "Stop, who are you?" The security guard who heard the noise rushed over and blocked Jiang Yan's way in time, blocking the way into the house. "I'm your young lady's friend, let me in." Jiang Yan's voice was a little hoarse, and sounded more vicissitudes than before. The security captain was holding a baton in his hand, and although the light was dim, he still recognized Jiang Yan. "Isn't this the person the eldest lady brought back not long ago?" Although he recognized Jiang Yan, he still did not give way. He put away his baton and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, but we can't let you in without the order from the young lady or the master and mistress. This is also our responsibility, please don't make it difficult for me." Jiang Yan's eyes were bloodshot, he no longer cared about anything else and just forced his way in. Seeing this, the security captain felt even more strongly that Jiang Yan could not be allowed in, and ordered his men, "Stop him. This guy knows the lady, remember to be gentle and be careful." "Yes." 3 security guards walked out of the queue, looking very relaxed and not taking Jiang Yan seriously at all. Looking at this kid's frail appearance, he must have been drinking and having sex too much. Any one of them could catch him with one hand. Jiang Yan rushed to one of the security guards almost instantly, his cold eyes filled with brutality, and he threw an uppercut. The security guard reacted quickly, stretched out a hand to block the punch, and then captured Jiang Yan. The next second, as soon as his hand touched Jiang Yan's fist, his face suddenly changed. The force was not right. But it was too late. He was careless and was knocked several meters away by Jiang Yan's punch. He screamed and rolled on the ground in pain. Seeing this, the remaining 2 security guards couldn't help swallowing and looked at Jiang Yan in disbelief. Is this guy really a playboy? The force was too great. He actually knocked the person several meters away. He must have received professional training. The 2 men looked at each other and no longer dared to be careless, so they sandwiched Jiang Yan in the middle. Looking for death. Just when Jiang Yan was about to take action again, a steady voice came from the house. "Stop it." The 2 security guards were both stunned, subconsciously turned their heads to look, then quickly stood up and bowed to the person who came, Master. Jiang Yan's movements also stopped instantly, and he looked at Yi Chongshan, who was slowly walking towards him in silence. Yi Chongshan, wearing pajamas, walked over with his hands behind his back, staring at Jiang Yan fiercely, and said indifferently, "You have a temper, kid. No one in this demon city dares to break into my Yi family alone." Jiang Yan was not interested in these things now. There was a hint of madness hidden in his deep eyes. "I want to see her." Yi Chongshan shook his head. "You are late. There will be another chapter later. Please don't make random guesses and give me bad reviews. The ending is not that Yi Yunwan takes the baby away and then comes back. Also, I would like to answer some people's questions about this book going off topic. This is a light yandere type of book. Yandere is just a paranoid and controlling person, but it is not irrational, so it can also be sad. Anyway, please continue reading, and be more patient. Chapter 89. If you cry, can I forgive you? You are late. Shawan flew abroad an hour ago. Yi Chongshan sighed. What? Jiang Yan's face changed. She actually left. If she really went abroad, how would he find her? Without any hesitation, Jiang Yan quickly ran back to the car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and drove quickly towards the Magic City airport. He stared at the road ahead with some fear in his eyes. He didn't dare to think too much and could only head to the airport as quickly as possible. Yi Chongshan watched the car go away, shook his head, and murmured, "I hope you can catch up, otherwise all the flights I bought out with so much effort will be in vain." That's right, he helped buy Yi Yunwan's plane ticket just to gamble at this moment. If Jiang Yan could come, maybe Shawan would change her mind, and naturally she wouldn't have to leave and go abroad. If Jiang Yan hadn't come, he wouldn't have forced him to come. If Jiang Yan really didn't come, it meant that that was all he was capable of. Regardless of whether his daughter came back or not, Yi Chongshan himself would never let these two people be together. It's 6:30 in the afternoon. At the Magic City airport, Yi Yunwan sat in a private plane, her hair hanging in front of her ears in a somewhat disheveled manner, and she looked down at the darkness outside the window. The captain personally came over from behind, stopped 1 meter away from Yi Yunwan, bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Miss, the plane is ready to take off. Do you want to leave now?" The stars are twinkling in the dark night, and the faint moonlight is shining down. There weren't many people at the airport at night, but there were quite a few taxi drivers waiting to pick up passengers outside. The violent roar of the engine came from a distance, and the huge noise was particularly clear in the silent night. Many taxi drivers heard the noise and looked over to see what was going on. I saw a black Rolls-Royce speeding towards this side in the distance, like a beast roaring and screaming in the dark night. One driver was shocked. "Oh my God, this guy is crazy, driving so fast at the airport. Where did this madman come from?" The car was driving at least over 100 miles per hour. The car sped past them at a very fast speed and headed straight for the airport boarding station. Fortunately, it was night time. If it were daytime, there would be so many people coming and going that the car would not be able to get in. The sound of sudden brakes rang out in the dark. Jiang Yan quickly opened the car door and ran down, rushing towards the airport. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was not yet 7 o'clock, so he still had a chance. Jiang Yan rushed to the registration counter like a wild beast. A young lady was playing with her mobile phone behind the counter. When she heard the noise of running, she raised her head and saw a pair of bloodshot eyes. Jiang Yan put his hands on the counter. He ran so fast that he almost gasped as he spoke. "Hurry up and check the boarding record of a woman named Yi Yunwan for me. Quick!" The young lady had never seen such a scary scene before. She was trembling and wanted to cry, but the airport has regulations. I can't." Jiang Yan was extremely anxious at the moment, and almost shouted, "This entire airport was invested by my Jiang family, check it out quickly. As long as you can find out, I will give you a promotion and a raise immediately." The young lady heard this and out of fear, she didn't care about anything else. She started to check the records with a sense of grievance. After a while, she found the detailed boarding information and hurriedly said, "Yes. According to the records, the plane took off a minute ago, and there was only one passenger named Yi Yunwan on the plane. Take off." Jiang Yan rushed towards the entrance of the runway with red eyes, staring at the night sky outside the glass. But he was still a step too late. Just when Jiang Yan ran to the outer edge of the runway, a plane in the distance had completed taxiing and flew towards the sky. The whistling sound of the wind echoed in his ears, and Jiang Yan's running speed gradually slowed down. He finally stopped on the lawn, looking helplessly at the plane that had already flown high into the sky. It's too late, he is still late. If it had been a little faster, even just a little bit, he would have been able to see Yi Yunwan and persuade her not to leave. 2 lines of tears flowed from Jiang Yan's eyes. The persistence, madness, and guilt in his eyes all disappeared at this moment, and they were meaningless. What is lost will never come back. All you can do is regret it for the rest of your life and remember this helpless moment. But at this moment, something strange happened. The plane had turned into a small black dot in the sky. Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared at the tail of the plane. The burning flames cut through the sky and spread to the entire plane at an extremely fast speed, and then, it exploded. Boom! High in the sky, flames flickered in the clouds, almost dyeing the sky red. A violent explosion sounded from high in the sky, spreading to the entire demon city. Even in the distant suburbs, the explosion could be heard. The wreckage of an airplane fell from a high altitude. Should we say it was an accident or luck that the flaming wreckage happened to fall into a lake? The sudden movement made Jiang Yan look up, and he happened to witness the scene. He looked at the wreckage of the crashed plane with a dazed expression. Isn't that the plane Yi Yunwan was on? It exploded. Jiang Yan's pupils widened instantly and she quickly ran towards the place where the wreckage of the plane fell. It was impossible, she would not die like this. But the distance between the two was so far that even if it was only 2 or 3 minutes, with the speed of a moving plane, Jiang Yan would not be able to catch up even if he was given an hour. Finally, Jiang Yan seemed to have given up and fell to the ground. Tears continued to flow from the corners of his eyes, and he stared blankly at the direction where the plane was crashing in the distance. Why didn't he want to stand behind the woman? Why did he want to protect her from the wind and rain? Everything was caused by his willful behavior, which led to the current situation. Yi Yunwan is gone, so what's the point of him having such boring self-esteem? A fish will die if it leaves the water, and so will he. Tap tap. Footsteps came from behind. That delicate face, like a fairy descending from heaven, exuded a chill. Not far away, there was a suitcase thrown away. She was wearing a familiar black dress and a familiar heart-shaped necklace around her neck. Do you think crying can win my sympathy? Do you think crying will make me forgive you? I can't do it anymore. I'm so weak. I saw you guys saying Jiang Yan would reconcile with Yi Yunwan at the airport. Huh, so naive. Chapter 90 Jiang Yan's Pleasant Night. Do you think crying can win my sympathy? Do you think crying will make me forgive you? A cold voice came from behind, very familiar. Just a second ago, Jiang Yan thought he would never hear this voice again in his life. Turning around, Jiang Yan, with tear marks on his face, looked in surprise at Yi Yunwan who had appeared behind him at some point, tears still flowing in his eyes. You're not dead. Yi Yunwan stood in front of Jiang Yan with her arms folded, looking him up and down. It was clearly autumn, but he was only wearing a thin long-sleeved shirt and dirty slippers on his feet. A flash of heartache flashed across her eyes, and she snorted coldly, "Why, do you really want me to die?" "That's right, as long as I'm dead you can do whatever you want without any scruples." Jiang Yan quickly stood up from the ground, then took a step forward and hugged her, greedily inhaling the familiar taste. Yi Yunwan did not struggle when she was hugged. She just let Jiang Yan hug her with a cold face, feeling a little scared at this moment. Looking at the direction where the plane was crashing, his pupils trembled slightly. She did plan to go abroad, but at the last minute she dragged her suitcase off the plane in a daze and didn't react until the plane took off. Thinking of this, she glanced at Jiang Yan who was hugging her tightly, pursed her lips, and reached out to gently pat Jiang Yan's back. Patting the back gently, as if comforting a wounded child. "Don't cry, you're not a child." Tears the size of rice grains kept flowing from Jiang Yan's eyes. He hugged Yi Yunwan and admitted his mistakes like a child. "I was wrong. As long as you don't leave me, I'll do whatever you want me to do, okay?" Yi Yunwan glanced and said, "Don't you want to protect me from the wind and rain?" Jiang Yan hugged her and shook his head, "I don't want to think about it anymore." "You don't want your manliness anymore?" "No." "So you don't want your freedom anymore?" "No." Jiang Yan hugged her and whispered, "As long as you don't leave me, I will give you whatever you want." In the silent night, clouds floated in the dark sky, and breezes blew, stirring up dust all over the ground. In the middle of the airport runway, Yi Yunwan and Jiang Yan hugged each other, with only each other in their hearts at this moment without any other distracting thoughts. At this moment, a group of traffic police suddenly ran over to the entrance of the airport, holding whistles and flashlights, pointing at Jiang Yan and shouting, The man is there, surround him. Hearing the police's voice, Jiang Yan's whole body stiffened. He let go of Yi Yunwan and looked at the traffic police running towards him with an expressionless face. He wanted to say, "Are you serious? You are so dedicated to your duties in the middle of the night." Yi Yunwan also noticed the traffic police in the distance and looked at Jiang Yan with a puzzled look. "What did you do?" Jiang Yan scratched his head awkwardly. "I was in a hurry on the way here, so I ran through dozens of red lights. I guess they are here to catch me." Yi Yunwan held her forehead speechlessly. "Then why don't you run away?" Just then, a speeding black Bentley came from the distance, and its headlights shone directly on Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan. Jiang Yan's face changed, thinking that the car was going to hit them, and he quickly protected Yi Yunwan behind him. There was a sudden brake sound, leaving a long brake mark on the lawn. A black Bentley stopped horizontally in front of Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan. The driver's window slowly lowered, revealing a familiar face. Chen Nan wore a pair of sunglasses on his forehead and still wore the jacket. He smiled at Jiang Yan and said, "Want a ride, boss?" Not far away, a dozen traffic police had already caught up with them. The light from the flashlights in their hands was particularly dazzling. Jiang Yan didn't bother to think about why Chen Nan was here. He quickly pushed Yi Yunwan into the backseat, not forgetting to put the suitcase next to him in. Then he sat down in the passenger seat and urged Chen Nan, "Drive quickly. If my grandmother knew that I broke the law, she would come over and teach me a lesson tomorrow." Chen Nan didn't hesitate. He stepped on the accelerator and drove straight towards the airport exit. The dozen or so traffic police who caught up slowly were stamping their feet in anger, but they were relieved in their hearts. A newly appointed traffic police officer looked at the black Bentley in the distance and said angrily, "This is really too arrogant. Not only did he run a red light, but he also fled in front of us." The traffic police captain glanced at him and returned along the same route. When passing by the police officer, he patted him on the shoulder earnestly and said, "Young man, you still have a long way to go and there is still a lot to learn. Before you do anything, you should use your brain more, be more discerning, and have a broader vision. Only then will you have a bright future." After teaching the newcomers a wise saying, the traffic police team began to call it a day. Midnight. The stars are shining brightly. The black Bentley slowly stopped in front of the Yi family's gate. The door opened and Yi Yunwan and Jiang Yan got out. Pulling the suitcase, Yi Yunwan walked straight towards home. A familiar figure was sitting at the door with his legs crossed and a cigar in his mouth. Yi Chongshan, who was sitting on a small stool thinking about life, saw his daughter coming back. He immediately put on a bright smile and greeted her. "Xiaowan, you're back. Dad missed you so much." Yi Yunwan simply threw the suitcase in her hand over, and Yi Chongshan took it with a smile without any dissatisfaction. Jiang Yan, who was walking behind, wanted to follow, but was stopped by Yi Yunwan. She turned her head and her eyes were still as cold. "Who allowed you to follow me? I didn't say I forgive you, did I?" "Ah." Jiang Yan's face suddenly fell. He had already hugged her, but that didn't count as forgiveness. Yi Yunwan turned around and continued walking towards home, leaving only a beautiful back view for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was unwilling to accept the defeat and wanted to follow, but Yi Chongshan stopped him. He clenched his fist and smiled evilly. "Boy, I have to admit that you do have something that can make Xiaowan change her mind. But now I am still standing here as your father. You have hurt my daughter's heart and made her unhappy. Shouldn't we settle the matter between us?" Yi Yunwan had already entered the mansion, so Yi Chongshan naturally didn't have to worry about anything. He walked towards Jiang Yan with his fists clenched. Father-in-law, it shouldn't be necessary." Jiang Yan took a step back. Yi Chongshan looked around, finally picked up a thick branch on the ground and hit Jiang Yan directly. The whistling sound of branches was heard, and Jiang Yan was so scared that he turned around and ran away. Yi Chongshan shouted, "Don't run, kid. I can't kill you, you stinky boy. Anyone who doesn't run is a fool." Jiang Yan's mood recovered after seeing Yi Yunwan again, and he directly retorted to his father-in-law. Hearing this, Yi Zhongshan, who was chasing behind, was furious. He pointed his finger at Jiang Yan and shouted, "If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be named Yi." Jiang Yan looked back and found that the distance between them was getting smaller and smaller. If it was any closer, the half-meter-long branch would hit his butt. He quickly turned his head and ran towards Chen Nan's car. Unexpectedly, Chen Nan just glanced at him calmly, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away, not forgetting to wave to Jiang Yan. "See you tomorrow, boss. Have a nice evening." Chapter 91, I Can't Get Enough of It in My Lifetime. End of Volume 1.
No, it was not at night, maybe it was early morning.
Jiang Yan didn't know what time he got home.
He stuck his butt out and walked back to his room. This noise naturally attracted Ye's mother and John's father. They took a quick look and were somewhat surprised. When Ye's mother saw her son returning to the room with a grin on his face, which was completely different from his previous appearance, it seemed that the problem had been solved.
But why did you come back with your butt sticking out? Mother Yi returned to the room and gave Father Jiang a strange look. Did you teach your son something strange? Father Jiang naturally understood what this was talking about.
His face darkened and he lay back on the bed.
Do you think I would teach my son that kind of thing?
We, the Jiang family, still need to continue the family line. If I really do this, my mother will probably come to my house with a machete tonight, not even tomorrow.
Go to sleep quickly.
You haven't had a good sleep for several days because of your son's matter.
Lights out.
In the dark night, a hand reached out silently, and Ye's mother pushed it away impatiently.
Go away, it's so late and you're still not asleep. Can't you think of something serious?
On a refreshing morning, Jiang Yan lay on the bed like a salted fish. After tossing and turning for a few times, he yawned and opened his eyes. Then he was stunned. Next to him, a fair and delicate face appeared before his eyes, with eyes closed as if still asleep. Yi Yunwan was wearing a black suspender nightgown, lying quietly on her side beside Jiang Yan, with her little hands exposed. Jiang Yan looked at the scene in front of him, his throat twitched, and he quietly reached out to help her lift the quilt up.
The weather is getting colder and colder. It's easy to catch a cold if you wear so little and leave your hands exposed.
After doing all this, Jiang Yan just lay in the warm quilt, looking at Yi Yunwan's sleeping face with a warm smile on his lips.
It's so beautiful that he can't get enough of looking at it. From now on, he will look at it for the rest of his life. Another hour or two passed, and Yi Yunwan finally opened her eyes drowsily in the quilt.
She saw Jiang Yan staring at her without blinking.
She looked at Jiang Yan, and Jiang Yan looked at her. The atmosphere was briefly silent for a second. The next moment, Jiang Yan's screams were heard in the room. Ouch! On the cold floor, Jiang Yan was kicked out of the quilt. He covered his injured butt and gasped.
Yi Yunwan curled up in the warm quilt, with only her head exposed, staring at Jiang Yan with cold eyes.
What are you doing? Jiang Yan muttered in dissatisfaction. As he said this, he was about to climb into bed. It was still morning and he would be freezing to death with only one piece of clothing on. Try moving again. Yi Yunwan finally spoke. Her cold eyes stared at Jiang Yan, as if she was a piece of ice that had not melted for thousands of years, and her whole body exuded a suffocating coldness. Jiang Yan didn't dare to move when he was stared at. He scratched his head and said, "Okay, then I won't move."
After saying that, Jiang Yan really sat on the ground motionless. Even though he got goosebumps all over his body from the cold, he still didn't move at all.
Speaking of which, honey, when did you come to my house? Why didn't you call me?
We're divorced, so be careful how you address people, Yi Yunwan corrected while lying on the bed.
But you have slept in the same bed with me. Jiang Yan felt a little guilty because he couldn't tell whether the other party was still angry or not.
Yi Yunwan glared, "Do you have any objections?"
"Oh, no, no." Jiang Yan waved his hands quickly, but was yelled at again by Yi Yunwanja. "Who allowed you to move?"
Jiang Yan closed his mouth and just looked at her without blinking, like an obedient baby. Yi Yunwan stared at Jiang Yan's face for a while before her tone softened a little and became less cold.
She said softly, "Come up." If nothing else, at least Jiang Yan's current attitude made her very satisfied.
It seemed that he was truly repentant.
"Okay."
Jiang Yan's face lit up with joy, and he crawled and rolled into the warm bed. The coldness in his body was finally relieved. Seeing this, Yi Yunwan came up to him and gently hugged him with her warm body, resting her little head on his chest.
"Don't move." Jiang Yan did not move.
But Yi Yunwan frowned, and patted Jiang Yan's body with her hand under the quilt. "You are not honest at all." Jiang Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. "It would be strange if it could be obedient if you hugged me dressed like this." Jiang Yan hadn't had a release for a month, so the pressure was naturally enormous. After a while of tenderness, Yi Yunwan finally sat up from the bed and said calmly to Jiang Yan, who was still lying beside her,
"Get up and have breakfast."
She hadn't slept well in the past few days, let alone eaten well. Plus, she ran to Jiang Yan's place so early in the morning, so she was naturally hungry. Although he was reluctant to leave the warm bed,
Jiang Yan still obediently got up from the bed and started to get dressed. Wearing the familiar black shirt, Jiang Yan looked at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at Yi Yunwan beside him. Only then did I realize that she had brought the suitcase with her. She was holding a pure white dress in her hands. She slowly untied the straps of her nightgown, and the black nightgown immediately fell off. The exposed snow-white skin and perfect body curves are like God's masterpiece. Jiang Yan looked at this erotic scene and his eyes widened immediately. He covered his nose to prevent a nosebleed and watched the entire clothing show without blinking. Yi Yunwan, who had her back to him, smiled. He knew what was going on behind the scenes without having to think about it. This could be considered a small reward for him. Yi Yunwan slowly changed into a white dress and walked barefoot on the floor. Her small feet had clear and plump texture, and she elegantly tucked her hair behind her ears. Putting on her slippers again, Yi Yunwan turned around and glanced at Jiang Yan, who was standing there in a daze. Haven't you seen enough? Let's go. Jiang Yan felt a little hot at the moment. Hearing this, he chuckled and said, how can I see enough? Even a lifetime is not enough. As they spoke, the two walked downstairs side by side. The first volume, Gain and Loss, ends, and the second volume is about to debut. If you have any interesting plots, please tell me and I will give you a thumbs up. Also, I heard that some people want to read the sequel. Let me think about it. If this book can stabilize its data after its debut, I don't mind making a sequel about Shinru if it can stabilize. Some people say that Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan quarreled because of those women, but that is not true. For details, you can read Book Circle. Chapter 92, Your Majesty. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. On the first floor, Yi Qiuqing and Jiang Zhengfeng were in a good mood because of what happened last night. It must be about Jiang Yan. No one would think too much, so they did not go to the group today, but sat on the sofa together watching TV. At this time, footsteps were heard upstairs, and the two looked over together. At the stairs, Yi Yunwan and Jiang Yan walked down one after the other, but the latter's face was slightly red. Seeing this, Ye's mother smiled knowingly and called out, Yunwan, there's breakfast left for you on the table. It's probably still hot, so eat it while it's hot. Walking down the stairs, Yi Yunwan's originally calm face showed a sweet smile. I know, Mom. Hearing the word Mom, Ye's mother showed a bright smile on her face and felt very happy. Seeing that her son and daughter-in-law were already sitting at the table, Ye's mother directly took Zhang's father out for a walk so as not to disturb the two children. Today's breakfast is simple, a large piece of egg pancake and 2 bowls of hot white porridge, very light. Yi Yunwan took the lead and sat on the chair. When she saw Jiang Yan was about to sit down, she said without raising her head, Who allowed you to sit down? As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Yan was so scared that he quickly stood up from his seat. He looked at Yi Yunwan drinking porridge with a somewhat aggrieved look, while he could only stand there. Yi Yunwan scooped a spoonful of porridge from her bowl and ordered Jiang Yan, pull the chair over and sit down. Jiang Yan did as he was told and pulled a chair to sit in front of her. He couldn't help but think, he still cares about me and wants to feed me. Yi Yunwan whispered, close your eyes and open your mouth. Jiang Yan closed his eyes obediently and opened his mouth waiting for the porridge to enter. The next second, he opened his eyes suddenly, and 2 soft lips pressed against his lips, and the hot white porridge flowed through her mouth into his mouth. Gulp! Jiang Yan swallowed it all without leaving a drop. So sweet. After all the porridge had entered Jiang Yan's mouth, Yi Yunwan retracted her sweet lips, and under Jiang Yan's gaze, she took another sip of the porridge and leaned forward again. How could Jiang Yan resist such temptation? His heart soon felt hot and his whole body felt itchy. Yunwan. Jiang Yan looked at Yi Yunwan with a somewhat uncomfortable expression, with pleading in his eyes. Compared to Jiang Yan's uncomfortable look, Yi Yunwan looked calm instead. She looked up at Jiang Yan and said softly, Mom, they'll be back soon, go to the room. Hearing this, Jiang Yan could no longer bear it. He stood up from his seat, then hugged Yi Yunwan across his waist in his arms and walked towards the room upstairs. It was not until this moment that Yi Yunwan's delicate face turned slightly red. A woman's desire is much stronger than a man's. Jiang Yan felt uncomfortable, but he didn't know that Yi Yunwan, who had endured loneliness for more than half a month, was even more miserable, otherwise she would not have gone to find Jiang Yan at that time. After locking the door, Jiang Yan gently placed Yi Yunwan on the bed and pounced on her. They started with a passionate French kiss and then began to release the pressure that had accumulated for more than half a month. The snow-white dress on Yi Yunwan was torn into rags and fell to the side of the bed. Her crystal-clear jade-like skin was instantly exposed, and her proud snow-white breasts stood upright. Jiang Yan kissed her directly. 100,000 words are omitted here. After a fierce battle, Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan hugged each other naked, and scattered clothes were scattered all over the room. Jiang Yan played with Yi Yunwan's hair, put it to his nose and smelled it. It was all her scent, so charming and intoxicating. Let's hold a wedding, Jiang Yan suddenly said. This was what he owed Yi Yunwan. Although they had obtained the marriage certificate before, the wedding had not been held yet, so Jiang Yan wanted to take this opportunity to get it done right away. Yi Yunwan lay on Jiang Yan's chest, squinted her eyes and said, "Did you misunderstand something? We are still arguing now. I haven't forgiven you yet. Do you still want to have a wedding with me?" Jiang Yan paused while playing with her hair, and said with a bitter face, "So what do we have now?" Yi Yunwan sat up from the bed, smiled, and reached out to hook Jiang Yan's chin. "Now?" Her eyes swept over Jiang Yan's body aggressively and said with a smile, "Now you are my male slave, do you understand?" Male slave? That sounds like a good idea. Jiang Yan shrugged. "Okay, my queen, your male slave will serve you now." After saying that, Jiang Yan turned over, pressed Yi Yunwan under him again, and kissed her directly on her red lips. Once again, 100,000 words are omitted. After several consecutive battles, the pressure that Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan had accumulated during this period was finally completely released, and they went out together. Outside the villa, Chen Nan had been waiting for a long time in his car. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." Jiang Yan took Yi Yunwan's hand and sat in the back seat. No, perhaps it should be said that it was the queen's hand. The black Bentley started slowly and drove away into the distance. Looking at Chen Nan, who was driving, Jiang Yan asked curiously, "Aren't you here to deliver the contract? You have been staying in MO and not going back. Aren't you afraid that the Chen family will cause trouble for you?" Chen Nan, who was sitting in the front, smiled nonchalantly. "They wish I wouldn't go back. I, the third young master of the Chen family, am a thorn in their eyes and flesh. Those people in my family wish I would die outside." Hearing this, Jiang Yan glanced at Chen Nan thoughtfully and said calmly, "What are you going to do about that?" Turning a corner, Chen Nan said calmly, "There's no rush. The Chen family is deeply rooted in Qing province. If we want to completely destroy it, we have to kill with a borrowed knife." Yi Yunwan, who was sitting next to them, didn't understand a word they said and had no idea what the two were talking about. She simply grabbed Jiang Yan's ear and spun him 180 degrees. Hey, stop pulling, it hurts." Jiang Yan cried out in pain. Yi Yunwan snorted coldly and gave Jiang Yan a look, letting him experience it himself. Jiang Yan then told him about the compensation given to him by the Chen family in Qing province, but he did not mention a word about Chen Nan looking for him to cooperate. The entire industry of Jiang province. Yi Yunwan's little face revealed a slight surprise. After a moment, she calmed down and stretched out her hand to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan blinked at her. Yi Yunwan clenched her outstretched hand into a fist, her expression not changing at all. Jiang Yan immediately took out a folded contract from his pocket. He had brought it with him when he went out, just to give it to the queen. Yi Yunwan snorted coldly, "You're smart." Then he grabbed the contract and put it in his bag. 5 a.m. 12 p.m. If the update exceeds 350, add 1 chapter. If the update exceeds 450, add 2 chapters. If the update exceeds 600, add 5 chapters. Thanks to Wuxin for his reward. Thanks to Tsamu, who loves milk crisps, for his milk tea. Thanks to all the gentlemen for their love. Chapter 93, New Year's Eve Wedding. 12 o'clock noon. Civil Affairs Bureau. Jiang Yan, with a smile on his face, and Yi Yunwan, who was as cold as an iceberg, walked out of the love registry, each holding a red book in their hands. Seeing Jiang Yan flipping through the marriage certificate, Yi Yunwan said coldly, "Don't look at it, it's just a piece of paper anyway. You'd better be obedient from now on, otherwise, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Jiang Yan smiled like an auntie. Yes, the world is big, but my wife is the most important." Yi Yunwan felt helpless when she saw his look. He was so happy about such a small thing. The two got in the car, and after thinking for a while, Yi Yunwan finally said, "I'm pregnant." Jiang Yan, who was starting the car, froze and his eyes shrank instantly. He turned his head in disbelief. What did you just say?" Yi Yunwan repeated calmly, "I said I was pregnant. I found out 2 days ago when I went to the hospital for a physical examination." Jiang Yan didn't bother to drive, he went straight from the front seat to the back seat and rested his head on Yi Yunwan's belly. Seeing this idiotic behavior, Yi Yunwan slapped Jiang Yan on the head and said in a clear and expressionless voice, "Are you a fool? How can you hear the fetal movement when you are only a few days pregnant?
Jiang Yan raised his head with a delighted smile on his face, then hugged her tightly and said happily, "You are pregnant, I have a daughter."
Why is it a daughter? Yi Yunwan's delicate little face revealed a hint of confusion.
Jiang Yan said as if it was a matter of course it's because I want a daughter. If it's a boy, he will have to compete with me for my affection. Yi Yunwan directly pushed him away from her body and said, "Look at how capable you are." Jiang Yan returned to his driver's seat with an excited look on his face. "We should report this matter to our mother right away. It's time to show my status in the family." The car drove out with a whoosh and kept shuttling through the city. 10 minutes later, Jiang family. Jiang Zhangfeng sat on the sofa, eating melon seeds, and asked his wife in confusion, "Why did our son suddenly ask us to wait at home?" Yi Qiuqing took the shelled melon seeds from his hand and put them in her mouth. Who knows what kind of crazy he will become. This brat has been acting crazy since he came back from Jiang City. After talking for a while, the door of the villa was kicked open. The huge noise scared the two men, and they looked towards the door with unfriendly eyes. Jiang Yan walked in from the door with a look of indifference, his face full of pride and honor. Behind him, Yi Yunwan followed in with a slight sigh, unable to bear to watch the male slave's behavior.
You want to die, you little bastard? Does our family have a grudge against you?
Ye's mother scolded mercilessly. Father Jiang also stared at his son with an unfriendly look, holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan, with an arrogant look on his face, walked directly in front of the two elders, put his hands on his waist, pointed at his father and ordered, "You, go get me a glass of water, I'm thirsty."
Jiang Zhongfeng's face froze for a moment.
He silently put the melon seeds on the table, rubbed his fists and stood up from the sofa. This brat, if he is not punished for 3 days, he will tear the roof off the house. Now he dares to order his father around. If he continues like this, he must teach him a lesson.
This is not the end. Jiang Yan instructed his mother again. "Mom, I'm hungry. Go get me 10 or 8 dishes right now. Remember to make them light."
The next second, Yi Qiuqing also stood up from the sofa, picked up a feather duster from the side, and patted it on the palm of her hand. He stared at his son dangerously. "Okay, do you want some stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork? As long as you want to eat it, Mom will fry one for you on the spot." Jiang Zhangfeng simply couldn't stand it anymore. It was bad enough for a father to be bullied by his elders, but now even his own son wanted to rebel. If this was not stopped in time, he would become the one with the lowest status in the family in the future.
"You stinky boy, you're asking for a beating."
Just as the feather duster and the iron fist of love were about to fall on Jiang Yan, he hurriedly shouted, "My wife is pregnant."
"What? Pregnant?"
When they heard the word pregnancy, Jiang's father and his mother stopped what they were doing instantly, with a look of surprise on their faces. They all looked at their daughter-in-law who was standing next to them. Yi Yunwan sat on the sofa beside her like a good girl. When she saw the two elders looking at her, she nodded slightly. Father Jiang and Mother Yi looked at each other in shock, and the next second 2 bursts of cheerful laughter were heard in the villa. Mother Yi walked over and pulled Yi Yunwan to sit on the sofa, with a smile on her face. "Oh, our Yunwan is amazing. She got pregnant so quickly." Mother Yi patted the back of her daughter-in-law's hand and ordered Father Jiang, who was standing beside her, "What are you still standing there for? Go wash some fruit for Yunwan." I'll go right away." Dad Jiang walked into the kitchen with a smile on his face, and soon the sound of washing fruits was heard. Jiang Yan was about to sit on the sofa when his mother glared at him fiercely. "I'm telling you, what just happened is not over yet. If Yunwan wasn't pregnant, I would have beaten you to death, you stinky boy." Jiang Yan shamelessly sat on the other side, took his wife's hand, and said with a chuckle, "Don't, Mom, I'm happy. The fruits are here." Dad Jiang came over with a plate filled with various fruits, all cut into small pieces. "Come on, Yunwan, eat some fruit." Mother Yi picked up a juicy grape, peeled it and handed it to her daughter-in-law. Yi Yunwan ate it obediently and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Mom." Jiang Yan curled his lips when he saw this and said, "You are not like this when our parents are not around. It is said that women's hearts are as deep as the sea." This statement is really true. They changed their minds faster than turning the pages of a book. Half an hour passed before the stimulant effects on Ye's mother and Jiang's father wore off.
Jiang Yan seized the opportunity and mentioned the matter of holding a wedding. "Wedding? We can't be careless about this." Ye's mother looked at the calendar in her hand seriously. When the Jiang family marries their daughter-in-law, of course they have to use the best things and choose the most auspicious day. After thinking for a while, Father Jiang sat on the sofa with his hands folded on his knees and said in a deep voice, "Let's choose New Year's Eve. It happens to be the auspicious time for the new year." "Okay, then let's do it on New Year's Eve. I will go and discuss the specific details with the Yi family now." Ye's mother nodded. New Year's Eve was indeed a good day. New Year's Eve, February 9th. Then I'll go inform Mom. Father Jiang took out his cell phone, ready to make the old lady happy. Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. He said softly, "Let's go back to the room first. The living room is not warm without the air conditioner. Don't let my daughter get cold." Yi Yunwan stretched out her fair little hand, Jiang Yan stood up and pulled her up, and the two of them walked towards the room upstairs together. Just woke up, and was caught by Wuxin to add another chapter crying. Chapter 94. I don't want to see you. The warm sunshine shines on the earth, making people feel extremely warm physically and mentally. Jiang family villa. Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan were lying on the bed, covered by a snow-white quilt. The scene looked particularly warm. Yi Yunwan lay on Jiang Yan's chest, closed her eyes and felt the beating heartbeat. Jiang Yan hugged the person in his arms, feeling the warmth of her delicate body in his arms, and said softly, "Our wedding is scheduled for New Year's Eve. It's only October now, and I want to go back to Jiang City before getting married. You come with me." Yi Yunwan, curled up in Jiang Yan's arms, opened her eyes, revealing her beautiful eyes. She glanced at Jiang Yan and said calmly, "For the Chen family?" Jiang Yan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know who blew up the plane that night, I always feel that it has something to do with the Chen family." There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. If Yi Yunwan had not gotten off the plane at that time, the two of them would have been separated forever, not to mention preparing for the wedding now. Even if the Chen family was not responsible for this incident, Jiang Yan would never turn a blind eye to the existence of the Chen family and let them get away with it. The Chen family in Cheng province is best at some shady means. After all, they made their fortune in the gang entertainment industry. This is what is called collecting protection money. Looking at Yi Yunwan resting in his arms, the two looked at each other, and Jiang Yan said slowly, "In short, the Chen family must not be allowed to stay. With our two families getting married, the Ji and Luo families can at most suppress our power. At least they won't dare to endanger our lives and secretly kill us. But the Chen family may not be the same." Reaching out his hand, Jiang Yan touched her belly through her clothes, with a gentle smile on his face. "Not to mention for you, even for our child, I have to go back to Jiang City." Hearing this, Yi Yunwan frowned slightly, sat up from Jiang Yan's warm arms, and sat on his lap, feeling a little unhappy. "What do you mean? Are you trying to say that the child is more important than me?" Seeing that the queen was a little unhappy, Jiang Yan quickly hugged her gently and explained with a smile, "How could that be? Wife, you will always be the most important person in my heart. I love you." As he spoke, Jiang Yan smacked the soft face, then rubbed it with his face, appearing extremely well behaved. "It's so dirty, stay away from me." Yi Yunwan pushed him away with disgust, then lay back in his warm arms. Gently pulling up the quilt, Jiang Yan burrowed a little deeper into the quilt, buried his face in the gentle land, and immersed himself in the gentle fragrance with a completely intoxicated look on his face. "Wife. Jiang Yan moved his face away from the gentle land and said coquettishly, "I want it." Just when Jiang Yan thought his wife would agree, Yi Yunwan, who was holding his head, shook her head and said, "No. Are you stupid? I'm pregnant and the doctor told me to avoid exercise as much as possible." Hearing this, Jiang Yan's face suddenly fell, and he had to endure it, looking very uncomfortable. After staying like this quietly for a while, Yi Yunwan realized that Jiang Yan had not yet calmed down and shook her head helplessly. "Forget it, I'll help you so you don't feel dishonest." Jiang Yan was suddenly alert, and the uncomfortable expression disappeared instantly, replaced by excitement and anticipation. "I really can't do anything about you." Yi Yunwan rolled her eyes at him, then slowly unbuttoned her shirt. Without restrictions, a glimpse of snow-white skin was revealed underneath the collar. Jiang Yan's eyes widened, and the next second he was held in Yi Yunwan's arms. His face flushed slightly, and he looked charming and amorous. Half an hour later. As their bodies relaxed instantly, Jiang Yan comfortably lay on his wife's soft body, holding her waist with both hands. Yi Yunwan touched his head, her eyes flashing with love, and she hugged Jiang Yan, closed her eyes and rested. In a bar in Magic City. In the bar full of lights and wine, even though it is daytime, there are still many people dancing passionately, releasing their excess hormones. The noisy singing echoed in my ears, accompanied by the passionate shouts of many people. In such a crazy bar, a figure was sitting alone in the corner of the bar, drinking alone. Chen Nan shook the cocktail in the glass, then tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, without his expression changing at all. This look is completely different from when he was with Jiang Yan. Although his eyes are calm, there is a hidden sharpness, and he looks completely serious. The door of the bar was pushed open, and her beautiful face immediately attracted the attention of many men, and even the movements of their hands stopped. Wearing a green dress and a pair of high heels, Chu Ling glanced around the bar and finally walked towards the corner. That direction is exactly where Chen Nan is. But before she could walk over, a man reeking of alcohol blocked Chu Ling's way, exhaled alcohol from his mouth, and laughed drunkenly. "Little beauty, you came to the bar alone, why don't you accompany me and have a couple of drinks?" Chu Ling frowned and looked at the drunken man in front of her, a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. The man happened to see this moment, and he was immediately furious. "What the hell are you looking at me with? Are you looking down on me? I'm an acquaintance of the owner of this bar. I can make sure you can't leave this bar today with just one word from me. Do you believe it?" Chu Ling didn't say anything, but just stood there quietly, without any fear in her eyes when facing the man's threat. The angry man inadvertently glanced at Chu Ling's proud figure, and an obscene smile suddenly appeared on his face. The next second, he reached out and grabbed the huge breasts. He, I've never experienced such a hot girl before. I'm really lucky today." Faced with this sudden attack, Chu Ling did not make any move and seemed very confident. Seeing this, the smile on the man's face became even more obscene, but just when he thought he was about to succeed, his outstretched hand was grabbed by someone. The man was stunned. When he saw Chen Nan suddenly appear in front of him, his face was shocked at first and then he was furious. "Fuck, you ruined my good thing." As he said this, he was about to take action to teach Chen Nan a profound lesson, but no matter how hard he tried, the hand that was grabbed by Chen Nan's one arm did not move at all. Chen Nan reeked of alcohol and looked at Chu Ling in front of him with an irritated look. The strength in his hands suddenly increased, and veins bulged. "Ah! You, let go!" The drunk man whose hand was caught screamed miserably, and the next second he fell to his knees on the ground. His arm was twisted in a strange direction by Chen Nan, and the fear on his face increased with every rotation. In a few moments, the man's right arm was covered in black bruises, which looked particularly creepy. "Don't let me see you again." Chen Nan exuded a fierce aura. He stared at the man with a cold gaze and then let him go. The man's lower body was wet and he fled the bar with fear on his face, with drops of yellow liquid dripping from his pants from time to time. Chu Ling looked at Chen Nan in front of her with a smile on her face. "I thought you would just watch me being harassed." Chen Nan glanced at her with a cold look. If it were an ordinary person, his legs would have gone weak with fear. However, Chu Ling seemed to have noticed nothing and still had a happy smile on her face. He said, "Go back and stop following me. Don't you feel annoyed after all these years?" Chu Ling put away her smile, met Chen Nan's gaze, and said in a light voice, "You know this is impossible." Everyone in the bar had been scared away by what Chen Nan had just done, and the atmosphere was a little quiet at this time. "Chen Nan, you have been deliberately avoiding me all these years. I know everything, but I don't care. Why can't you just accept me calmly?" Chu Ling's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. After hearing this, Chen Nan became even more irritable. He turned around and walked out of the bar. "Anyway, don't bother me. I don't want to see you." Question: Are they a couple? Is the plot sad or sweet? Chapter 2 for Wuxin. Chapter 95: Anger from a Pregnant Woman. Magic City Airport. Upon hearing that their daughter was pregnant, Yi Chongshan and Yi Yunshu rushed to the airport, where Jiang Zhengfeng and Yi Qiuqing were also. When Yi Chongshan heard that the brat Jiang Yan was going to take his daughter back to the Magic City, he was extremely unhappy, but his daughter was stubborn and he couldn't stop her. Staring at the smiling Jiang Yan, Yi Chongshan threatened fiercely. "You better take good care of my daughter, you brat. Don't let me know what she has suffered because of you, or I will bring people to bury you and your father together." Jiang Zhengfeng, who was shot innocently. "Forget it. After all, it was my kid who took away other people as flowers. I'd better bear with it for now and take revenge when I have the chance in the future." Yi Qiuqing took Yi Yunwan's hand, patted it, and said earnestly, "Yunwan, you're not the same as before when you're pregnant. You must take good care of yourself when you get to Jiang City. If you have anything to do, let that brat Jiang Yan do it. If he doesn't obey, just tell us. I promise to make him behave himself. As he spoke, he glanced at his son and said in a louder voice, "Did you hear what I said?" Jiang Yan pursed his lips and said, "I heard it." The time was almost up, and the two boarded the plane. Jiang Yan boarded the plane carrying a lot of bags. The plane slid slowly, and when it was far away, it leaped up and soared into the sky. As they got on the plane, the smile on Yi Yunwan's face suddenly disappeared, and she looked cold with a hint of impatience in her eyes. She had been feeling a little irritable ever since she became pregnant, so she was very unhappy now. Seeing this, Jiang Yan carefully poured a cup of hot water over, but was slapped to the ground by Yi Yunwan. She suppressed her irritability and said in a cold and impatient voice, "Come and sit down." Jiang Yan, who was several steps away from her, stood up, carefully sat down next to his wife, and flattered her, "Wife, what do you want me to do?" But Yi Yunwan suddenly made a move, and with her fair-skinned arms she directly pulled Jiang Yan's head to her stomach, and said in a cold voice, "Rub my belly." "Yes, yes, sir." Jiang Yan maintained his strange posture and gently put his hand into her ham and rubbed her. The warm hands kept massaging her flat belly, which slightly alleviated Yi Yunwan's irritability. She lay comfortably on the luxurious soft chair, took off her shoes, raised her white jade feet, closed her eyes and whispered, "Massage my feet." The humble Jiang Yan was afraid of angering the queen and then slapping himself twice, so he was particularly obedient. There was no way, it was his first time taking care of a pregnant woman, and he heard that pregnant women would be very emotionally unstable. Under normal circumstances, I would slap myself twice from time to time. What would happen if my emotions became unstable? It might even be fatal. After holding and kneading the pink and white little feet for a while, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a little thirsty. He happened to see a bottle of water on the table next to him, so he wanted to take a sip. Unexpectedly, as soon as she put down her jade feet, Yi Yunwan opened her eyes instantly and stared at Jiang Yan with murderous cold eyes. Jiang Yan froze up when he was stared at. He sat down again in disappointment, and then was kicked in the face by Yi Yunwan. Perhaps due to his weak body, Jiang Yan not only did not feel any pain, but also felt strangely warm. He smiled subconsciously. Yi Yunwan happened to see this smile, her breathing suddenly quickened, and she angrily picked up a peeled apple and threw it over. "What are you laughing at? Do I look funny?" No, I'm not laughing." Jiang Yan dodged guiltily. Yi Yunwan's apricot blossom eyes widened and her voice became louder, "How dare you talk back?" "Ah!" Jiang Yan was stunned. He wanted to cry but had no tears. My wife was wronged. Thinking that the next 10 months would be like this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh. This life was unbearable. Pregnant women were so scary. But Yi Yunwan saw another expression in her eyes. She lay barefoot on the chair and said coldly, "Why are you sighing? You want to change people, right? Okay, I'll satisfy you. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau after we get off the plane." Jiang Yan's face turned bitter, and he came forward to comfort her softly. "Wife, it's all my fault, please don't be angry, okay? Being angry is bad for your health. Please stop being angry." Yi Yunwan folded her hands, not even looking at Jiang Yan, feeling inexplicably irritated. The midday sun is warm. Jiang City Airport. Wu Tai was wearing an expensive suit and sunglasses in the sun, exuding a gangster temperament. Although, it is true now. Behind him, the 4 brothers of the Wu family and 20 of their trusted followers were standing quietly waiting. They were wearing different clothes, but all of them were wearing black sunglasses. With such a big scene, I would have thought someone was trying to hijack the plane. Wu Tai watched a plane slowly descending from the sky and taxiing towards him, and couldn't help but think, "We haven't seen each other for such a long time. When Brother Yin sees me dressed like this, he will definitely be surprised." Thinking of this, a smile inexplicably appeared on the corner of his mouth. The 20 confidants behind the Wu brothers were curious about the boss who had never shown up. The plane, which was several dozen meters high, slowly stopped, the cabin slowly opened, and 2 figures walked out of it. Wu Tai immediately led his men to greet them and shouted happily, "Brother Yin, you..." Before he could finish his words, his pace suddenly slowed down. He looked at Jiang Yan, who walked out of the cabin with a strange expression and stood still for a while. The 4 brothers of the Wu family were also surprised. They looked at Brother Yin, who walked out of the cabin in amazement, and their confidants behind them were also confused. Jiang Yan came over wearing a tattered black shirt. His hair, which he had carefully groomed before boarding the plane, had become a mess and his mental state was obviously not right. Yi Yunwan, who had a coat draped over her shoulders, suddenly stopped, covered her stomach, and her face became visibly gloomy. Seeing this, Jiang Yan was immediately shocked. He dropped his luggage skillfully, squatted in front of his wife, and began to rub her belly with his warm hands. "Wife, this strength is okay, right?" Jiang Yan said cautiously. Perhaps Jiang Yan was indeed quite capable. The gloom on Yi Yunwan's delicate face eased a little, and she rubbed Jiang Yan's hair and ordered, "I'm in a bad mood, carry me away." "Yes, sir." Jiang Yan did not dare to hesitate. He stood up, bent down slightly, put his arms around the soft waist, picked up Princess Yi Yunwan and held her in his arms. But this meant that the luggage could not be taken. Fortunately, Wu Feng, who was not far away, was smart and quickly took his brothers to carry the luggage on their shoulders. Wu Tai also reacted, and quickly walked to Brother Yan's side, and asked tentatively, "Brother Yan, what's wrong with my sister-in-law?" Only 200 words in 3 hours. My readers, are you feeling weak? By the way, I'll post this chapter in advance, 2 chapters tomorrow. Of course, if your morning requests for more chapters can exceed 1,000, I don't mind locking myself up in jail to write more. Chapter 96 Arrival in Zhang City. Brother Yan, what's happening to my sister-in-law? Wu Tai asked in confusion. Jiang Yan was about to speak, but he saw Yi Yunwan curled up in his arms staring straight at the sunglasses on Wu Tai's forehead, her red lips slightly parted. Sunglasses, annoying. Jiang Yan reacted immediately and quickly ordered Wu Tai, quick, put away all the sunglasses, my wife doesn't like them. Ah. Wu Tai was stunned, then he reacted immediately and quickly stuffed the sunglasses on his head into his bag. He did not forget to order his younger brothers, "Didn't you hear what the eldest sister-in-law said? Take off your sunglasses quickly." Wu Tai's prestige was still very effective. In just a few seconds, all the sunglasses worn by everyone were put into the bag. Yi Yunwan then closed her eyes comfortably, leaning quietly in Jiang Yan's arms, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Seeing this, Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and gave a look to Wu Tai and Wu Feng, asking them to follow behind and not make too much noise. Although they were puzzled, Wu Tai and others still did as they were told. 2 neatly lined queues followed behind Brother Yan, and they didn't even dare to make too much noise when walking, for fear of disturbing their sister-in-law's rest. This huge scene immediately frightened many people in the airport. Even the security guards were dispatched and stared at the group of men in black without stopping for a moment. With such a big fuss, who is that young man? Jiang Yan walked out of the airport holding Yi Yunwan in his arms. Fortunately, she closed her eyes and fell asleep, otherwise she would probably feel uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. Wu Feng took a step forward, gently opened the back door, and then stood aside respectfully. This scene surprised the confidants behind him. They had never seen Joyo's second in command like this before. Jiang Yan got in with the person in his arms and told the driver, "Go to Villa number 1. There is only one Villa number 1 in the entire Zhang City, so many people know about it." The car door closed, started, and drove towards Villa number 1 at a steady and uniform speed. Wu Feng dared to speak at this time, his eyes full of confusion. "What's wrong with sister-in-law? Are you feeling unwell?" Wu Tai looked at the car going away and shook his head. "I don't know. You guys go back today. I'll go with you to see what's going on and report on the recent progress." "Okay." Wu Feng nodded and left in the car. Wu Tai drove a Bentley alone towards the villa. In Wu Feng's car, a middle-aged man asked curiously, "Brother Feng, is that the real boss of Joyo?" Wu Feng sat in the passenger seat and lit a cigarette. He took a puff and blew out white smoke rings. He nodded, "Yeah, that's right. Especially my sister-in-law, you must remember this, even if you provoke my eldest brother, you must not be disrespectful to her in the slightest." Wu Feng warned. "Is my sister-in-law very powerful?" The middle-aged man asked curiously. Wu Feng leaned his arm against the car window, holding a cigarette in his hand and sneered, "Great. Even if Taigu and I fight together, we are no match for sister-in-law. Do you think she's amazing?" At this point, Wu Feng smiled and lowered his voice, "Let me tell you, our eldest brother is still a henpecked husband. You better keep your mouth shut, or Brother Yan won't let me off." Everyone in the car gave a smile that I understood, looked at each other, and smiled without saying anything. Villa number 1, bedroom on the 3rd floor. The old housekeeper pulled back the quilt and stood aside. Jiang Yan gently placed the person in his arms on the bed, then covered her with a quilt. Listening to her steady breathing, Jiang Yan smiled. After staying with her all the way, she finally fell asleep. After leaving the room, Jiang Yan instructed the housekeeper, "Your young lady is pregnant. Please pay attention to your diet in the future. Prepare all the necessary things." Hearing this, the old housekeeper smiled and said, "Okay, I'll prepare it right away." Jiang Yan nodded and walked downstairs. In the small courtyard, Jiang Yan changed the shirt that was torn by his wife and lay down comfortably on the recliner in the yard. "Ah, I can finally take a break." Wu Tai, who was standing aside, asked curiously, "Brother Yan, what happened to my sister-in-law?" Jiang Yan closed his eyes and basked in the sunlight, and said calmly, "I'm pregnant." Oh, Wu Tai looked as if he had seen it. Like Jiang Yan, he had never come into contact with a pregnant woman. For the first time, he felt like he had gained some new knowledge. It turns out that pregnant women have such a bad temper. I feel pity for Brother Yan when I think about how miserable he looked when he came out of the airport. Jiang Yan also nodded in deep agreement, but he didn't know that his wife was a completely special case. "How is the security of Joyo and Tiancheng now?" Jiang Yan asked with his eyes closed. Wu Tai's expression became more serious, and he began to report the recent situation one by one. "At present, we and Joyo have completely absorbed the remaining forces left by the Black Tiger Gang, but according to your instructions, Brother Yan, we have always restricted our influence to Jiang City." After talking about Joyo's situation, Wu Tai began to report on the progress of Tiancheng's security. The Tiancheng Security Company has now expanded to a terrifying scale. Almost all of the security guards are retired soldiers from various military units. Although their strength is not as top-notch as mine, they are still outstanding among ordinary people. Currently, the total number of registered employees in the entire company is about 3,000, but 2,500 of them have been leased to major group companies, leaving only 500 people on standby at any time to deal with emergencies. After hearing this, Jiang Yan opened his deep eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. To be honest, the development of Joyo and Tiancheng security was a little beyond his expectations. They were able to achieve such power in such a short period of time. Then Brother Yan, should we take action against the neighboring city? Wu Tai asked. Whether it is Joyo or Tiancheng security, their power in Jiang City has now reached saturation. If they want to continue to develop, they can only expand their territory again. Jiang Yan shook his head, no need to go through so much trouble. Then, Jiang Yan told Wu Tai about the Chen family's compensation. Wu Tai was slightly surprised and asked, "All? Doesn't that mean that as long as we want, the security of Joyo and Tiancheng can be expanded to the entire Jiang province in an instant?" Wow, Wu Tai couldn't even imagine the benefits of this. Don't be so surprised. Jiang Yan said in a steady voice, the Chen family will definitely not be so generous. They may give us some tricks. Someone will take care of this matter, so we don't have to worry about it. Also, have 300 security guards secretly protect Villa Number 1. I don't want anything unexpected to happen when I return to Jiang City. If my wife really gets a scratch on her skin, my mother will tear me apart. Chapter 97 Collection VIP. Okay, I understand. Wu Tai nodded after listening to Brother Yan's instructions. At this time, there was a noise on the third floor. Jiang Yan looked up and saw a pink pillow thrown towards his head. Headshot, accurate hit. The instigator, Yi Yunwan, stood in front of the window on the third floor, staring coldly at Jiang Yan, who was lying in the yard. Jiang Yan immediately sat up from the recliner, quickly ran to the bedroom on the third floor, pushed open the door and walked in. Wife, you woke up so early." Jiang Yan walked over. Yi Yunwan lay back on the bed with a cold face, and said in a voice that was a little too calm, "Kneel down." Jiang Yan. He scratched his head in embarrassment, but finally chose to give in. A man's knees are made of gold, and now is the time to cash it out. Yi Yunwan took a sip of the hot water prepared by the housekeeper, then held the warm glass in her hand and said calmly, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Jiang Yan knelt on the ground, thought for a moment, and replied honestly, "I didn't accompany you." "Stand up." Yi Yunwan glanced at him and handed over the glass in her hand. Jiang Yan stepped forward and took it, then drank it all in one gulp from the place where his wife had just put her mouth. Well, now even boiled water tastes sweet. Is this the taste of love? Yi Yunwan lay down and curled up in the warm quilt. Maybe it was because of her pregnancy, but she became less and less willing to move. He hooked his finger at Jiang Yan and said, "Come here, I want to sleep for a while." Okay. Jiang Yan quickly took off his shoes and got into the quilt, hugging the warm bodies. Chen family, Qing province. In the study, a killer wearing a mask to cover his face knelt in front of Chen Jiulong and whispered, "Master Jiao, the plan failed. Yi Yunwan did not get on the plane. The police in Magic City are still investigating the clues." Chen Jiulong sat behind the desk, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He had originally wanted to get rid of Yi Chongshan's daughter by using dirty tricks, but he didn't expect to fail. In this case, the plan to deal with the Yi family's march into the Magic City will be shelved again. Looking at an open letter on the table, Chen Jiulong pondered for a while and said, "Let's leave it at that for now. This incident has become a bit of a big deal. Let's keep a low profile for now so as not to be caught by others. Didn't the Jiang province's industries be given to the Jiang family kid? Send someone to hide their identities and take back these territories. Remember, don't reveal your identity." "Yes." The killer retreated, and Chen Jiulong was the only one left in the study. Soon, the sound of a phone call was heard in the quiet study. Chen Jiulong picked up the phone and said in a deep voice, "It's me." A powerful voice came from the other end of the phone, "Chen Jiulong, your plan has failed." "I know." Chen Jiulong's expression did not change. Unconsciously, his tone of voice became more flattering, and he seemed to be very afraid of the person on the other end of the phone. "I hope you can understand that if you can't overthrow the Yi family, there is no need for your Chen family to exist. My patience is limited. I hope you won't let me down by failing to produce any results and requiring me to clean up your mess." After saying that, the person on the other end of the phone snorted coldly and hung up the phone. Chen Jiulong put down his phone with a gloomy face and slammed his fist on the table. The huge force caused the phone screen to shatter directly. Many fragments pierced into the flesh, and scarlet blood flowed out. "Damn it! Sooner or later I'll make you regret using me." There were constant roars in the study, and the sound of things being smashed could be heard. Jiang City Airport. Chen Nan walked out of the airport with a calm expression, followed by a beautiful figure, attracting the attention of people around him. "Oh my God, what a beautiful lady! What are you standing there for? Hurry up and record a video on YouTube. Oh my God, this is the feeling of first love. I must write her into my novel." The two walked out of the airport. "I want to ask you, how long are you going to follow me?" Chen Nan said without turning his head. Xu Ling followed closely behind him, staring at Chen Nan's back, and said with a smile, "I just like following you, is there any problem?" Chen Nan had nothing to say about this. He had no way to deal with this childhood sweetheart who grew up with him until high school. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xu Ling followed Chen Nan with a smile and got into a taxi together. In the dim bedroom, Jiang Yan hugged Yi Yunwan, who had already woken up, and said softly, "Let's go for a walk. The book says pregnant women need to exercise more. Lying down all the time is not good for the body." Yi Yunwan leaned in his arms, half closed her eyes, and said, "Carry me to take a shower and change clothes." Hearing that he had to carry her to take a bath, Jiang Yan looked embarrassed. "This is not good. You are pregnant now and I can't touch you. How about you take a bath by yourself?" Yi Yunwan stretched out her hand and pinched Jiang Yan's face, stretching it hard. "Hey, don't." Jiang Yan covered his red right cheek with his hands, grimacing. Yi Yunwan's voice turned cold. "I don't want to say the same thing again, you'd better think it over before you speak." As he spoke, he slowly extended his hand to Jiang Yan's waist and was about to twist it. Jiang Yan quickly said, Okay, I'll wash it, right? That's what I mean, my dear husband." Yi Yunwan withdrew her hand and kissed Jiang Yan on the left cheek. "Consider it a reward for you." "What a charming fairy." Jiang Yan sighed, stood up and carried his wife into the bathroom. The bathroom door slowly closed, steam blocked the window, and from time to time the sound of Yi Yunwan teasing Jiang Yan could be heard. Half an hour later, Jiang Yan pushed open the bathroom door and walked to the bedside holding Yi Yunwan, who was only wrapped in a bath towel. Jiang Yan opened the wardrobe and was amazed by the dazzling array of clothes and dresses. There were so many types and each one looked different. "Which one do you want to wear?" Jiang Yan turned around and asked. Yi Yunwan said casually, "Pick according to your preferences. It's a good opportunity for me to see what your taste is like. Oh, by the way, I want the black lace underwear." Jiang Yan. After finding suitable clothes, Jiang Yan began to change them for her. 9,999 words are omitted here. If you want to watch it, please recharge the collection VIP. Alas, you guys are too awesome. I will try to finish the remaining 3 chapters tonight. Actually, it's okay if you don't urge me to update. Chapter 98 Jiang Yan's Wet Show Third Update. Jiang City, by the beach. In the vast and boundless blue ocean, waves keep coming and crashing against the rocks on the shore, making earth-shattering roars and splashing white foam. In the afternoon, the sun shines on the sparkling sea, covering the surface with a layer of glittering silver. At the beach, Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan walked barefoot on the sand at a slow pace, leisurely enjoying the beautiful scenery of the seaside. As the sound of the seawater splashed, Jiang Yan smiled at the person beside him and said, "Compared to the Magic City, the scenery in Jiang City is so much better." Yi Yunwan held Jiang Yan's hand, interlocking their fingers. She said nothing, but looked towards the sea from time to time. It was not her first time to see the sea, but being with Jiang Yan, everything was meaningful. The pink and white little feet walked on the slightly hot beach, leaving a footprint with each step, which made her feel slightly better. She suddenly said, "I suddenly remembered something." Jiang Yan, who was walking beside her, turned his head and looked at her in confusion. "What's the matter?" Yi Yunwan's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Jiang Yan, and said slowly, "I remember when I was at Grandma's house, by the stream, someone seemed to have promised me something. For example, I'll tell you to do anything." The smile on Jiang Yan's lips froze. He never expected that his wife would think of this matter. He deliberately did not bring it up because he was afraid of being asked excessive demands. Yi Yunwan understood immediately when she saw his expression. She paused and smiled with interest. "Really? You've been so stubborn for 3 days, and now you're trying to be clever with me. Jiang Yan, you become more capable." "Wife, I was wrong." Jiang Yan immediately wanted to make amends and started to massage his wife's back and legs. But Yi Yunwan didn't buy it at all. She stretched out her little hand and grabbed his ear, smiling. "Wrong? No, how can you be wrong? You just want to eat cleanly, wipe your mouth and leave." Having said that, Yi Yunwan walked directly to the beach, holding Jiang Yan's hand. The seawater spread over her feet, giving people a cool feeling. Releasing her hand, she snapped, "Stand still." Feeling guilty, Jiang Yan did not dare to disobey and could only stand there obediently, with his body straight and his hands with his fingers together, standing in a military posture. "Wife, please be magnanimous and forgive me. I won't dare to do it again next time." Jiang Yan looked at the blue sea below him, feeling a bad premonition in his heart, and kept begging for mercy. Tap tap, the sound of feet stepping on the seawater was heard. Yi Yunwan walked directly behind Jiang Yan and then lifted up her white and jade-like feet. The next second, a morbid smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she kicked Jiang Yan hard on the butt. "Ouch!" Jiang Yan cried out in pain, and plunged directly into the sea, drinking a big mouthful of seawater. Bitter, is this the taste of life? On the surging sea, Jiang Yan's whole body was soaked by the seawater. A cool feeling spread throughout his body, and he quickly stood up from the seawater. Tick-tick, drops of water drip from the wet corners of clothes and returned to the sea. On the side, watching Jiang Yan standing up, Yi Yunwan smiled and raised her pink and white feet again. "Who allowed you to stand up?" There was another plop sound of someone falling into the water. Jiang Yanqing lay helplessly in the sea and gave up struggling. Fortunately, the seawater here was very shallow and only covered the back of his head, but even so, his whole body was shivering from the cold. It is autumn now, and even with the warm sunshine, the seawater is still icy cold. "Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Yi Yunwan looked down at Jiang Yan, who was lying in the sea, with her jade feet stepping on his chest. This scene gives people a feeling of a female general fighting on the battlefield and trampling the enemy under her feet. Jiang Yan cried, "You've taken me away, what else can I do to compensate you? Otherwise, I'll sleep with you for one night?" A black line appeared on Yi Yunwan's forehead. She raised her foot and stepped directly on Jiang Yan's face, rubbing and torturing him severely. "I don't care. If you can't give me satisfactory compensation today, don't even think about letting this matter go." As she spoke, Yi Yunwan stomped hard on Jiang Yan's face twice, but she didn't use much strength. After all, the doctor said to avoid strenuous exercise. Just then, 2 figures came to the beach again, one after the other, also barefoot. Chen Nan walked closer and looked at Jiang Yan lying in the sea in confusion, wondering, "Are you unlocking some new gameplay?" Chu Ling, who was following behind, looked at the scene with great curiosity. Her turquoise dress fluttered in the oncoming sea breeze. "It's over. This is really embarrassing." Jiang Yanqing covered his face helplessly. How could he live his life in the future? Yi Yunwan saw Chen Nan and the other man coming over and snorted at Jiang Yan, "Get up. I'll deal with you when we get home." Jiang Yan showed a look of relief on his face, and he quickly stood up from the sea with a smile. His clothes were completely wet. Since they were at the beach, Jiang Yan wore a white t-shirt. Now that it was wet, his muscular body was fully revealed. Looking at Jiang Yan's wet body show, Yi Yunwan took off her coat and threw it over, saying dissatisfiedly, "Why don't you put it on quickly? Are you tired of me and want to seduce other women?" "No way, I'm that kind of person." Jiang Yan took it with a smile and put it on directly. Yi Yunwan glared at him and snorted coldly. Only she could see this stinky man's body. It belonged to her personally. Chapter 99, Pretend to be with me? Kill you. This is? On the beach, Jiang Yan, who was wearing a women's coat, looked at Chu Ling following behind Chen Nan with some confusion. Before Chen Nan could say anything, Chu Ling stepped forward and held out her fair little hand. "My name is Chu Ling, and I'm Ainan's childhood sweetheart." Oh, Jiang Yan glanced at the two of them and instantly understood. Just as he was about to shake hands, he felt a chill on his back. He turned his head stiffly and saw his wife staring at him with murderous eyes. The meaning was self-evident. Jiang Yan turned around and looked at Chu Ling's outstretched hand, and smiled awkwardly. Forget about the handshake, my wife is very strict." Chu Ling looked at Jiang Yan with strange eyes, nodded thoughtfully, and withdrew her hand. Chen Nan, who was standing beside him, saw that without even glancing at Chu Ling, and said directly to Jiang Yan, "I received news that the Chen family has begun preparing to take back the territory of Jiang province. We must act as soon as possible." Jiang Yan nodded seriously. It was not easy to get such a good development opportunity, and he must not miss it. Although the Chen family did hand over the Jiang province's assets to him, the most important thing was whether he could keep them. Jiang Yan took out his cell phone. Fortunately, although it had some water in it, it was still usable. "I made a phone call and hung up quickly." Jiang Yan sat down on the beach without any image. He would get tired if he stood for a long time, so he might as well sit down. Yi Yunwan glanced at the slightly dirty beach and frowned. It was acceptable for her to step on it, but she couldn't stand sitting on it because of her mysophobia. Looking at Jiang Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the beach, Yi Yunwan sat directly in front of him and then sat on Jiang Yan's legs, making him feel uncomfortable. Feeling the weight on his legs, Jiang Yan complained, "Wife, you should lose some weight." Chu Ling, who was listening on the side, opened her mouth in surprise and looked at Jiang Yan in disbelief. Could it be that this guy has a problem with his brain? Chen Nan looked at Jiang Yan strangely, then sat down cross-legged. He didn't care, as he didn't have any mysophobia anyway. When Yi Yunwan heard Jiang Yan say that she was fat, her face suddenly turned gloomy. While sitting on him, she grabbed his neck with one hand. "You are tired of living." Jiang Yan easily pulled away the little hand that was grabbing his neck, hugged the person in his arms, and said with a smug smile, "Wife, you are pregnant now. You are no match for me, your husband. I advise you to keep a low profile, otherwise I will punish you." As he spoke, Jiang Yan freed his hand and gently patted Yi Yunwan's butt, and pinched it as well, with a smug look on his face. The identities were swapped and Yi Yunwan had a sullen face. She silently took off the wooden hairpin that was wrapped around her hair and pointed it directly at Jiang Yan's throat, pressing against it tightly. She sneered, "What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly, how about you say it again?" Jiang Yan's smug smile froze, and his mouth twitched as he felt the sharp sensation coming from his throat. I didn't say anything just now." "Wife, are your shoulders sore? How about I give them a massage for you?" Yi Yunwan turned her head to look at Jiang Yan, cupped his cheek with her hands, licked it with her tongue, and said in a chilling voice, "You can pretend with them, but if you pretend with me, I'll kill you." "Yes, yes." Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Yan's forehead. He no longer dared to be presumptuous. He could only sit obediently on the beach, gently hugging her slender waist with his hands. Chu Ling, who was still standing aside, saw that the three of them had all sat down. She was the only one still standing, feeling a little out of place. But she also likes cleanliness very much. What's more, she was wearing a skirt, so it would definitely get dirty once she sat down. Chen Nan glanced at her, silently took off his black coat and threw it over, saying coldly, "If you can't stand it, don't follow me and make yourself uncomfortable in the future." After taking off his coat, Chen Nan was left with only a black short-sleeved shirt. Fortunately, he was in good physical condition and didn't feel anything when being blown by the sea breeze. Chu Ling took the coat, a happy smile appeared on her face, she threw the coat directly beside Chen Nan, then sat down, and even held his hand intimately. "The sea breeze must be very cold, but you won't feel cold if I hold you." Chen Nan remained silent, too embarrassed to point out her thoughts. After a while, Wu Tai ran over from a distance with a few blankets in his hands. Jiang Yan introduced Wu Tai to Chen Nan. Wu Tai is a retired soldier from the Special Forces. He is also the manager of my forces and my bodyguard. You can discuss Jiang Province's affairs with him more. He knows more about the underground world than I do. Wu Tai handed a blanket to each of them, and smiled embarrassedly when he heard it. It's not as great as Brother Yin said. Everything I have was given by Brother Yin. Chen Nan looked at Wu Tai, especially the muscles on his body. Well, he seemed to have some strength. Jiang Yan covered his wife with a blanket and said, "Come on, it's so cold at the beach, don't catch a cold. You still have some conscience." Yi Yunwan curled up in Jiang Yan's arms. This action made Jiang Yan's heart flutter, and he hugged the person in his arms tighter. Both of them could feel each other's heartbeat. Chapter 100 Chu Ling and Chen Nan. This man is Chen Nan. Let him manage Joyo from now on. This will just lighten your burden. Jiang Yan introduced. Wu Tai's burden is indeed heavier now. While being responsible for Joyo, he also has to manage the security of Tiancheng. Even with the help of Wu Feng and others, he really cannot manage such a large team. Not to mention that now that he has returned to Jiang City and his wife is pregnant, Wu Tai will definitely have to stay by his side to protect her. Wu Tai had no objection to this. He wished he didn't have to worry about those things. It was an insult to his military strength that a retired soldier was being used as an intelligent computer. But Brother Yin, we are all arrogant and proud. If we suddenly give them a new boss, will something go wrong? Wu Tai was a little worried. Most of the people in Joyo are street thugs. Although they are loyal, they need to be suppressed by absolute strength before they will obey. In Wu Tai's opinion, Chen Nan's physical fitness may be slightly better than Brother Yan's, but it still lacks some skills. Jiang Yan played with the hair of the person in his arms, and turned to look at Chen Nan who was sitting next to him. Don't worry about that. Young Master Chen will be fine. He really wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to see what Chen Nan's capabilities were, to ensure that there would be no mistakes in the future cooperation. Chen Nan's face did not change at all, but his eyes revealed a hint of disdain. You'd better pray that the people under you have stronger psychological qualities, otherwise I'm afraid they will collapse mentally. Jiang Yan just smiled and said nothing. After chatting for a while, Jiang Yan carried the sleeping Yi Yunwan away. Looking at his wife sleeping soundly in his arms, he couldn't help but step forward and kiss her red lips. She's the cutest when she's asleep. But do pregnant women like to sleep so much? I have slept for more than 6 hours today, and it's not even night yet. On the beach, Chu Ling was about to leave with Chen Nan, but was stopped by him. Chen Nan turned his head and looked at her. Don't follow me, you are the eldest daughter of the Chu family, it will not be good for you to follow me, the third young master of the Chen family. Let's just let the past go, just pretend we never knew each other, and you don't have to waste your time on me anymore. This was like a sharp sword piercing Chu Ling's heart, making her feel heartbroken. You mean to say that we are from two different worlds now, and everything in the past has nothing to do with the present, right? When she said this, Chu Ling had already walked in front of Chen Nan, with tears streaming down her fair face. Anyone who saw her would subconsciously feel soft-hearted. Chen Nan looked at Chu Ling, who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and his heart ached, but he still said cruelly, yes, you are the eldest daughter of the Chu family in Qing province, and I am just the third young master of the Chen family with no status. It is impossible for us to be together. You are the one who knows my past best, so you should know that there is absolutely no way I will turn back, at least not before I kill my father. As he spoke, Chen Nan's eyes burst into hatred. I don't know what sad thing he was thinking about, but his face became extremely ferocious. Chu Ling wiped away the tears from her eyes, looked at Chen Nan's current appearance, and choked up and said, "You were not like this before." Chen Nan fell silent after hearing that. The hatred in his eyes turned into calmness, and he walked straight past Chu Ling and headed towards the city. Anyway, don't follow me. You can enjoy everything you have and don't waste your meaningless time on me. In the evening, the sun sets in the west. The building that was formerly the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang has now become Joyo's territory, and many of his brothers are hanging around nearby. A figure slowly walked down the brightly lit entertainment street, wearing a black windbreaker and with a cold look in his eyes. A young man who was hanging out at the bottom of the building walked up and said, "Hey, you can't go in here. If you want to play, go to the entertainment street. If you don't want to die, stay away from me and get out of here." The younger brother waved his hands impatiently. What if I have to go in? Chen Nan's eyes exuded coldness and he walked straight towards the building. Hey, you kid, are you here to get beaten? The younger brother looked Chen Nan up and down, then punched him directly in the face. Bang! Chen Nan caught the punch easily. He sneered, is that all the strength you have? You're just like a woman. As he said that, he kicked the younger brother in the abdomen and kicked him out. The miserable screams echoed all around, and the huge noise immediately attracted everyone around. In a short while, more than 100 people surrounded Chen Nan and stared at him with unfriendly eyes. Boy, do you know where this is? How dare you come to our Joyo headquarters to cause trouble? I think you are tired of living. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Just teach him a lesson. Brothers, please don't let anyone get killed, otherwise I will have a hard time explaining to Brother Tai. Facing the siege of hundreds of people, Chen Nan showed no fear on his face. Instead, he felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. He stretched out his arms and hooked his fingers at these people. If you have the ability, you can give it a try. These arrogant words echoed in the ears of the surrounding thugs, and they couldn't help themselves and rushed directly towards Chen Nan. Chen Nan's face turned cold, and he rushed towards these people alone. An hour later, miserable screams echoed continuously in the silent building. Hundreds of people were lying on the ground, all with varying degrees of injuries. On the other hand, Chen Nan, apart from looking a little disheveled, did not suffer any serious injuries. Apart from his somewhat rapid breathing, everything else was normal. On the top floor of the building, Wu Feng silently took a picture of the scene with his mobile phone, then sent it out, and sighed. What kind of monster did Brother Yin find? There are 100 of them. Even if Brother Tai came, he wouldn't be able to deal with them so easily. No wonder Brother Yin let this guy take charge of Joyo. Let alone anything else, in terms of strength alone, Chen Nan is absolutely impeccable. On the other side, Villa number 1. In the living room. Master Jiang, there is a girl outside who claims to be Chu Ling looking for you. The butler said softly. Chu Ling? Jiang Yan, who was being used as a human pillow by Yi Yunwan, was stunned. Wasn't she following Chen Nan? After thinking for a while, he said, let her in. Everyone can just give more rewards, don't click if you ask me to update more, it makes me sad. Chapter 101 Chen Nan's Past. Led by the old housekeeper, Chu Ling walked into the living room with red eyes. Jiang Yan could tell at a glance that she had been crying. When Chu Ling sat down on the sofa opposite Jiang Yan, he asked in confusion, what's wrong with you? Yi Yunwan also sat up from Jiang Yan's body and leaned on him with the quilt covering her. As a qualified wife, you must be wary of any woman who suddenly appears. Even though Jiang Yan couldn't be unfaithful, this behavior was subconscious, and even Yi Yunwan was no exception. Chu Ling pursed her lips and opened them slightly. I want to ask you for a favor. It's about Anan. I hope you can treat Anan well. Chu Ling said this without confidence. After all, this was the first time they met and she was shamelessly asking for help. Yi Yunwan, who was leaning against Jiang Yan, had already noticed that something was wrong between her and Chen Nan, and asked with interest, what is your relationship now? Friends, lovers, or maybe something deeper? Seeing that his wife had spoken, Jiang Yan did not interrupt, but picked up the apple on the table and began to peel it silently. Chu Ling lowered his head, not daring to look into Yi Yunwan's eyes, and said slowly, Anan and I should be considered strangers now, not even friends. Then, Chu Ling began to talk about Chen Nan's past. She was probably the person who knew Chen Nan best in the world now. Yi Yunwan, who just wanted to know about Chen Nan's character, did not disturb him. She knew nothing about her husband, this sudden collaborator, so it wouldn't hurt to know more now. Actually, Anan was not from the Chun family in Cheng province before, and his name was not Chen Nan, but Su Nan. Anan and I grew up together in Cheng province. At that time, my aunt was still alive and Anan's personality was not as extreme as it is now. He was a very sunny type. Yi Yunwan raised her eyebrows, so you have a crush on him? When his thoughts were pointed out, Chu Ling did not argue, but nodded and said, yes, yes. But when Anan was in high school, his aunt was hit by a car on her way home from work and died on the spot. Then Anan's father took him to the Chen family in Qing province. Uncle Zhoulong remarried, and soon his new wife gave birth to 2 sons who could inherit the Chen family's business. However, since Anan did not have Chen family blood, he was ostracized by everyone and became the 3rd son of the Chen family. After entering the Chen family, Anan has completely changed. He has become vicious, cruel, and ruthless, and will do anything to gain benefits. Jiang Yan cut the peeled apple into small pieces, tasted it first and found it sweet, then he passed it to his wife. He wiped his mouth and said, "So, you want to say that he is actually a good person now, and I should not resist?" Xu Ling shook her head. She was not a fool, nor was she a naive person who didn't understand anything. She looked into Jiang Yan's eyes and said in a very serious tone, "I mean, if you can subdue Anan and bring him back on the right track, I'm sure given his personality, he will definitely follow you wholeheartedly." Xu Ling's eyes were filled with seriousness. "I can swear to this. And Anan is top-notch in both skills and business acumen. There's no need for me to lie to you about this." Jiang Yan became interested. "Top? How good is that?" Xu Ling slowly stretched out a finger. 100 people. Since Anan was brought back to the Chen family, he has been training and improving his abilities every day. He even worked as a mercenary abroad for a year. After he finished speaking, Jiang Yan and Yi Yunwan looked at each other in bewilderment, and even forgot to eat the apples. Yi Yunwan couldn't help but ask, "Mercenary? I don't think he's much older than me, right?" Xu Ling nodded. Anan will be 28 next year, but when he was 22, his uncle sent him abroad to be a mercenary. He returned to China a year later. "How do you know it so clearly?" Jiang Yan wondered. Xu Ling said as a matter of course I have been following him, so no one knows him better than me. Just as the three of them were talking, Jiang Yan's cell phone rang. It was a message from Wu Feng. On the phone screen is a photo. At dusk, Chen Nan was standing there alone in a black windbreaker, surrounded by his younger brothers who were lying on the ground. It was obvious that they were all Joyo's men. This number must be over 100. Jiang Yan couldn't help but click his tongue when looking at the photo. Wow, this is clearly a human-shaped beast. He is still succumbing to the tyranny of his wife, while others are fighting 1 against 100. The gap is simply incomparable. Yi Yunwan reached out for the phone and glanced at the photo, her expression not changing at all, as if this was not a big deal. Suddenly thinking of something, she tapped the screen of her mobile phone, opened the icon of a certain message, and then clicked on the contact. Then she suddenly grabbed Jiang Yan's ear, pointed at the contact on the phone, and sneered. "Master Jiang, who is this person called Little Sweetheart?" "Hey, don't worry." Jiang Yan quickly explained, "Isn't that your secretary Shuro? I just added her on WeChat so I can learn about the group. We have no other relationship." A murderous intent flashed across Yi Yunwan's delicate face. After deleting this little sweetheart, she said viciously, "You are such a hands-off boss, why would you worry about the group's affairs? Be careful or I'll castrate that thing for you." Jiang Yan suddenly felt a chill in his lower body, shivered, and begged for mercy. "This won't do. If you castrate me, what will you use me for in the future?" Xu Ling blushed as she heard this. Is it really okay to be so open in front of an outsider like me? Back to the topic, Jiang Yan coughed lightly and said awkwardly, "I understand your intention. If it is really what you said, I will consider it carefully. You should go back today. It's getting late. I'll ask the butler to take you back." Xu Ling's face lit up when she heard that. She stood up happily and bowed to Jiang Yan, "Thank you. Then I won't bother you and my sister-in-law anymore." After saying that, Xu Ling walked out of the villa under the guidance of the housekeeper. "Do I look very old?" Jiang Yan muttered. You have to know that he just graduated from college, and Xu Ling and Chen Nan are childhood sweethearts. They should be about 27 or 28 years old, which is several years older than him. This is not Xu Ling's fault. It's mainly because Jiang Yan's performance and personality are completely different from those of a college graduate. Yi Yunwan yawned at this time, with a hint of fatigue in her voice. "Carry me back to the room, I want to sleep." Jiang Yan said oh, lifted up her snow-white legs, took her into his arms and walked towards the 3rd floor. I want to tell you that the following plot is a little sweet, so don't rush me to update. Also, Happy National Day. Let me take a day off. I will update twice today. To compensate you, if the chapter 1 posted at 12 noon can reach 1500 before 12 o'clock at night, I will directly post 10 chapters the next day. Chapter 102 Physical Examination. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight shines out from the east, illuminating the entire earth. Jiang Yan woke up from his sleep in a daze, and subconsciously wanted to put his arms around his wife's waist, but failed. Jiang Yan opened his eyes and found himself lying alone in bed. The bedroom was quiet. It's really strange. My wife woke up before me, but she didn't wake me up. Could it be that the sun rose from the west? After putting on his clothes, Jiang Yan yawned and walked downstairs. He immediately saw Yi Yunwan lying on the sofa in the living room. Puzzled, why didn't you wake me up so early today? On the sofa, Yi Yunwan watched the movie playing on her phone and said without raising her head, if you want to get up at 3 in the morning, I don't mind waking you up. 3 o'clock in the morning. Then forget it. Jiang Yan curled his lips. Asking him to get up before dawn was like asking for his life. The next second, a pillow was thrown over and Jiang Yan was so scared that he quickly caught it. Yi Yunwan turned her head to stare at him, her tone calm. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Say it again. As he said this, his hand reached out to the wooden hairpin intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing this, Jiang Yan's attitude immediately changed 360 degrees. He walked to his wife with a sincere face, knelt on one knee, and held one of her little hands. Honey, if you wake up early next time, you must ask me to get up and accompany you. It's not even daybreak yet, I'm afraid you'll be lonely. When I think of you being alone, my heart aches. As he spoke, Jiang Yan leaned over and kissed Bai Jie's little hand. Don't give me that. Yi Yunwan snorted coldly, not buying it at all. Get ready, we'll go to the hospital for a physical checkup later. Okay. Jiang Yan stood up and walked to the dining table. He picked up 2 buns and a bowl of soy milk and sat on the sofa. Jiang Yan, who was about to feed one of the buns to his wife, stopped and said, Isn't it possible to eat breakfast during a physical examination? Yi Yunwan nodded and just looked at Jiang Yan without saying anything. Oh. Jiang Yan took a big bite of the meat bun and said incoherently, Then just watch me eat. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. A frown appeared on Yi Yunwan's forehead. She reached out and stuffed another bun into Jiang Yan's mouth. Eat, that's all you know how to do. Hurry up and change your clothes and take me to the hospital. Jiang Yan, whose mouth was stuffed with oil, widened his eyes and patted his chest several times before he swallowed the big mouthful. She breathed a sigh of relief. You are trying to murder your husband. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Yunwan's reaction, he quickly ran back upstairs to change clothes and wash up. Outside Jiang City Airport. Shu Ling was still wearing the turquoise long dress as she walked towards the airport, phone in her hand. There was a hint of disgust in the depths of her eyes. A voice came from the other end of the phone, Xiao Ling, you know that Dad loves you the most, and you should listen to Dad. Do you understand what I mean? Shu Ling held the phone, her tone much colder than before, I know. I will return to Qing province today, don't worry. If I wanted to escape, I would have already escaped. The middle-aged man's voice sounded again, Dad is relieved to hear you say that. I will wait for you to come back home. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Ling hung up the phone. Standing at the entrance of the airport, he looked back at the city behind him, and finally walked in. Jiang City First Hospital. As Yi Yunwan followed a female doctor into the examination room, Jiang Yan sat in the corridor waiting boredly. There were also many good housewives waiting silently in the corridor, taking out their cell phones and playing with them, but their minds were not on their phones at all. Jiang Yan felt that the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Since it would take quite some time for the newcomers to leave since they had just entered, he headed straight for the stairs. The cell phone on his body vibrated, and Jiang Yan looked and saw that it was his grandma calling. The grandmother's elderly voice came from the other end, Xiao Yanzi, I heard that Yunwan is pregnant. Is it true? Yes, Grandma, it's been almost half a month. The grandmother on the other end said dissatisfiedly, Then why are you taking Yunwan everywhere? If it affects my great-grandson, I will beat you to death, you little brat. Jiang Yan's attitude was a bit perfunctory. Oh, Grandma, I know, don't worry, I will go back to see you after a while. Grandma's unhappiness was relieved a little, and she muttered, Come back soon. There is radiation everywhere in the city, which is not good for pregnant women. I will vacate the room for you then, so that Yunwan can take good care of her pregnancy. Hearing the concern in the words, Jiang Yan joked, Don't worry, Grandma, your great-granddaughter will definitely not escape. The other end snorted coldly, That's better. Otherwise, don't blame me for tying you to a tree and hanging you up to beat you like when we were kids. Please go easy on me, Grandma. Jiang Yan touched his nose. He didn't expect that you still remembered this matter. He himself almost forgot about it. After chatting with his grandmother for a while, Jiang Yan looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, so he said goodbye and hung up the phone. He turned and walked towards the examination room. At this time, some people in the corridor had left, and only a few were still waiting. Coincidentally, at this moment the door of the examination room was pushed open, and the female doctor came out with Yi Yunwan in her arm, holding a detailed examination form in her hand.
Come with me and sign. The female doctor instructed Jiang Yan and then walked into the office next to her.
Jiang Yan took his wife's hand, helped her sit down aside, and said softly, "I'll go sign, you wait here for a while."
Yi Yunwan nodded, "Well, go ahead."
After Jiang Yan confirmed that there was nothing wrong with her, he walked to the office, opened the door and walked in. The female doctor happened to be looking at the report in her hand. Seeing Jiang Yan coming over, she said directly, "There is nothing abnormal about your lover's physical characteristics, but..." After hearing the doctor's words, Jiang Yan's face changed.
Don't click to urge for more, I don't want to add more. Chapter 103, The Tortured Jiang Yan.
Your wife is in good health, but the fetus is a little unstable, which may be related to your wife's mood swings.
The female doctor looked up at Jiang Yan. Does she usually have big mood swings?
Hearing this, Jiang Yan's expression changed slightly, and then he nodded. It should be considered a big one, especially since my emotions have become even bigger recently. The female doctor looked as if she knew it, and said seriously, then you should pay attention to it. Although pregnant women's emotions are inherently unstable, your wife's situation is somewhat special, so you should pay more attention to her and try to go along with her. After listening to the doctor's advice, Jiang Yan nodded solemnly, "Okay, I will pay more attention in the future." The female doctor nodded, took out a form and asked Jiang Yan to sign it, and then started to see the next patient. Jiang Yan walked out of the office with the checklist in his hand.
Yi Yunwan, who was sitting next to him, happened to look over and noticed at a glance that something was wrong with Jiang Yan's expression. She frowned slightly. "What are the test results? Why do you look so bad?"
Jiang Yan saw her frowning, and his heart skipped a beat. He walked forward, held his wife's hand, and shook his head. "It's nothing, I just feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach." But Yi Yunwan knew Jiang Yan very well, so she stretched out her hand to him and said coldly, "Give me the medical report."
Jiang Yan shook his head. "No. Give it to me."
Yi Yunwan glared and reached out to pinch Jiang Yan's hand.
Jiang Yan endured the pain, and the next second he picked up Yi Yunwan in front of everyone and walked towards the hospital elevator.
"You can pinch me, but I won't show it to you even if you pinch me."
Yi Yunwan was stunned when she was held in his arms.
She didn't expect Jiang Yan's attitude to be so tough. It was really rare. Although this guy likes to talk back to her normally, he basically obeys her in everything and has never rejected her. Now that his attitude is so tough, could it be that there is something wrong with the inspection? As she spoke, she held Jiang Yan's face and forced him to look at her. Her tone was commanding and unyielding.
"Tell me, is there something wrong with my body?"
Under the surprised gazes of the people around him, Jiang Yan carried her out of the hospital and came to the parking lot. Opening the car door, Yi Yunwan sat in obediently, clasping her hands and quietly waiting for Jiang Yan's explanation. The driver's door opened, Jiang Yan got in, started the car and drove towards home.
Looking at Jiang Yan, who was concentrating on driving, Yi Yunwan frowned. "Why don't you explain?"
Jiang Yan answered the question irrelevantly. "Come to think of it, we have been together for such a long time but we seldom go out together, right? It happens to be National Day these few days, I'll take you camping."
"No."
Yi Yunwan turned her head away, obviously angry. Jiang Yan had no choice but to give her the checkup form given by the doctor and said while driving, "The doctor said that you are emotionally unstable, which is not good for the fetus, so I want you to relax.
Let's go camping, okay?"
But after Yi Yunwan finished reading the report in her hand, her answer was still the same two words.
She looked at the car window and said coldly, "No. That's enough." Jiang Yan sighed. It seemed that he was really angry.
He had to coax her a little.
Just then I passed a traffic light.
The red light on the roadside more than 10 meters away was particularly dazzling, and there was a small number 59 seconds below it. Jiang Yan took advantage of this time to stop the car at the zebra crossing, then unbuckled his seatbelt, grabbed Yi Yunwan's arm, and put his other hand around her waist, pushing her towards him.
"If that doesn't work, just kiss."
In the glaring sunlight outside the car window, the light and shadow shone on their faces, and their lips overlapped.
Yi Yunwan was startled.
Before she could react, Jiang Yan held her in his arms with her mouth blocked tightly. Jiang Yan kissed her sweet lips, and Yi Yunwan suddenly felt something coming into her mouth, constantly entangling her sweet tongue.
"Woo!"
Yi Yunwan clenched her fist and punched Jiang Yan's hard chest, but Jiang Yan did not move at all and continued to kiss her passionately. Gradually, Yi Yunwan also fell into it, closed her eyes and began to indulge in the love and ecstasy. The traffic light lasted a total of 60 seconds, which was neither long nor short, but it was enough for the two people whose bodies and minds were intertwined. This deep kiss, which lasted 56 seconds, successfully delayed an impending crisis. Under the urging of the car behind him to keep honking, Jiang Yan had to reluctantly let go, put on his seatbelt and restarted the car. Yi Yunwan's eyes were a little blurry, she leaned back in her chair, her breathing was a little short, her chest kept rising and falling, but she recovered quickly, the blush on her face disappeared and she turned cold again. Don't think this will work. No one has ever been able to get away with it after rejecting me. Jiang Yan curled his lips. You didn't have this attitude when you were attacking me crazily just now. It's really hard to guess what a woman is thinking. Who knows what she is thinking now? Fortunately, there were no accidents along the way. Jiang Yan parked the car in the yard of the villa. Just after he turned off the car and had not yet taken out the key, he was suddenly knocked down. You, what are you doing? Jiang Yan looked at Yi Yunwan in surprise as she threw herself on him. Her soft body had already climbed onto him. What should I do? Yi Yunwan successfully sat on Jiang Yan's body, her teeth clenched tightly, with a hint of madness in her eyes. Don't you like kissing? I'll let you kiss enough today. After a while, the car parked in the yard began to shake up and down. A hand was against the car window. Jiang Yan's mouth was red from being bitten, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He just wanted to push open the car door and run out, but he was held in a warm and soft embrace by a hand. Yi Yunwan didn't know where she got the strength from. She held her husband tightly in her arms, looking at him with a sick smile on her face. Husband, where do you want to go? Jiang Yan just wanted to speak, but his mouth was blocked again. His eyes widened and he felt something soft breaking into his mouth, demanding it madly. Jiang Yan felt extremely regretful at this moment. If there was anything that couldn't be solved, just kiss. The idea that kissing could solve all problems was all a lie. I don't know if it's because Yi Yunwan was in the mood this time, but they just kissed for a full hour before she let Jiang Yan go. Inside the car, Yi Yunwan's body was exposed because of Jiang Yan's struggle, and her snow-white skin was revealed. She reached out and wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and looked at Jiang Yan, who was tortured by her, and smiled with satisfaction. I think this lesson will be unforgettable for you. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know who is in charge of this family anymore. I won't be urging you to update today, so I'll just give you 2 chapters at noon. Chapter 104. Shen Xinru goes to Jiang Province. Jiang Yan got out of the car in a panic. Feeling the pain on his lips, he shivered subconsciously. Wow, this is really cruel. She even bullies her husband. Yi Yunwan got out of the car with her hands folded and walked towards the villa. When she passed by Jiang Yan, she snorted coldly, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pack your things. Didn't you say you were going to take me camping? She did care about what the female doctor said. After all, it was her own child. Going out to relax occasionally was a good choice. As long as she gave birth to this little baby in her belly, she would be able to deal with Jiang Yan with one hand. Oh. Jiang Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. Under the surprised look of the housekeeper, he walked up the stairs with a desolate back and began to prepare a series of things that the pregnant woman would need. Jiang Yan first called Wu Tai, who was near the villa, to make arrangements for the camping. Hello, Brother Yan, what's wrong? Wu Tai asked on the other end of the phone. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and then said slowly, Pack your luggage. We are going camping tomorrow. Go and prepare a professional medical team to follow us at that time. In case of any emergencies, bring more people. Wu Tai on the other side nodded, secretly wrote all of this down, and then said, Okay, no problem. Jiang Yan nodded, and then he thought of something and asked, Oh, by the way, how is Chen Nan's current progress? After all, it is the territory of a province, so Jiang Yan still cares about it very much, but he actually cares more about Chen Nan. It is impossible to say that he has no thoughts about this great master. Jiang Yan thinks that if he can subdue him, he can still try hard. Wu Tai has been following up on this matter, so he immediately told the latest details. Chen Nan and his men have successfully taken over the territory of several cities. There were indeed many people of unknown power who tried to stop them along the way, but they were all driven away by Chen Nan without exception. They should be the people of the Chen family. But our Joyo has too few people after all, so it will probably take some time to completely take over the entire Jiang province. Jiang Yan nodded. After all, the Chen family gave him all the entertainment industries in Jiang province, which was equivalent to giving up their old nest in Jiang province. Without the old nest, it was only a matter of time before they took over the territory. Then let him do it without worry. You can hand over the matter to Wu Feng. We will set off on time tomorrow morning. Wu Tai responded, hung up the phone, and began to prepare things for camping and hand over the work at the same time. Qing Province. Tiannan City, Airport. As the crowd continued to pour out, they immediately scattered in different directions after leaving the airport. Xu Ling walked out of the airport, her dress fluttering in the breeze. Miss, welcome back. Several big men in black came over. Although their attitude was very humble, there was no respect in their tone. Please get in the car. The master is waiting for you at home. Xu Ling got into the car with an expressionless face. She didn't seem to be in a very good spirit. If she gave people the impression of being light and cute before, now she was simple and dull. Several big men in black looked at each other, and two of them directly opened the back door and got in, sandwiching Miss Xu Ling in the middle, as if they were on guard against something. The car started slowly and drove towards the direction of the Chu family in the distance. At the same time, there is Nan Province, which is separated from Qing Province by a mountain range. The Shin family's ancestral home is located in a quiet forest. Because of their ancestors, this entire forest can almost be said to be the Shin family's territory. Because of its special geographical location, Nan Province is not like other big provinces where several families fight for a piece of land. In Nan Province, the Shin family is the absolute king. At the gate of the Shin family, a prepared Maybach S600 was waiting. Shinru, this is your first time representing the Shin family. Dad, I don't ask you to do a great job, but at least don't put yourself in a difficult position. Shin Zhongtian, wearing a plaid shirt, spoke to his daughter earnestly. Shin Shinru, wearing a white dress and a knee-length skirt, had a happy smile on her face. She held her father's hand and said happily, "Oh, Dad, I'm not a child anymore. Don't worry, I will definitely come back safe and sound. Don't worry about this or that." Shin Zhongtian glared at her and said unhappily, "The person I was worried about ran to Qing Province and ran to his childhood sweetheart. I really don't know what's so good about that brat that makes you care so much about him, and I heard that he is now. Oh, Dad, I'm leaving first. Take care of yourself." Shin Shinru didn't want to listen to her father's muttering, so she quickly got into the car. This child. Shin Zhongtian shook his head helplessly and looked at his daughter's personal female bodyguard beside him. Alan, keep an eye on the young lady outside. Also, you need to pay more attention to the matter of the Chu family in Qing Province this time. I always feel that this invitation is not that simple. The Qing Province Chu family has been following our Shin family for several years. Although they have always performed their duties diligently, it is hard to guarantee that they will not have other thoughts after a long time. Shinru is still young, so her way of handling things must be too immature. Anyway, I'll leave it to you this time. Song Lan nodded and said respectfully, "I understand, Master. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the young lady with me here." Shen Zhongtian nodded with relief. Song Lan was brought back to the Shin family by him when she was a child. If nothing else, at least he cared about his girl as much as himself as a father. Go ahead, the girl is waiting anxiously. Yes. Song Lan bowed slightly, then turned around and sat in the driver's seat of the car, and started driving away. Shin Zhongtian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the car in the distance. After a moment's hesitation, he instructed a sturdy man standing behind him. Aaron, follow quietly and protect the young lady from any accidents. Aaron bowed and drove another car in the yard to follow, and soon disappeared from sight. Chapter 105 Camping. Let us go. A foggy morning at the Jiang family. Because they were going camping today, Jiang Yan got up early and started preparing everything he needed. Brother Yan, we have prepared the medical team, tents, and everything else. We can set off at any time. Wu Tai reported. Jiang Yan looked at the series of camping facilities in the courtyard, thought for a moment and said, "Let's prepare some barbecue grills." How can camping be complete without barbecue? Wu Tai smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go right away." After a moment, Jiang Yan turned around and walked into the villa. Looking at the housekeeper who was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, he called out, "Uncle Fei, you should also get ready. You will set off with us later. I can't eat food that's not cooked by you." The old housekeeper who was steaming buns smiled kindly and said, "Okay, I'll prepare breakfast for the young lady and then I'll go." Jiang Yan nodded and glanced at the time on the clock beside him. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning, so there was still plenty of time. He walked upstairs. Someone had a stomachache last night, but he didn't fall asleep until the early morning. In the bedroom on the third floor, Jiang Yan quietly pushed the door and walked in. The light in the room was not turned on, so it was dim. Walking to the bed and looking at Yi Yunwan, who was still covered in the quilt, Jiang Yan first took off his shoes and then got on the bed. He stretched out his devilish claws and kept scratching her armpits. Yi Yunwan's eyes moved from time to time. When she opened her sleepy eyes, she saw Jiang Yan, who was doing bad things to her. "Hey, wife, it's getting late, we should get up." Jiang Yan hid his whole body in the quilt, with only his head showing. Yi Yunwan stared at him for a moment, then stretched out her warm arms and hugged Jiang Yan in her arms. "Don't make trouble, sleep a little longer." Jiang Yan's face was buried in layers of softness, a faint fragrance penetrated into his nose, his lips just touched the snow-white skin, he stretched out his tongue and licked it. Yi Yunwan, who had closed her eyes, opened them instantly, looked at Jiang Yan in her arms with an unfriendly look, and said coldly, "I don't want to deal with you so early in the morning, so you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind taking you to the hospital before we go camping." Jiang Yan, who was caught, begged for mercy quickly. Okay, I was wrong." Yi Yunwan snorted, and wrapped her legs hidden in the quilt around Jiang Yan's waist, hugging him like an octopus. This went on for an hour, and only after Jiang Yan's service did Yi Yunwan slowly get up. "Come, raise your hands." The housekeeper said pregnant women should wear pure cotton clothes. Jiang Yan picked up a pink pure cotton long-sleeved shirt. Yi Yunwan sat cross-legged on the bed and glanced at the dress with disdain. "This dress is so ugly, who chose it?" Jiang Yan, who was putting clothes on her, said silently, "I chose it. This pink one is so pretty. It makes you look young and beautiful. It's the most suitable for a beautiful lady like you with a great figure." Jiang Yan was caught off guard by the flattery and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own wit. Yi Yunwan looked at the pink cotton long-sleeved shirt she was wearing and snorted, "You'd better not let me know that you said this to other women, or I'll tear your mouth apart." Jiang Yan laughed and helped the queen to put on her clothes. Then he led her downstairs, ready to leave after breakfast. Maybe it was because of the pregnancy, Jiang Yan clearly felt that Yi Yunwan had become a lot lazier, and her personality had become particularly clingy. It was hard to imagine that she was an overbearing female president who acted decisively and vigorously. The sane girls change 13 times as they grow up, as well deserved. Magic City, Police Station. In the chief's office, 3 captain-level police officers were reporting on the investigation. "Director, according to our investigations over the past few days, we found traces of microbombs installed on the wings and tail of the aircraft wreckage. According to the description of the surviving pilot, no suspicious persons approached the plane before it took off, so I guess it was someone inside the airport who did it." After listening to the report, the director sitting in the chair looked at the investigation materials in his hand, frowned and thought about something, but did not dare to think about certain aspects. At this time, the phone on the table rang. The director frowned and picked up the phone. He didn't expect who would call him at this critical moment. He was already very worried about the plane explosion. The call was connected, and a calm and powerful voice came from the other end. I don't know what was said, but the director's face suddenly changed. This scene made the 3 captains on the side a little confused. Looking at the director's expression, could it be that something big had happened again? "Okay, I understand." The director hung up the phone with a heavy face and ordered the 3 people directly. "We've received an order from above. The impact of this incident is too great, so this investigation ends here. No one is allowed to delve into it any further. Do you understand?" The 3 captains' faces suddenly changed when they heard this. Having been in the officialdom for so many years, they are naturally not fools. It is obvious that someone wants to deliberately obstruct the investigation in this matter. And his status is definitely not low, even the director has to do it. "Yes." The 3 of them answered in unison and walked out of the office with heavy hearts. The director sat alone in the office. After hesitating for a long time, he made a phone call and planned to tell the Yi family the result of the matter. But if he knew that Yi Yunwan was pregnant with Zhang's child, he would never stop investigating the matter no matter what happened. Jiang City. Seeing the large and small packages being loaded into the car, Jiang Yan nodded. "Now that we are ready, let's go. It's almost 9 in the morning now, so if we get to the camping site, we can have lunch right away." After getting in the car, the group set off in a mighty manner. Due to his wife's cold personality, Jiang Yan did not call anyone else. After all, camping for just 2 people is quite romantic, isn't it? Chapter 106, The Marriage Between the Chu Family and the Chen Family. Jiang Province. Yuhua City is one of the top 3 prefecture-level cities in Jiang Province.
It is a typical city with high prices and low wages.
However, due to its developed entertainment industry and numerous tourist attractions, its daily turnover is almost twice that of cities of the same level. In a bar somewhere,
a crazy feast has ended, and the bar is in chaos.
Broken glass is all over the floor, flickering under the lights. If you do this, the Chen family in Qing Province will never let you go.
The bald owner of the bar was half lying on the ground with varying degrees of injuries on his body, and several wounds caused by sharp weapons were still bleeding.
Brother Nan, what should we do?
The younger brother asked. Surrounded by the crowd, Chen Nan, wearing a black windbreaker, came over, looked at the injured bar owner, and said coldly,
Wang Laowu, one of the affiliates of the Chen family in Qing Province, and also the representative of the Chen family in Yuhua City and several surrounding cities.
In just 15 years, many people in Yuhua City have been ruined because of you. You did everything for money, including gambling, bars, and even drug trafficking.
Am I right? Wang Laowu, whose wound was still bleeding, was shocked, his eyes full of fear. Who are you?
I didn't touch any drugs, don't talk nonsense.
Really?
Chen Nan slowly walked to the bartender's counter, felt around, and then a small white bag appeared in his hand, filled with strange powder.
Wang Laowu's face looked extremely ugly.
He knew that he had met a tough guy today. Chen Nan casually threw the strange powder on the ground and ordered his men, catch him and send him to the police station.
Remember to bring all the evidence with you. He will be in prison for the rest of his life at least.
After giving the order, Chen Nan walked out of the bar, leaned against the wall, took out a cigarette, the flame flickered, and a wisp of white smoke rose.
Soon, screams of Wang Laowu were heard in the bar. It was obvious that he was being given extra special care, but Chen Nan did not stop him.
After all, drug dealers are despised no matter where they are, and people wish they could be chopped into pieces. At this moment, a figure walked out from the shadowy alley, also holding a lit cigarette in his mouth.
Chen Nan looked over, and when he saw the man's face clearly, he frowned. Chen Feiyu? Why are you here? Did the Chen family send you here?
As a member of the Chen family, Chen Nan naturally recognized the man in front of him who looked about the same age as him. Chen Feiyu, the son of his second uncle, holds an extraordinary status in the Chen family and is one of the strong candidates for the next head of the family. However, Chen Nan rarely had contact with him. After all, the gap between their identities was too big.
Long time no see, Chen Nan.
Chen Feiyu smiled and exhaled a puff of white smoke from his mouth. There was a tiny scar on his forehead, as if it was caused by some sharp weapon.
He then smiled and said, I was indeed sent by the Chen family to take back the territory this time.
Of course, I personally have no interest in these things.
Do you have something to talk to me about?
Chen Nan threw away the cigarette but in his hand and stepped on the spark. Chen Feiyu stood in the shadow of the alley with his hands in his pockets, and he and Chen Nan, who was standing in the sunshine, seemed like people from two different worlds.
I came here specifically to bring you a message. I believe you will be very interested. Chen Nan, what news?
Chen Feiyu leaned against the wall and said slowly. The Chu family is about to enter into an alliance with our Chen family. The object of the alliance is Chen Ting, and the wedding will be held the day after tomorrow. At that time, all the famous families in Qing Province will be invited to attend.
Hearing this, Chen Nan's brows knitted together, and he stared at him unkindly. This joke is not funny. Chen Ting is only 11 years old now.
Chen Ting is the first son born to his father after he married into the Chen family. Chen Feiyu smiled and waved his hand. Neither you nor I are fools.
You are not unaware of Chen Jiulong's character.
He is old now, and he will definitely give up the position of patriarch within 5 years. Among his 3 sons, you are the least likely to inherit the position of patriarch, and the other 2 sons are still young. He held this wedding just to take advantage of the situation. Once the wedding is completed, the Chu family will stand on his side without hesitation. At that time, he will still be the king of Qing Province.
Chen Nan frowned and thought carefully. This kind of thing is very likely to be true. He spoke again, staring at Chen Feiyu. What does this have to do with me? You know the relationship between me and that old man. Chen Feiyu burst out laughing and looked at Chen Nan jokingly. How can it have nothing to do with you?
I forgot to tell you that Chen Ting's marriage partner is your childhood sweetheart, Xu Ling. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Nan, who had originally had a relatively calm expression, suddenly felt his heart sink and his eyes suddenly became fierce. He said sternly, of the 3 daughters of the Chu family, even if they want to choose a marriage partner, it won't be Xu Ling's turn.
You are lying to me. Seeing Chen Nan's reaction, Chen Feiyu's eyes were filled with more mockery. Why not? You can go back and see for yourself. Having said that, Chen Feiyu turned around and walked into the alley, not forgetting to wave to Chen Nan. If you really care about Chu Ling, you'd better hurry up, after all, the wedding is the day after tomorrow. Jiang City. Clouds connect the mountains. As one of the largest camping sites in Jiang City, Yunlian Mountain has a very advantageous geographical location. Although the entire mountain is not very high, it is an excellent tourist spot. In the car, Jiang Yan held his wife's hand and said with a smile, I heard that a long time ago, an earthquake occurred in Yunlian Mountain, and the middle of the entire mountain collapsed, turning into a flatland that could accommodate 1,000 people. As he spoke, Jiang Yan did not forget to take out a photo and show it to his wife. It was a photo of the night sky. On the plain of Yunlian Mountain surrounded by mountains, you can enjoy the best view of the moon and countless stars. Later, after being renovated by developers, it became an excellent camping spot. Of course, it now belongs to Jiang Yan personally, because he directly bought the entire back mountain. Holding Yi Yunwan's waist, Jiang Yan smiled and said, We can come whenever we want in the future. Yi Yunwan rolled her eyes at him and said, Look at how proud you are. I want to eat fruit. Okay. If anyone wants a fan base, then come on. 923's 2092-34s. Chapter 107 I'll skin you alive. Come on, set up the tent quickly. At the Yunlianshan camping area, the group finally arrived at the location before noon after rushing. Wu Tai began to direct people to move things. The accompanying medical team was stationed in the outer area, led by Wu Tai. As for Jiang Yan and his delicate little wife, they were naturally in the best positioned core area. He didn't want a large group of people watching him while he was being intimate with his wife. With the help of everyone, more than a dozen tents were installed and lunch was prepared. Wu Tai came to the core area alone. After setting up the tent with Jiang Yan, he started to fiddle with the barbecue grill. There are green meadows all around, and it's full of green as far as the eye can see. Brother Yan, I'll go over first. After helping to set up the barbecue grill, Wu Tai got up and left. In front of the blue tent, a half-meter high barbecue grill has been prepared, the charcoal has started burning, and you can just put the raw food on it. Wife, you should eat something too. It's a good opportunity to try my cooking skills. Jiang Yan smiled at Yi Yunwan beside him. Your cooking skills? Yi Yunwan looked at him with disdain. Why, blowing up the kitchen at home wasn't enough, you also want to poison the mountains. Taking out the skewered beef, Jiang Yan muttered in dissatisfaction, Who are you looking down on? Although I'm not very good at cooking, but when it comes to barbecue, I'm second to none. He. Yi Yunwan sneered silently, her delicate and fair face full of disbelief. Well, you dare to laugh at your husband. Jiang Yan was unhappy, so he reached out to his wife and hugged her tightly. Then, while his wife was stunned, he gave her a hard kiss on her sweet lips. Muah. Holding the delicate body in his arms, Jiang Yan smiled proudly and said, How about it, are you convinced? Yi Yunwan was held in his arms with a normal expression. She stretched out her hand and pinched Jiang Yan's thick face, and said calmly, Don't bother with me. Stop trying to take advantage of me. Hearing this, Jiang Yan hugged her tighter, his hard chest pressed tightly against her soft breasts. You are my wife, if I don't take advantage of you, who else would I take advantage of? After playing for a while, Jiang Yan started to prepare the barbecue, while Yi Yunwan walked around out of boredom. As my shoes stepped on the soft grass, the sweet scent of soil filled my nose. It is indeed one of the famous camping spots in Jiang City. She walked to the edge of the lawn on the top of the mountain, from where she could overlook the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers, and could see Jiang City a few kilometers away at a glance. There is a row of iron railings at the edge to prevent people from slipping and falling. It is at least 1 person tall. Yi Yunwan stood behind the railing and looked for a while, and her mood instantly calmed down. Even the depressed mood in her heart these days was alleviated a lot, and she felt a lot more relaxed. Because it was at the top of the mountain, the autumn wind was particularly cold, and Yi Yunwan subconsciously shrank her body. At this time, a thick white cotton coat was put on her, and her body immediately felt warmer. Jiang Yan appeared behind her at some point and said softly, Be careful, don't catch a cold. Let's go eat first. We can take our time to enjoy the scenery in the afternoon. Yi Yunwan hummed softly, and was pulled into Jiang Yan's warm arms and walked towards the tent. Noon, Jiang family. When it was time for dinner, Jiang Xiaoya rushed out of the house, under the pretext of going to meet up with classmates. Zhang Zhangfeng looked at the girl who was in a hurry to go out inside. When will this girl be able to be more steady? Yi Qiuqing sat aside and sneered, I learned all this from you. It's exactly the same as you did back then. Ah. Zhang Zhangfeng was stunned for a moment and found that it seemed to be the case. He scratched his head in embarrassment. At this moment, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. Oh, this is strange. Yi Qiuqing, who was knitting a sweater, looked over in confusion. Who is it? Zhang Zhangfeng shook his phone and said with a smile, who else could it be? Our son's future father. After clicking the answer button, Zhang Zhangfeng put the phone to his ear and said, Hello, Lao Yi. Yi Chongshan's voice came from the other end of the phone. His tone was very cold, as if he was suppressing his anger. A few minutes later. On the sofa, Zhang Zhangfeng's expression changed from smiling at the beginning to gloomy. His face was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Are you telling the truth? Yi Chongshan on the other end snorted coldly, Do I have to lie to you? If I didn't have connections up there, would I have come to you? You can handle this matter yourself. I am helpless anyway. Okay, leave it to me. Zhang Zhangfeng hung up the phone with an unpleasant look on his face. Yi Qiuqing beside him asked in confusion, What's wrong? You look so bad. Throwing the phone aside, Zhang Zhangfeng told the story of the plane crash a few days ago with a gloomy look. They knew about the incident at the Shanghai airport a few days ago, but they never expected that the incident was related to their daughter-in-law. If Yi Chongshan hadn't said it, they would still be kept in the dark. With a bang, after hearing what happened, Ye's mother's face changed drastically and she said angrily, Which bastard did this? How dare you lay hands on my daughter? After knowing this, Zhang Zhangfeng suddenly lost the mood to stay at home and enjoy his retirement. He simply picked up his coat and walked outside. I'm going out for a while. Ye's mother called her son with a bad look on her face. She didn't believe that her son didn't know about such a big thing and was hiding it from her. The brat must know something. He is getting bolder and bolder. He even dares to hide such a thing. When you come back, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. On the other side, Zhang Yan was having a barbecue. Come, wife, try the beef grilled by your husband. Zhang Yan handed over a skewer of beef with a smile. Due to her pregnancy, Yi Yunwan only took a small bite. Out of trust in Zhang Yan's cooking skills, she chewed it carefully. Her eyes suddenly lit up. It was actually not bad. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yan smiled proudly and said, How about it, my husband's cooking skills are not bad, right? Don't be so proud. Yi Yunwan rolled her eyes at him, put down the beef she had taken a small bite of, and picked up a bunch of corn to taste. Well, the taste is pretty good. It seems that this guy is not lying and his barbecue skills are pretty good. Zhang Yan, who was standing by, picked up the beef skewer that had been taken a bite of without any disgust and finished it in a few bites. Yi Yunwan tasted a little bit of everything, while Zhang Yan specifically picked up the ones his wife had eaten, looking like an old couple. At this time, the cell phone rang. Zhang Yan picked up the phone in dissatisfaction. Who is this? You can't even let me have fun camping. As soon as the call was connected, Ye's mother's angry roar was heard from the other end of the line. Zhang Yan. You little bastard, I'll skin you alive. Chapter 108 Chuling's Pure Land. There was a roar from the other end of the phone. Zhang Yan, you little bastard, I'll skin you alive. Zhang Yan, who was hugging his wife and eating barbecue, trembled all over. Damn, why is my mother so angry? My dear mother, what's the matter? Zhang Yan wiped his forehead. Yi Yunwan, who was standing by, curiously leaned over to listen to what was going on. Zhang Yan simply moved the phone further away. Are you kidding? From the tone of my mother's voice, I could tell she was here to lecture me about something again. How could I let my wife hear such an embarrassing thing? Does he still want to maintain his face and dignity as the head of the family? Ha! Seeing Zhang Yan's actions, Yi Yunwan reached out and grabbed Zhang Yan's waist, twisting it hard. Ouch! Zhang Yan screamed in pain, his expression distorted. Ye's mother on the other end of the phone heard the noise and guessed something. She immediately ordered across the phone. Is Yunwan next to you? Give her the phone. Hearing this, Zhang Yan had no choice but to hand over her phone. She rubbed her waist aggrievedly, thinking that the force of her hand was too strong. She really didn't care about her husband. Mom, after taking the phone, a smile immediately appeared on Yi Yunwan's face. The speed at which his expression changes is faster than turning the pages of a book. The tone of Ye's mother on the other end of the phone also changed instantly, and she said with a smile, "Yunwan, how are you doing in Jian City? Did that brat Jian Yan bully you? If he makes you unhappy in any way, just tell me and I will help you discipline him." Jian Yan curled his lips. "Who is the biological child? And, are you sure the one being bullied is not your son?" "Mom, I'm doing well. Jian Yan even took me out camping today." Yi Yunwan smiled sweetly. Mother Yi nodded. "That's good enough. Pregnant women should go out more often to relax. If you need anything, just tell me. We are all family." Jian Yan interrupted at this time. "My dear mother, don't you care about your son? Your beloved daughter-in-law just gave your son a severe lesson. It hurts me so much, oh." But Ye's mother looked nonchalant. "Men are meant to be trained. If Yunwan wants you, you should just be happy. Okay, that's it. Remember to go home early. I have something I want to settle with you." After saying that, Ye's mother hung up the phone. With her daughter-in-law present, she decided to find a chance to ask that brat next time. Yi Yunwan threw the phone aside, stared at Jian Yan with a bad face, and grabbed his arm to prevent him from running away, sneering, "You've become so capable that you even learn to complain. I just taught you a lesson, and you want to be taught a lesson again so soon?" Jian Yan hugged his wife's waist in dismay. "Wife, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time." Just when Yi Yunwan was about to teach Jian Yan a lesson, Wu Tai walked over from a distance with a lunchbox in his hand. Given Yi Yunwan's pregnancy condition, she definitely couldn't eat too much barbecue, so the doctors specially prepared nutritious food for pregnant women. Seeing this, Jian Yan hurriedly took the lunchbox. "Well, wife, let's eat first." As he spoke, Jian Yan picked up a piece of tomato from the lunchbox and handed it to his wife's mouth. Yi Yunwan glanced at him, snorted, but still opened her mouth and ate it. She didn't know when it started, from her feeding Jian Yan to Jian Yan feeding her. Just when Jian Yan thought that the matter was over, Yi Yunwan sat on the carpet and said calmly, "After dinner, go and kneel for an hour as punishment. I don't need to supervise you, right?" Jian Yan's expression froze, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Can it be shorter?" After taking another bite of rice, Yi Yunwan raised her eyebrows and said, 2 hours. "Jian Yan. Forget it, I can't afford to offend you. Qing Province. Shu family. Miss, the wedding has been decided to be held the day after tomorrow," the maid reported. Chu Ling sat in front of the dressing table, expressionless. "I know, you can go down." "Yes." The maid bent down slightly, left the room and closed the door casually, and the sound of the door being locked was heard. It was obvious that it was the maid who locked the door. The purpose was naturally to prevent Chu Ling from escaping. Looking at herself in the mirror, Chu Ling's heart was filled with despair. She knew that she could not escape. Not for herself, but even for Anan, she could not escape this marriage. Chu Ling glanced at the upside-down photo frame in the corner of the dressing table, reached out and took it, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. In the photo in the frame, the boy and girl are wearing aqua blue school uniforms, smiling wildly, and the background is a high school. Looking at Anan in high school, Chu Ling reached out and touched his face. She was afraid that she would never see that smile as warm as the sun again in her life. After a while, the photo frame that had not been moved for a long time was put away again, and would never be taken out again. At the same time, Chen Nan kept looking for flight information on his mobile phone. The more he searched, the uglier his expression became. No. There was not a single flight to Qing Province. He didn't believe that such a coincidence could happen. Someone must have done something. Jian City is far away from Qing Province. If you drive across the province, it will take at least 3 days, which is not enough time to stop the wedding. Stop the wedding. Chen Nan was suddenly stunned and laughed bitterly. When Chu Ling followed him, he tried every means to get her to leave. Now his wish has come true. Chu Ling is gone, but he is going crazy to find her back. What a sad and ridiculous thing. There was no other way, so Chen Nan had to call Jiang Yan. With the other party's power, there must be a way to get him back to Qing Province before the wedding. Even Chen Nan himself didn't know why he worked so hard. It might be out of guilt or pity. Chen Nan couldn't accept that the girl he once liked was going to marry his teenage brother. The phone rang a few times before being connected, but the voice that came through was Yi Yunwan's. Hello. Chen Nan's tone was a little low. I'm looking for Jiang Yan. I want to ask him a favor. Yunlian Mountain, camping site. Inside the tent, Yi Yunwan sat on the soft carpet with her snow-white thighs raised up. She glanced sideways at Zhang Yan, who was kneeling beside her with his head lowered. Get up, someone is looking for you. Zhang Yan, who was kneeling on the ground to reflect on his mistakes, was delighted when he heard the words. He immediately stood up and walked over with a smile, feeling extremely grateful to the person who was looking for him. But then Yi Yunwan walked to the side and lay down, with her back to Zhang Yan, and said calmly, after answering the phone, "Continue kneeling. There are still 23 minutes left." Ah! Zhang Yan's smile disappeared instantly, and he picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "Hello, who is this?" "I'm Chen Nan, I have something to ask of you." Chapter 109 Prime Minister's Will. After listening to Chen Nan's request on the other end of the phone, Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows and said, "It's not a problem to help you go to Qing province, but why are you going back suddenly?" After all, Zhang Yan's territory in Jiang province still needs Chen Nan to take back, so he naturally pays more attention to him. What if such a good tool runs away? On the other end of the phone, Chen Nan just said two words in a low voice: robbery. Zhang Yan, who was holding the phone, was stunned. Then he thought about Chu Ling's expression when she came to him the day before yesterday. He quickly guessed something and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Robbery the bride, that's what a man should be. However, this also made Zhang Yan certain of one thing, that Chen Nan was at least not as ferocious as he looked. If he could be tamed, there would be countless benefits. When Zhang Yan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel happy and replied immediately. "Okay, I promise you can return to Qing province within 1 day. But no matter how powerful you are, this is a marriage between the Chen family and the Chu family. There will definitely be a lot of guards at that time. Do you want me to provide you with some help?" On the other side, Chen Nan, who was still wandering around the airport, looked at the planes taking off and rejected Zhang Yan's kindness. "No need. I have been in the Chen family for so many years and have made a lot of preparations. I originally kept them to deal with my father, and now they come in handy." Hearing the murderous intent in his tone, Zhang Yan frowned and asked, "What deep hatred do you have with Chen Jiulong that is worth your forbearance?" According to Chu Ling's description, Chen Nan has joined the Chen family for nearly 10 years, and has even been abroad as a mercenary. Everything seems to be related to his father. Chen Nan raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at the blue sky above his head, with endless fierceness hidden in his eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Deep hatred? When I was 16, I saw him kill my mother with my own eyes, not the so-called car accident that killed her on the spot." At the camping area, Zhang Yan wanted to ask something, but there was a busy tone on his phone and the call was hung up. What is going on? Zhang Yan sighed. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Yi Yunwan sleeping under a blanket, her pink and white feet still exposed, not afraid of catching a cold. Zhang Yan walked over, gently reached out and took a blanket from the side to cover him, and couldn't help muttering, "She's going to be a mother soon, but she can't even take care of herself." Having said that, Zhang Yan boldly slapped his wife's buttocks. Even through the blanket, he could feel the elasticity. Well, it's quite flexible. Not sure if it was because of Zhang Yan's move, but Yi Yunwan suddenly moved, closed her eyes tightly, and curled up slightly in the warm blanket. Zhang Yan was so scared that he thought he had woken her up, and he quickly ran out of the tent, fearing that he would be seen and abused again. Alas, it's hard to be a good man these days. Zhang Yan walked towards the tent where Wu Tai was in the distance. It is already afternoon, but there are still cool breezes in this high mountain meadow, and the whistling wind echoes in my ears. Zhang Yan sent a message on his phone and shivered from the cold. "I should have come in the summer. It's freezing." But then again, this Chen Jiulong is really a character. He went from a street thug to the current king of the Qing province's underworld, which was almost a quick rise. A moment later. "So Brother Yan, you want me to go to Qing province to help someone grab a bride?" Wu Tai scratched his head. "It's someone's wedding day, but I'm just running over to grab the bride. Isn't that a bit bad?" Zhang Yan glanced at him, seeing that he looked a little unhappy, and said casually, "Hey, I heard that Chu Ling has many good friends going back that day. With her connections, if she could introduce someone to someone." Before he finished speaking, Wu Tai's expression suddenly changed. He slammed the table angrily, making a bang sound. "How ridiculous! Marriage is about mutual consent. How can you force or threaten someone? Isn't this defiling the sacredness of love?" Wu Tai immediately patted his chest seriously and assured, "Brother Yan, don't worry. I will take care of Brother Chen's matter. Even if the king of heaven comes, I will grab the marriage. Seeing this, Jiang Yan patted Wu Tai's shoulder with satisfaction and said, in that case, I'll leave this matter to you. I've already called the airport, so you can just go there when the time comes. Before leaving, Jiang Yan did not forget to mention, as long as you act a little more domineering, I believe Chu Ling will be happy to introduce you to her friends. Aren't you worried about how to continue the Wu family's lineage recently? You should seize this opportunity. Finally, under Jiang Yan's instigation, Wu Tai, the fool, arranged the defense of the camp and drove hurriedly down the mountain. He is already 30 years old this year, and it is not easy for him to find a wife. Now that there is finally an opportunity in front of him, he must not miss it. What's the big deal about kidnapping a bride? As long as it can continue the Wu family's bloodline, it's no problem even if I kidnap someone else's wife and bring her back as my own. It is our duty to carry out Wei Wu's will. Jiang Yan returned to the tent with a smile. After lighting an insect-repellent incense, he took off his shoes and got into bed, just in time to hug Yi Yunwan. The two bodies fit together and fell asleep in each other's arms. Qing Province, Chen Family. Tomorrow is the day when the eldest son of the Chen family is getting married, so the entire Chen family is now decorated with lights and colors, and 2 red lanterns with the Chinese character are hung in front of the doors of almost every villa. In the living room, Chen Jiulong had a smile on his face as he talked on the phone. Okay, then, Mr. Wang, I will be waiting for you at the hotel. It is my son's honor to have you here. After a while, the half-hour phone call was hung up, and the fake smile on Chen Jiulong's face gradually disappeared, and his expression showed no emotion. A man behind him came up and said respectfully, I don't know where the third young master got the news from, but he's already on his way. Should we? As he spoke, the man made a throat-cutting gesture, the meaning of which was self-evident. Chen Jiulong leaned back on the armchair expressionlessly, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrests, narrowing his eyes and saying in a deep voice, Need not. Let him come. This is a good opportunity to scare those old guys so that they won't be obsessed with my position every day. There was no concern from a father for his son in his words, only unbridled exploitation. There was a gloom in Chen Jiulong's eyes. It was time to get rid of Chen Nan, the son he had raised for many years. If he was allowed to continue to grow, one day he would threaten his position and even overthrow the Chen family. Chapter 110, The Journey of Life. Time passed bit by bit, the sun began to slowly set, and the sky began to turn dim. On Yulian Mountain, the sky had already darkened, and a few makeshift lights were shining under the starry sky. At night, the wind was even stronger. The temperature was over 20 degrees during the day, but only around 10 degrees at night. Wife, hold on tight, the wind is strong at night. Inside the open tent, Jiang Yan took 2 thick blankets and draped them over Yi Yunwan, then sat down beside her and looked up at the starry sky that was slowly appearing above his head. Under the burning stars of the bonfire not far away, the numerous stars hanging high in the night sky are constantly twinkling. A crescent moon sets off the starry sky, bringing a little light to the gray world. Yi Yunwan glanced at Jiang Yan, who was only wearing a long-sleeved shirt, and silently moved closer to him, giving him some of the blanket. Jiang Yan smiled and tilted his head, took the blanket and sat down directly, then put his arm around his wife's shoulders and let her lean on him. He stared at the delicate face with burning eyes, as if he would never get tired of looking at it. The starry sky was indeed beautiful, but he couldn't take his eyes off her face. Do you think the starry sky is beautiful tonight? Yi Yunwan leaned on Jiang Yan's shoulder, staring at the starry sky above her head with an inexplicable look in her eyes, and said softly, It's okay. But it's more than just okay. At this moment, Yi Yunwan's heart is filled with something called happiness. Although her appearance doesn't seem to have changed and she still has a cold face, her heart is already particularly hot and warm. Under the starry night sky, the starlight shines on the two of them. The night is quiet and there is only the whistling breeze in their ears. There is only each other in their hearts. Yi Yunwan leaned in Jiang Yan's arms and suddenly said, Sometimes I wonder what I would be like and what I would be doing now if I hadn't met you in Zhang City. Then I figured out the answer. Yi Yunwan turned her head and held Jiang Yan's face with her hands, making him face her. She continued, If I hadn't met you, my life might have been destined to be lonely and dull. I will not have any attachment to this world, nor will I have any illusions or expectations about the illusory future. Jiang Yan looked at his wife, who looked so radiant and serious, with a smile on his face. Are you confessing to me? Yi Yunwan also smiled, which was rare, very beautiful. Whatever you think, you are mine now. As she spoke, Yi Yunwan stood up slightly, and under Jiang Yan's gaze, she left her mark on his lips. Wife, you are simply cheating. Jiang Yan looked at her with fiery eyes, his heart burning, and his hands subconsciously hugged her tighter. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and they could feel each other's inner heat through their clothes, and their hearts couldn't help but beat faster. Yi Yunwan felt Jiang Yan's movements, smiled charmingly, stepped forward and hugged Jiang Yan's neck, and whispered seductively in his ear. "What I just said was so sensational, and you didn't say anything?" Having said that, Yi Yunwan sat directly on Jiang Yan's body. Under the blanket, her long white legs clamped Jiang Yan's waist, and their bodies were close together. Jiang Yan swallowed his saliva. If his wife wasn't still pregnant, he would have turned the dry wood into a raging fire long ago, smelling the faint fragrance coming from his nose. He smiled happily and said, "Life is a journey. The destination and the scenery along the way have already been determined. There is no if or what in the world. You are destined to meet me and I am destined to like you. That's enough." Facing Jiang Yan's words, Yi Yunwan's face flashed with satisfaction. She wrapped her legs around him, looked at him lovingly, and opened her red lips slightly. "Since you performed so well today, I'll give you a little extra reward." As she spoke, under Jiang Yan's fiery gaze, Yi Yunwan grabbed his hand and slowly put it into her dress, then gently hugged him. She said lovingly, "Do whatever you want. It won't be so easy next time. This is so unfair." Jiang Yan muttered as he pressed her under him and kissed her directly on her red lips. Even if he couldn't do the most crucial step, there were still many things he could do. In the dark night, the tent was closed, and two shadows slowly intertwined under the light of the fire, and from time to time there were low gasps. The outskirts of the devil are somewhere far away. In the brightly lit bedroom, Grandma held a cell phone and said angrily, "What did you say? Xiaofengzi, you are not lying to me. Are there really people who dare to do such a thing?" Grandma's expression was extremely angry. Her wrinkled hands were clenched into fists. She held the cell phone tightly, and her eyes looked murderous. "It's a peaceful time now, how dare they do this? Aren't they afraid of being punished by the law?" Zhang Zhengfeng on the other end of the phone didn't say anything and remained silent. Legal sanctions, justice will be late, which allows many people to act recklessly and trample on the order of this society at will. They always feel that the world cannot punish them. In fact, they are just clowns who will sooner or later lead themselves into an endless abyss. Regret by then it will be too late. Chapter 111. Xin Xinru arrives in Cheng Province. The next morning, Yi Yunwan was still lying in the warm bed. Jiang Yan had already put on his clothes and was packing his things. Camping is something you only need to do occasionally. If you do it permanently, you will get bored sooner or later. Everything should be kept fresh. "Wife, get up." Jiang Yan reached out and pushed Yi Yunwan, who was still hiding in the quilt. The latter did not change at all and was still immersed in her sleep. "It seems that I was too tired last night." There was no way. Jiang Yan sighed, took a snow-white cotton coat from the bedside, and pulled her out of the warm bed. As soon as she left the warm bed, Yi Yunwan was immediately swept by the cold. Her tightly closed eyes opened almost instantly and she stared at the culprit Jiang Yan with hostility. Jiang Yan felt a little guilty under the sharp gaze and scratched his head. "It's getting late, we should go down the mountain." Yi Yunwan couldn't care less. "Since you've disturbed my sweet dream, you'd better be prepared to accept the consequences." The next second, Yi Yunwan bit Jiang Yan's neck directly. Fortunately, Jiang Yan reacted in time and subconsciously turned his head to avoid it. "Hey, why are you being unreasonable? I told you to get up, but you still want to bite me. You deserve it." Having said that, Jiang Yan took advantage of the situation to hug his wife in his arms, then reached out and slapped her but hard. "Tell you not to listen." Another crisp slap stunned Yi Yunwan. She looked at Jiang Yan in disbelief. When did this guy become so bold? The next second, there was a burst of fighting sounds in the tent, accompanied by someone's screams, which were both shrill and self-inflicted. When Jiang Yan walked out of the tent, there was a clearly visible slap mark on both sides of his face, making him look a lot more ridiculous. "Wife, next time you hit me, can you please not hit me in the face? This will make people laugh at you if we go out." Yi Yunwan came out wearing a cotton coat, snorted coldly at Jiang Yan, and threatened viciously. "If you dare to hit me again next time, I will tie your hands before going to bed and see if you still behave yourself." The wind in the suburbs was very cold in the early morning. Even though she was wearing two thick cotton padded clothes, Yi Yunwan still felt a little shivering. She waved to Jiang Yan, who was standing beside her. "Come here." After being slapped twice, Jiang Yan walked over obediently, being much more honest than before. After waiting for Jiang Yan to come over, Yi Yunwan directly put her cold little hands into his back. A warm feeling came from her hands, and she squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Jiang Yan's expression instantly twisted. Feeling the chill coming from behind, he took a breath and tried to pull the cold hands away from his back. Yi Yunwan narrowed her eyes and warned, "Try to move again." "I just didn't vent my anger enough. I don't mind venting it again." Hearing this, Jiang Yan shrank his neck in fear. "Forget it, just bear with it. If he gets hit on the butt a few more times, he will have to walk with his butt sticking out and lose face." At this time, Yi Yunwan asked while warming her hands. "According to the time, Chen Nan should be in Qing province by now." "Yeah." Jiang Yan nodded with a distorted expression. "If everything goes well, we should be able to arrive before tonight. If you go to Qing province now, you should still be able to catch up." Yi Yunwan blew a breath of cold air on his neck. Jiang Yan subconsciously shrank his neck and frowned when he heard his wife's words. "You want me to go to Qing province to help him? Impossible. You're still pregnant. I need to be by your side all the time to take care of you. It's impossible." When Yi Yunwan heard that Jiang Yan cared about her, her heart warmed. She took her hand out of his clothes and gently hugged Jiang Yan. She rested her head on his shoulder and whispered in Jiang Yan's ear, "Don't think of me as so fragile. Chen Nan is indeed a talented person. If you can win him over, I can let you manage the Jiang group in the future. Such talents are rare." This is indeed true. There are many good fighters in this world, but management talents are hard to come by, and the most important thing is loyalty. As the saying goes, smart people often have many thoughts, and no one dares to use them indiscriminately. It is not a good thing to have people under you who are too smart, nor is it a good thing to have them who are too stupid. Having too many thoughts is like being a rebellious wild dog, and you never know when it will turn around and bite you. Jiang Yan at least had some understanding of Chen Nan's character. If he could help him succeed in winning the bride this time, Chen Nan would undoubtedly follow him. But compared with the safety of his wife, Jiang Yan felt that even if there were 100 Chen Nans, they could not compare to his wife. Jiang Yan shook his head firmly. "No, I won't go even if you kill me." Hearing this, Yi Yunwan finally raised her hand. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan, with several slap marks on his face, finally chose to surrender, tears of grievance flowing from his eyes. Before leaving, thinking that he would not be able to see his wife for several days, Jiang Yan said reluctantly, "Then I'm leaving. You have to take good care of yourself, especially don't catch a cold." Every word he said was filled with concern for Yi Yunwan. Jiang Yan was like an old grandfather who kept nagging, and it seemed like he would never finish expressing his concern. Yi Yunwan held her forehead helplessly, and finally opened the car door and kicked Jiang Yan in. "Go early and come back early. I'll wait for you at home." After saying that, Yi Yunwan walked towards the camp, leaving only her back to Jiang Yan in the car. Qing Province, Chu family. At the magnificent gate, a Maybach S900 stopped in front of the door, and a graceful figure walked out of the car. Chu Hong, who had already prepared to greet him, walked over with a smile, but as the head of the Chu family, he kept a very humble attitude. "Miss Shin, welcome to the Chu family." Shin Shinru stepped out of the car with a faint smile and bowed slightly. "Hello, Uncle Chu. I am here to attend this wedding on behalf of my father. I would like to congratulate you first." Chu Hong laughed loudly. Miss Shin is really polite. Please come in quickly. I have prepared lunch and am waiting for you to take a seat." Finally, under Chu Hong's hospitality, Shin Shinru and Son Lan checked into the best 5-star hotel in the city, waiting for the wedding to officially begin tomorrow. After Son Lan took a look around the Chu family, she discovered something, but she didn't say anything. Chapter 112 Ridiculous Farce. On October 5th, the entire streets of Tiannan City were decorated with lights and the whole city was celebrating. Passers-by walking on the streets had smiles on their faces. It's not for any other reason, just because today the eldest son of the Chen family, the first family in Qing province, is going to marry the eldest daughter of the Chu family, which is also one of the big families. The marriage between the two families must naturally be known to everyone in the city, otherwise how can the style and strength of their big families be highlighted? After learning the details, some people couldn't help but spit and said, letting a teenager marry a woman who was more than 10 years younger than him, the Chen family is still beasts. Someone immediately covered the outsider's mouth to prevent the Chen family from hearing his words, and whispered, "You're crazy. You've offended the Chen family in Shang province, and you won't even know how you died." The man shuddered when he heard that. He had not expected that his casual words would have such consequences. He quickly controlled his mouth and dared not speak again. In fact, everyone knows that this so-called wedding is like a cliff for the eldest daughter of the Chu family, and jumping off it will lead to death. How old is the eldest young master of the Chun family now? When he is 20 years old, the eldest young lady of the Chu family will probably be old. Will Chen Ting be able to look down on an old woman by then? With the Chun family's way of education, it's possible that Miss Chu would suddenly disappear at any time. Outside Chen's house, dozens of luxurious wedding cars were ready, and with a spirited wave of Chen Jiulong's hand, the convoy set off immediately. Chen Jiulong also walked into a car beside him and took out a photo of Chu Ling looking at the fair skin inadvertently exposed in the photo. Greed flashed in his eyes. This marriage would not only allow the Chu family to completely unite with him and consolidate his position as the head of the family, but it also happened to be a long time since he had tasted such a beautiful woman. As I was thinking this, a strange laugh sounded in the car. At the same time, the Chu family. When the Chen family's motorcade came towards this side, Chu Ling, who had been staying in the room since she came back, also changed into a snow-white wedding dress on this day. It was clearly the most important moment in her life, but there was not even a smile on her face and her expression was slightly numb. When Chu Ling was staring at herself in the mirror, the door was pushed open and two bodyguards walked in. They said calmly, "Miss, it's time for us to leave." Chu Ling turned around and walked out of the room without any reluctance, and the white door of the room slowly closed. Led by two bodyguards, Chu Ling came directly to the gate of the Chu family and waited. On the side, everyone in the Chu family watched this scene with ridicule. In the huge courtyard, the Chu family's relatives were sitting there laughing and talking happily. Only Chu Ling was standing alone at the door. There was no one else beside her except two bodyguards who were there to prevent her from escaping. Chu Qing, the second young lady of the Chu family, sat in a comfortable old chair, holding a handful of melon seeds in her hand, and mercilessly mocked her elder sister. "Sister, act happier. Although the boy from the Chun family is a little younger, he is still a man after all. It's not unfair to you." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused the relatives in the courtyard to laugh at them, and all kinds of dirty words came out one after another, without any thought of sympathy for Chu Ling. The third lady of the Chu family also sneered at this time. "What a pitiful person, he has been chasing after the third young master of the Chen family for several years. I really don't know what he likes about that loser. I heard that Chen Nan's status in the Chen family is only slightly higher than those servants. Even the housekeepers don't bother with that loser." Immediately, a relative joined in the ridicule. "This waste and waste are quite a good match." Chu Ling stood there expressionlessly as she heard the laughter of these people constantly in her ears, as if she had already accepted her impending fate. A fate that was arranged from the beginning and could not be resisted. Seeing that Chu Ling didn't react, these relatives laughed at her for a while, then felt bored and shut their mouths and began to wait silently. About 10 minutes later, the wedding procession finally arrived on the road in the distance. The road was decorated with lights and the sound of honking horns could be heard throughout the city. The dong-dong sound of drums coming from a distance makes people know that something happy is happening and can't help but take a few more glances. Everyone in the Chu family stood up at this time, and many people muttered, "I've finally arrived after waiting for so long. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the hotel first and avoided waiting here. That's right, he's just a piece of trash, but he made so many of us wait here." The convoy slowly approached, and the relatives scrambled to get on the cars. Chu Ling, who was supposed to get on first, was squeezed to the back. There was no one from the Chen family in the wedding procession, not even from the side branches. There was only an empty convoy and a driver. But this was also expected. After all, the Chen family was such a huge family, how could they possibly send someone to pick up a useless eldest daughter of the Chu family? Soon, after Chu Ling got on the last car, the convoy set off again and headed towards the largest hotel in the province. At the airport, as a special plane slowly landed, a figure in a black windbreaker ran out. It was Chen Nan who came in a hurry. "It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. Weddings usually start at 12 noon, but by then it's already too late." The wedding jointly held by the Chun family and the Chu family was a grand affair, and many people knew the specific information, including which hotel the wedding would be held in. After hearing the good news, Chen Nan directly spent money to buy a taxi and drove the car madly towards the hotel. Little did he know that all this was secretly seen by someone, who picked up the report and said, "Master, just as planned, Chen Nan has already headed for the hotel. If we arrange for people to stop the traffic, there will be enough time for the wedding." There seemed to be a lot of noise around Chen Jiulong on the other end of the phone. After knowing the situation, he hung up the phone directly. Inside the hotel, many important people had already arrived. Chen Jiulong was receiving them at the hotel entrance with a big smile on his face. If someone who didn't know him saw the smile, they would really think that the old man was happy for his son's marriage. In the bustling venue, Shen Xinru and Song Lan sat quietly in the corner, so no one noticed that the eldest daughter of the Shen family in southern province had also come. Looking at the young lady sitting quietly in the chair and playing with the original demon, Song Lan said helplessly, "Miss, let's pay attention to etiquette. You are one of the invited guests, so why not take this opportunity to try to make some friends?" Shen Xinru looked at the short and fat man who was crooked again and curled her lips. "I'm not going. Making friends with those people won't do much for our Shen family. By the way, which idiot made this game? It's always crooked. I don't know why Brother Jiang Yan likes to play such a game." Chapter 113. The wedding begins. On the way to Dijiang Hotel, there were many blocked vehicles, honking horns and drivers cursing, and the road was in chaos. Shit, what's going on up ahead? Can we still move on? Which bastard threw this? Stand out. How dare you throw a used gun at me? Do you dare to stand out? Alas, it looks like this road won't be passable for at least 2 or 3 hours. In a green taxi sandwiched in the middle, Chen Nan sat in the car waiting with an anxious look on his face, his hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, veins bulging on his arms. Looking at the endless queue ahead, Chen Nan cursed inwardly, "Damn it, it has to be blocked at this time." I glanced at the time and it's almost 11 o'clock. I'm afraid people have already started entering the wedding venue. If he didn't hurry up, Chen Nan actually showed a hint of fear in his eyes. If things really developed like that, he didn't know how he should face Chu Ling. It was obviously to protect her and prevent her from being noticed by her beastly father that Chen Nan made up his mind to stay away. Because he understood that once his father knew Chu Ling's weakness, Chu Ling would definitely be used as a hostage to threaten him. No, I can't wait any longer. Chen Nan's heart clenched, and the next second he rushed out of the car and ran wildly towards the distance. At worst, I can wait until there is no traffic ahead and grab a car. In any case, I must get to the hotel before the wedding. Then such a strange scene appeared on the side of the road. On the congested road, a young man in a black windbreaker kept running forward with an extremely terrifying expression. Many people even took out their mobile phones to record this scene, finding it somewhat bizarre that the creature was running so fast as to be reincarnated. In the suburbs of Magic City, a newly developed aircraft from the National Research and Development Department slowly took off and flew towards a secret military base. Mo Xiaoqing was sitting in the cabin with a somewhat cold expression. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in military uniform holding a document and saying something. "Mr. Mo, based on what we have investigated so far, we have determined the source of the microbomb, which is a military base near the Magic City. We have roughly identified the murderer, but according to my guess, there is a high possibility that there is someone else behind this incident." Hearing this, Mo Xiaoqing couldn't help but snorted coldly. When did our country become full of these parasites? If this happened in that era, 10 executions wouldn't be enough. How dare you kill my granddaughter-in-law? You are such an ignorant young man. Tang Hu, the person in charge of the Magic City, couldn't help but sigh. He was no longer surprised by the old man's temper, so he continued to report. With your prestige at the national level, I believe that no one would take action against Yi Yunwan just because of such a small matter as the business alliance between the Jiang family and the Yi family. So I judge that the target of the mastermind behind this should be the Yi family. The old man of the Yi family did have many enemies during his lifetime, so we are still investigating who was the one who did it. Grandma narrowed her eyes and asked coldly, "What are you going to do with the Chun family? Don't tell me that they are not guilty of death just because they only helped that person with a small matter." Tang Hu sighed inwardly, "What a shameless Chun family. Wouldn't it be better for them to just stay in Qing province? Their hands have even reached into the Magic City. Even the Jade Emperor can't save you this time." As for why they targeted the Chen family, it was naturally because someone inside the Chen family sent the message to Tang Hu, and it was none other than the second master of the Chen family. In order to get the position of the head of the family, he would stop at nothing. Poor Chen Jiulong has no idea that he has been pushed into the fire pit. A cold light flashed in Tang Hu's eyes. Some families in the country have been too rampant in recent years, so I plan to use the Chen family to intimidate those people. Over the years, we have turned a blind eye to these families for the sake of their older generations, but as a result, they have become more unscrupulous. Grandma folded her hands and snorted, "It's better this way. Things like this must not be tolerated, otherwise there will definitely be endless troubles." Although this time it was just a small bomb, who can guarantee that it won't be some other heavy weapon next time? Daejeon Hotel, wedding scene. It was already past 11 o'clock in the morning and all the invited guests had arrived. The huge hotel was packed. This time it is a marriage between the Chen family and the Chu family. All those who were invited are people of prominent status, and there are also many people from other top families in the country. In the center of the venue, Chen Jiolong raised the wine glass in his hand and said loudly to the guests present, "I, Chen, would like to thank you all for coming to my son Chen Ting's wedding today. I would like to thank you all here. Everyone should get drunk today." There was an immediate response in the venue, and everyone greeted Chen Jiolong with a smile on their face. Everyone knows that with the help of the Chu family, Chen Jiolong's position as the head of the family has become unshakable, and it can never be taken away unless he is the one. Seeing this scene, Shen Xinru, who was sitting in the corner, curled her lips and said, "How hypocritical. No one is telling the truth." Song Lan, who was sitting next to him, had long been accustomed to this scene and said calmly, "Miss, this is the mall. You will come into contact with many people like this in the future." "Humph, that's boring." Shen Xinru sat at the dining table board, and no one around dared to come up and talk to her. Just now, quite a few rich second generations saw Shen Xinru's pretty face and wanted to come over, but in the end they were all scared away by Songlan. After knowing that it was someone from the Shen family, he didn't dare to say a word and hid in the crowd in shame. As time passed, one of the protagonists of this wedding was finally ready to appear. "Miss Chu, you should know what you can and cannot say. I hope you don't disappoint the expectations of the head of the Chu family." The Chen family's housekeeper smiled sinisterly. Behind the screen, Chu Ling glanced at the butler with a cold expression, and then walked directly towards the platform in front. As an abandoned child of the Chu family, she didn't even have the right to be proposed to, and even had to go on stage and ask the young master of the Chen family to marry her. What a ridiculous farce this is. The noise in the venue slowly quieted down, the atmosphere gradually became calm, and everyone looked towards the high platform in the center. Chu Ling, wearing a wedding dress, walked up, ready to trample on her last bit of dignity. Chapter 114 Admission. Daxia College. Today, the annual enrollment ceremony finally arrived. Outstanding students from all over the country entered the college with their letters of admission to the future upper-class society. In the crowd, Jiang Xiaoya, wearing a red and white knee-length skirt, stood out particularly, and she was pulling a small red suitcase in her hand. She jumped around like a lively elf, making people around her unconsciously focus their eyes on her. "Ah, that damn brother didn't even come to pick me up, so I had to come here by myself. I'm going to give him a good beating after I finish signing up." Just when Jiang Xiaoya was imagining how to deal with her beloved brother, her pace quickened for a moment and she bumped into a freshman wearing glasses who was walking in front of her. With a height of 1.6 meters, he is definitely not tall among boys. He wears a pair of black square-framed glasses, and the first impression he gives people is that he is simple and dull. "Ah, are you okay?" Jiang Xiaoya saw the boy who was accidentally knocked to the ground by her and knew that she was in trouble. She quickly squatted down and helped the man up. After standing up, the boy with glasses smiled and brushed the dust off his body. His smile was very warm. "I'm fine, don't worry." Seeing that he really looked fine, Jiang Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief. She inadvertently saw the small box in his hand and said in surprise, "Hey, you can also play the violin. What a coincidence. I'm practicing piano right now. What's your name?" "My name is Liang Yuxing, what's yours?" "Hee, my name is Jiang Xiaoya, and we know each other now. Just call me Sister Xiaoye. I'll protect you, and no one in school will dare to bully you in the future." Jiang City at the same time. Near noon, Yi Yunwan, who had just woken up, walked down from upstairs. Usually, Jiang Yan would call him, but now that he was not around, she felt a little uncomfortable. "Miss, I have prepared lunch. Would you like to eat now?" The butler just walked out of the kitchen at this time, wearing a white apron. Yi Yunwan walked to the sofa in her pink cotton coat and sat down, saying without turning her head, "No, I don't have much appetite." Taking off the apron he was wearing, the butler frowned slightly and walked over, whispering, "Miss, you are different now. You are pregnant with a child. You can't not eat. You should eat a proper amount. If Master Zhang knew, he would also be worried about you." As soon as these words came out, Yi Yunwan couldn't help but think of someone's instructions before leaving. She touched her stomach and decided to compromise. "Forget it, just eat something." The housekeeper standing by immediately smiled happily when he heard this, and walked happily to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Yi Yunwan leaned barefoot on the sofa and picked up her mobile phone to check the location. Well, it was pretty fast. We set off yesterday morning and now we have arrived at the airport. Looking at the little red dot moving on the phone, Yi Yunwan smiled and clicked on a switch in the software. A noisy sound suddenly came from the mobile phone. It was Jiang Yan's current real-time voice transmission, which actually directly and forcibly stole the permissions of the other party's mobile phone. As early as after returning to Zheng City, Yi Yunwan asked the group's computer experts to upgrade the positioning software. Now, not only can the location be checked directly, but the voice on the other end of the phone can also be stolen. At this time, the butler came over with a dish. Seeing the smile on the young lady's face, he did not go forward to disturb her, but retreated silently. Alas, the only one who can make the young lady laugh so happily is probably young Master Jiang Yan. Dijian Hotel. Apart from the faint sound of music, there was no other noise in the venue, and it was extremely quiet. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chuling slowly walked onto the stage in a snow-white wedding dress. Her pretty face attracted many people's attention and they subconsciously took a few more glances at her. The eyes of those rich second generations were wide open, staring blankly at Chuling, who walked to the center of the venue. They had only heard of this good-for-nothing young lady from the Chu family. This was the first time they saw her in person. They didn't expect her to be so beautiful. It's a pity that she will get the chance to be that stinky brat from the Chun family who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. This is such a beauty, and I probably won't have the chance to see her again after I enter the Chun family. Chuling walked to the center of the platform holding her wedding dress, picked up the microphone, and a stiff smile appeared on her face. Everyone is welcome to attend my wedding with Chen Ting. Chuling would like to thank you. The words were stiff, not like those of a human speaking, but rather like a robot delivering a speech according to a pre-programmed program. Many people who knew the inside story just watched coldly without any sympathy in their hearts. In their eyes, a discarded child abandoned by the Chu family is only slightly higher in status than the beggars begging in the streets and alleys, and is good for nothing. Chuling continued to speak according to the lines that had already been established. Here, I will personally swear to Master Chen Ting that no matter if you are poor or rich, healthy or sick, until death, I will always stay with you and accompany you for the rest of your life. In a corner of the venue, Shin Xinru looked at the proposal ceremony in shock. It was completely different from what she had imagined. Is this what a once-in-a-lifetime wedding is like? Song Lan, who was sitting nearby, was not surprised by this, because she already knew the inside story, why Chuling, as the eldest daughter of the Chu family, had such a bad status in the Chu family, why she was despised and abandoned by all her relatives. But she didn't intend to say it out loud because the result was too disheartening. If her young lady knew about it, given her personality, she would definitely not be able to help but stand up. Then, things will become very troublesome. Many people in the venue looked at Chuling with disdain, and there was even a hint of disgust in their eyes, which simply brought shame to the entire Chu family. Xu Hong, the head of the Chu family, who should have been the most furious, sat at the table with an indifferent look on his face after seeing this scene, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. After Chuling finished speaking, she stood quietly on the podium, waiting for the male protagonist of the wedding to appear and take her away. Offstage, Shen Jiulong, who was sitting at the center table in the venue, looked at his eldest son and said with a laugh, "Go ahead, Xiao Ting. As long as you follow what Dad told you today, when this woman arrives at our Chen family, you can do whatever you want with her." Shen Ting, wearing an expensive suit, stood up and walked towards the bride in his polished leather shoes, feeling quite dissatisfied. Shen Jiulong behind him had a satisfied look on his face. Although his son was not yet an adult, he had learned everything under his teaching and even had many special hobbies. In his heart, there has never been a saying that blood is thicker than water. Anyone who can threaten his position as the head of the family is an enemy, even if it is his own son. In full view of the crowd, Chen Ting walked up to Chuling with a glass of wine. Looking at Chuling, who was a head taller than him, he directly ordered in a cold voice, "Get down." These words were like ordering a slave, and he, Chen Ting, was the slave's master. But at this time, Chuling's heart had already become numb. She squatted down with an expressionless face. After squatting down, she was now a head shorter than Chen Ting. Just when everyone thought that Chen Ting would take Chuling away like this, he saw him pour the wine in his hand directly onto Chuling's face, and the wine splashed everywhere. A perverted smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I hope you will be a good toy." The wedding officiant who had been waiting on the side also came over, ready to announce the success of the proposal. "Then I declare that the wedding of Ms. Chuling and Mr. Chen Ting was a perfect success. I wish the newlyweds all the best and everything goes well. Is there any objection? The master of ceremonies said loudly to the guests. For the sake of the Chen family's face, most of them shouted in cooperation. No. The voice was very loose, but there was no embarrassment on Si Li's face. He was still smiling and said loudly again, in this case, then. At this critical moment, a majestic voice came from somewhere, accompanied by the roar of a helicopter. I have. At the critical moment, the second protagonist of this wedding finally entered. Chapter 115 Chu Ling's background. Seeing that the wedding was about to be completed, Chen Jiulong had already imagined that the position of the head of the Chen family would be in his hands for the next few decades. He never thought that someone would come out to disrupt the situation. Who is it? How dare you interfere with my son's marriage? Chen Jiulong looked in the direction where the voice came from. The guests who were originally planning to leave also stopped what they were doing and looked towards the hotel's gate with interest. This trip was worth it. There is actually a big melon to eat. As Chu Ling squatted down in front of Chen Ting, there was also a change in her eyes. She was very familiar with this voice, but why? A gleam of light appeared in her eyes, and she raised her head and looked towards the door. An unreachable figure appeared. The helicopter roared as it circled in the sky, its propeller spinning rapidly, and finally it slowly landed in the astonished and angry eyes of the crowd. Chen Nan, wearing a black windbreaker, took a step forward and glanced fiercely at the entire venue, finally stopping at Chu Ling, who was squatting in the front. Especially when he saw her wet wedding dress, the murderous intent in his eyes oozed out without reservation. On the side, Wu Tai, who had arrived late from the driver's seat of the helicopter, jumped down and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the future coal miners were still safe. Fortunately, it seems that they didn't come too late, and the wedding should not be over yet. Rebellious son. Are you trying to rebel? Chen Jiulong walked out angrily. In the meeting room, the Chen family guards began to clear the room tacitly upon seeing this. This was a scandal of their Chen family and could not be publicized. But this only applies to guests whose strength is not as good as that of the Chen family, and Shen Xinru was not one of them. In just a few minutes, most of the invited guests had left through the back door of the hotel, leaving only a few people from big families. Shen Xinru was surprised to find Wu Tai behind Chen Nan and said in astonishment, "Isn't that brother Jianyan's bodyguard? Why is he here?" Song Lan shook her head. "I don't know. He should be here to help Chen Nan." As the hotel was cleared out, many Chen family guards surrounded Chen Nan and Wu Tai, staring at them with unfriendly expressions. Rebellious son, are you planning to rebel? Chen Jiulong narrowed his eyes and looked at his son dangerously. Rebellion? Chen Nan looked at his father, the hatred in his eyes was not concealed, and he said harshly, "Stop pretending here, you have been planning to get rid of me for a long time." The game between father and son had already begun, but the day of the showdown had come much earlier. On the street in the distance, a group of people suddenly rushed over. There were not many of them, only 9 people, but they were all strong and healthy, and it was obvious that they had been trained. "Why, your Chen family still wants to use their numbers to bully our Shaoshi." The visitors were Chen Nan's former mercenary teammates abroad. They had received the news early and were waiting here. Chen Jiulong looked at the 9 people who suddenly appeared and snorted coldly, "Just 11 people, what big waves can they stir up? You should know that there are at least 50 Chen family guards around, and all of them are retired soldiers and mercenaries." Xu Hong, the head of the Chu family, also came over from the side, followed by a dozen Chu family guards, and said in a cold voice, "Chen Nan, you are courting death. You actually dared to come to my Chu family's wedding to sabotage it." Chen Nan looked at him with sharp eyes, and said with disdain, "You beasts who sell your own daughter, if I, Chen Nan, am afraid of you, I might as well commit suicide directly." Another figure slowly approached. Chu Ling looked at Chen Nan, who suddenly appeared with complicated eyes, and said, "What are you doing here?" Chen Nan looked at her calmly, "I'll take you away." Chu Hong on the side laughed at this time. "My dear daughter, it seems that all your efforts have been in vain. This kid Chen Nan came to you personally, so don't blame your father for not keeping his promise to you." Chen Jiulong also sneered at Chen Nan with a cold look on his face, "You loser, don't you really think that your little tricks can be hidden from me? If you didn't have a little value left, you would have died abroad long ago, not to mention being able to live to this day and stand here and talk to me." Chen Jiulong seemed to want to use words to dispel his son's fighting spirit, and then laughed. "This girl from the Chu family is the bridge between our Chen family and the Chu family. Do you want to guess what the conditions are for her to accept this marriage?" Hearing this, Chen Nan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately had a guess in his mind. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face, as if he had thought of something. Chen Jiulong laughed and said, "Guessed it? That's right, the condition for this girl to agree to the marriage is that you, Chen Nan, are safe and sound. This is her only condition. You thought you were the one protecting her, or even distancing yourself from her, but you didn't know that the person you wanted to protect was the one protecting a useless piece of trash like you. Ha ha, what can I say to you? You haven't improved at all in more than 10 years. You are still so stupid." Chen Nan looked at Chu Ling with disbelief on his face, his eyes turned red, and his voice trembled a little. Is what he said true? In response to Chen Nan's question, Chu Ling did not say anything. She just stood there with her head down, tears streaming down her face. Tears fell to the ground and splashed everywhere. Everything he said is true. Chen Nan couldn't accept it for a moment, his body was shaking. More than 10 years of forbearance were denied in one day. Who could bear this? Wu Tai, who was standing by, quickly supported him and whispered to comfort him, "Calm down, kid. At least you can still get her back now. If you fail at a time like this, you will really regret it for the rest of your life." After hearing this, Chen Nan's restless heart calmed down a little. Yes, everything can still be saved. For a moment, the two sides confronted each other fiercely and were about to start fighting. In a corner of the venue, Shin Shinru said worriedly, "Sister Lan, why don't you go up and give her a hand? That Miss Chu is so pitiful." Brother Jiang Yan's bodyguards are still there. Facing the young lady's compassionate heart, Song Lan was very determined. "No. If I go up now, who will protect you? The Chen family is not a good family. If Song Lan really takes action, it will represent the attitude of the Shin family. Given Chen Jiulong's character, he will definitely not let his young lady return to southern province safely." A dispute finally broke out at the hotel entrance. A total of more than 60 guards from the Chen and Chu families rushed forward, and although Chen Nan and others were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, each of them was very strong. In the chaotic crowd, Wu Tai rushed forward with all his might, and beat 7 or 8 guards by himself, making them unable to raise their heads and screaming in pain. The 9 members of the mercenary group were not to be outdone. Each of them could basically fight 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3 without losing. Chen Nan's performance was the most eye-catching among them. He was like a prehistoric beast. His fighting and skills were almost disorganized, but his every move hit the vital points directly. This is a fighting method that has been trained since childhood, and it can also be said to be Chen Nan's exclusive skill. Only by experiencing the desperate situation of blood and death can one develop such skills. For a moment, more than a dozen guards of the Chun family were at a disadvantage and began to retreat step by step after being defeated by Chen Nan. Shin Shinru, who was sitting in the corner, opened her mouth in surprise. "What amazing skills, Sister Lan, how does he compare to you?" Song Lan looked at Chen Nan in and out of the crowd with a serious expression, and shook her head decisively. "I'm not as good as him. The guards of the Chen family are all mercenaries and retired soldiers. Even if I were to fight against more than a dozen guards of the Chun family at the same time, I would not be at a disadvantage at most." However, Chen Nan was beating them all by himself, which was fundamentally different. Looking at Chen Nan, who was like a mad dog, Xu Huang was stunned. No matter how you look at it, this guy is too good at fighting. How old is this guy? What would happen if he were allowed to grow up for a few more years? However, Chen Jiulong remained calm and composed. He was not surprised at all when he saw his guards being defeated. If Chen Nan did not even have this level of strength, he would have died under his plan long ago. Chen Jiulong took out his cell phone and said calmly, "Come out, and remember to seal off the surrounding roads to prevent the police from coming out to disrupt the situation." The surveillance in this area had already been destroyed by people sent by Chen Jiulong. As long as the battle was resolved quickly, relying on the influence of his Chun family in Qing province, no evidence would be left behind. Xu Hong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Chen Jiulong had a backup plan. He really didn't expect Chen Nan to be such a good fighter, so he didn't make much preparation. Following Chen Jiulong's order, a large number of cars suddenly appeared on the streets centered on the Dijian Hotel, directly blocking the road. Noisy sounds kept echoing around the street, all of which were the curses of passers-by. How could the road be blocked? A large group of Chen family bodyguards came out from all directions and gathered in the Dijian Hotel with great momentum. Almost in an instant, nearly 100 Chen family guards surrounded the entire hotel, and Wu Tai and others stopped their actions. This is too exaggerated. Wu Tai looked at the Chen family guards who surrounded them, and a hint of solemnity finally appeared in his eyes. He knew that the Chen family had such power, but he did not expect that the Chen family would gather a crowd to attack them so unscrupulously. Aren't they afraid of being visited by the police afterwards? No one expected the Chen family to be so bold and presumptuous. Should we say that they are overconfident or arrogant and don't take others seriously? Chen Nan's expression did not change at all. If Wu Tai hadn't forcibly held him back, he would have rushed forward again. Wu Tai also understood that when this guy starts a fight, he is like a mad dog and doesn't care how big the gap between us is. The winner has been decided. Son, do you have anything else to say? Chen Jiulong's face was full of pride. As long as he gave the order, these 11 people including his own son would die, and afterwards he would only need to push one person out to take the blame. Xu Ling, who was standing nearby, saw Chen Nan and the others in dire straits. She became ruthless and pulled out a fruit knife that she had prepared long ago and put it across the snow-white neck. She looked at her father and Chen Jiulong with red eyes and her voice became a little louder. Stop it. If you insist on attacking Chen Nan and the others, I will die here today. There was determination in Xu Ling's tone, and everyone knew that she was serious. Even now, she was willing to use her own life as a threat to help Chen Nan one last time. The guards who were originally planning to take action were now undecided and had to turn their attention to the head of the family. Faced with the little girl Xu Ling's threat to commit suicide, Chen Jiulong and Xu Han looked at each other, raised their lips slightly, and laughed out loud together. Xu Han's wrinkled face showed a mockery. He took a step forward to face his daughter and said with a rude smile, "My dear daughter, you don't still think you are still useful now, do you? Now everyone knows that our Chu family and the Chen family have formed an alliance. Our goal has been achieved. Whether you are alive or dead is no longer important to our Chu family." Seeing the slight panic in his daughter's eyes, Xu Hong was even more proud and continued. "Since you're fighting so hard for this piece of trash, I'll tell you one more thing. Do you know why I dislike you the most among the three of you sisters? You must have been confused about this for so many years." The next second, Xu Hong pointed at Xu Ling, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a cold and indifferent expression, and said coldly, "Because you are not my biological daughter at all. You are just a bastard I picked up from outside more than 20 years ago." Standing by the glass door of the hotel, Xu Ling held the sharp knife to his throat, with disbelief in his eyes. How is this possible? The father who had raised her for more than 20 years now told her that she was picked up. Xu Han's words made Xu Ling's heart collapse instantly. The treatment she received since childhood was very different from that of her two younger sisters. She comforted herself that this was because she was the older sister. The elder sister should give way to the younger sister. My father was very strict with me since I was a child. He always reserved his smile for my two younger sisters and gave all the remaining indifference to me. Xu Ling comforted herself because she was the older sister. Even when he was bullied since childhood and harassed by gangsters outside, he told his father and he only said, "This is all your fault." It was also at that time, when Xu Ling was most helpless, that she met Chen Nan when she was bullied by gangsters. That smile as warm as the sun was deeply engraved in Xu Ling's mind, and she still can't forget it until now. When Xu Ling found out that she was picked up, the fruit knife in her hand fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Is that so? Xu Ling's body seemed to be drained of all its strength, and she fell to the ground. Despair filled her heart, almost filling her entire body. Faced with such a helpless Xu Ling, Chen Nan, who was controlled by Wu Tai and others, could no longer bear it. He roared and broke free from the restraints of Wu Tai and the other two. "Xu Hong, you deserve to die." Chen Nan's eyes were red, and he was completely crazy. He rushed straight towards Xu Hong. The black windbreaker whistled as the wind blew, and the whole person looked like an angry beast, with a terrifying aura. Brothers and sisters, these few days are the tribulation stage of this book. Please urge more updates and give more rewards. If I can make it through, I can at least write 1,000,000. Don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Chapter 116, At the critical moment, Zhang Yan arrived. Xu Hong looked at Chen Nan who was rushing towards him regardless of everything, fear flashed in his eyes, and he quickly ordered the guards who were still standing there in a daze. "What are you still standing there for? Stop this lunatic." If Chen Nan really rushed up to him, Xu Hong had no doubt that he would kill him the first moment. More than 30 guards directly withdrew from the encirclement, and relying on their numerical advantage, they pinned Chen Nan down in a few moves and tightly controlled his limbs. But even so, 3 guards were still hit by Chen Nan's punch and lay directly on the ground spitting blood, their life or death unknown. Looking at the scarlet blood, Xu Hong's eyes flashed with fear. Looking at Chen Nan who was under control, he felt relieved. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have really died here. After the fear, the next thing that came was an order. Chu Hong was filled with anger and walked directly in front of Chen Nan, grabbing his hair viciously. You care so much about this evil creature, don't you? Fine. I'll show you what true cruelty is. After Chu Hong stepped hard on Chen Nan's head, he walked to Chu Ling, who was sitting up. Seeing that she still looked like she hadn't recovered from the shock, a ferocious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chen Nan looked at his movements and couldn't help but roared, "What the hell do you want to do? Come at me if you have the guts." Chu Hong pretended not to hear it, squatted down to pick up the fruit knife that fell on the ground, and turned to Chen Nan with a fierce smile. You better open your eyes, you useless bastard. Everything that happened today is because of you. Chen Jiolong, who was standing on the side and watching this scene silently, showed a strange smile on his face. He didn't expect that the effect of the medicine would take effect so quickly. X potion, after taking it, can make a person's mind produce extreme thoughts, and even completely change a person's personality. Although he only added a little bit to Chu Hong's drink, it was enough. As long as Chu Hong makes this move, he will be able to completely control the lifeline of the Chu family. At that time, the entire Chu family will be in the pocket of Chen Jiolong. Cooperation and control have completely different meanings. Under the incredulous gazes of many Chen family guards, Wu Tai and others, the knife in Chu Hong's hand finally fell down, and blood burst out instantly. No! Chen Nan, who was held down by many Chen family guards, burst into tears. His eyes were full of bloodshot because of his overwhelming emotions as he looked at the splattered scarlet. Ha ha ha, let's see who dares to attack me again. This will be the end. Chu Hong became a little mentally ill and no longer looked at his daughter lying in a pool of blood. There was a fruit knife stuck in Chu Ling's abdomen. Her originally snow-white wedding dress was instantly stained red with blood, and a strong smell of blood instantly filled the air. In the corner of the venue, Song Lan's pupils shrank, and she reached out to cover her young lady's eyes, blocking her from seeing. But Shin Shinru was not a fool. How could she not imagine what the scene was like? She had rarely seen blood, so how could she have ever seen such a bloody scene? Her little face turned pale with fright in an instant. Chu Hong, you will not die a horrible death. Chen Nan completely lost his mind. The dozen or so Chen family guards who were pressing on him suddenly felt a great deal of pressure. Feeling the terrifying force coming from below, they quickly asked for help from their companions beside them. Don't just stand there like an idiot, come and help. This guy is really evil, and his strength is too great. Hearing this, another dozen guards rushed up and pressed down Chen Nan's feet and head, preventing him from raising his head. Seeing this, Wu Tai and his 9 mercenary teammates immediately wanted to rush over to help, but soon stopped moving. The 50 or 60 Chen family guards around them were staring at them with a fierce look, ready to rush forward at the slightest sign of unusual movement. A sinister smile appeared on Chen Jiolong's face. Although there were some flaws in the plan, the result was almost what he expected, and that was enough. Next, it's time to put an end to this farce once and for all. Just as he raised his hand to give the order, there was a sudden roar from the sky. The huge sound attracted almost everyone's attention. Chen Jiolong looked up and his expression changed instantly. In the sky not far away, several armed helicopters were flying towards the side, with the exposed gun muzzles in the cabin pointed directly downwards. This sudden change made everyone afraid to move, for fear of being shot by the people above. Even Chen Jiolong didn't dare to move for a while. He stared at the helicopters with gloomy eyes, wondering in his mind who would come out to cause trouble at this critical moment. If it was the Qing province police, he would definitely get the news first, which means these people were not from the police station. On the front helicopter high in the sky, Chu Ling, who was lying in a pool of blood below Jiang Yan, had his pupils shrink. Was he too late? Without hesitation, he quickly ordered the pilot, make an emergency landing immediately and save people first. The pilot also understood the urgency of time, and after pressing a button, the helicopter began to land rapidly. In just 2 minutes, all 4 armed helicopters landed and the surrounding streets were blocked by the police who arrived late, and no one was allowed to enter. As soon as the armed helicopter landed, Jiang Yan immediately ran over with an accompanying doctor, holding an emergency first aid kit in his hands. At this moment, Jiang Yan was extremely glad that he had mentioned it more when he called for help. Otherwise, facing the current situation, even if Chu Ling was not dead yet, he would definitely not be able to wait for the ambulance to arrive. More than a dozen soldiers armed with live ammunition jumped out from the 3 helicopters behind, carrying a murderous aura, and came directly in front of Chen Jiolong. After looking at the photo in his hand, the leading soldier nodded and said, "This is the guy. Control him for me." The two soldiers stepped forward and easily pinned Chen Jiolong to the ground, leaving him no chance to move. Chen Jiolong had a gloomy face and didn't dare to make any move. Anyway, he didn't kill the man, so even if someone was to blame, it couldn't be blamed on him. If he fled now because of the fear of punishment, then he would be really hopeless. The Chen family's guards did not dare to move and could only stand there stupidly. Facing these soldiers armed with live ammunition, they had no chance of winning even if they had more people. The doctor brought by Jiang Yan took out first aid medicines with an extremely solemn expression and kept sprinkling them on Chu Ling's abdominal wound. Jiang Yan came over and saw Chen Nan, who was almost losing his mind. He frowned and ordered Wu Tai, who was surrounded by the crowd, knock Chen Nan out to prevent him from being mentally stimulated. Wu Tai, who originally looked helpless, suddenly gained confidence and immediately ran over here. The Chen family guards had no choice but to make way. If you still try to stop him at this time, you will definitely be shot. Before Chen Nan was knocked unconscious by Wu Tai, Jiang Yan squatted down and looked into Chen Nan's bloodshot eyes and said in a deep voice, "It seems the wound is not fatal. Come back to me when you are more sober." After he finished speaking, Wu Tai struck Chen Nan with a heavy knife. Chen Nan's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Before he fainted, he glanced at Chu Ling, who was lying in a pool of blood, and then his eyelids closed heavily. Jiang Yan took a deep breath to keep his mind clear, then stood up and walked behind the doctor who was performing first aid. "How is her injury? Can she be saved?" The doctor, who was continuously performing emergency measures, had a serious expression on his face, staring at Chu Ling's abdominal wound with his eyes fixed, and shook his head. "Thanks to Mr. Mod Isis for the certification. Please click on the reminder button. I will update more in the evening." Chapter 117. Chu Ling is critically ill. The doctor, whose forehead was already covered with sweat, looked at Chu Ling's abdominal wound and shook his head. His face was extremely serious and he said solemnly, "The situation is not good. Although the knife did not hit a vital part, the heavy bleeding is enough to put his life in danger." Without hesitation, the doctor finished the last step of rescue measures and said to Jiang Yan anxiously, "Hurry, let's carry her to the helicopter together. She is in this condition and we cannot wait until the ambulance comes. We must send her to the hospital for surgery immediately." Hearing this, Jiang Yan did not dare to delay at all and directly picked up Chu Ling, while the doctor applied a bandage to her wound. Even though all the measures were taken, blood still continued to flow out of Chu Ling's abdomen, but the amount was much less than a few minutes ago. The scarlet blood dyed Jiang Yan's clothes red, and drops of blood spilled onto the ground as if they were free, staining the ground a bright red. The helicopter roared, the propeller began to rotate rapidly, and soon the fuselage left the ground and rushed towards the nearest hospital. When the helicopter turned into a small black dot, the captain withdrew his gaze and gave orders directly to the two soldiers. "You two take Chen Jiolong away first, and we will stay here to watch over these people." The two soldiers nodded, "Yes, Captain." Under Chen Jiolong's unwilling gaze, two soldiers tied him up and threw him roughly into the cabin of the helicopter. The plane escorting Chen Jiolong slowly took off, and the captain began to collect information from the scene to find out what had happened before they arrived. How could the Chen family's guards dare to hide anything? They told everyone they knew. They even revealed a lot of secrets about the Chen family out of fear, just for the sake of their own safety. At this time, Song Lan, who was still sitting in the corner, watched Chen Jiolong being taken away, breathed a sigh of relief, and removed her hand that was blocking her lady. "Miss, it's okay." Shen Xian's face turned pale at this moment, especially after seeing the pool of blood not far away. He even felt like vomiting. She trembled and said, "Sister Lan, is Chu Ling dead?" Hearing this, Song Lan shook her head and said, "I don't know either, but he has been taken away by the doctor." When Song Lan saw that her young lady looked distracted, she retracted her gaze and said calmly, "Miss, compared to all this, your brother Jiang Yan also came just now." "Really?" Shin Shinru's face flashed with joy, and she quickly grabbed Song Lan's hand and asked in surprise, "What about him? Why didn't you tell me just now?" "Oh, please tell me, I'm so anxious." Seeing the young lady who seemed to have changed into a different person in an instant, Song Lan reluctantly told the truth, she should go to the nearest hospital. "Miss, aren't you planning to stop pursuing young Master Jiang? Why are you still thinking about him so much?" Shin Shinru's eyes flashed with stubbornness, and she replied as a matter of course. "Who said I wanted to pursue brother Jiang Yan? Don't forget that we are childhood sweethearts. If that weird woman hadn't taken advantage of me, humph." In the end, Shin Shinru didn't want to say any more. The more she talked, the more painful the scar in her heart became. There was no other choice, San Lan had to drive the young lady to the nearest hospital. Before leaving, she did not forget to send a message. At the same time, Aaron, who was following in the dark, felt his cell phone vibrate. He picked it up and his expression changed slightly. The Chu family has long had the idea of betraying the Shin family. Be sure to inform the head of the family. Tiannan Third Hospital. As the red light in the operating room came on, the corridor, which had been noisy due to the emergency patients, suddenly became quiet. Jiang Yan sat on a chair in the corridor, panting, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead and his chest heaving. I hope you can hold on. Jiang Yan sighed as he looked at the operating room. On the way here, Wu Tai had already sent the details of what happened to his mobile phone. All he could say was, "What a beast." What about adopting Chu Ling for more than 20 years? What about the father-son relationship? It's all bullshit. Jiang Yan immediately guessed that this was a scheme that had been planned for more than 20 years. One could only say that the Chu family was really good at scheming. It is estimated that from the very beginning, the purpose of marrying into a large family was to adopt the eldest daughter Chu Ling in order to lead the Chu family out of the control of the Shin family. Chu Hong had long been dissatisfied with being a dog of the Shin family, but he had no idea how much favors the Shin family had given to the impoverished Chu family in the past. The Chen family was a good opportunity, so Chu Hong decisively chose the marriage and ended the gamble of more than 20 years. More than 20 years. Jiang Yan was a little angry and laughed. After more than 20 years, even if it was a dog, one would have feelings for it. Chu Hong showed no mercy when he attacked and was ruthless. Time passed slowly, and more than 10 minutes later, the accompanying doctor walked out of the operating room wearing a mask, his face looking a little solemn. Jiang Yan quickly stood up and asked, "What's the situation?" The doctor's face was serious. The patient has lost too much blood and needs an emergency blood transfusion. Where are her family members? Jiang Yan was stunned. Family members? Chu Ling was adopted by the Chu family. Where could he find her biological parents now? Thinking of something, Jiang Yan hurriedly said to the doctor, "I have panda blood, can I give her a blood transfusion?" Hearing this, a hint of joy flashed across the doctor's face. Which doctor would want his patient to die on the operating table? But he said with some embarrassment, "Of course you can, but with just your blood, it might not be enough." Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and said, "It's okay, as long as you don't beat me to death, you can do whatever you want." He still has an unborn daughter, and he doesn't want to let her die in vain. As for Chu Ling, Jiang Yan can only do his best. As for whether Chu Ling can survive, it depends on her own luck. Soon, Jiang Yan was taken into the operating room after disinfection. In the dim operating room, several doctors in white coats were making preparations with serious expressions. The accompanying doctor reminded Jiang Yan, who was lying on another bed. "You may fall into a coma during the blood draw, but if your life is really threatened, I will forcibly interrupt the operation." Jiang Yan changed into a hospital gown and lay on the operating table. He nodded and smiled, "Don't worry, I've practiced before. It's just a matter of drawing some blood, so it's easy. Doctor, please don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. I won't blame you even if you can't save the patient." Seeing that Jiang Yan was still trying to reduce his stress at this time, the doctor held the needle in his hand and smiled, "Don't worry, what we are doing is to snatch people from the king of hell." Hearing this, Jiang Yan, who was lying on the hospital bed, restrained the smile on his face and closed his eyes calmly. "Doctor. What's wrong? Be gentle. I've been afraid of injections since I was a child." Chapter 118. Jiang Yan is in a coma. Zheng City, Villa Number 1. After lunch, Yi Yunwan lay leisurely on the sofa with a mobile phone beside her, from which someone's voice kept coming. She was about to fall asleep when Jiang Yan's voice came from the phone next to her pillow again. "I have panda blood. Just don't kill me. My life is in danger." As Jiang Yan spoke one word after another on the other end of the phone, Yi Yunwan, who was originally groggy, suddenly woke up and her face became gloomy. "Draw blood? If you can't kill me, just draw blood?" Yi Yunwan, who was completely awake, sat up from the sofa, stood up and walked out of the villa, and did not forget to instruct the housekeeper. "Drive, I want to go to Qing province." The housekeeper, who was leisurely drinking afternoon tea, was puzzled, but he immediately stood up and walked directly towards the garage. Soon, Yi Yunwan, with great momentum, drove towards Qing province, emitting a chilling aura. To be honest, she regretted it. If she had known earlier, she should not have let that bastard go alone. Now he dared to treat her life as a joke. Men really need to be properly trained. It must be because I have been too nice to him recently, making him think he has his own opinions, so he dares to act recklessly. In the car speeding towards Qing province, Yi Yunwan's face was terribly gloomy, and even the housekeeper who was driving felt a little uneasy. Young Master Jiang has done something so outrageous again that he has made the young lady so angry. It seems that this matter cannot be resolved peacefully. Just as Yi Yunwan was rushing towards Qing Shang, Zhang Yan, who was giving Chu Ling a blood transfusion, was almost fainting. His originally vigorous face now had pale lips and a face that looked as if covered with a layer of ash, making him look particularly creepy. Fortunately, the operation has come to an end and the wound is being sutured. Check the patient's blood pressure. A nurse immediately responded, he is no longer in danger and his blood pressure has stabilized. Hearing this, the three doctors breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The life was finally saved. After 5 consecutive hours of surgery, everyone in the operating room was physically and mentally exhausted. They are human beings, not machines. Surgery is extremely physically and mentally exhausting. It took so much effort to save the patient. The doctor who came with Jiang Yan was checking his condition. At this time, Jiang Yan's eyes were tightly closed and his face was pale. Fortunately, although my body is very weak, as long as I take good care of myself and replenish my body, I will be able to jump again in a month or 2. Outside the operating room, Shen Xinru, who had heard about the situation, sat worriedly on a bench in the corridor waiting. She stood up and walked back and forth from time to time, making Song Lan's eyes dizzy. She said helplessly, "Miss, please calm down a little." The one who performed the surgery was Miss Chu Ling of the Chu family, not your sweetheart, young Master Jiang. Hearing this, Shen Xinru's face flushed slightly. She stopped and turned around and said dissatisfiedly, "Sister Lan, what are you talking about?" At this moment, the green light in the operating room came on, and the tightly closed door slowly opened from the inside. 3 or 4 nurses came out pushing 2 beds. Shen Xinru ran over immediately, and when she saw Jiang Yan lying on the hospital bed with a weak face, a flash of heartache appeared in her eyes. The nurses pushed the bed to the inpatient department, and 3 exhausted doctors walked out of the operating room. Shen Xinru walked forward and asked one of them worriedly, "Doctor, how is brother Jiang Yan?" Seeing her worried look, the doctor took off his mask and smiled, "Don't worry, neither of them is in danger of life. Although Mr. Jiang is still very weak now, as long as he takes good care of himself, I guarantee that he will be full of life in less than 2 months." After hearing the doctor's assurance, Shen Xinru finally relaxed her heart, and then politely bowed slightly to the doctor, "Thank you for your help." The doctor was a middle-aged man. Seeing that Shen Xinru was so sensible and polite, he smiled kindly and said, "I see that you care so much about that young man. You should be his girlfriend, right?" Shen Xinru was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, "I'm not, I am his sister." "Oh, so that's the case. No wonder you were so worried about that young man." The middle-aged doctor smiled, chatted for a few more words and then left. After such a long operation, he needs to rest well and recuperate. Shen Xinru originally wanted to go to the ward to check on him, but when she thought that Jiang Yan had just finished the surgery and must need a good rest, she gave up the idea. Brother Jiang Yan's body must need some nourishment now, Shen Xinru was certain in her mind, and she directly pulled her mobile wallet Sister Lan and walked out of the hospital. In an interrogation room at a base in Qing province. Chen Jiolong, the head of the Chen family in Qing province, according to our investigation, most of the properties you own were obtained through illegal activities, and... The interrogating soldier narrowed his eyes slightly. "Not only your ex-wife, but also your deceased wife's sudden death is inextricably linked to you. How do you want to explain it?" In front, Chen Jiolong was in a messy prison uniform, with his hands and feet all tied up. Hearing the other party's question, he raised his head and said calmly, "I don't know anything about what you said. You said I killed my wife. This officer must provide evidence when speaking. If there is no evidence, it is slander." As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 soldiers in charge of the interrogation looked at each other and burst out laughing. They stood up together and walked towards Chen Jiolong. Picking up a long whip, the interrogator laughed at the embarrassed Chen Jiolong. "Where do you think this place is? We are not as gentle as those policemen. Do you think we can't do anything to you if you don't tell us?" Another soldier sneered, "When you are in a state of being unable to live or die, you won't be able to hide any secrets. I wonder how stubborn you can be by then." Under Chen Jiolong's frightened eyes, the whips in the hands of the 2 interrogators fell directly, and the sound of violent whipping and screams rang out in the interrogation room. Chapter 119 She is here. The next morning was the day after Chu Ling's surgery. In a street hotel in Tiannan City, Wu Tai, wearing a white vest, sat on the bed and shouted to the other end of the phone. "Oh, Uncle Lu, you are my dear uncle. You see, I am already 30 years old and still haven't found a wife. You have such a wide network of contacts, please help me. Let me tell you, when I was a kid, I caught you peeping at Aunt Lee taking a bath several times. If you don't do me a favor." There was an angry roar from the other end of the phone. "If you dare to tell anyone, I will never forgive you. Don't think I don't know what a jerk you were when you were a kid. How can you be any better than me? I'm telling you this. If you dare." Seeing that the other party was about to dig up his dark history, Wu Tai quickly hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. So many people are watching. If his dark history were to be exposed, Wu Tai would lose all his face. "Hey, where can I find a nice and delicate wife?" Wu Tai put away his phone with a sad face, turned around and looked at Chen Nan in the bed next to him, only to find that he had woken up without knowing when. Chen Nan was seen lying on the bed, tied up with several hemp ropes. He stared at Wu Tai calmly with his eyes open. "Ah, when did you wake up?" Wu Tai was startled and felt a little weak at the same time. He probably didn't hear what he just said. Chen Nan looked at Wu Tai calmly, his voice a little tired and hoarse. "How long have I been unconscious? How is Chu Ling?" Chen Nan, who had been unconscious for most of the day, was obviously much calmer and no longer as crazy as before. Wu Tai had naturally asked these questions when he came back from the hospital. If Brother Yen didn't have someone taking care of him, he wouldn't have dared to come back with peace of mind. Fearing that Chen Nan would worry, he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Chu Ling's operation was very successful. The doctor said that she is no longer in danger of death. After that," he continued, "you have to thank Brother Yen this time. In order to donate blood to Chu Ling, he was fainted by the doctor." At the same time, Wu Tai thought to himself that if he could be taken care of by two beauties, he would be fine even if he was beaten. Chen Nan, who was tied to the bed, was obviously stunned. He did not expect Jiang Yan to fight so hard for Chu Ling. This was something he had not anticipated. "Why?" he murmured. Wu Tai said as if it was a matter of course it's for you. If you don't work for Brother Yen for the rest of your life, he will lose out on the blood he drew. Chen Nan wanted to sit up, but the hemp ropes on his body were too tight, so he could only say to Wu Tai, "Untie me, I need to go to the hospital." Hearing this, Wu Tai said "Oh" and went forward to untie him. At the same time, in a ward of Tiannan 3rd Hospital, Jiang Yan was wearing a white hospital gown and lying on the snow-white bed. He opened his eyes dazedly and his lips moved slightly. Shen Xinru's surprised voice came from the side immediately. "Brother Jiang Yan, you finally woke up." Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Yan turned around and saw Shen Xinru sitting beside his bed with a thermos bucket in her hand. She smiled happily and said, "Brother Jiang Yan, don't move yet. I made soup for you." "Xinru, why are you here?" Jiang Yan, lying on the hospital bed, was a little confused. Facing his question, Shen Xinru smiled as a matter of course and said, "Brother Jiang Yan, you are like this, how can I not come?" After saying that, she complained, "Don't do this next time. How can you abuse your body like this?" Then, Shen Xinru began to feed Jiang Yan soup one spoonful after another. She did not seem to be annoyed at all and instead enjoyed it. While she was serving the soup, Jiang Yan sat up and asked, "How is the girl I donated blood to now?" Shen Xinru handed the spoon to Jiang Yan's mouth and said softly, "If you are talking about Chu Ling, she is no longer in danger. The doctor also said that she will be fine, so don't worry." The dazzling sunlight shone into the ward through the hospital windows, and the shadows of the two people were made very long by the sunlight. Shen Xinru also talked about the Chu family. She looked very angry when she talked about it. It seemed that she felt unfair for Chu Ling. Jiang Yan sat on the hospital bed and listened until the full bowl of soup went into his stomach. "Brother Jiang Yan, you take a rest first. I'll go wash the dishes first." Shen Xinru had a sweet smile on her face. She pushed open the door of the ward and walked out, carrying an empty thermos in her hand. After Shen Xinru left, Jiang Yan was the only one left in the ward. He felt weak and subconsciously clenched his fists, but he had no strength at all. "If my wife saw me like this, I would definitely be beaten." Thinking of this, just when Jiang Yan was feeling a little tired and was about to lie down and sleep for a while, two hurried footsteps were heard in the hospital corridor outside the door. Jiang Yan, who was about to lie down, didn't take it seriously. It was a hospital and it was daytime, so it was normal to see people in a hurry. But he was clearly overthinking it. The next second, with a bang, the door of the ward was violently pushed open from the outside. The huge noise scared Jiang Yan, and his body, which was originally lying down, trembled. He hurriedly looked towards the door to see who came to disturb his sleep. But soon, his body froze instantly, a forced smile appeared on his face, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Wife, why are you here? The door of the ward was pushed open, and Yi Yunwan, with a grim expression on her face, stood at the door wearing her pink cotton coat. Being stared at by those cold eyes, Jiang Yan shuddered all over and subconsciously shrank his body hiding in the quilt. The housekeeper standing outside the door sighed in his heart and shook his head secretly. Young Master Jiang was in trouble now. He actually got himself into the hospital. The young lady must beat him to death. Standing at the door of the ward with a cold face, Yi Yunwan ordered without turning her head, "Mr. Fei, go buy some hot food to nourish your body." "Okay, miss." The old butler responded, looked pitifully at Jiang Yan lying on the hospital bed, and walked downstairs to the hospital. As the door of the ward slowly closed, Yi Yunwan walked towards Jiang Yan lying on the bed with a sneer on her face. Chapter 120 Love Shura Field. Wife, why are you here? In the ward, Jiang Yan huddled on the bed, looking at Yi Yunwan who was walking towards him with some fear in his heart. Yi Yunwan exuded a chilling aura and glanced at Jiang Yan with a sharp gaze. When she saw the visible weakness on his face, she said coldly, "I asked you to help me, and you got yourself into this state? You can beat me up if you can't kill me? It seems like you have a strong body." How did you know? Jiang Yan felt even more guilty after hearing that. Yi Yunwan walked directly to the bed, grabbed Jiang Yan by the collar, lifted him up from the bed, and said with a cold look, "Do you know where you went wrong this time?" Jiang Yan, who was being held by the collar, nodded quickly and said, "I shouldn't have tried so hard and put myself in danger. I will be more careful next time." "You dare to do it again next time." Yi Yunwan's eyes suddenly became moist and red. "Do you know what will happen to the baby in my belly if you die? You really want me to be a widow? Or do you hate me so much that you want to torture me like this?" Yi Yunwan almost screamed out the last sentence, tears streaming down her delicate face, and she looked at Jiang Yan with red eyes. Jiang Yan didn't expect Yi Yunwan to be so angry. Seeing her crying, he felt heartbroken. He gently pulled open the collar that was grabbed, then held the sobbing Yi Yunwan in his arms, patted her back, and comforted her softly. "Don't cry, I really know I was wrong, and I'm fine now. I'm not a fool. Even if it's for you, I can't exchange my life for someone else's, unless that person is you." The person in her arms sobbed softly for a while. Yi Yunwan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with Jiang Yan's hospital gown. Suddenly, her nose moved slightly, as if she smelled something. The sadness on her face disappeared instantly, and the next second she grabbed Jiang Yan's neck with one hand and said coldly, "Were there other women here before I came?" Although she was asking, Yi Yunwan's tone was extremely certain, and the smell of this perfume was very familiar. She must have smelled it somewhere. Well. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiang Yan's forehead, and he covered his eyes and looked away. "Oh no, I forgot about that girl Shinru. Oh my god, please don't come back at this time, otherwise, with Yi Yunwan's personality, she will torture herself to death. But sometimes fate plays tricks on us." Almost the next moment, the door of the ward opened from outside and a familiar laugh was heard. Carrying a clean thermos bucket, Shinru walked in with a smile. "Brother Jiang Yan, I'm back." But when she saw the situation in the ward clearly, she froze in place and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. She had seen Yi Yunwan's photo, so she recognized her at the first sight, and her originally good mood disappeared completely. "Brother Jiang Yan's wife is here." Glancing sideways at Shinru who was standing at the door in a daze, Yi Yunwan loosened her hand, let Jiang Yan go temporarily, and turned around to look at her. "You are Jiang Yan's childhood sweetheart? Why are you here?" Shinru stood there stupidly. She had imagined this scene countless times before, but when this moment really came, her heart still couldn't accept it. Shinru pretended to be calm and looked at Yi Yunwan, looking straight into her eyes and said calmly, "I heard that brother Jiang Yan was admitted to the hospital. I happened to be in Tiannan City, so I came to see him. You shouldn't be so stingy as to not let me visit him." Jiang Yan lay back on the hospital bed and said to himself, "It started. Is this the legendary Shura field? What should he do now? Should he go up and persuade these two people, or just watch?" Interesting. Yi Yunwan raised the corner of her mouth, looked at Shin Shinru standing at the door with extremely confident eyes, and chuckled. Of course, no problem. After all, you are my husband's friend. I don't have no confidence in you. When Yi Yunwan said this, the word friend stood out particularly, and she deliberately emphasized that Jiang Yan was her husband, making her seem extremely nonchalant. On the side, Jiang Yan didn't want to hurt the relationship between the two people. He didn't want to lose either Yi Yunwan or Shin Shinru. Of course, it's because he doesn't want to lose his sister Shin Shinru, and he doesn't want to make his wife sad. Jiang Yan sat up and coughed twice. He was about to speak when the two girls shouted at him. Just shut up. Brother Jiang Yan, don't say anything. After hearing two delicate scoldings, Jiang Yan, who was about to stand up, silently retracted his head into the quilt. Forget it, when a woman gets angry, he can't afford to offend her. Seeing Jiang Yan shrink back obediently, the two women's eyes met again, and the silent war started again. Yi Yunwan raised her head slightly, looked down at Shin Shinru, and said in a flat tone, "It's really hard for you to take care of my husband. Thank you for your help. He is a person who loves to mess around. I will teach him a lesson at night." After understanding the meaning of the words, Shin Shinru not only did not feel disappointed, but smiled sweetly. "It's okay, after all, he is my brother Jiang Yan. I made him some soup this morning, and he drank it all up, even without leaving a drop. I fed him by hand." Hearing this, Yi Yunwan's eyebrows slightly frowned, but she still kept a confident smile on her face and said, "Then I really have to thank you very much on his behalf." Shin Shinru smiled and said, "You're welcome. This is what I should do. Brother Jiang Yan needs to rest now, why don't we go outside and talk?" Yi Yunwan snorted coldly, "Okay." After saying that, he glared at Jiang Yan, whose half head was exposed from under the quilt, and threatened. "You stay on the bed obediently. If you are not there when I come back, you are dead." Shin Shinru also echoed, "Yes, brother Jiang Yan, you should have a good rest first." Jiang Yan didn't dare to speak at all. The two women, who were competing with each other, walked out of the ward one after the other. Yi Yunwan slammed the door shut. No, it should be said that she slammed it.